In Zhou Andong's memory, New Year's Day in 1992 was bitterly cold, with heavy snow and howling northern winds. But inside the Jiangzhou Liquor Factory Cultural Hall, the atmosphere was anything but cold. It was electric. Crowds of people, you and I among them, meeting, getting to know each other, learning through time. In this sea of faces, it's you and me. Playing it cool, smiling politely. The blasting music and screeching vocals of a hard rock song pounded into Zhou Andong's ears. He struggled to open his eyes. A single beam of light expanded before him, and blurred figures slowly came into focus. The hazy scene sharpened into clarity. He was in a theater that could hold nearly 1,000 people packed to the brim. Even the aisles were filled. On stage stood a young man with permed hair, wearing leather pants and a matching jacket, belting out no place to hide with a microphone in hand, jumping and shouting like his life depended on it. Above the stage, a red banner hung proudly. Celebrate the new year with joy. Unite to write a new chapter. Wishing all employees of Jiangzhou Liquor Factory a happy monkey year, and may all your wishes come true. Zhou Andong's neck felt stiff as he slowly turned his head, staring blankly at the surroundings, familiar yet strange. His vision blurred again. The terrible singing and pounding music faded away, growing distant, until they vanished completely. Shit! A short, wiry young man quickly caught Zhou as he swayed unsteadily. Bro, what's wrong with you? Boom! Suddenly, applause, whistles, and roaring cheers crashed back into his ears, and his vision snapped back into focus. I'm fine. Zhou Andong pushed off the thin, dark-skinned youth, his voice hoarse. Just feeling a bit off. The young man was Yao Jun, Zhou's best friend. Seeing the pale, bloodless color of Zhou's face, he frowned. You look awful. What's wrong? Just feels tight in my chest. I need some air. Zhou pushed through the crowd, staggering toward the restroom. What the hell just happened? He muttered under his breath. He turned on the faucet, splashing icy water onto his face over and over again, then stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror. The strong stream hit the white-tiled sink, splashing droplets onto the glass, sliding down in streaks. In the mirror, a younger version of himself stared back, disoriented, fragmented. Click, click, click. High heels clicking rhythmically against the floor echoed from outside. Zhou stepped out of the restroom and walked straight into a beautiful woman. She was easily over 5'7", maybe taller in her heels, towering slightly over Zhou. She wore an orange sweater dress, tight jeans, and had long, silky black hair tied loosely behind her head. She was stunning, almost unfairly so. Porcelain skin, perfectly arched eyebrows, a sharp nose with delicate glasses perched atop it. Her every move exuded elegance, confidence, the kind only born from privilege and upbringing. She smiled politely at Zhou, gave a slight nod, and disappeared into the women's restroom. Zhou barely noticed her. He hurried to the main entrance, shoved the door open violently, and was instantly hit by the biting wind and swirling snow. It cut into his face like knives. He shivered involuntarily, fumbling in his pocket for a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He pulled one out, placed it between his lips, and reached for matches. Whether from the cold or nerves, his hands shook uncontrollably. One match snapped, then another, and another. 1, 2, 3, 8. Each either broke under pressure or was blown out the moment it lit. Frustrated, he tore open the box, scattering the sticks across the ground. Gathering the remaining dozen or so in one hand, he struck them all at once. A bright flare burst to life. Finally, the cigarette lit. Thick, hot smoke burned its way down his throat, bitter and suffocating. His lungs seized, his head spun, and for a moment, everything went dizzy. After a while, he steadied himself, lifting his gaze to a 4-story red brick building not far away, the factory headquarters, the heart of power at Jiangzhou Liquor Factory. Red slogans were painted boldly across the wall. Seize new opportunities, create new advantages, achieve new glories. Stay firm in reform and opening up, gather courageous resolve, push forward development. Cross the river by feeling the stones, dare to try, dare to break through, and forge a bloody path. He chuckled low at first, barely audible, then louder, then harder. Ha 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 ha! Tears streamed down his cheeks as he laughed, wild and unrestrained. Rebirth, such an absurd, impossible thing had actually happened to him. It took a long time before he calmed down. Lifting his head to the sky, watching the snowflakes dance, he took one last puff of his cigarette, flicked the butt to the ground, and crushed it underfoot. Since fate had given him a second chance at life, then this time had live it right. Zhou Andong, a stylish woman, stepped out of a red Santana sedan. Her hair was curled in big waves, and she wore a long puffer coat. Jiang Yuping. Zhou murmured the name, recognizing her instantly. Her expression was icy. We agreed to go to the divorce office this afternoon. Do you even know what time it is now? Divorce? Zhou blinked, startled. All right, there was something about that. This woman had been corrupted by the evils of capitalism, chasing Western ideals of freedom and independence. Today, she would leave him and fly to America. Don't act dumb, Jiang Yuping huffed. He'll be waiting at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hurry up, don't drag your feet. With that, she got back into the car and slammed the door shut. As a red Santana drove past Zhou, the driver shot him a smug, mocking smirk. Zhou furrowed his brow, tried to recall who that guy was, then remembered. He let out a cold laugh, turned, and waved down a yellow minivan. Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 2 today is a fine day. The process of finalizing the divorce was swift. A mere stamp from the official was all it required. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Yuping flicked her divorce certificate with a smile, radiating a sense of elation. This evening, I shall depart. First to Shanghai, and then by plane to America, where my cousin has already made the necessary arrangements. I shall become a second-class citizen in the United States. Seeking a partner with a prominent nose, blue eyes, and blonde hair, perhaps even one with an unpleasant body odor. Zhou Andong, with a smirk plastered across his face, taunted. Have you made up your mind? Are you going for a gentlemanly Englishman, a romantic Frenchman, or a passionate Italian? However, I must warn you, all that talk of gentlemen, romance, and passion is nothing but deceit. If you truly intend to marry one of them, do not expect a single penny as a dowry. Nor will your parents offer to help with child rearing. You will see none of their monthly earnings. What business is that of yours? Jiang Yuping's good humor dissipated instantly. Do you have any idea of the disparity in average income between our country and the United States? Allow me to enlighten you. It is a staggering 70-fold. Our country's average income stands at merely $350, while in America, it is a far more impressive figure. She gestured toward her long-down jacket. This, for instance, was sent to me by my cousin. An American product costing over $60, which translates to more than 500 yuan, equivalent to over 2 months of our wages. Yet in America, it represents merely a day's salary. Zhou Andong scoffed. Let me make myself clear. Within 2 decades, our nation will surpass Japan, ascending to become the second-largest economy in the world. The rate and scale of this development are unimaginable. In the future, our country will emerge as the largest exporter of textiles and ready-made garments, with a significant portion of the world adorning clothing marked made in China. Jiang Yuping chuckled derisively. While I find it hard to believe in your assertions, I still hope that one day my homeland truly achieves such heights. After all, we have been proclaiming our ambition to surpass Britain and America for decades now. Zhou Andong shrugged and glanced at the red Santana, remarking, this car suits you well. Jiang Yuping's expression shifted abruptly. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, Zhou Andong replied. It simply reminded me of a saying. A woman enamored with vanity would rather weep in a luxury car than smile on a bicycle. Perhaps the wait had grown tiresome. For the man in the driver's seat opened the car door and stepped out. He appeared to be in his early 30s, donned in sunglasses. With a slicked-back hairstyle reminiscent of a gambling god, but the excessive hair product left him looking rather greasy, enough that a mosquito might slip off him. Jiang Yuping's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. Pointing at the man, she erupted at Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong, he is merely a friend. Even if there were something more, you have no right to look down upon me. Consider your own situation, a college graduate. Yet you have floundered in a distillery for years without even attaining a minor position, now relegated to reading the news at the broadcasting station. Do you not feel utterly inept? You once rescued me from a group of ruffians. And I truly do not understand what possessed me to defy my family and marry you. In hindsight, I realized just how naive and ludicrous I was back then. The man gently wrapped his arm around Jiang Yuping's shoulder, saying, there is no point in discussing matters with this useless individual. It's not worth ruining your mood over him. Let us depart. Zhou Andong narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, I know you, Zhao Jianlong. You are the one who established the first gaming hall in Jiazhou. And now you have 7 or 8 establishments. You were among the first to prosper, yet your methods are rather unscrupulous. Sooner or later, the authorities will sweep you into the refuse. You are courting death, Zhao Jianlong retorted, angered by Zhou Andong's words. Without even glancing at him, Zhou Andong turned to Jiang Yuping and cautioned, in this marital entanglement, allow me to advise you once more. It would be wise to keep your distance from this scum. Especially your brother, my former brother-in-law, who is not to be trusted. If you remain in his company too long, you may well find yourself drowning when the ship capsizes. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Jiang Yuping replied, I do not wish to argue with you. Let us part ways peacefully. With that, she walked towards a nearby Santana. Zhou Andong sighed, the heavens may rain, and mothers may remarry. Do as you please. The former father-in-law of the city bank's president, a high-ranking official, had been thoroughly duped by Zhao Jianlong, resulting in his premature retirement and a once promising future squandered. Zhao Jianlong arrogantly pointed a finger at Zhou Andong and said, For Yuping's sake, I will let this slide. Should you find yourself struggling in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will be sure to provide you with a morsel of sustenance, as one would for a pet. Please, do not. Zhou Andong grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth with a cheeky demeanor. You need not concern yourself with anyone's favor. I implore you, let us engage in a fair reckoning. Zhao Jianlong glared at Zhou Andong, his menacing gaze intimidating. It had been a long time since anyone had dared speak to him in such a manner. This individual, whom he regarded as inferior even to a dog, continued to provoke him. Did he truly believe that donning a suit transformed him into a gentleman? Zhou Andong chuckled derisively, his mockery evident, as he leaned closer to Zhao Jianlong's ear and whispered, On the road of life, let us walk our separate paths. Just be careful not to obstruct mine, for if I cannot destroy you, I will surely make you squirm. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test me. Zhao Jianlong, what is there to discuss with him? I am leaving. I must pack for my journey home. Jiang Yuping called out impatiently as she rolled down the car window. Suddenly, Zhao Jianlong laughed. Kid, after all these years in this world, you are the first to dare challenge me. Zhou Andong scoffed. This world? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a petty thug. Do you even understand what this world entails? Oh, Zhao Jianlong raised an eyebrow. Then enlighten me. What constitutes this world? Zhou Andong patted Zhao Jianlong on the shoulder and softly replied, This world is simple. When you perish, I shall remain. Zhao Jianlong gave Zhou Andong a thumbs up. Kid, I hope you live a long life. Rest assured. Zhou Andong strode towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, declaring confidently, I, Zhou Andong, will undoubtedly outlive you. Bang. The resounding thud of a car door slamming shut echoed behind him, swiftly followed by the honk of a horn. A red Santana surged past Zhou Andong, stirring up a tempestuous gust. Bah! Zhou Andong spat onto the ground. Driving so recklessly on a snowy day, you're bound to meet your demise. No sooner had he uttered this than an ear-piercing screech of brakes pierced the air, and he witnessed the red Santana spinning wildly before careening onto the opposite curb, colliding with a tree with a resounding crash. Zhou Andong widened his eyes and pinched his own cheek, astonished. When did my mouth become so prophetic? Observing Jiang Yuping and Zhao Jianlong clambering out of the car in a state of disarray, Zhou Andong felt an indescribable sense of elation and could not help but break into song. Ah, today is a splendid day. All my wishes are coming true. Today is a splendid day, as I open my door to welcome the spring breeze. Chapter 3, Mother S. Dumplings in the village of Tangizi. Located in the southern part of Jiazhou, 12 kilometers from the city center, Zhou Andong leapt off the bus. Before him stood a cluster of low, dilapidated houses. As the smoke billowed from the chimneys, it was instantly whisked away and torn apart by the howling northern wind, vanishing without a trace. Brother! A girl's voice suddenly called out. Zhou Andong looked up to see two girls, one tall and one small. Braving the biting wind and trudging through the thick snow towards him, they were his two younger sisters. The elder, Zhou Andong, was 18 years old and studying at the Jiangzhou Petrochemical Technical School, poised to graduate next year and secure a position at the city's second oil factory, Jiangzhou's largest state-owned enterprise. Second to none in the province and far surpassing the local distillery. Brother, the little one, with her short legs in a flurry, dashed into Zhou Andong's embrace. The younger sister, Zhou Andong, was already 6 years old. She had been named Andong due to her loudly wailing at birth. Zhou Andong held her frail little body, noticing her face reddened from the cold, and affectionately cupped his hand over it. Are you cold? Very cold. The little girl's icy body nestled closer into Zhou Andong's arms. As he carried her home, he inquired, Where are you two headed on such a chilly day? Zhou Andong replied, Mother made dumplings and sent me to deliver them to you. Luckily, we ran into you. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. The little one chattered excitedly. The dumplings have sauerkraut filling and meat. They smell so good. Zhou Andong remarked. You shouldn't have come all this way just for a few dumplings on such a cold day. Suddenly, Zhou Andong halted, her expression serious. Brother, once I graduate and start working next year, you won't have to endure such hardship anymore. Sister-in-law won't threaten divorce either. Zhou Andong felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart. He glanced at his elder sister's frail form and then at his younger sister, whose hair had taken on a yellowish hue from malnutrition, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. He reached out, wrapping an arm around Zhou Andong's shoulder. Silly girl. Your sister-in-law's desire to leave me isn't due to any burden you carry. It's because she wishes to go abroad. Before Zhou Andong could respond, Zhou Andong interrupted. Enough of these unfounded worries. I promise I will ensure you both live well, residing in an apartment, driving a car, eating whatever you desire, and traveling wherever you wish, even abroad. Zhou Andong chuckled softly. You're boasting again. With grandiosity, Zhou Andong declared, whether I'm boasting or not, just wait and see. Upon reaching the threshold of their home, Zhou Andong surveyed the 3 earthen brick rooms, the walls mottled and peeling like the scales of time, rendering the already humble abode even more dilapidated. As they entered the courtyard, a side room to the east housed him and his younger brother, Zhou Andong. The main structure consisted of 2 rooms flanking a central entrance, complete with a stove, an archetypal layout of an old northeastern flat. Creak. The ancient wooden door, its hinges rusty, emitted a sound that was almost painful to the ears. Mother, I'm home. Upon stepping inside, Zhou Andong was greeted by a robust scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Mother Yuan Liying was filtering medicinal residue with a small gauze net when she heard Zhou Andong's voice. She looked up and asked, Why are you back so soon? Zhou Andong replied, We have divorced. Yuan Liying paused momentarily, processing the news. Divorced? Huh. It was bound to happen. You two were never a good match. When you got married, I anticipated this day would come. Zhou Andong gazed at his mother's frail silhouette, inhaling deeply. His eyes soon fell upon his father, paralyzed from a traffic accident, who, at just under 50, was already graying and emaciated due to malnutrition and the absence of medical care. The man who once weighed over 150 pounds and stood at 176 meters tall had dwindled to less than 80 pounds, his body now merely skin enveloping bones, save for a hint of flesh on his face. 2 years later, in a moment of solitude, this man would crawl out and drink pesticides, leaving no words behind. Dad. For Zhou Andong, this moment felt like a poignant reunion with his father from another lifetime. Memories flooded back of riding on his father's shoulders, accompanied by his father's hearty laughter. He longed to call out Dad, but his throat felt constricted, and the word, once uttered, would echo only for himself to hear. Zhou Xiaoxin leaned against a rolled-up quilt, smoking, and seemed to sense something amiss in Zhou Andong's demeanor. What's wrong? Is work at the factory not going well? Zhou Andong shook his head, replying, No. Smoke, smoke, smoke. Just die already. If you're gone, it'll spare us all the trouble. Yuan Liying scolded as she approached with a bowl of medicine. Watching his mother berate his father and seeing the foolish smile on his father's face made Zhou Andong's eyes well with tears. To his mother, his father was everything. As long as he breathed, even if bedridden and motionless, their family remained whole. After his father consumed the pesticides, Yuan Liying's world collapsed. Her vitality vanished. Her demeanor grew increasingly eccentric, making it difficult for anyone to be around her, even her own children, to escape this environment. His younger sister married a man over a decade her senior and seldom returned home, knowing that arguments were inevitable. His brother, Zhou Andong, ventured south for work, marrying a strong-willed woman with 2 children from a previous marriage in his 30s, but she never bore him any offspring. Once his younger sister entered middle school, she became somewhat rebellious. Had he not kept her in check, the 2 of them surely would have caused a ruckus. Nonetheless, the young girl, despite her rebellious nature, excelled academically and gained admission to university. As for him, the eldest, he had been introduced to several potential partners, all thwarted by their mother. Whenever anyone suggested matchmaking for Zhou Andong, they shook their heads vigorously as if to dispel the notion. Ultimately, he remained without a wife even until his rebirth. Brother, let us eat dumplings before they cool down, his younger sister said, unbuttoning her cotton coat to reveal an aluminum lunchbox wrapped in cloth, inscribed with the words Jiangzhou Distillery. As he opened the lunchbox, steam wafted from the dumplings. Zhou Andong picked one up and took a bite, revealing several chunks of fatty meat inside. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes, yet he restrained himself. He was the pillar of his family, unwilling to display any sign of weakness, especially in front of his parents and sister. Is it delicious? The little girl gazed up at Zhou Andong with wide eyes. He affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Indeed, it is. Hee. The little girl patted her belly. I told you I wasn't lying. I've eaten quite a few. Mom, Zhou Andong whimsically called out. I'm thirsty. Yuan Liying replied. There's a jar of water in the other room. Just drink if you're thirsty. Zhou Andong smacked his lips. The water is too bland, lacking flavor. Yuan Lying scoffed. There's half a bucket of leftover water by the door. It's quite flavorful. You can drink that. Zhou Anqin chuckled and brought over a bowl, along with a half-open bottle of white liquor, high-quality sorghum liquor from the Jiazhou distillery at 53 degrees. Priced at 6 yuan and 50 cents per bottle. The liquor itself had a remarkably pleasant taste, given its century-long history. However, due to rigid management practices, a lack of competitive spirit, and a downturn in the liquor market in recent years, major distilleries had been compelled to lower their prices. The Jiangzhou distillery's leadership, however, stubbornly resisted price cuts. In just 1 year, their market presence dwindled from an annual sales volume of 2,500 tons to a staggering 700 tons. Only then did the factory leadership begin to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They initiated price reductions for their high-quality sorghum, dropping from 8 yuan and 50 cents to 6 yuan and 50 cents, yet it was too late. Last year, sales plummeted to under 400 tons, leaving employee wages inadequately funded. Frontline workers, including bonuses, previously earned around 230 yuan a month. Now, receiving 130 yuan was considered fortunate. Having offended the deputy factory manager, Zhou Andong was reassigned to the factory's broadcasting station, and his current monthly salary barely exceeded 100 yuan. At the rate things were going, it was anticipated that even that amount would soon become unattainable. Chapter 4. Who owes whom? Zhou Andong poured himself half a bowl of wine, took a sip, then bit into a dumpling, his face adorned with satisfaction as he remarked, "Dumplings and wine. The more one drinks, the better it gets. Dongzi, pour me 2 taels. I shall indulge in a drink with you." Zhou Xiaoxin said as he propped himself up with both hands, only to be gently pressed back down by Yuan Lying. "You cannot drink so soon after taking your medicine." Zhou Xiaoxin, though displeased, found himself unable to argue, so he rolled a tobacco cigarette and began to smoke. Zhou Andong furrowed his brow. He wished to offer counsel but ultimately refrained, for he knew that his father would not heed any words of reason. His father's reckless behavior, smoking and drinking, seemed to stem from a desire to hasten his own demise, thereby alleviating the burden on the family. Thus, Zhou Andong resolved to earn money, firstly, to improve the family's circumstances, and secondly, to restore his father's faith in life, enabling them to seek treatment at a reputable hospital in the capital, where perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for recovery. If all else failed, they would consider going abroad. As long as there was a semblance of hope, he would strive with all his might. Zhou Anqin ventured out to stoke the stove in the side room. Upon her return, she found Zhou Andong had finished his meal, and she swiftly took the food container outside to wash it. At that moment, a voice rang out from the courtyard. "Mom, elder sister, hurry and bring the big basin. I've caught a lot of fish." Zhou Andong dashed outside, followed by the sound of the young boy's astonishment. "Wow, there are really so many fish." In the yard, Zhou Anqin and Zhou Anbei were carrying a urea bag, pouring fish into a large wash basin. There were grass carp, Christian carp, and thumb-sized minnows, splashing and filling the basin to the brim. "Big brother," Zhou Anbei called out. This lad, now 16, was dark and thin, shorter than his peers by half a head. "These 2 grass carps are quite sizable," Zhou Andong noted as he crouched down, estimating the larger one to weigh over 4 pounds, and the smaller one to be more than 3 pounds. Zhou Anbei, brimming with pride, recounted, "Last night, I smashed a hole in the ice at Donghe and set my net. This morning, I pulled it up, but only caught a few small minnows. Unwilling to accept defeat, I swam upstream for 200 or 300 meters and set another net. To my surprise, when I retrieved it last night, it was filled to the brim." Yuan Lying also emerged, pointing to the largest grass carp and saying, "Xiaobei, take this biggest fish to your grandfather later." Just then, Zhou Xiaoda, their uncle, entered the yard, wearing a cotton hat and a coat that revealed its stuffing. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and he remarked, "I heard Xiaobei's shouts from inside." Zhou Xiaoda had dark skin, thick lips, and small eyes, giving him a simple appearance. Yet Zhou Andong was aware that this uncle could be quite cunning and had a penchant for taking advantage of situations. "Well, there are indeed quite a few fish," Zhou Xiaoda said, bending down to inspect the basin. He pointed at the 2 grass carps and rather bluntly stated, "Your elder sister brought her children, and your elder brother's partner is here too. There is little food at home. These 2 grass carps should suffice for a meal." Xiaobei appeared flustered, while Xiaoqin shot him a glare, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yuan Lying, maintaining her composure, interjected, "Uncle, there are only 2 grass carps. I had intended to send one to our parents as well." Zhou Xiaoda waved dismissively, sending them 2 crucian carbs will suffice. Such large grass carbs will go uneaten. And that would be wasteful. We must save some for the new year, murmured Zhou Anqing. Zhou Xiaoda shot her a glare. The new year is still a month away. Let Xiaobei fetch more from the river tomorrow. Zhou Andong interjected. Uncle, why not send Zhou Anbin and Zhou Anlei to the river instead? Zhou Xiaoda huffed and retorted. It's freezing outside. Zhou Andong chuckled in disbelief. So your sons feel the cold, but Xiaobei is oblivious? Is he a fool? Fuming with indignation, Zhou Xiaoda exclaimed. Is it merely 2 fish that you're concerned about? Look at your family, with such entitlement. Who are you trying to impress? If you value 2 measly fish over familial ties, I have nothing further to say. The 50 yuan you owe me has been outstanding for 4 or 5 years. Just return 70, principal and interest combined. With that, he extended his hand, demanding payment. Observing Zhou Xiaoda's shameless demeanor, Zhou Andong sighed silently. When his father faced misfortune, his aunt Zhou Xiaoping and old aunt Zhou Xiaoli, along with his miserly uncle Zhou Xiaojing, each contributed 100 yuan and took turns watching over him at the hospital. 5 years ago, when ordinary workers earned less than 60 yuan, 100 yuan represented a substantial portion of a rural family's income. Yet here was his uncle, whose own brother had been hit by a vehicle and nearly lost his life. Zhou Xiaoda hadn't even visited him in the hospital. Upon returning, he merely lounged around, avoiding any acknowledgement. Furious, the elder had taken a stick to his eldest son, forcibly demanding 50 yuan to deliver to Zhou Xiaoda's family. Zhou Andong stated, Let us not debate whether you deserve this 50 yuan. Let us first settle the other accounts. Zhou Xiaoda barked. What other accounts do you speak of besides what your family owes me? Surely, at merely 50 years of age, your memory cannot be so poor? But fret not. I shall help you recall. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Zhou Andong continued, I won't delve into events prior to my father's accident. Let's start from 1987. On March 2nd, you borrowed half a bag of salt. On April 17th, 2 gin of cornmeal. On the 19th, a bowl of soy sauce. The next day, half a bowl of vinegar. On May 20th, you borrowed 2 heads of garlic. On the 26th, a bowl of cooking oil, and so forth. Zhou Xiaoda, feeling guilty, protested, You little rascal, don't speak nonsense. I did borrow from your family, but not nearly as much. Uncle, this is not mere fabrication. My mother has kept a meticulous record, Zhou Andong replied, gesturing to a thick notebook. I often revisit it during my free time. Recently, I calculated that the items you borrowed over the years are worth at least 500 yuan, if not 800. ISNT at time you return them? I 1T even charge interest. Zhou Xiaoda scoffed, with no evidence, you'd best refrain from slandering me, or I shall take legal action. Zhou Andong retorted mockingly, So you are familiar with defamation. Perhaps those Hong Kong dramas have influenced you. Very well, I shall fetch the ledger for you to examine. Upon seeing Zhou Andong genuinely heading to retrieve the ledger, Zhou Xiaoda suddenly exclaimed, Oh dear. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. With that, he hastily departed. Yuan Lying, her face slightly pale, entered the outer room, only to find Zhou Andong squatting by the stove, stifling laughter as he covered his mouth. Yuan Lying rolled her eyes and lifted the curtain to step inside, unable to resist bursting into laughter herself. The little girl stood to the side, her round eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at her elder brother. What are you laughing at, you silly? She exclaimed. Zhou Andong, caught off guard, suddenly ceased his laughter. He seized the little girl as she attempted to flee, playfully swatting her bottom before ushering her back into the room. You little rascal. Just wait and see how I handle you, he teased. Mama, help. The adult is bullying the child. Chapter 5. The Sin on the Bus. Zhao Guifan and Aunt Zhou Andong, of modest stature with narrow faces and thin lips, bore an air of sharpness. At this moment, they were eavesdropping in the courtyard, and upon seeing Zhou Xiaoda return, Zhao Guifan deliberately raised her voice. Oh, Zhou Xiaoda, back already. I must say, your family is quite something, keeping a ledger for borrowing 2 heads of garlic and half a bowl of vinegar. Especially your eldest nephew, a true scholar. Even calculating accounts with you. TSK, look at you, so affectionate towards your nephew and niece, such warmth. Bah. Zhao Guifan spat towards Zhou Andong's courtyard. You treat them like family, but they don't regard you as an elder. Don't call them so affectionately. It's nauseating even for me. And Zhou Xiaoda, that 50 yuan must be returned to me, or I will not let this matter rest. As Zhou Andong lifted the curtain to exit, Zhou Xiaoxin inquired, Where are you going? Zhou Andong smiled broadly to confront my aunt. Come back. Zhou Xiaoxin shook his head slightly. Why bother with her? If it escalates, It will only provide entertainment for outsiders. Aren't there enough spectators for our family drama already? Unwilling to relent, Zhou Andong plopped down onto the Kong, retrieving a box of dry tobacco and pre-cut newspaper to roll a cigarette. Coughing violently after taking a puff, tears streamed down his face. This tobacco is far too harsh. Yuan Liang picked up a half-finished shoe from the Kong, vigorously piercing through the thick sole with an awl, then threading a needle through the awl's eye, pulling it out to reveal a thick white thread, which produced a series of sharp sounds. Your eldest aunt and old aunt visited at noon, each bringing 2 pounds of meat, and they tossed in 50 yuan, which your aunt noticed. I suspect they didn't bring gifts to see her, feeling slighted. They are looking for trouble, she remarked. Zhou Andong discarded the tobacco after just 2 puffs. They spoiled her. His uncle, in his youth, was idle and lazy, never participating in work on the production team, always claiming either a headache or a sore backside. As long as there was labor to be done, he was a complete wreck. After much difficulty, he finally married a sharp-tongued woman, perfectly illustrating the old adage, like attracts like. Zhao Guifan frequently stirred up chaos over trivial matters, causing the entire family to be in disarray and unrest. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch kept a tight rein on her second and third sons, as well as her elder daughters, forbidding them from arguing with Zhao Guifan. Due to the family's poverty, there was a fear that Zhao Guifan would leave, leaving the eldest son unable to find a wife. However, this only emboldened Zhao Guifan further. Whatever benefits existed must be hers, and yours were also hers. If denied, she would ensure no one could find peace. Capable of berating the family from dawn until dusk, Yuan Liang asserted, if it comes to it, just give her the 50 yuan. That 50 yuan should go to my grandfather. Giving it to her makes no sense. In his previous life, Zhou Andong had endured his uncle's family for over 20 years. But in this life, he was resolved not to indulge them any longer. My brother is right. Zhou Anqin entered the outer room, intending to give something to my grandfather. But it was not meant for him. Zhou Andong rose and said, I'm off to bed. You all should retire early as well. Zhou Anbei, holding a bowl and guarding the pot while eating dumplings, remarked, going to sleep this early? Zhou Andong replied, I feel a bit fatigued today. The following morning, Zhou Andong left for the city without even having breakfast. However, he did not go to work. Instead, he purchased a few buns and casually boarded a bus. He had not had the chance yesterday, and today he wished to take a good look at the old city, which had long since faded from his memory. He incessantly transferred between buses, weaving through the city. The passage of time, the reverse flow of history, and the yellowed moments of memory became increasingly vivid before his eyes with the rolling of the bus wheels. The dirt and disorder in the corners of the train station square, the passenger station to the east, and the commercial street to the south came into view. Surrounding the square were small eateries, inns, department stores, and food shops. Following Liberation Road in front of the square, past the intersection with Peace Street, he noticed the newly opened small commodity wholesale market not far off, appearing even more bustling and prosperous than in later years. Upon reaching the stadium, the conductor's loud voice echoed in the compartment, urging those disembarking to move towards the back. Many passengers exited while others boarded, as the vehicle lurched forward, unavoidably. People brushed against one another. A short, middle-aged man in his 40s, with a lecherous expression, stood behind a girl. He had stubble on his chin, and his hair looked as though it hadn't been washed in months, a disheveled mess revealing a clear layer of dandruff. With every bump of the bus, he deliberately leaned against the girl. Sensing something amiss, the girl shifted to the side, only for the lecherous man to follow suit, growing bolder as he reached out his sinful hand towards her backside. The girl froze, her complexion turning pale, gripping the handrail tightly, too frightened to move. Just then, a young man noticed, about to stand, but was pulled back by a woman beside him, admonishing him not to meddle. Zhou Andong stood near the young couple, absorbed in the scenery outside and oblivious to the vile scene unfolding. Upon hearing their conversation, he turned to glance and blinked, stepping closer to the lecherous man. Let me also give it a try. In truth, many had witnessed the act, yet no one dared to speak up. Zhou Andong's approach drew numerous gazes. But when he spoke, every mouth fell agape in disdain and mockery. Let me also give it a try. Zhou Andong reiterated, capturing even more attention. A strikingly beautiful girl in her 20s, with a ponytail and clad in a denim jacket and down coat, looked up from her book upon hearing Zhou Andong's voice, her eyes widening in surprise. The lecherous man stared blankly at Zhou Andong, reluctantly taking a step back. The girl who had been violated remained tense, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, yet she could not move or cry out. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhou Andong turned and presented his backside to the lecherous man, playfully shaking it, saying, "Come on, let me try." The girl with the ponytail could not help but let out a soft giggle, subsequently biting down on her hand, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The lecherous man hurriedly retreated, while Zhou Andong, with a pert rear, provocatively exclaimed, "Come on, let me give it a try. Get away, you perverted creep." The lecherous man found himself cornered by the rear door, with no escape left, yet Zhou Andong's elevated backside was already in his line of sight. Reacting instinctively, the man pushed with his hand. "Oh!" Zhou Andong exclaimed in delight, straightening his posture and tilting his head back, a look of pure enjoyment gracing his features. At that moment, everyone in the vehicle was rendered speechless, shuddering simultaneously, their hair standing on end. The ponytail girl bit down harder on her hand to stifle her laughter. Yet her shoulders trembled incessantly, revealing the struggle to contain her amusement. Zhou Andong lifted his rear once more, teasingly altering his voice. "Do it again." The lecherous man, his face a mask of terror, flailed his arms as if swatting away a fly. "Get away, just get away. Come on." Zhou Andong mischievously swayed his hips, wearing a cheeky expression urging, "One more time." Chapter 6, An unexpected encounter with my former sister-in-law. With a sudden jolt, the bus came to an abrupt halt. The front doors swung open, and the plump ticket collector nimbly leapt from the vehicle, promptly shutting the doors behind her to prevent anyone from escaping. It was then that the passengers realized the bus had arrived at the police station, and the ticket collector dashed inside. Panic-stricken, the lewd man began to scream, "Open the door, hurry!" as he pounded on the bus doors. The driver remained indifferent, prompting the lewd man to brandish a dagger. His expression twisted with malice as he lunged at Zhou Andong, shouting, "Die, pervert! Get away!" Zhou Andong instinctively ducked, while the lewd man, brandishing the knife, charged towards the driver, yelling for everyone to move aside. Terrified, the passengers in the aisle quickly stepped aside. Zhou Andong pivoted and seized the lewd man's hair, yanking him forcefully backward. The man's head whipped back, and he collapsed heavily onto the floor. Zhou Andong placed a foot on the lewd man's chest, grasping his wrist with a firm grip. The man let out a pained cry as the dagger clattered to the ground. At that moment, the front doors swung open, and 3 police officers boarded the bus. The stout ticket collector, radiating righteousness, pointed at the lewd man and shouted, "It's him," as the lewd man was handcuffed. Zhou Andong shook his head slightly. The crime of hooliganism had not yet been abolished, and among the 6 offenses that warranted increased sentencing, hooliganism topped the list. This man had committed acts of indecency on the bus and had brandished a knife. The severity of his actions would undoubtedly result in the maximum sentence of 7 years. In the past, such an offense could have resulted in far lighter consequences. Zhou Andong, along with several other witnesses, disembarked and was escorted to a conference room to provide their statements. The events were clear and straightforward, and the process concluded swiftly. Just as they were about to leave, the station chief, Lu Hai, returned and warmly shook Zhou Andong's hand after learning the details of the incident. "Comrade Zhou Andong, thank you for bravely stepping forward to halt the suspect's further criminal actions," Lu said with gratitude. Zhou Andong replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing. It is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people to assist those in peril and to act selflessly. As a youth of the new era in China, I constantly remind myself to cherish this time, to embrace the responsibilities of our age, thus allowing myself to grow through accountability and diligence, striving to become a well-rounded builder and successor of socialism." The gravity of his words left everyone momentarily speechless, including Lu Hai, who expressed his admiration. "I will certainly report this incident to the Bureau and recommend you for a bravery award." Zhou Andong, adopting a demeanor of moral rectitude, replied, "It is merely my duty. The award is unnecessary." "Absolutely not," Lu Hai insisted firmly. "Young people with such awareness are rare nowadays. The spirit of bravery must be celebrated." Zhou Andong nodded earnestly. "I wholeheartedly agree, Chief Lu. Promoting the spirit of bravery is a vital component of building socialist spiritual civilization and an essential measure for upholding social harmony and stability." Lu Hai gently patted Zhou Andong's shoulder, expressing his appreciation. "Well said. My son is 19 this year. He didn't pass the university entrance exam and has been idling at home for nearly 2 years. When I suggested enrolling him in a class, he complained it would be too tiring and has been living a carefree life." Zhou Andong smiled slightly. "The child is still young. He will be fine with time." 19 and still considered young? Lu Hai shook his head. "You should come over for dinner sometime, so he can meet you and learn from you." Zhou Andong replied, "Absolutely." Lu Hai chuckled as he personally escorted Zhou Andong to the door, only to notice a peculiar phenomenon. Everyone maintained a certain distance from Zhou Andong. How could they treat a hero who acted bravely in the face of danger in such a manner? Lu Hai felt both anger and helplessness, turning back to leave. A police officer, observing Lu Hai's restless gestures, suddenly shivered and hurried after him. Lu, do you want to take a look at the statement? Lu Hai replied. It's such a simple case. What's there to see? The officer, with an odd expression, insisted, you should take a look. Hurry up and get on the bus. The plump ticket seller's voice remained as resonant as ever. It was already past 11, and Zhou Andong had not boarded the bus. He stepped out of the police station, searching for a place to eat, when suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by a beautiful figure with a ponytail and a small bag slung over her shoulder. Brother-in-law. Zhou Andong was startled, exclaiming, You. What are you doing here? Jiang Yue grinned, pointing at the bus that was moving away. I was on that bus too. Zhou Andong inquired. You're on break so early? You must be attending a fake university. Jiang Yue retorted playfully, My sister left last night and who knows when she'll return. So I took leave to see her off. Zhou Andong nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Where are you headed? Jiang Yue asked. Zhou Andong replied, I don't know. Just wandering around. Jiang Yue walked backward, facing Zhou Andong, her face adorned with a bright smile. Did my sister dump you, leaving you feeling dejected? Seeking solace in a drink? Zhou Andong lit a cigarette, responding, Why would I hang myself on just one tree when there are countless beauties in this city? Jiang Yue effortlessly wrapped her arm around Zhou Andong's. Stop being stubborn. I'll accompany you for a drink. Zhou Andong withdrew his arm. It's inappropriate for us to be so familiar, especially since I'm divorced from your sister. And please, don't call me brother-in-law. It feels quite odd. Jiang Yue rolled her eyes. If I don't call you brother-in-law, can I call you Dongzi instead? Zhou Andong took a puff of his cigarette. That works. A glint of mischief appeared in Jiang Yue's eyes. Dongzi, I'm hungry and want to eat Qin's water-filled buns. I have no money. Zhou Andong promptly declined. Then smacked his lips. Hearing you call me Dongzi feels so strange. Jiang Yue's lips curled into a smile. I have money. I'll treat you. With someone else footing the bill, Zhou Andong naturally wouldn't foolishly refuse. If you're treating, then it's settled. Curiously, within the Jiang family, not a single member holds him in high regard, save for Jiang Yue, who shares the closest bond with him, no matter the circumstance. Whenever he finds himself at odds with this family, she unwaveringly aligns herself with him. Jiang Yue pointed ahead and remarked, There lies the children's park. Let us take a stroll. Zhou Andong retorted, What is there to see? Besides, aren't you hungry? Jiang Yue replied, Even if I am hungry, it matters not for the moment. Although it is referred to as a children's park, it has been overrun by the elderly. At this time, there are no square dances. Yet practitioners of Qigong abound. Some stand, others squat, some sit, and others lie down, seemingly oblivious to the chill that may cause discomfort. Remarkably, there are even individuals holding up pot lids. However, what captivates Zhou Andong's attention most are the street vendors selling calendars. He strides over, entranced by the images of bikini-clad beauties adorning the calendars. This evokes memories of a past life, recalling a renowned dairy entrepreneur who, in 1993, secured a bank loan of $100,000 to print a batch of calendars, thus earning his first fortune, which he later invested into the dairy market. Having researched this, he discovered that the late 80s and early 90s marked the zenith of calendar popularity, particularly featuring beautiful women. In an era devoid of the internet, fashionable media, and the flourishing of entertainment television, magazine covers and calendars served as the most reliable indicators of fashion trends, shaping public aesthetic sensibilities and imaginations. Swimwear calendars, in particular, enjoyed immense popularity, priced between 40 to 50 yuan each, with print runs reaching 300,000 copies. Profits could soar to 8 million. Igniting what became known as the Calendar Wars, a phenomenon even reported by CCTV News in 1990. Chapter 7. The Path to Prosperity Boss. Zhou Andong inquired, How much for the calendar? The proprietor, a young man in his 30s, replied, Prices range from a mere 10 to 50 yuan. Zhou Andong questioned, Why such disparity in pricing? The young man explained, Scenic landscapes are inexpensive and do not sell well, while calendars featuring celebrities, particularly in swimwear, are quite popular and thus pricier. Additionally, the quality of the paper and printing varies. As they spoke, the young man successfully sold a calendar, and nearby, another vendor was surrounded by a throng of eager customers, indicating a flourishing business. Zhou Andong turned to Jiang Yue and declared, I am on the verge of making a fortune. Jiang Yuyue blinked in surprise. Are you planning to sell calendars? Zhou Andong shook his head. Absolutely not. I barely have 20 yuan to my name. There's no way I can afford to purchase stock, let alone print my own. Curiously, Jiang Yuyue asked. So how do you intend to amass great wealth? With a mysterious smile, Zhou Andong replied, you'll find out in due time. Though I may need a little assistance from you. Jiang Yuyue, ever loyal, assured him, as long as it's within my means, it shall not be a problem. But you must treat me to a grand meal at Donglai Lu once you strike it rich. It's a promise. They both agreed, sealing it with a clap of their hands. Ah, what a splendid day it is. The thoughts of one's heart seemed destined to come to fruition. Today is a day of good fortune, as we open our doors to welcome the spring breeze. Zhou Andong could not help but break into song. Brother-in-law, no? Dongzi, Jiang Yuyue interjected. Who sings this song? It's quite delightful. Zhou Andong unabashedly claimed, this is my original composition. Oh, how have I never noticed your extraordinary talent before? Jiang Yuyue jested. Indeed. Look at that elderly couple with the pot lids. They can connect to the universe. If I were to hold a pot lid, I could communicate with the future. You're just being silly, Jiang Yuyue chuckled. Such tricks might fool the elderly. Zhou Andong pointed out. But look, there are plenty of young folks too. Jiang Yuyue glanced over and shrugged. They're just fools. Zhou Andong erupted in laughter and strode forward. Hey. Jiang Yuyue hastily caught up. It's been ages since I visited the children's park. Accompany me for a stroll. Zhou Andong replied, in this frigid winter, aside from a few elderly folks and some simpletons, the trees are bare. What is there to see? Let us go eat. Filling our stomachs is paramount. Qin's water-filled dumplings was not far from the park. A leisurely 10-minute walk brought them there. The establishment was modest. About 100 square meters, with only 7 small tables, yet it thrived with business. By the time Zhou Andong and Jiang Yuyue arrived, all the tables were occupied. What shall we do? Jiang Yuyue asked. Zhou Andong suggested, we can wait if we wish to dine here. If not, we can seek another place. No sooner had he spoken than a table of patrons called for the bill. Zhou Andong chuckled. What luck! A pound of water-filled dumplings consists of 20 pieces. Jiang Yuyue savored 4, and the remainder was devoured by Zhou Andong. Brother-in-law. Jiang Yuyue covered her mouth and chuckled. I've gotten used to it. The song you sang during that time was truly beautiful. I adored it. Please tell me who performed it. Our school will host a campus singer competition next year, and I wish to sing this song. Zhou Andong retrieved a toothpick from the box. If you want me to tell you, bring me another 2 pounds. Jiang Yuyue's eyes widened. I only ate 4 buns out of a pound, and you devoured 16 and still aren't full? Zhou Andong replied, I'm full. I just want to take some home. Jiang Yuyue opened her mouth in surprise and gave him a thumbs up. I may not be afraid of anyone, but I truly admire you, especially your thick skin, much like the rising prices over the years. Stop dawdling. Zhou Andong, oblivious to his image, began to pick his teeth. I have things to do. Can we move on? If not, I'll leave. Jiang Yuyue pointed at him. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Zhou Andong, don't go too far. As Zhou Andong stood to leave, Jiang Yuyue slammed her hand on the table and angrily shouted, Boss, 2 pounds of water-filled buns to go. Divided into 4 portions, half a pound each. Zhou Andong, with a grin, retracted his leg that was about to step out. This girl was quite the little tycoon. One should seize the opportunity when it arises. Soon, the packed buns were delivered. Zhou Andong borrowed the ledger and pen from the proprietress, jotting down the lyrics and simple score of a good day, which he handed to Jiang Yuyue. She took it, glancing at it before scrutinizing Zhou Andong with a puzzled expression. Did you really write this song? Zhou Andong ignored her, carrying the buns and swaying as he exited, humming a little tune. Unbeknownst to him, this song would completely alter Jiang Yuyue's life trajectory. Wait for me. Jiang Yuyue rushed out after settling the bill. Where are we going? What are we doing? Zhou Andong replied curtly, I didn't tea work this morning. If I don't go this afternoon, I might never have to work again. Jiang Yuyue sighed. How dull. By the way, Zhou Andong inquired, how many days have you taken off? Why do you ask? Jiang Yuyue mimicked Zhou Andong, hands behind her back, bouncing as she walked. I'm looking for your assistance. If you're in school, whom shall I turn to? Jiang Yuyue responded, I've taken 2 weeks off. Zhou Andong pondered, 2 weeks? ISNT that like winter break? Exactly. Jiang Yuyue exclaimed with pride, shaking her head. So, any day before school starts is fine to reach out to me. Zhou Andong halted at the bus stop. Meet me at the distillery at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. No problem. Jiang Yuyue nodded eagerly. As the bus arrived, Zhou Andong boarded, and Jiang Yuyue followed suit. Zhou Andong, perplexed, asked, "Why are you getting on too?" Zhang Yuyue replied, "I'm heading to the library." Zhou Andong remarked, "You should take the 22 bus for the library. I prefer this one." "It's none of your concern," Zhang Yuyue retorted as she found a seat, opened her bag, and took out a book, ignoring Zhou Andong thereafter. The bus traversed West Guan Road, moving slowly due to the pleasant weather and the abundance of pedestrians. Coupled with the narrowness of the street, Zhou Andong gazed out the window, reflecting that in over a decade, this road would be supplanted by a broad thoroughfare named East Lu Street. At that time, although the road would be wider, traffic congestion would be exacerbated, and the relentless pace of life would leave many feeling weary, diminishing the leisurely strolls that were once commonplace. The aged balconies on either side bore witness to a nostalgia that could only be savored slowly. The brewery had arrived, announced the conductor with a call. Zhou Andong snapped back to reality, exchanged a brief greeting with Zhang Yuyue, and then disembarked. Zhang Yuyue tilted her head, observing Zhou Andong as he walked towards the brewery's entrance, lost in her thoughts, a sudden laugh escaping her lips. She then returned to her book, the smile lingering on her face for quite some time. Chapter 8. A narrow path of enmity. Zhou Andong stepped through the factory gates, surveying the desolate premises with a silent sigh. When he first joined the factory, the end of the year was bustling with activity, with trucks lined up to collect the wine. Yet, in merely a few years, the place had fallen into a state of semi-production. He had hoped for a surge in sales by year-end to provide wages for the employees, but while hope is a beautiful thing, reality is often cruel. In October, 80 tons of wine had been produced, yet only a paltry amount had been sold. This signified that the once prominent sorghum was now on the brink of obsolescence in the market. "Isn't that our university student, Comrade Zhou Andong?" As Zhou Andong made his way to the workshop to meet his close friend Jun, he unexpectedly encountered 3 former colleagues from the quality inspection department. The one speaking was Lu Zhiguang, who was of similar age to Zhou but had several more years of service. Well, what a twist of fate. Zhou Andong muttered under his breath, his expression one of resignation. During his 3rd year in university, his father had encountered misfortune, and without the support of his 2 aunts, he might not have completed his studies. After graduation, he was assigned to the provincial foreign trade department. However, due to familial circumstances, he could not remain in the provincial capital and returned to Jiazhou. Initially assigned to the education bureau, he was informed during the paperwork process that there had been an error, and he was meant to report to the distillery instead. He was not naive. He understood that he had been pushed aside. Zhou Andong was no meek lamb, yet he was bluntly warned not to cause a stir, lest he lose even the job at the distillery. Considering his family situation, he swallowed his pride and reported to the distillery. Lu Zhiguang, with his vocational school diploma, was a prized asset in this era. However, Zhou Andong, as a university graduate, earned significantly more than Lu, who had 5 to 6 years of experience. This disparity gnawed at Lu's pride. Moreover, the female employees often gravitated towards Zhou Andong, particularly the object of his affections, who maintained a serious demeanor when speaking to others but laughed and joked with Zhou, frequently bringing him food from home. Consequently, Lu harbored deep envy and resentment towards Zhou, secretly wishing him ill. Yet, Lu was quite cunning. Outwardly, he treated Zhou as a brother, joking freely, while behind the scenes, he would go to the higher-ups, subtly undermining Zhou and creating obstacles for him. Zhou was acutely aware of the daggers Lu often thrust into his back, and when he was poised to confront Lu, news broke that he was to be promoted to a deputy position. For the sake of his future, he decided to let Lu off the hook for the time being. However, misfortune has a way of befalling those already down on their luck. While meandering aimlessly through the warehouse, Zhou stumbled upon Deputy Factory Director Zhang Dio in a compromising embrace with a female worker, indulging in intimate gestures. As a consequence, his promotion evaporated, benefiting Lu instead, who was subsequently promoted to the broadcasting station. Deep down, Zhou Andong knew this was a warning from Zhang Dio, an admonition to keep silent. He understood that if Zhang could easily strip him of his promotion and reassign him to the broadcasting station, he could just as swiftly extinguish his presence from the factory altogether. Another colleague, Jianwei, grinned and remarked, not long ago, during the all-staff meeting, the factory leaders delivered a significant speech, emphasizing solidarity and collective effort to overcome challenges. They urged us employees to engage in sales, promising a bonus of 20 cents for every bottle sold. Luku has already sold over 120 boxes. By the end of the year, he could earn at least 300 yuan in bonuses. You are the only university graduate in our factory with higher education and greater capability, so surely you can sell more than Luku. Zhou Andong raised his eyelids and prepared to leave. Don't go. Qian Wei seized Zhou Andong's arm, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Don't tell me you haven't sold a single bottle? Zhou Andong honestly nodded. That's right. I haven't sold a single bottle. Lu Zhiguang sighed, exuding an air of authority, looking at Zhou Andong with disappointment. Zhou Andong, why are you so unambitious? The factory leaders hold you in such high regard. And this is how you repay them? Just look at you, having been assigned to the broadcasting station, and yet you don't reflect on your situation, wandering about without purpose. And you call yourself a university student? I truly wonder if your diploma was purchased. Small-minded individuals become arrogant when they gain some power, Zhou Andong replied with a smirk. This sentiment perfectly reflects you, Lu Zhiguang. Lu Zhiguang's expression darkened immediately. Zhou Andong, at your age, can't you understand well-intentioned advice? I'm saying this for your own good. Why can't you see that? Truly, you are like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. Lu Zhiguang. Zhou Andong took out a cigarette and lit it. Regardless, you are now a leader. You sold just over 100 boxes of wine. And yet you have the audacity to flaunt it before me. Come, enlighten me on your thought process. Lu Zhiguang's face flushed crimson, then turned ashen, followed by a forced smile as he glanced at the water-filled buns Zhou Andong was holding. You are beyond redemption, truly like mud that cannot be molded. No wonder your wife is seeking a divorce. Your father is paralyzed, and your younger siblings are still so small, struggling to have enough to eat. Instead of finding ways to sell some wine and earn bonuses, you indulge in lavish meals outside. Frankly, I despise people like you. Without your university diploma, you are nothing. Zhou Andong took a drag from his cigarette and pointed at Qian Wei. This fool has a point. I am educated and capable. If I were to sell wine, I could easily sell not just 120 boxes, but even 1,200 would not be a problem. Zhou Andong's declaration left the three of them momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha. Lu Zhiguang clutched his stomach, pointing at Zhou Andong. You used to boast with some credibility, but now your claims are utterly outrageous. 1,200 boxes? That amounts to 7 tons. If you manage to sell that much, I will call you father. Yes, if you sell 1,200 boxes, I will also call you father. Qian Wei laughed uncontrollably, appearing quite exaggerated. Oh dear, this is killing me with laughter. Zhou Andong, cigarette in mouth, watched the three of them laugh with an expression of indifference. I do not have sons as unfilial as you. However, let us wager. If I manage to sell 7 tons of liquor before the Lantern Festival, you shall come here, barking like a dog, and crawl to the entrance. Lu Zhiguang fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Zhou Andong's eyes. And if you lose? The same. Zhou Andong pointed to the ground, indicating he would indeed crawl and bark like a dog at the entrance. Lu Zhiguang's small eyes narrowed, nearly disappearing. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, but I hope you will keep your word and not resort to deceit. Zhou Andong stubbed out his cigarette on the ground. Whoever resorts to trickery is akin to a dog. Very well. Lu Zhiguang's smile grew even more radiant. And off we go. The silent figure, Zhao Yugua, spoke after a short distance. Lu, do you truly believe he can sell 7 tons of liquor? Qian Wei scoffed. If he possessed such capability, the sales chief would already be his. How could he still be languishing at the broadcasting station reading the news? Lu Zhiguang grinned ominously. After returning, let us spread the word about this wager, ensuring the entire factory knows that our university student, Comrade Zhou Andong, aims to sell 7 tons of liquor before the Lantern Festival to distribute wages to all employees. Qian Wei's eyes glimmered, lacking the ability yet boasting grand promises, offering false hope that he may ultimately fail to deliver. Especially for those employees facing hardships, they are eagerly awaiting his liquor sales to receive their wages. Should he not succeed, what do you suppose their sentiments will be? Zhao Yugua chuckled as well. It may not come to physical confrontation, but the glow of Zhou Andong, the university student, will surely tarnish in our factory. The three exchanged knowing glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 9. Untroubled as Zhou Andong observed the retreating figures of Lu Zhiguang and his companions, accompanied by the faint sounds of laughter, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. On this festive occasion, since you all eagerly presented your faces for me to strike, how could I refuse? Dong Gu. Yao Jun approached from a distance. I was just on my way to find you. Zhou Andong embraced Yao Jun's shoulders. It has been a while since I last saw San Air. Give him a call later. Let us gather tonight. Absolutely. Yao Jun replied. By the way, how is your health? I searched for you after yesterday's performance, but couldn't find you. I even went to your house in the evening, but you were absent. This morning at the broadcasting station, you were also missing, and I was quite worried. Zhou Andong replied. I divorced Jiang Yuping. We finalized the paperwork yesterday afternoon, and I returned to Tangezi in the evening. Yajun was not surprised and seemed rather pleased. Welcome back to the blissful life of a single man. Get lost. Zhou Andong retorted with a hint of irritation. The factory encourages us to sell liquor. How many bottles have you sold? Sold? Not a chance. Yao Jun replied. We are merely ordinary workers. Our friends and family are just common folk. The local liquor sells for 1 yuan and 2 jiao per pound. And the better stuff goes for 1 yuan and 8 jiao. It's quite enjoyable. And the Longjianka cups are 80 jiao each, 3 liang per cup. And you even get to keep the glass after drinking. Who would spend 6 yuan and 50 jiao on a bottle of high-quality liquor? Zhou Andong nodded thoughtfully. All right then. I'll make an appearance at the broadcasting station. You go about your business. Yao Jun remarked. I'll grab a pack of cigarettes and call San Air while I'm at it. The broadcasting station consisted of 2 simple bungalows located behind the fermentation workshop. As Zhou Andong walked while pondering, he realized that his intention was to capitalize on this batch of liquor. However, to sell it, he would need to take a different approach, one that wouldn't harm himself, yet would be flamboyant enough to succeed. Whether he could achieve both fame and fortune would depend on this very endeavor. Zhou Andong opened the door to the broadcasting station and lifted the heavy cotton curtain, a wave of warmth enveloping him. In the center of the room, a stove blazed vigorously, with several sweet potatoes roasting atop, filling the air with a delightful aroma. A woman in her 50s sat beside the stove, knitting a sweater, the firelight casting shadows that revealed the passage of time on her face. Yet she emanated a comforting warmth. Aunt Lu. Zhou Andong greeted cheerfully, placing the dumplings he carried on a nearby table. He picked up a roasted sweet potato from the stove, only to wince at the heat, tossing it between his hands until it cooled slightly, before peeling it and taking a bite. So delicious. Lu Huilan looked up, somewhat disapprovingly. You still have the appetite to eat? How carefree can you be? You didn't come in the morning, and the station chief's face was as long as a donkey's. You're in trouble now. Zhou Andong shrugged off her concern, quickly finishing the sweet potato, and handed a half-kilogram bag of dumplings to Lu Huilan. I brought these for you, Qin family water dumplings. Lu Huilan chuckled. At least you have a bit of conscience. It makes up for all the times I've helped you lie. Zhou Andong grinned. Is your head aching? Or is it your stomach? Lu Huilan replied. I say it's your diarrhea. Zhou Andong's lips twitched slightly. What was Zhang Zanhai's reaction? What further reaction can there be? You have been transferred to the broadcasting station for nearly a year now, spending 3 days fishing and 2 days basking in the sun. It's either a headache or a sore backside. I can help you concoct some nonsense. That might work once or twice, but over time, who would believe you? Lu Huilan picked up the kettle resting by the stove and filled a porcelain cup inscribed with "Serve the people with water." Let me tell you, the old factory director will retire in a few months, and he has completely relinquished control. Zhang Dio is currently in charge, which makes it clear that he is firmly established as the new director. I do not know whom you have offended to be sent here for retirement, but I believe you should visit Zhang Dio more often, bring him some gifts, and request a transfer back to the quality inspection department or another section. You cannot remain here idling away. There will be no opportunity for advancement. Zhou Andong wore a sorrowful expression. Aunt Lu, the one I offended is Zhang Dio. Lu Huilan spat out the water she had just sipped, causing steam to rise as it hit the stove. I say, you young man, she was at a loss for words, shaking her head in resignation, feeling sorry for Zhou Andong. Originally a university student with limitless potential, he had offended Zhang Dio, and as long as he remained at the distillery, it seemed he would never have a chance to rise again. Zhou Andong sighed. I do not know what possessed me that day to wander aimlessly in the warehouse. Fate had it that I stumbled upon Zhang Dio and Wu Meiwan from the cafeteria, wrapped in each other's embrace. Cough. Lu Huilan nearly choked on her second mouthful of water. Really? Why would I deceive you? You do not even pay me. Zhou Andong replied. Lu Huilan was left speechless, only able to sigh repeatedly. You need not worry. This situation is actually quite favorable. Zhang Dio and I have established a sort of mutual indifference. Should he dare to trouble me again, I will ensure that old man has nightmares at the mere mention of my name. Lu Huilan rolled her eyes. Look at you, feeling so capable. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged man of short stature, with a long face and a slightly portly figure, entered. His expression darkened upon seeing Zhou Andong, and he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, is the university student in the wrong place? Zhou Andong forced a smile. Station chief, I do not know what I ate, but I started having stomach issues yesterday afternoon. I couldn't find you, so I asked Aunt Lu to help me request a leave. I left before the evening gala concluded and spent the night in turmoil. This morning, I went to the hospital for medication, and just as I was feeling better, I came to work. Humph, Zhang Zhanhai scoffed. I just heard at the factory office that you bet someone you would sell 7 tons of liquor before the Lantern Festival. If you fail, you will bark like a dog and crawl from the second workshop to the front gate? Word travels fast. Zhou Andong murmured under his breath. Zhang Zhanhai poked Zhou Andong's forehead with his finger. Are you lacking common sense? Now the whole factory knows. If this liquor does not sell, your reputation will be ruined. Zhang Zhanhai was originally the deputy director of the factory's security department. At times, he exhibited a lack of warmth towards others, which, to put it bluntly, stemmed from an unwavering adherence to principles, thus alienating many. Consequently, he was reassigned to the broadcasting station, though his intentions were not malicious. Suddenly, Zhou Andong felt a surge of discomfort in his stomach, which quickly descended, culminating in an explosive release at the rear door. Station chief, I cannot hold it any longer. My stomach hurts. I must use the restroom first. I'll return for your reprimand afterward. Watching Zhou Andong clutching his abdomen and hastily departing, Zhang Zhanhai was left in bewilderment, pondering, did this lad truly have an upset stomach? Lu Huilan raised her eyelids slightly and remarked, he just ate a sweet potato. Chapter 10 The Great Deceiver Zhou Andong upon leaving the broadcasting station, Zhou Andong wrapped himself in a thick cotton coat, muttering something under his breath as he hastened towards the factory office. Upon entering, he ascended directly to the 3rd floor and stood before the office door of the factory committee secretary, raising his hand to knock. Come in. A languid voice responded from within, lacking energy. Gu Bing, 32 years of age, was currently lounging with his feet on the desk, listlessly gazing at the ceiling while rhythmically rocking the chair beneath him. Zhou Andong entered and greeted Gu Bing with a smile. Recognizing him as the factory committee secretary, someone with a formidable background, yet prideful and marginalized. I am Zhou Andong from the broadcasting station, he introduced himself. Gu Bing lowered his feet from the desk and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. You are the university student from our factory? Yes, Zhou Andong replied as he settled onto a sofa near the door. Do you have something to discuss with me? Gu Bing's expression was one of confusion. Over the past year since his appointment, he had been rendered ineffective, completely sidelined in all matters, major or minor, within the factory. Consequently, few employees sought his assistance. And even if they did, he was powerless to help, as no one heeded his authority. Leaning back, Zhou Andong uncrossed his legs and leisurely lit a cigarette. Gu Bing's facial muscles twitched slightly. Despite being a mere figurehead, he still held a position of leadership. Could you perhaps show me a modicum of respect? Act a bit more anxious and reverent, to spare me some dignity. Zhou Andong exhaled a smoke ring and initiated his grand deception. Secretary, our factory stands at the precipice of survival. Without reform, we are destined for ruin. When that day arrives, and over 1,000 mouths go hungry, you, as the party secretary, will bear an inescapable responsibility. Gu Bing appeared utterly bewildered. I've been in office for over a year, and my words are merely for my own ears. Once I leave this office, no one listens to me. If the factory truly collapses and the workers cannot feed their families, what concern is that of mine? As for reform, I can't even dictate whether toilet paper is provided in the restroom. How could I possibly influence such significant matters? Sighing, Zhou Andong replied. I understand your predicament within the factory, which can be succinctly summarized as a life of grandeur marred by suffocation. Cursing inwardly, Gu Bing thought, must you be so blunt? Everyone knows of my plight, yet no one dares to say it to my face. Could you not afford me some modicum of dignity? Zhou Andong scrutinized Gu Bing. He had only heard whispers of this individual's substantial background, that he was a second-generation heir. Yet, upon closer inspection, he appeared rather foolish. However, this naivety might make him easier to manipulate. The pricing of de Gao Liang is no longer suitable for the current market. At 6 yuan and 50 cents a bottle. It is not exorbitant, yet those with some wealth and status dismiss it, while ordinary citizens find it too pricey. Therefore, we must reposition de Gao Liang either by lowering the price or by rebranding to target the mid to high-end market. Stop, 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 Gu Bing finally interjected. You know all too well about my grand existence and suppressed life. The factory committee secretary is merely a decorative role. What you are saying is of no use to me. You ought to seek out the former factory director or Zhang Dayou. Zhou Andong exhaled a plume of smoke with a sense of ease. The old factory director will retire in 2 or 3 months, and his primary desire is to conclude his tenure smoothly. How could he possibly entertain any reforms? Besides, my voice holds little weight, and he is unlikely to heed my words. As for Zhang Dayou, Do you know why I was transferred from the quality inspection department to the broadcasting station? It was because I witnessed him in the warehouse, engaging in an illicit affair with a female worker. Gu Bing, invigorated by this revelation, inquired with keen interest. With whom was he involved? Zhou Andong's expression darkened. Secretary, your focus should be on reform, rather than the trivial matters of personal relationships. Gu Bing straightened his posture, solemnly declaring, Comrade Zhou Andong, your perspective is misguided. There exists a significant issue in your thinking. As the secretary of the factory's party committee, how can I turn a blind eye to such scandals and disgraceful conduct? Zhou Andong scoffed. Can you truly manage it? Gu Bing nearly choked on his words, responding, well, what you just articulated holds some merit, but a price reduction is out of the question. Transitioning to a mid to high-end brand is not merely a matter of rhetoric. You are well aware of our factory's circumstances. Where would we find the funds for reform? With a smile, Zhou Andong replied, we could utilize the 80 tons of surplus liquor as a trial, and with around 50,000 in capital, we would be well positioned. I believe the factory can manage to raise that amount. Gu Bing languidly leaned back in his chair, his legs draped over the desk. After the new year, I will apply for a transfer. If the factory shuts down and employees go hungry, it bears no consequence to me. Zhou Andong, cigarette in mouth, leaned forward and continued to persuade. Consider this. If the factory collapses and employees are left without sustenance, the other leaders will be ineffectual, mere shadows of their roles. Yet, if you step forward, defy the odds, and advocate for reform, you could avert disaster and stabilize the situation. When the workers find nourishment again, the higher-ups will regard you with newfound respect. This is a rare opportunity to etch a brilliant chapter into your life as narrative. Such chances may never arise again. Gu Bing felt a flicker of motivation kindled by Zhou Andong's words. His acquaintances seemed to thrive, while he languished in this modest distillery, often the target of ridicule. If he could indeed achieve something noteworthy, he would stand tall before those who had belittled him, asserting, I am not to be underestimated. What should I do? He asked. Zhou Andong smiled, took one last drag from his cigarette, and extinguished it forcefully in the ashtray, continuing to entice Gu Bing for over half an hour. Gu Bing, still skeptical, queried, is that truly feasible? Zhou Andong replied, do not doubt. Have faith in yourself, and you shall dare to embrace challenges. In other words, even if we fail, could our outcome possibly be worse than our current predicament? Gu Bing pondered, feeling as though Zhou Andong was perhaps leading him astray. Yet, inexplicably, a fervor ignited within him. What are we hesitating for? Zhou Andong rose, approached the window, and gazed at the azure sky, proclaiming, if we do not wish for this world to change us, then let us endeavor to change the world together. Let those who scorn and ridicule us be silenced. Bang! The blood within Gu Bing ignited completely as he forcefully slammed the table, rising to his feet in a surge of excitement. Damn it, let's do this, he exclaimed. For over a year, I have refrained from engaging in disputes with them. If they refuse to agree on this matter, then they cannot blame me for losing my temper. At last, this individual revealed his fangs, showcasing the sharpness of the second generation. I shall wait here while I convene a meeting with them. Observing Gu Bing exit the office, Zhou Andong shook his head, reflecting, indeed, the youth of this era are so easily persuaded. Chapter 11. The old ginger is spicier in the conference room on the second floor, aside from the old factory director, Gao Qingkue, and the deputy directors. Zhang Diyo and Qianjin, there were also more than a dozen department heads quietly listening to Gu Bing speak. Some wore expressions of disdain, others with contempt. While a few regarded Gu Bing as if he were a fool, as Gu Bing spoke with increasing fervor, he felt that Zhou Andong's words were profoundly insightful. If this endeavor succeeded, who would dare to underestimate me? Reform is still feasible at this stage. We must not wait until it is too late. For then even deities would be powerless to save us. Gu Bing rapped the table. I have expressed my thoughts. Now it is your turn to share. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference room turned peculiar, silence engulfing the space. Gao Qingkue, Zhang Diyo, and Qianjin maintained calm expressions, their thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, the others exchanged glances. Their expressions bizarre, yet no one spoke. Gu Bing furrowed his brow and glanced at the factory union director, Jian Qiu, winking at her. Jian Qiu, the striking woman Gu Bing had encountered in the restroom, discreetly rolled her eyes at his gesture but still spoke. Everyone is aware of the factory's current situation. I truly do not wish for a day to arrive when over 1,000 employees point fingers at us, accusing us of incompetence while we merely occupy our positions without merit. Therefore, I believe reform is essential. However, it must be approached with caution. We cannot recklessly gamble the livelihoods of over 1,000 employees. As Secretary Gu suggested, we should first test the waters with the 80 tons of stored liquor. If it fails, we can easily pivot without incurring substantial losses. The crowd was astonished, including Gao Qingkue, Zhang Diyo, and Qian Zhun. For Jian Xiu had never participated in factory matters, let alone spoken at any meeting. Yet now, regarding such a significant reform, she was the first to voice her support. I shifted between Jian Xiu and Gu Bing, a silent understanding passing among them. The two were of a similar age, one unmarried and the other unwed. Appearing quite the match, surely there could be no impropriety between them. Gu Bing scanned the room. If no one speaks, does that imply unanimous agreement? Secretary Gu, Lu Jian, the head of the finance department, interjected. Although it may be a limited reform, any reform is not a trivial matter. Moreover, you require a capital of 100,000. This sum is substantial for our factory at present. If it fails, that money would be lost. Who will take responsibility? I will. Gu Bing stood, leaning over the table with his hands planted firmly. If we truly fail and cause losses to the factory, I will resign in disgrace. Lu Jian fell silent, turning his gaze toward the three titans, Gao Qingkue, Zhang Diyo, and Qian Zhun. Yet these three remained expressionless, withholding their opinions. Gu Bing turned to Gao Qingkue, his sharp demeanor unapologetic, his tone assertive. Old director, do you not intend to share your thoughts? Gao Qingkue lifted his steaming enamel cup. Sipping the tea, I reserve my opinion. With that, he stood and exited. I, too, reserve my opinion. Zhang Diyo's countenance darkened as he rose and left the conference room. Director. Gao Qingkue slowed his pace as Zhang Diyo caught up with him. Director, are you truly letting him act recklessly? Gao Qingkue tilted his head and glanced at Zhang Diyo. What else can I do? Zhang Diyo attempted to voice his thoughts but was interrupted by Gao Qingkue's dismissive gesture. Let us discuss this in the office. Gao Qingkue opened the door to his office, and Zhang Diyo followed him inside. Do you believe his so-called reform will succeed? Gao Qingkue took a sip from his teacup and settled onto the worn-out sofa. Zhang Diyo sat beside Gao Qingkue and asserted firmly, no. If no one buys it at 650, how could he possibly sell it for dozens? Exactly. Gao Qingkue replied with a slight smile. I am no longer in charge, and you have yet to officially assume your position. His attempts at reform are merely a ploy for power. However, this reform will only lead him to dig his own grave. Therefore, we must not only refrain from obstructing him, but also offer our covert support. It is not his desire that worries me, but rather his indifference. The more he seeks, the greater the responsibility he must bear. With a resounding clap on his thigh, Zhang Diyo exclaimed in excitement, you truly see through it all. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Gao Qingkue smiled, exuding an air of confidence. With a substantial family background, he has ascended to the position of factory party secretary at such a young age. Such individuals tend to be self-centered, overestimating their own capabilities. Once he stumbles and finds himself with a bruised ego, he will come to realize his limitations. Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo departed, deeming the meeting unnecessary. As Gu Bing called for the meeting to disperse, Lu Jian was the first to exit the conference room, making a beeline for Zhang Diyo's office. Upon finding it empty, he surmised that Zhang was with the former director. Qian Zhun, in his 50s, small in stature and with a full head of white hair, appeared even older than the retired Gao Qingkue. Secretary, how confident are you in this reform? In the conference room, only Gu Bing, Qian Zhun, and Jian Xiu remained. Gu Bing was surprised that Qian Zhun chose to stay. Without trying, how can one know if this path is viable? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Zhun replied resolutely. Regardless of the outcome, I will fully support you. Gu Bing was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy, grasping Qian Zhun's hand as he said, Old Qian, thank you for your support. As Qian Zhun departed, despite his slight frame, he walked with a straight back and purposeful strides. Watching Qian Zhun vanish at the door, Jian Xiu softly remarked, in truth, Old Qian is more suited to be the factory director, for he genuinely cares for the workers. Gu Bing nodded in agreement. His support for me stems from a desire to secure a livelihood for the employees. Suddenly, Jian Xiu turned to Gu Bing with a playful smile. Now, tell me, who has been coaxing you into this reform? Gu Bing blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Who could possibly deceive such a brilliant genius as myself? Jian Xiu retorted scornfully. Your intelligence was lacking even as a child. Now that you've grown, I fear you are even more deficient. Gu Bing's face darkened, and he stood to leave. I can't be bothered to indulge you. Jian Xiu's face lit up with a hint of amusement. Your aunt has returned. She wants you to join her for dinner tonight. Zhou Andong lay on the sofa, nearly drifting into slumber when the office door creaked open. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Gu Bing. His face alight with joy, and he instantly knew that their endeavor had succeeded. "It's done," Gu Bing exclaimed with excitement. Zhou Andong sprang up, invigorated, and stated, "Let us discuss the details." Time swiftly slipped away, and it was only when the closing bell rang that Zhou Andong stretched lazily. "It's too late to reorder the bottles. Tomorrow, arrange for someone to remove all the labels from the 80 tons of wine in the warehouse. I will provide the designs for the front and back labels, as well as the packaging, by tomorrow. If possible, contact the packaging factory tonight." Gu Bing nodded. "No problem. Moreover, only a 120 camera can capture the calendar. Do not confuse it, as our time is limited." Zhou Andong picked up the Hong Mutant cigarette from his desk. "Is this the only brand you smoke?" Gu Bing retorted with irritation. "What else would I smoke? Besides, this brand was once referred to as Little Zhanghua. Acquiring it requires a favor." Zhou Andong took a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and casually pocketed the remainder of the half-full box. "That'll suffice. I'm off." Chapter 12. As Zhou Andong arrived at the entrance of the distillery, he crouched down and began to absent-mindedly scribble in the snow, contemplating the packaging for the new liquor. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt the elegant yet uncomplicated design of the Mount I Honglong VIP packaging, which exuded a sense of grandeur. "Zhou Andong." A woman's voice suddenly pierced the air, startling him so much that the cigarette he had been holding fell to the ground. In a flurry, he picked it up, brushed off the snow clinging to it, and placed it back between his lips before looking up. The woman appeared to be around 24 or 25, of modest height, yet possessing a pair of bright, clear eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. At that moment, she was smiling at Zhou Andong, her eyes crescent-shaped, radiating an enchanting charm. Her smile always evoked an irresistible sense of warmth. "Wang Ruame," Zhou Andong murmured, recognizing her as Lu Zhiguang's secret crush. The two had once shared a close bond, but after Zhou Andong's marriage, Wang Ruame had distanced herself, marrying within a year, and their encounters had become mere exchanges of nods. Zhou Andong was aware of Wang Ruame's subtle affections, yet he felt no spark towards her. It wasn't that she was unattractive. Aside from her height, she was indeed more beautiful than Jiang Yuping. Furthermore, her personality was delightful, uninhibited and straightforward, often more forthright than many men. However, to Zhou Andong, she was someone he could consider a lifelong brother or even a close confidant, but never a wife. Wang Ruame crouched down beside him, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "What are you drawing?" Zhou Andong rubbed his nose, sensing something unusual about her demeanor, as if she had taken some odd medication, just doodling out of boredom. "Oh, I see." Wang Ruame's smile remained unwavering. "You're a college student, so I suppose you understand these things better than I do. I've always been a bit slow. I never passed any exams in school." Zhou Andong replied, "Actually, I wasn't a good student in middle school either. Once, I received a score of 90, and when I returned home, my father refused to believe it. He insisted that I had added the zero myself and gave me a thorough beating. To this day, I still feel wronged." "Indeed, that does sound unjust." Wang Ruame nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhou Andong took a drag from his cigarette, an expression of grievance on his face. "I've always wanted to explain to him that the zero was not my addition. It was the 9 that I had actually altered." "You really ought to tell your uncle," Wang Ruame began, but suddenly fell silent, pausing momentarily before bursting into laughter, playfully punching Zhou Andong's shoulder. "I heard you got divorced? What a scandal." Not far away, Lu Zhiguang glared at the jovial Zhou Andong and Wang Ruame with venomous eyes, muttering a curse under his breath before turning away in disgust. "Who told you that?" Zhou Andong inquired. Wang Ruame tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "I ran into Dajiyuan while I was at the second workshop, and he mentioned it." "Damn it," Zhou Andong grumbled, frustrated that such news spread so easily. Suddenly, Wang Ruame fell silent, staring intently at Zhou Andong, causing him to feel an unsettling chill. "What are you looking at?" Wang Ruame's gaze softened increasingly, an unusual expression suddenly instilling a sense of unease in Zhou Andong. "If I were to say I'm getting a divorce, would you marry me?" Thud. Zhou Andong plopped down onto the ground, his cigarette falling from his mouth. "Comrade Wang Ruame, we're just having fun, but don't play such a serious game." "It frightens me. I was merely joking. Look how scared you are." Wang Ruame laughed heartily, rising to her feet and waving her hand. "I must leave now. I still have to cook dinner." Zhou Andong rubbed his face, muttering, "Damn, this woman has become even more formidable, increasingly intimidating. What are you daydreaming about sitting in the snow?" Yao Jun approached. Zhou Andong stood, brushing the snow off his backside. Just feeling a bit warm. Sitting in the snow is quite refreshing. Yao Jun rolled his eyes and handed Zhou Andong a water-filled bun he had been carrying. I went to the broadcasting station to find you. This is from Aunt Lu. I almost forgot. Zhou Andong accepted the bun. Yao Jun continued. How can you afford to eat water-filled buns? The price surged to 12 yuan per pound recently. I couldn't bear to buy it. Zhou Andong chuckled. I have no money. I acquired this through some fortunate circumstances. By the way, Yao Jun inquired, did you bet with Lu Zhiguang that you would sell 7 tons of liquor before New Year's? Zhou Andong nodded. Let us walk and talk. Not far from the distillery, there was a clay pot eatery. The owner, in his 50s, prepared the clay pot dishes authentically. Hence Zhou Andong, Yao Jun, and Chen Weiman often gathered there to drink. Owner, please prepare the sauerkraut pot, and add plenty of pork belly. Chen Weiman, tall and slender, with meticulously groomed hair and a small mustache on his chin, had removed his cotton coat to reveal a work uniform that, despite being utilitarian, appeared remarkably neat and tidy. Upon entering, Zhou Andong noticed Chen Weiman smoking. Isn't this the busiest time of year for your printing factory? Why are you here so early? Chen Weiman replied with a smile, someone is treating, and even if bonuses are deducted, one must show up. Yao Jun placed a stool beneath him. Senator, your thinking is flawed. You know the situation at the distillery. Salaries may not even be dispersed this month. It will be difficult to celebrate the new year. And you still expect us to treat. Do you have no conscience? Indeed. Zhou Andong sat down, seizing a cigarette from in front of Chen Weiman. You earn around 250 to 60 yuan a month. If you don't treat, who will? Damn. Chen Weiman cursed. You two are truly Navi. Zhou Andong chuckled. I want to ask you something. How much does your factory charge for printing calendars? Chen Weiman responded, 13 sheets with a cover. Around 7 to 8 yuan. What about without a cover? Zhou Andong inquired. Chen Weiman replied, not much less. Zhou Andong clicked his tongue. That's rather expensive. Chen Weiman explained, with 200 to 300 people, once the machines start, it's all about money. Why do you ask? Are you looking to print calendars? Zhou Andong nodded. I intend to print calendars to promote our distillery-s liquor. Chen Weiman curled his lip, remarking, who still drinks sorghum liquor these days? If you have money to print calendars, it would be wiser to distribute bonuses instead. You know nothing. Zhou Andong took a puff of his cigarette and briefly recounted the wager regarding the reforms. Chen Weiman frowned. Advertising on calendars sounds plausible, but no one has ever done this before. Are you certain it will succeed? If it fails to yield any results, your funds will be squandered. And the factory's secretary can simply walk away, taking on leadership elsewhere, while you become the laughingstock of the factory. Zhou Andong replied with a smile. The arrow is already knocked. We must release it. However, even if the liquor doesn't sell, merely printing calendars could still yield a modest profit, allowing us to enjoy a prosperous year. Chen Weiman paused, then quickly grasped the idea, exchanging knowing smiles with Zhou Andong and Yao Jun. I happen to know the owner of a private printing factory. The paper quality may be subpar, but the printing quality is certainly excellent. And the price is half of what others charge. Chapter 13. Familiar faces facilitate affairs. This private printing factory, devoid of a name, was discreetly nestled within the residential area of the urban-rural fringe of Taipei. The proprietor, a portly middle-aged man, displayed a simplicity tinged with cunning. Ah, my dear brother Chen has arrived. Welcome, welcome, Wu Xianping exclaimed, extending his plump hand for a cordial handshake with Chen Weiman, clearly indicating their previous acquaintance. Chen Weiman introduced Zhou Andong and Yao Jun before bluntly stating, this is my close friend. We need to print a calendar consisting of 13 cover pages. Approximately 10,000 copies. Brother Wu, please offer me your best price. Wu Xianping pondered momentarily, since it is brought by you, my dear brother Chen. I shall offer you the lowest price of 3 yuan. Chen Weiman countered, let us settle at 2 yuan. You quote 7 yuan, and if that works, I want to seek other options. Wu Xianping appeared resigned. Brother Chen, you are well aware that the price of coated paper has been on the rise. 2 yuan is simply too low for me to maintain any profit. Chen Weiman replied with a smile, the printing quality must remain high. But we can opt for thinner paper and slightly smaller specifications. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xianping seemed to gather considerable resolve. All right, for your sake, I shall comply. With Chen Weiman, a seasoned insider, facilitating the proceedings, the negotiations were swiftly concluded within a few minutes. Subsequently, the three men returned to their respective homes. Upon entering the house, Zhou Andong was greeted by the sight of Zhou Andong, her small face streaked with tears, her countenance resembling that of a porcelain doll. "What has happened?" he inquired. But upon seeing her elder brother's return, the little girl, who had just managed to cease her sobbing, burst into tears once more, rushing to embrace Zhou Andong's leg. Zhou Andong, filled with concern, lifted the child, only to sense an unsettling atmosphere within the room. His mother was stitching shoe soles, the awl puncturing with great force, producing a distinct sound. His father leaned against the quilt, puffing smoke languidly. His younger sister stood behind the door, her eyes reddened, clearly having wept. Zhou Anbei hung his head, fists clenched, his toes scraping the ground, leaving small pits in the yellow earth. Zhou Andong extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips. "What has transpired? Can someone explain?" Zhou Anbei raised his head, revealing a swollen face, prompting Zhou Andong's expression to turn icy. "What is going on?" Zhou Anbei's eyes widened as he declared, "Zhou Anbei hit me." Zhou Andong raised an eyebrow. "Why did he strike you?" Zhou Anbei responded, "My little sister wanted to watch cartoons, but he wouldn't allow it and even threw her into a snowbank. I confronted him, and that's when he struck me." Zhou Andong inquired, "Did Zhou Anlei intervene?" Zhou Anbei shook his head. Only Zhou Anbei acted. Aunt was scolding them from the sidelines, while Uncle and Zhou Anlei remained inside, not emerging. Zhou Andong couldn't help but laugh in anger. The legacy of the Zhou family persists, not a single good elder brother among them. Zhou Xiaoman grumbled, "What do you mean by that? Am I mistaken in my words? My great-grandparents were driven to their demise by the eldest uncle. Just look at my uncle, embodying the essence of gluttony and selfishness. Now it is Zhou Anbei's turn. Truly a case of the pupil surpassing the master, engaging in debauchery, gambling, deceit, and all manner of nefarious acts. What has he not done?" Zhou Andong scoffed, placing the little girl on the Kong. "I shall inquire of Zhou Anbei whether he has grown to extra courage. You stay here obediently, do not wander off." Yuan Lying admonished, her eyes narrowing. Elder Zhou Bangi, a seasoned revolutionary, served as a guard for the high-ranking officials during the anti-Japanese war, and his prowess is not a mere faiade. Zhou Andong had trained briefly in martial arts under his grandfather, his hands hardened from youth, truly striking with intent during altercations. If he were to inflict harm upon Zhou Anbei, tranquility would be a distant memory for this household. Zhou Andong's gaze flickered, yet he nodded with resolve. "Very well, I shall refrain from seeking him out." "Really?" Yuan Lying felt uneasy at his uncharacteristic promptness. Zhou Andong grinned. "I would deceive anyone. But you I dare not." He then lifted the little girl and exited the room. "What is this?" exclaimed the little girl, her excitement palpable. "Wow, meat buns." Zhou Andong replied with a smile. "Do you wish to eat?" "Yes," the little girl exclaimed. "Splendid." Zhou Andong declared, "Let eldest sister heat them up, and we shall devour every last one." "You just finished dinner. What buns are you talking about?" Yuan Lying emerged, snatching the buns and placing them on the shelf for breakfast. Zhou Andong winked at the little girl. "No buns now." The little girl laughed heartily. "What to do?" Zhou Andong sighed. "Then we shall eat them in the morning." "All right." The little girl clapped her hands, eagerly anticipating breakfast. She gazed outside, bewildered at the lingering darkness. Zhou Andong laughed heartily, pinching the little girl's nose. "Sleep well, and the sun shall rise." Returning to the room, Zhou Andong wrapped an arm around Zhou Anbei's shoulders. "Enough of this. You are a grown man. It's merely a beating. You can always make amends later." After comforting Zhou Anbei, he turned to Zhou Anqing. "Wait, before the new year, I shall definitely buy a large color television," much to their chagrin. Zhou Anqing rolled her eyes, more boasting. "There is a month until the new year. We shall see if I speak in vain." Zhou Andong rummaged through Zhou Anqing's backpack, retrieving a pen and notebook. "Let me borrow these." Back in the side room, Zhou Andong lay on the Kong and began to draw, unaware of when Zhou Anbei had entered. "Bro, what are you drawing?" Zhou Anbei climbed beside him, scrutinizing a sheet of paper. Zhou Andong lifted his head. "This is a packaging box designed for our factory." "This is a packaging box." Zhou Anbei looked perplexed, picking up another sheet. "And what are these two winding lines? Is this narrow at the top and wide at the bottom? A ladder? Why is there a lightning rod on top?" Zhou Andong's expression darkened. "That is my designed logo. The winding lines represent the Jiangzhou River, and the narrow to wide shape is the Donghu ancient pagoda." Zhou Anbei gazed at the drawing, unable to contain himself, stifling laughter. "This is the Jiangzhou River, and the pagoda? It looks like two earthworms climbing a ladder. What nonsense are you laughing about?" Zhou Andong kicked Zhou Anbei off the ground, exclaiming, "Get lost. Do not disturb my creative process." Zhou Anbei retorted without mercy. "Is this what you call creativity? Catch a spider, dip it in ink, and let it crawl across the paper. That would be more aesthetically pleasing than your work. Zhou Andong sprang up, asserting, I see that Zhou Andong has been too lenient with you. Zhou Andong dashed out of the room, only to poke his head back through the curtain, saying, perhaps you should have your elder sister assist you with your drawing. Zhou Andong picked up the drawing paper, a look of confusion on his face. I feel it's quite good. Is it really that terrible? Zhou Andong nodded vigorously. Not just terrible, it's utterly appalling. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought it was two earthworms attempting to climb a ladder. Zhou Andong scratched his head, unwilling to concede defeat, and tossed the paper aside. Go fetch your elder sister. Brother, you called for me? Soon, Zhou Andong arrived. Zhou Andong nodded. Help me create something. Certainly. Zhou Andong had never received formal training, but she had loved drawing since childhood and had contemplated attending an art academy, though family circumstances forced her to abandon that dream. Zhou Andong expressed his desire for Zhou Andong to draw, and the two siblings collaborated, revising and refining their work until it was well past 11 o'clock. It's only slightly better than what I did, Zhou Andong remarked, but inwardly he had to acknowledge that his younger sister indeed possessed a remarkable talent for art. He silently resolved to ensure that his sister would receive professional training at an art academy, vowing that he would provide her with the life she desired. Chapter 14. All set the following day, shortly after 6 in the morning, Zhou Andong rose from his slumber. He pushed open the door and inhaled the frigid air, feeling as though his very blood had congealed, involuntarily shivering. By heavens, it is indeed cold, he muttered, wrapping himself tighter in his cotton coat. Such frigid weather, exacerbated by the formation of the greenhouse effect, would be nearly non-existent a decade later. What is simmering in the pot? Zhou Andong lifted the curtain to the outer room, where his sister, Zhou Andong, was kindling the fire and preparing breakfast, steam hissing from the edges of the pot's lid. With a sharp crack, Zhou Andong snapped a piece of firewood and shoved it into the stove, adding the leftover pickled cabbage and cornbread from the previous night's meal. Is it ready? Zhou Andong inquired. Yes. Zhou Andong lifted the pot lid, and a rush of warmth enveloped the room. I've burned so much wood. Just to warm the Kong a bit, it will ease Father's back. Zhou Andong seized a piece of cornbread and took a bite. It was devoid of flavor, dry and somewhat scratchy, yet he felt a deep nostalgia for its taste. Standing by the pot, he ladled himself a bowl of pickled cabbage and devoured 3 pieces of cornbread in quick succession. I've finished my meal. These water-filled dumplings are for you. Don't be stingy with them. Zhou Andong put down his chopsticks. I'm off to work. I'll be quite busy for a while, and once he return, if anything arises, call the factory. As he exited the courtyard, Zhou Andong glanced at his uncle's chimney. No smoke emerged, indicating they had yet to rise. Zhou Andong had tossed the little girl into a snowdrift and had also struck Zhou Andong. This matter was far from resolved. However, he would be occupied for the time being. If he dealt with Zhou Andong now, while he was away, his uncle's family would surely cause a ruckus that could very well uproot his own roof. Thus, this issue must be postponed until he had completed his obligations. By the time Zhou Andong boarded the bus to the city and transferred to another one heading to the factory, it was already past 8. Gu Bing awaited him in the office. Upon seeing him enter, he inquired eagerly, So, have you finished the design drawings? Zhou Andong tossed the blueprints onto the desk. Have you contacted the packaging factory? Grabbing the drawings, Gu Bing replied, Yes, I'll personally oversee it to ensure they produce the samples promptly. Zhou Andong nodded. 6 bottles per box, no large boxes, and make sure they use copperplate paper. Quite well done. A university student indeed, Gu Bing praised. Of course, without the finest tools, one cannot dare to undertake delicate tasks. Zhou Andong shamelessly claimed his sister's accomplishments as his own. As Gu Bing examined the back label, which detailed the distillery's history, he remarked, This is sheer nonsense. Our factory has indeed been around for over a century, but it was merely a small workshop until it was expanded during the Japanese invasion. Zhou Andong retorted with irritation, High-end liquor sells on its history and depth. If we lack that, we must fabricate a tale. Otherwise, who would buy it? What fool would be interested? In this era, there was no concept of false advertising. As long as something could be sold, not only would there be no repercussions, but one might even receive accolades. Hence, Zhou Andong bore no psychological burden whatsoever. As for the future, who could possibly keep track? All right, you're absolutely right. Gu Bing conceded, retrieving a camera and film from the drawer. Can you use this? Or should I find a professional photographer? In his previous life, Zhou Andong had left his job in 1997, having dabbled in various trades, raising chickens and pigs, driving long-haul trucks. running a noodle shop, franchising with daikos, planning and hosting weddings, and finally opening a bar in the university district. There was a British patron named David, a regular at the bar, and thus, the two became good friends. This fellow was a photography enthusiast. Zhou Andong also purchased a camera, and during holidays, he would accompany David on his photographic escapades. Therefore, while not a professional, he was certainly no novice in photography. Zhou Andong fiddled with the 120 camera, asking, "Is there film inside?" "Indeed there is," Gu Bing replied, and with that, a click and a flash ensued. Zhou Andong chuckled. "It appears to be brand new." "You certainly live up to your title, acquiring it in just one night," Gu Bing proudly stated, "as long as it exists in this world. There is nothing my friend cannot procure." Zhou Andong smirked. "Why don't you get me a tank to drive then?" Gu Bing scoffed. "What is so amusing about a tank? Once we sell the liquor, I'll take you to pilot a helicopter." Zhou Andong was intrigued, realizing Gu Bing's background was even more profound than he had presumed. "Let us make sure that it's not mere boasting. I'll be watching closely." The two then discussed further details, and as it neared 9 o'clock, Zhou Andong inquired, "Where's the money?" "Right here," Gu Bing replied, pulling out 5,000 yuan from the drawer. "After you left yesterday, I went to the finance department to withdraw it. Lu Jian was quite accommodating and handed me the money without hesitation." Zhou Andong smiled as he accepted the cash. "I've already negotiated with the printing house. It's 3 yuan 70 per copy. So cheap?" Gu Bing exclaimed in surprise. "I asked last night, and they quoted over 6 yuan per copy. Private printing houses are, of course, more affordable." Zhou Andong waved dismissively. "All right, I must be off. The model is still waiting for me." Gu Bing stood as well. "I need to make some arrangements before heading to the packaging factory." Upon exiting the factory's main office, Zhou Andong spotted Jiang Yuyue standing at the entrance, her hands cupping her face as she scanned the surroundings. "What are you looking for?" Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yuyue turned, her expression displeased. "I told you to wait for me at the entrance at 9. It's already 1/2 past. Do you want me to freeze to death?" Zhou Andong hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was discussing matters with the factory's party secretary, which made me late." Jiang Yuyue rolled her eyes. "Enough with the excuses, you. A newsreader at the broadcasting station. What could the factory's party secretary possibly want to discuss with you?" "It's a secret," Zhou Andong replied mysteriously. "I can tell you, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone." Jiang Yuyue's curiosity was piqued, and instinctively lowering her voice, she assured him, "I promise not to tell anyone." Zhou Andong leaned in closer, whispering, "The distillery is undergoing reforms, and I'm co-leading this initiative with the factory's party secretary." Jiang Yuyue blinked her large eyes and raised her hand to wipe Zhou Andong's forehead. "You don't have a fever. Did you not wake up last night? Go." Zhou Andong swatted Jiang Yuyue's hand away, indifferent to her belief. "I would never believe you." Jiang Yuyue crossed her arms and suddenly shivered. "You let me freeze outside for over half an hour, and a mere apology is utterly insufficient, lacking any sincerity." Zhou Andong's eyes sparkled mischievously as he gazed at Jiang Yuyue, resembling a cunning wolf eyeing a little rabbit. "Am I truly such a petty person? To express my regret, I have decided to buy you an entire outfit as compensation." Jiang Yuyue curled her lip. "Are you really that generous?" Zhou Andong scoffed. "When have I ever been stingy?" Jiang Yuyue inquired. "Do you have money?" "Indeed." Zhou Andong patted his chest, affirming that he indeed had enough to purchase a garment. Jiang Yuyue shook her head. "I refuse to believe you would be so benevolent." "What kind of talk is that?" Zhou Andong replied, slightly annoyed. "Although you are no longer my sister-in-law, we are still friends, and considering our former kinship, buying you an outfit is hardly a big deal." Jiang Yuyue wore a skeptical expression. "Something feels amiss. I sense you have ulterior motives." Chapter 15. Misunderstanding. Isn't it a case of good intentions being misunderstood? Zhou Andong remarked as he pulled Jiang Yuyue along. "Come on. I shall take you shopping, so you needn't be suspicious." Jiang Yuyue allowed herself to be led forward without resistance, eventually boarding a bus. "Where to?" she inquired. "To the department store," Zhou Andong replied. "It's quite expensive." Jiang Yuyue's eyes narrowed, a slight smile forming at the corners of her mouth. "Expensive is the only way to convey my sincerity," Zhou Andong asserted. Upon arriving at the department store, Zhou Andong headed directly to the women's apparel section on the 3rd floor, with Jiang Yuyue silently following behind. After a brief tour around the 3rd floor, Zhou Andong finally halted, pointing at a black lady's suit. "What do you think of this outfit? With your aura, it would undoubtedly exude a commanding presence." The term commanding presence was unfamiliar to Jiang Yuyue, yet she grasped its essence. "If you say it's good, then it's good. I have no particular feelings about it. With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Andong addressed the sales clerk. This one, please, take this lovely lady to try it on. Zhou Andong, clad in work attire with muddy shoes, initially met with indifference from the sales assistant. However, upon seeing Jiang Yu's exquisite outfit, the clerk's demeanor transformed, instantly becoming enthusiastic and elevating her service level significantly. You look stunning in this. It appears to be tailored just for you. No one else could carry it with such grace. Though such flattery was commonplace, the sincerity was palpable this time. Zhou Andong nodded in acknowledgement, begrudgingly admitting that in this professional attire, Jiang Yu's elegance surpassed even his sister's. That's the one. Let us proceed with the purchase. 460 was paid without a flicker of hesitation from Zhou Andong, leaving Jiang Yu astonished. So straightforward. Am I being abandoned? Has this fellow robbed his former father-in-law's bank out of spite? Zhou Andong rubbed his chin, appraising Jiang Yu from head to toe. The outfit is perfect, but the shoes you're wearing are not suitable. With a resolute clap of his thigh, he declared, well, I shall see this through. I'm determined to be a good Samaritan and buy you a pair of shoes. He then procured a pair of black, round-toed, chunky-heeled leather shoes for Jiang Yu. Once she tried them on, her stature appeared more graceful, subtly enhancing her allure. This feels just right, Zhou Andong mused, satisfied. Jiang Yu, arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips, observed him silently. Zhou Andong's heart raced unexpectedly. What expression is that? He questioned, sensing her sly demeanor. Your true intentions have surfaced, Jiang Yu teased. Now, tell me, what scheme do you have in mind with all this clothing and shoe shopping? Let us just say it's you I'm after, Zhou Andong replied, somewhat disgruntled. I genuinely need your assistance. Didn't we agree on this the other day? The shopping was merely to express my apologies, and it has nothing to do with seeking your help. Jiang Yu tilted her head, a smile still playing on her lips. While his words made sense, her past experiences with Zhou Andong led her to believe that his statements were often embellished, warranting skepticism. All right then, tell me what help you require. Zhou Andong unfastened his cotton coat, revealing the camera hanging from his chest. Let me take your picture, he said. Take my picture? Jiang Yu was taken aback, suddenly recalling a scene from the children's park. Her eyes widened as she glared fiercely at Zhou Andong. Are you trying to take a calendar photo? Zhou Andong gave a thumbs up, flattering her. Impressive. You guessed it right, much smarter than your sister. Jiang Yu, resembling an angry little wildcat, kicked Zhou Andong's leg. I knew you had ill intentions. You actually want me to wear such revealing swimwear for a calendar photo? Forget it. With that, she turned to leave. Hey. Zhou Andong grasped Jiang Yu's arm. When did I say for you to wear a swimsuit? Jiang Yu paused, surprised. Not a swimsuit photo? Zhou Andong's expression darkened. What I meant was, our factory is genuinely reformed in planning to launch a new wine. I was thinking of using the calendar for advertising. Jiang Yu mumbled something, squatting down to rub Zhou Andong's leg. Does it hurt? For Zhou Andong, whose skin was tough and thick, Jiang Yu's kick felt no more than a mosquito bite, yet he still grimaced. Ouch, don't move, it hurts. Serves you right. A fleeting look of concern appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. Who told you to speak so unclearly? She reached down to roll up his pant leg. Zhou Andong hurriedly stopped her, pulling Jiang Yu back up. It's fine, I just need a moment to rest. Jiang Yu assisted Zhou Andong. Let me help you to that bench over there. Zhou Andong wore a smug smile as he limped along, supported by Jiang Yu, until they reached a nearby resting area, where he sat on a bench. Zhou Andong exhaled deeply, complaining, You really are ruthless. Serves you right. Jiang Yu scolded again before asking, Do you need to go to the hospital? Zhou Andong shook his head vigorously. What hospital? I'm feeling much better now. Suddenly, a man's voice called out nearby. Yu. Zhou Andong looked up to see Zhao Jianlong, with a heavily made-up woman who appeared beautiful, albeit with overly dramatic makeup. Zhao Jianlong was momentarily surprised to see Zhou Andong, but his expression quickly darkened. Yu, how could you be with him? Jiang Yu frowned. Zhao Jianlong, that's none of your business. Who I choose to be with is my freedom. Hearing her words, Zhao Jianlong's face grew even darker, his gaze toward Zhou Andong filled with hostility. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Yu, or you'll be asking for trouble. Huh? Zhou Andong chuckled. You're not even as influential as the Pentagon. Yet you really think you're someone important. What's wrong? Suffered a stroke? You wouldn't be able to utter such nonsense without a decade-long illness. Who is this fool? Two long-haired youths approached, one of whom, shorter in stature, remarked, You dare to speak to Long Go like that? You must be tired of living. Jiang Yu's delicate face clouded over. Zhao Jianlong, don't go looking for trouble. Upon encountering Zhang Yuyue, who was visibly irate, Zhao Jianlong's previously sullen visage transformed back to normal as he remarked with a smile, I shall take my leave, yet I will certainly inform your brother. Do as you wish, Zhang Yuyue retorted, her demeanor cold and unwelcoming. I shall take my leave then. Do return home early. As Zhao Jianlong turned to depart, his expression darkened once more. Lang Tu, you two keep a close watch on them. Once he has left, break his legs, ensuring he spends his next life in a wheelchair. Understood. Lang Tu, the shorter of the two, responded with a grin. Regardless of Zhao Jianlong or Lang Tu, neither regarded Zhou Andong with any measure of respect. Chapter 16. The cunning Zhou Andong chuckled and remarked, can't you be a bit kinder towards Zhao Jianlong? He is a good brother to your elder brother, and your mother once fervently tried to match your sister with him. Zhang Yuyue scoffed. Do you consider Zhao Jianlong a good person? Zhou Andong laughed, giving a thumbs up. A perceptive individual indeed. You are the only one in your family with such clarity. Humph. Zhang Yuyue haughtily retorted. It's Zhao Jianlong who is exceptionally adept at masquerading, and his reputation precedes him. He is a tycoon in Jiangzhou, a philanthropist. One of the city's top 10 outstanding youths, with a fortune nearing 10 million and a favored guest among many leaders. Yet, who would suspect that he is the biggest ruffian in Jiangzhou? Zhou Andong had to concede that Zhao Jianlong was indeed formidable, skillfully embellishing his image to create an illusion. During the second crackdown in 1996, he managed to evade capture entirely and subsequently thrived, amassing a fortune in the billions. It was only in 2016, amidst a drastic shift in the national climate and a resurgence of stringent regulations, that Zhao Jianlong faced exposure and reckoning, ultimately suffering a downfall. However, as Zhou Andong glanced at Zhang Yuyue, he pondered how she had come to know the truth about Zhao Jianlong before his exposure. How did you uncover his secrets? Zhang Yuyue clenched her teeth and replied, do you not recall the incident a few years ago when a female worker from the cotton spinning factory jumped from a building? Zhou Andong had a vague memory. After all, it was a distant event, and the details had faded. Zhang Yuyue continued. Her name was Yang Jimei, the sister of a classmate of mine. She was assaulted by Zhao Jianlong. They were on the verge of marriage, and her family dared not report it. Yet, who could have foreseen that just days later, Yang Jimei would leap to her death? Although they eventually reported it, it was too late, and all evidence had vanished. Instead, Zhao Jianlong countered by accusing them of slander. Zhou Andong sighed. The halo surrounding Zhao Jianlong is too dazzling, obscuring the darkness that lurks behind it. Zhang Yuyue let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, my brother, sister, father, and mother are all aware of this incident. Yet none believed that Zhao Jianlong could commit such an act. They all think my classmate's family is fabricating lies to extort money, but I believe her. For I know her well, she would never lie. Zhou Andong patted Zhang Yuyue on the shoulder. What goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one. Zhao Jianlong will not meet a favorable end. Zhang Yuyue affirmed. I too believe he will not escape his fate. Zhou Andong rose to his feet. Tell your brother to steer clear of Zhao Jianlong's business dealings. If there are loans involved, prevent your father from agreeing to them. Zhang Yuyue shook her head. It's futile. My brother won't listen. As for loans, he is a major client of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Do you think my father would refuse if he wanted to borrow? Zhou Andong shrugged, repeating, when it rains, it pours. We cannot control the inevitable. Let us go take some photos, he suggested. Zhang Yuyue composed herself and smiled. Where to? Are you buying me a new outfit? I can't possibly wear this to take pictures. This outfit is quite lovely, he replied. Zhou Andong lavishly extolled your figure, capturing your beauty to its fullest extent, rendering you exquisite, mature, confident, elegant, and enchanting. Stepping back a couple of paces, Zhou Andong found himself too close, causing my eyes to squint under his dazzling presence, which outshone even the midday sun. Alas, had I been a poet, I would have composed 1,000 verses to encapsulate your beauty. Shortling, Zhang Yuyue could not contain her laughter. Zhou Andong blinked. My observations are rather profound, aren't they? I see you as quite the jester. Zhang Yuyue replied. Her mood instantly lifted as she leaned to peer behind Zhou Andong. Puzzled, Zhou Andong inquired. What are you looking at? With a smile, Zhang Yuyue responded, I'm merely checking how long the tail behind you has grown. That outfit was clearly purchased for the purpose of photography. Zhou Andong retorted, let us not nitpick the details. The truth remains, the clothes were indeed bought for you. All right. I shall let it slide, Zhang Yuyue conceded. But I'm famished. I must eat first, lest I lack the energy for photos. Zhou Andong, somewhat exasperated, remarked. You're like a bottomless pit. It's barely midday and you're already hungry. Jiang Yuyue playfully kicked at him, prompting Zhou Andong to leap back, grinning triumphantly. Miss me. Observing Zhou Andong's teasing demeanor, Jiang Yuyue gritted her teeth, wishing to nip at him. Your legs must be feeling just fine. Huh? Look at you. Getting all riled up over a jest. With a grand gesture, Zhou Andong declared, Come, I shall treat you to a grand feast. The two then dashed to Qin's steamed buns for a meal, subsequently hiring a yellow cab and spending a good part of the afternoon, exhausting 2 rolls of film in the process. Oh dear, Jiang Yuyue exclaimed as she sat in the restaurant's private room, repeatedly thumping her thigh. I've heard those calendar models earn hundreds for a single shot. I won't ask for much, just 200 will suffice. Zhou Andong shot her a disdainful glance, saying, Is that all you aspire to? If we sell off this 80 tons of liquor, our factory's party secretary will wield considerable influence. At that point, I could hire you as a spokesperson, and you'd earn at least 30 to 50,000 a year. Jiang Yuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Could I really? Zhou Andong replied, If I say you can, then you can, and if not, you still can. Just then, the waiter brought the dishes to their table. This time, both were genuinely hungry, ordering 4 dishes and 3 large bowls of rice. Jiang Yuyue devoured 1 large bowl, while Zhou Andong consumed 2, leaving not a trace of the 4 dishes, not even a drop of soup. Rubbing her belly, Jiang Yuyue lamented, Oh dear, I feel quite stuffed. Zhou Andong said, Let us go. I'll see you home. No need. Jiang Yuyue waved her hand. I'll take the bus myself. Zhou Andong, picking at his teeth with a toothpick, stood up, saying, I want to escort you. I'll just find a photo studio to develop the film and select the shots tonight. With a dreamy expression, Jiang Yuyue asked, Do you think if all 10,000 calendars sell, I might become a big star? Dream on. Zhou Andong bluntly replied. Jiang Yuyue chuckled. But what if the dream comes true? 2 individuals, engaged in cheerful conversation, exited the restaurant. Zhou Andong accompanied Jiang Yuyue to the bus stop, and afterwards sought a photography studio to have his film developed. By the time the photographs were ready, darkness had descended upon the outside world. The distillery's residential area lay to the west of the brewery, accessible only through a narrow alley. To the left, freight railways sprawled, while to the right stood the grain storage of the distillery, rendering the area desolate and eerily quiet after sunset. Zhou Andong alighted from the bus near the distillery and began his solitary stroll towards the residential area. At that moment, a white van sped past him. A cigarette but flying from the window, landing at Zhou Andong's feet with a flicker of embers. He uttered a curse, wrapped his cotton coat tighter around himself, and continued on his way. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley, he noticed that the very same white van had come to a halt within it. Zhou Andong furrowed his brow, pausing in his tracks. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, then lifted his gaze towards the van. The illumination from the street lamp cast faint shadows within the vehicle, revealing the outlines of its occupants. The van's sudden appearance was undeniably suspicious. Particularly after his earlier encounter with Zhao Jianlong, caution was imperative. As time slipped away, Zhou Andong found himself igniting a 3rd cigarette. Suddenly, the van's door slid open with a pronounced clang, and 2 figures emerged, one tall and the other short. One wielded a hammer, while the other brandished a steel pipe. Observing these 2, Zhou Andong chuckled, a plume of smoke curling leisurely from his lips. Chapter 17. I am quite capable. 2 ruffians, reeling and muttering obscenities, approached with a stagger, and even from a distance, Zhou Andong could detect the pungent scent of alcohol wafting towards him. Did Zhao Jianlong send you? Ever since his marriage, Zhou Andong had refrained from physical confrontations, feeling as though his bones had rusted from disuse. He rolled his neck and shook his arms, the joints emitting a series of crackling sounds. Who are Zhao Jianlong or Zhao Jianhu? I have no quarrel with you. I simply find you irksome and intend to break your legs. The shorter thug brandished a hammer, incensed. Why waste words on him? Let's take him down. The taller one, with a sinister grin, swung a steel pipe menacingly towards Zhou Andong's head. The latter tilted his head just in time, the cold metal slicing through the air and narrowly missing him. In one fluid motion, he retaliated with a fierce kick. With a resounding thud, the tall thug felt as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, his body propelled backward uncontrollably before crashing heavily to the ground. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the shorter thug was caught off guard, only to find Zhou Andong seizing his head and forcefully driving it down, followed by a brutal knee strike. Another loud crack echoed as the shorter thug's upper body jerked violently upwards, the hammer slipping from his grasp. blood spraying from his nose and mouth into the air before he collapsed motionless onto the ground. Is that all you've got? Zhou Andong mused, cigarette dangling from his lips, surveying the two unconscious men sprawled on the floor. What a pathetic lot. I thought you were formidable enough to frighten me into inaction. He dragged the shorter thug to the front of a van, placing his legs beneath the wheels, and then repeated the process with the taller thug. After securing himself in the vehicle, he turned the key, and the engine roared to life. A gentle press on the accelerator made the vehicle lurch, unmistakably crushing something beneath it. With a firm press of the gas pedal, the van surged forward, accompanied by two piercing screams that echoed outside. Zhou Andong grinned widely, engaged the handbrake, and prepared to exit the vehicle when he suddenly noticed a large black brick resting in the passenger seat, an archaic mobile phone. In his previous life, he had seen such a device but had never held one. Lifting it, he weighed it in his hand. It was indeed heavy enough to serve as a lethal weapon. Stepping out of the van, he surveyed the mangled legs of the two thugs, a sardonic smile stretching across his face. Oh my, dear God, does it hurt? Do tell me Zhao Jianlong's number. I shall be your messenger and summon him to take you to the hospital. The shorter thug glared at Zhou Andong with malevolent eyes, gritting his teeth and articulating each word with venom. You brat, if you don't kill me today, I swear I shall end you in the future. Zhou Andong playfully patted the thug's face, a smile lighting up his features. Let's not dwell on the future just yet. First, I require Zhao Jianlong's phone number. The shorter thug retorted with a cold sneer. Who is Zhao Jianlong? I don't know him. Oh, I do not recognize you, Zhou Andong remarked, nodding slightly as he expelled the extinguished cigarette but onto the ground. He reached out and seized the injured leg of the short man, blood spurting forth with a sudden hiss. The short man jolted upright, his eyes bulging from their sockets, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead as his body trembled with a peculiar intensity. Do you know him? Zhou Andong inquired coldly. I know him. The short man gasped, nearly pleading. Please, let go, let go. Zhou Andong released his grip, observing the blood on his hand before wiping it in the snow. Why go through this? It would have been simpler had you spoken earlier. The short man breathed heavily, but upon seeing Zhou and an smiling demeanor, he shivered and hastily remarked, now that's more like it. Zhou Andong swiftly dialed a series of numbers, and it was too long before the call connected. It went smoothly. Both of their legs are broken, he stated. The other party fell silent, prompting Zhou Andong to continue. Zhao Jianlong, did Jian Yuping not inform you? I am quite formidable. Silence persisted on the line, and Zhou Andong chuckled lightly. They are in the alley outside the distillery granary. Hasten to send them to the hospital. If you delay, they may end up in a crematorium. A busy signal resonated in his ear. On the southern bank of the Jiangzhou River, at the foot of the Shishan Mountains, stood an opulent three-story villa. Zhao Jianlong hurled his large mobile phone violently, shattering it against the television, which erupted in a cloud of smoke and crackling sparks. What's wrong? A woman, wrapped in a towel and drying her hair, descended from the second floor. In his fury, Zhao Jianlong's face contorted grotesquely, instilling fear in the woman, who stood frozen at the staircase. He exhaled deeply, grasped the landline on the coffee table, and quickly dialed a number. Hammer and De are in trouble, outside the distillery granary. Send someone immediately to take them to the hospital. With a sharp click, Zhao Jianlong hung up and approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black night sky, feeling an increasingly chilling breath envelop him. He had to concede that he had underestimated Zhou Andong. Brother Long, what's the matter? A sultry figure entwined herself around Zhao Jianlong. Meanwhile, Zhou Andong returned home to a modest 1.5-room house allocated to him by the distillery upon his marriage, with a small yard cluttered with various items. Having been absent for several days, he stepped inside to find it cold and dreary, even more so than outside. Though reluctant to move, he made his way to the coal shed, igniting the stove. It took more than half an hour for the temperature within to rise. The following day, Zhou Andong awoke well past 10. He had spent the previous night selecting photographs, finding each one appealing until fatigue finally closed his eyes in the early hours. After lingering and getting dressed, he grabbed the chosen photographs and stepped outside, stopping at a small shop along the road to satiate his hunger before heading to the factory. He merely intended to make an appearance at the broadcasting station. However, upon entering the gate, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Bing. You're back so soon? He inquired. I returned this morning. I've been searching for you, Gu Bing replied, having already looked for him twice. It remains a mystery what Gu Bing intends to do. Upon encountering Zhou Andong, he turned back with a look of palpable excitement. Hurry along to the workshop with me. The 200 boxes of samples have all been meticulously packaged. Upon arriving at the workshop, the 200 boxes of liquor stood neatly arranged on the floor, surrounded by hundreds of workers engaged in animated discussions. To their surprise, the packaging of the sorghum made it appear rather upscale, although visually appealing. With a retail price of 58 and a factory price of 36, selling it seemed highly improbable. Indeed, it was merely a change in appearance without any substantial improvement. Anyone who purchased it would be deemed a fool. It was rumored that the factory had invested $100,000 in a reform initiative, but it seemed that money would be wasted once again. Alas, the endless tinkering would inevitably lead to the factory's downfall. Clearly, no one harbored any belief that this liquor would find a market. Enough talk. The secretary has returned. As if a spell had been cast. The chatter abruptly ceased at the utterance of those words. Chapter 18. Gu Bing's self-doubt. Gu Bing's expression appeared somewhat displeased. He had overheard the murmurs from earlier and cast a cold glance over the crowd. Several individuals, who had been speaking rather loudly, recoiled slightly, hiding behind others, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Regardless of Gu Bing's influence within the factory, his position as a leader instilled a degree of fear among the employees. Zhou Andong chuckled softly, scanning the crowd. A few faces seemed familiar, yet their names eluded him. After all, it had been over 20 years. Even those once recognizable had grown distant, lost to time. Moreover, his social connections primarily resided in the second workshop, where he often sought a cigarette. As for the quality inspection department, it was better left unmentioned. There is a saying that rings true. When murkiness becomes the norm, purity is regarded as a transgression. In Zhou Andong's eyes, the individuals in the quality inspection department were all of questionable character. Conversely, they viewed Zhou Andong as a source of discord. Let us see, Gu Bing huffed, opening a wine case and retrieving a box of liquor. As you said, this is undoubtedly high-end and impressive. Zhou Andong accepted it, noting its commendable quality, comparable to the esteemed Honglong VIP. The Jiazhou Imperial Tribute wine, adorned with 5 archaic characters, exuded an air of refinement. Upon opening the box, he found it lined with yellow silk, and the wine bottle ensconced in a red silk back. As he unfastened the top, he extracted the bottle. Although it remained the same potent sorghum liquor, the addition of red labels rendered it distinctly different. A minor disappointment lingered in the bottle cap, which lowered its overall aesthetic appeal, yet he was relieved it was aluminum rather than the troublesome plastic of yore. Zhou Andong noticed the prominently inscribed word Special Brew on the bottle and inquired, "Is the Special Brew limited to 100 cases?" "Indeed," Gu Bing affirmed. "All in accordance with the plan." Zhou Andong remarked, "Notify the packaging factory to commence full production." Gu Bing nodded. "I have already informed them." As Zhou Andong carried 2 boxes of wine outside, Gu Bing instructed his team to move the wine into the warehouse and quickly caught up with him. "I fail to comprehend why all are special supplies, yet only this 100 cases is deemed special brew. Are you genuinely confused or feigning ignorance?" Zhou Andong retorted. "The awareness of some senior colleagues surpasses what you, as a second-generation dog, could fathom. If you were to send off any special supplies, they might very well throw them back at you." Gu Bing shook his head, inwardly admiring Zhou Andong's meticulous nature. He chose to disregard the remark about being a second-generation dog, planning to settle the score with him after the wine was sold. "Have the journalists been arranged?" Zhou Andong asked. "Yes," Gu Bing confirmed. "The chief reporter from the newspaper takes charge of the annual follow-up reports." "Can you guarantee coverage?" Zhou Andong pressed. "Rest assured, I still hold some sway," Gu Bing replied. "This trivial matter can be resolved with a single phone call." Zhou Andong cautioned, "If it doesn't get published, our plans will suffer greatly." As they conversed, they climbed into Gu Bing's 212 Jeep. "Where to?" Zhou Andong inquired. "Let us find an upscale restaurant, reserve a table, capture some photographs, then take them to the printing house for layout. We can have the calendars printed by tomorrow," Gu Bing replied. "Indeed, once our plan succeeds, there will undoubtedly be numerous inquiries for the wine. You must enlist 2 trustworthy individuals to guard the warehouse. Regardless of who it may be, even if it were the former factory director or Zhang Dio himself, they must not be allowed to remove any wine from the premises." "Why?" you ask. Gu Bing voiced his confusion. "As long as the wine is sold, it is our merit. They cannot seize it, even if they wish to." Zhou Andong cast a glance at Gu Bing. "You truly are a tiger. Your intelligence leaves much to be desired. It is miraculous that you have survived this long." "Am I mistaken?" Gu Bing inhaled deeply, repeatedly urging himself to endure, to bide his time until the wine is sold. He must make it known to him that the King of Horses has many eyes, lest he be subjected to further indignities in the future. Zhou Andong lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair, and nonchalantly remarked, "As for you, you remain unconvinced. Indeed, we are the architects of this reform. No one can usurp our credit. However, those who can procure wine through Gao Qingkue and Zhangdio undoubtedly possess extraordinary status. Why should we toil tirelessly to create opportunities for them to expand their own networks?" With a frustrated slap to his forehead, Gu Bing exclaimed, "Damn it, how did I not consider that?" Zhou Andong rolled his eyes and took another drag from his cigarette. "If you had figured it out, why would you need me?" Gu Bing felt a twinge in his heart. Under Zhou Andong's relentless critiques, he began to genuinely question his own intelligence. Furthermore, Zhou Andong continued, "Do you understand what marketing is?" Just as Gu Bing opened his mouth to respond, Zhou Andong interrupted, "It is evident that you do not. Go home and purchase a few books to study diligently." Gu Bing desperately wanted to speak but was cut off again. "What?" Zhou Andong retorted. "Let me make it clear, even if someone calls you, without my consent, you cannot agree to anything. This wine must not be sold lightly. At the very least, it should be released in limited quantities before the new year." Suddenly, Gu Bing slammed on the brakes, causing Zhou Andong to lurch forward unexpectedly. His upper body pitching forward, only to lean back sharply, his head striking the hard chair's backrest. The impact stung a bit. "What the hell are you doing?" Zhou Andong rubbed his head, dissatisfied. "Do you not realize that sitting beside you is a future marketing maestro? Who knows how many miraculous achievements in business history will be birthed from my hands? You nearly extinguished my genius, should anything happen to me. It would be an irreplaceable loss for China and even the entire world, and you would become the pariah judged by all." Gu Bing chewed his lip for a moment before darkly responding, "I was wrong, future marketing maestro. I merely wished to inquire, why can Gao Qingkue and Zhangdio sell? Yet I cannot? Scarcity marketing." Zhou Andong lazily waved his hand, asserting that even if he explained, Gu Bing would not understand. "Trust me, you cannot go wrong. Let us depart." Scarcity marketing? Gu Bing was utterly bewildered. This term, which has since been overused, was still unfamiliar to him at this time. The pinnacle of scarcity marketing was championed and popularized by Xiaomi. The workers in the packaging workshop delivered the liquor to the storeroom. With the weather being pleasant and a lack of tasks at hand, clusters of workers gathered outside to bask in the sun. When a gathering forms, idle chatter inevitably ensues, particularly since a significant portion of the packaging staff are women. When these ladies congregate, discussions about others' affairs, both good and bad, often arise, and rumors can sprout from mere whispers. Take Zhou Andong, for instance. He is the one who incited Secretary Gu to pursue reforms. He seems to be in a desperate situation. If the liquor fails to sell, he may find himself mimicking a dog in the second workshop, crawling to the factory gate. At that point, how could he, a university graduate, possibly show his face around here? Bah, a university graduate indeed. He seems to do nothing of substance. If there is money for reform, it would be far better spent on our wages so we can enjoy the new year. I overheard someone from the finance department mention that the funding required for this reform is as much as 100,000, and even that might not suffice. Alas, at this rate, who knows how much longer our factory can endure? Have you heard the latest? Zhou Andong is involved with Wang Ruame from logistics, and his wife caught them in bed together. It is crucial not to spread baseless rumors that could tarnish someone's reputation. After all, Wang Ruame's husband holds a position in the municipal government as a deputy section chief. If this information were to circulate, it would undoubtedly damage their marital relationship. I assure you, this is not mere gossip. Zhou Andong's wife is indeed seeking a divorce, and Wang Ruame is the reason behind it. Furthermore, I heard this from the Quality Inspection Department. Chapter 19. Zhao Jianlong was unaware that those women were concocting tales about him behind his back, which would inevitably lead to some minor troubles. Gu Bing parked the car at the Municipal Party Committee's guest house, requesting the finest private room available. Zhou Andong ordered an extravagant array of 17 or 18 dishes. He placed the bottles of wine on the table and began photographing them from various angles. When the dishes arrived, he continued his photographic endeavor. "Are you done?" Gu Bing inquired. Zhou Andong nodded. "Yes, let us feast." With an opulent spread before them, the two indulged heartily, yet despite their efforts, a significant portion remained untouched. Eventually, they leaned back in their chairs, exchanging glances filled with incredulity. "What shall we do with all this leftover food?" Zhou Andong lamented weakly. "What else can be done? We must pack it up. I have elderly relatives and young ones waiting at home. While I indulge in this lavish banquet, they are at home, hungry." Gu Bing looked at Zhou Andong in bemusement. Taking a moment before responding, "I can't help but feel that your abundance of orders was not solely for the sake of photographs. but rather for the purpose of taking leftovers home. You are a petty thinker. Zhou Andong belched, reveling in his indulgence. You have the mind of a small man. Gu Bing, weary of Zhou Andong's sharp tongue, chose to remain silent, aware that engaging further could lead to exasperation. Waiter, please pack this up. The waitress was taken aback. It was her first encounter with a patron requesting takeout from such a venue. Nevertheless, regardless of her thoughts, she fetched plastic bags, placing each dish into separate bags, totaling 12 or 13. Burp. Zhou Andong belched again, lifting the packed food. Where are you headed next? And you? Gu Bing asked. I'm off to a photo shop to develop these pictures, and then to a printing house, Zhou Andong replied. Gu Bing stated, I have no plans. So I'll accompany you for a stroll. Zhou Andong retorted, shouldn't you be hastening to deliver the wine instead of wandering aimlessly with me? Gu Bing responded, I'm leaving tonight. Besides, the elders usually descend to the grassroots around the 8th or 9th of the month. As Zhou Andong entered the car, he remarked, honestly, I hold great confidence in the wine produced by our factory. If the elders enjoy it and request more, please do not inform me. Simply deliver it directly. However, ensure that the payment is intact. What? Gu Bing exclaimed incredulously, you expect to charge the elders for your wine? Do you not realize how many people wish to gift their wine but cannot? Are you shouting to inflate your voice? Zhou Andong shot him a disapproving glance. With over 1,000 employees in the factory, they rely on us to sell wine and earn their livelihoods during the new year. If you distribute the wine freely, what will they consume? Zhou Andong feigned a righteous demeanor, yet inwardly contemplated that each bottle earned him a commission of 2 dimes. If given away, how would he claim his due? Furthermore, the elders' awareness and understanding far surpassed Gu Bing's. They would undoubtedly pay, as long as one did not feign generosity by refusing payment. Gu Bing, feeling exasperated by Zhou Andong's perspective, fell silent, choosing not to engage further. Once again, they visited the same photo shop, where, having paid for expedited service, the pictures were ready in just over 2 hours. He selected a few with Gu Bing before they proceeded directly to the printing house. Wu Xianping, upon hearing that Gu Bing was the secretary of the winery's party committee, burst into laughter, his cheeks resembling the folds of a steamed bun as he grasped Gu Bing's hand, shaking it vigorously. Ah, I wondered why the magpies were calling this morning. It turns out we have a distinguished guest. Welcome, welcome. Zhou Andong chuckled. I must say, Boss Wu, your flattery needs to be grounded in reality. What magpies would be around in this biting winter? You don't understand, Brother Zhou, Wu Xianping replied earnestly. Though there are no magpies, I heard their song. It signifies that the magpie spirit is bringing me good news. It means that Secretary Gu's visit has made even the heavens rejoice. Goodness, Zhou Andong exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. You're quite the talent. When your printing business falters, come find me. With your unparalleled skill and flattery, I assure you, I won't let you down. Gu Bing cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Andong, his expression clear. Look at how adept Boss Wu is at socializing. And then look at you. The disparity is striking. All right. Zhou Andong chose to ignore the comment, leaving Gu Bing feeling somewhat vexed. Let us finalize the layout quickly. We're starting printing tomorrow. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to waste it on flattery. Indeed, indeed. The matter at hand is urgent. Please, come inside. Despite Zhou Andong's teasing, Wu Xianping remained unfazed. Zhou Andong marveled at the situation. Rather than being offended, Wu Xianping seemed entirely unperturbed, displaying an extraordinary resilience to embarrassment. In such tumultuous times, one would expect a person like him to rise. Yet in his previous life, Zhou had never heard of Wu Xianping. This is the office. Conditions are limited and rather humble. Secretary Gu, Brother Zhou, please don't hold it against us. Wu Xianping opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. The so-called office was essentially a repurposed dwelling, with a chaotic pile of papers on the Kong, a desk on the floor, and a circle of sofas against the western wall. Please, have some tea. A girl of 17 or 18 entered, carrying 2 cups. Wu Xianping smiled and introduced her. This is my daughter, Wu Di. At first, Zhou Andong felt indifferent upon seeing the girl, but upon hearing her name, a mature and beautiful woman's face gradually merged with the youthful countenance before him. Isn't she the owner of Dia Printing and Packaging? Zhou Andong thought to himself. In his previous life, Dia ranked second among the top 10 printing and packaging enterprises in the country, with a market value exceeding 70 billion. Wu Di was 9th on the provincial rich list, and due to her beauty and Jiangzhou origins, Zhou Andong was naturally aware of her. Though he had not paid much attention to her before, hence he had not immediately made the connection. No wonder he had never heard of Wu Xianping. His daughter's brilliance had overshadowed him. What's wrong? Gu Bing nudged Zhou Andong, who appeared lost in thought. Nothing. Zhou Andong snapped back to reality, placing a photograph on the desk. This is the photo. The next hour was spent confirming the layout, after which Zhou Andong pieced together several advertising slogans for the liquor from his past life. How long will it take to print 10,000 copies? Wu Xianping replied. Printing will be swift, but binding will require some time. However, a week should suffice. Zhou Andong nodded. Please prepare 1,000 copies for me by tomorrow, and I will come to collect them the day after. Is that clear? Wu Xianping replied. The timeline is a bit tight, but it's manageable. Excellent. Zhou Andong turned to Gu Bing. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Gu Bing shook his head. Then let us depart. Zhou Andong rose and walked outside. Wu Xianping escorted the two until their vehicle drove far away before returning indoors. Inside the car, Zhou Andong pondered deeply, contemplating the importance of cultivating a good relationship with Wu Xianping to secure a foothold during the early stages of Dia's development and to partake in its success. What are you thinking about? Gu Bing inquired, sensing something unusual as he had not heard Zhou Andong speak. Zhou Andong retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Are you familiar with Zhao Jianlong? Gu Bing responded. I've heard of him, but we have not crossed paths. Zhou Andong took a drag from his cigarette. Is it possible to invite that reporter from his circle to Jiangzhou? For what purpose? Gu Bing asked. Zhou Andong explained. I intend to scrutinize Zhao Jianlong. Gu Bing, puzzled, asked scrutinize? What does that mean? Zhou Andong elaborated. Have you ever polished a walnut? It's the act of repetitively rubbing it to enhance its surface, making it smoother and more tactile. Gu Bing chuckled. That's quite an interesting analogy. Do you have a grudge against him? Not exactly a grudge, but there are past grievances. Zhou Andong remarked, cracking the window slightly, allowing the smoke to dissipate. If he believes he can dominate Jiangzhou and dare to extend his claws towards me, then I shall not hesitate to cut him down. Chapter 20. This fellow is quite devious. Curiously, Gu Bing inquired, what do you need a reporter for? To assist you in eliminating someone? I truly cannot fathom how you could pose such a foolish question. Zhou Andong exhaled a smoke ring and replied, you know, there exists a weapon in this world that can kill without shedding blood, right? Public opinion. Before Gu Bing could respond, Zhou Andong continued. In gaming halls, due to a lack of regulation, gambling machines thrive. It is not just minors. Countless adults have been ruined by these machines, leading to broken families and shattered lives. Zhao Jianlong has amassed a fortune of over 10 million relying on the gaming halls, and it is evident that this wealth is stained with blood. In this era, devoid of the internet and social media, if you understand the terror of public opinion, it truly is a kill without bloodshed. Gu Bing pondered Zhou Andong's words, recalling the sight of people, including minors, crowded around the gambling machines. There was no need for a thorough investigation. A mere stroll through the establishment and reporting on what he observed would suffice to bring Zhao Jianlong to his knees. At this thought, Gu Bing shivered and glanced sideways at Zhou Andong, saying, You are quite treacherous. I ought to keep my distance from you lest I fall victim to your schemes. Zhou Andong chuckled. But you are my superior. Even if I had 2 more guts, I wouldn't dare to scheme against you. Gu Bing rolled his eyes. Fine. I will return to the capital tonight and arrange a meeting with him tomorrow. It should not pose much of a problem. He suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Jianlong, wondering how he had managed to offend Zhou Andong, a man so devious that his future days would likely be fraught with difficulty. They say Zhao Jianlong is exceptionally formidable, untouchable like a tiger's rear. This time, I not only intend to poke at this tiger but also to shave its head, polishing it well to give it a fine sheen. Zhou Andong leisurely took a drag of his cigarette. Even if he could not eliminate Zhao Jianlong, he would still strip away a layer of his skin and squeeze out his essence, treating my words as mere wind. Gu Bing asked, Where are you headed? Zhou Andong replied, Back to Tengizi. Give me a ride. Gu Bing's face darkened. Am I to be your chauffeur? Zhou Andong rolled down the car window and flicked his cigarette, but outside, saying, You are being overly sensitive. We are now the closest of comrades. Is it such a burden to ask you for a ride? Gu Bing contemplated saying something but wisely chose to remain silent, merely snorting in response. Upon arriving at Tengizi under Zhou Andong's guidance, Gu Bing parked the car at the entrance, stating, Wait a moment. I will deliver the food inside, and then return to the distillery. Zhou Andong jumped out of the car, carrying the takeout into the house, where the family was gathered around the Kong table, enjoying a meal of the usual dishes, stewed sauerkraut and large pancakes. Brother, didn't you say you would be too busy to return these days? The younger sister, sitting on the edge of the Kong, rose to fetch bowls and chopsticks upon seeing Zhou Andong. I've already eaten, Zhou Andong replied, handing the plastic bag of takeout to Zhou Andong. I had dinner with the leadership today, ordered too much food, and didn't eat much, so I brought some back. Heat it up before eating. Don't be stingy. It's already cooked. If frozen too long, it will lose its flavor. Brother, what delicious food is there? The little girl turned over, stood up, and ran over, stretching her little head to look. Zhou Andong laughed heartily, picking her up and planting a kiss on her cheek. There's all sorts of delectable treats. Once your sister warms them up, you shall enjoy them. Yuan lying inquired, do we still need to return to the distillery? Zhou Andong nodded. A colleague drove me back in the factory vehicle. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and I will ride back with him. Zhou Xiaoxin took a swig of liquor, saying, if there are matters at the factory, why keep him here? What if it delays work? Yuan Lying replied discontentedly, drinking one tea silence you. I merely asked when I suggested keeping him. All right, I'm leaving. Zhou Andong chuckled, winking at Zhou Anbei. Xiaobei, if you need anything, call the factory. Zhou Anbei, mouth full of food, merely nodded in agreement. Gu Bing, leaning against the car door with arms crossed, smoked a cigarette and remarked upon Zhou Andong's swift exit. You didn't stay long, did you? Zhou Andong opened the car door and got in. It's not like I was gone for an extended period. What is the point of lingering? Upon returning to the distillery, a 130 light truck was parked outside the warehouse, already loaded with 100 boxes of liquor. Seeing Gu Bing's 212 approach, two drivers jumped down from their vehicle. Gu Bing rolled down the window. Is the liquor loaded? It is, replied a driver in his 40s with a nod. Then let us depart. Gu Bing rolled up the window, turned the steering wheel, and the vehicle pivoted. The next day, Zhou Andong awoke, consumed 2 steamed buns from a roadside stall, drank a bowl of soy milk, and then sought out a telephone booth to call Jiang Yuyue. To his surprise, the voice on the other end belonged to his former mother-in-law. Zhou Andong cleared his throat and said, Is this Annie? I am Lu Hao, a high school classmate of Jiang Yuyue. Is she home? Zhao Yulan responded, Yes, she is. I will fetch her. Soon, Jiang Yuye's voice came through the receiver, Old classmate. Is there something you need? Zhou Andong chuckled. Last year, your brother brought home a camcorder. Do you still have it? Yes. Jiang Yuyue replied. I'll be waiting for you at the distillery's entrance. Zhou Andong reminded her. Don't forget the videotape. Okay. Jiang Yuyue did not inquire further about the purpose and simply said, Wait for me. After hanging up, Jiang Yuyue changed her clothes, packed the camcorder into her bag, and said to her mother, Mom, a few of my high school classmates are back for break. We're meeting up, so I want to be home for lunch. You haven't even had breakfast yet. Zhao Yulan came out from the kitchen, just as she heard the door slam shut. That girl, Zhao Yulan scolded. Returning to the kitchen with the breakfast she had prepared, she called out to Jiang Zhengmin, who was seated on the sofa reading the newspaper, Stop reading and come eat. Jiang Zhengmin set down the paper. What is the matter? Why so angry this early? Zhao Yulan huffed. One has married and forgotten his mother, disappearing for 10 days. The other is on break and hardly home. Jiang Zhengmin chuckled, choosing to remain silent, for he knew that speaking further might invite trouble upon himself. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the air, causing Jiang Zhengmin to pause. Had they returned so soon? Surely something must have been left behind. The door swung open, revealing not Jiang Yuyue, but rather Jiang Yuhai. Upon seeing her son, Zhao Yulan's irritation dissipated instantly, and she smiled, saying, What brings you back so early? Did you forget to bring the children? Jiang Yuhai's expression was somewhat grim. Where is Jiang Yuyue? It was then that Zhao Yulan noticed her elder son's troubled demeanor. What is the matter? Jiang Yuhai did not respond, but instead called out, Jiang Yuyue, come out here. At this point, not only Zhao Yulan but even Jiang Zhengmin sensed that something was amiss. What has happened? Jiang Yuhai sank heavily onto the sofa, picking up a cigarette from the coffee table and lighting it. Last night, Zhao Jinlong called me, claiming he saw Jiang Yuyue with Zhou Andong, and they appeared to be quite close. Chapter 21. The fury of Zhao Yulan. With a sharp clatter, Zhao Yulan's chopsticks fell onto the table, her complexion suddenly turning ashen. A man had just called, claiming to be her high school classmate. Could it possibly be Zhou Andong? Jiang Yuhai, with a stern expression, inquired, Did she leave? Jiang Zhengmin let out a long sigh, slowly setting down his bowl of rice. Yes, she left right after the call. Jiang Yuhai remarked, the caller was likely Zhou Andong. Fuming, Zhao Yulan trembled with rage, banging her hands on the table, causing the dishes to rattle noisily. Has she lost her mind? What on earth does she intend to do? If the neighbors find out she has been cavorting with her brother-in-law all day, where will I hide my face? Jiang Zhengmin frowned slightly and cautioned, Calm down. Be mindful of your heart. How can I not be agitated? Zhao Yulan gasped. That wretched girl will surely be the death of me. Jiang Jingmin reassured her. It's not as serious as you think. Not serious? Zhao Yulan scoffed. Zhou Andong is no good. What could possibly come of associating with him? Suddenly, Jiang Yuhai sprang to his feet. I'm heading to the distillery to see if Zhou Andong is there. Jiang Jingmin replied. You may go, but speak to him civilly. Jiang Yuhai retorted coldly. What is there to discuss? With a resounding bang, he slammed the door behind him. No one here is a source of comfort, Jiang Jingmin muttered, turning to Zhao Yulan. When Yu Yue returns, make sure to discuss matters with her calmly. Discuss calmly? Zhao Yulan yelled. Listen to what she has done. Jiang Jingmin, dissatisfied, replied, What has she done? Has she committed murder or arson? Zhao Yulan struck the table again. Her association with Zhou Andong is far worse than murder or arson. Jiang Jingmin waved his hand impatiently. I have to get to work. Dress yourself, open the door. You know your daughter's temperament. If you approach her with such an attitude, you won't receive the answers you seek. If you push her too hard, she might just run away, leaving you searching for her for half a year. Let us see how you feel then. At the entrance of the distillery, Zhou Andong hunched his shoulders, head down, pacing back and forth while stamping his feet. It's so damn cold. Jiang Yue stood nearby, arms crossed, watching Zhou Andong with a smile, yet remaining silent. Oh, I didn't see you there, Zhou Andong exclaimed, startled as he looked up. When did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? Jiang Yue laughed heartily. Now you know what it feels like to stand here freezing. Huh? Zhou Andong shot her a fierce glare. Let us go. Jiang Yue replied. I haven't eaten yet. Zhou Andong sighed in exasperation. Let us go to the lamb soup restaurant across the street. Their xiaomai is also quite delicious. All right. Jiang Yue, a true foodie, was always eager to eat anything delicious. So how is it? Not bad, right? Zhou Andong savored a bowl of lamb soup, feeling warmth return to his body. Jiang Yue swallowed the morsel in her mouth and inquired, What do you need the camera for? Zhou Andong, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, replied, Do you wish to seek vengeance for your classmate's sister? Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How do we go about it? Zhou Andong stated. A camera is all we require. Perplexed, Jiang Yue asked, Is a camera sufficient? Zhou Andong, with a hint of dissatisfaction, retorted. Do not express doubt in front of a man. Jiang Yue, failing to grasp his meaning, felt the urge to scratch his face in confusion. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go? After settling the bill, the duo exited the lamb soup restaurant. Jiang Yue inquired, Where to? Zhou Andong responded, Naturally. We shall head to Zhao Jinlong's arcade, the largest one on Central Street. Central Street is the most bustling thoroughfare in Jiangchuan, and Zhao Jinlong's expansive arcade, occupying 2 levels with over 1,000 square meters, is situated in its midst. Zhou Andong carried a black plastic bag, from which the camera lens protruded, its green work light flickering. Had this been over a decade later, a curious child of 7 or 8 would have immediately recognized it as covert filming and promptly reported it to the authorities. Yet, in the present day, few comprehend the concept of surreptitious recording, and those who do often remain indifferent. Upon entering, Zhou Andong was immediately engulfed by the familiar cacophony of electronic music, combat sounds, and the rhythmic clatter of buttons being pressed. Damn! Exclaimed a boy of 12 or 13, cigarette dangling from his lips. Brother Chong, what kind of broken machine is this? I barely played for 10 minutes and it swallowed 3 of my tokens. A leather-clad individual with long hair approached. I've told you 100 times. This machine is faulty. If you insist on playing, don't blame anyone else. Damn it, I'm out of tokens, the boy cursed in frustration. Nearby, another boy of similar age chimed in. I still have 2 tokens. Let us go upstairs and try our luck at the slots. Let us go. The 2 boys dashed toward the stairs. For Jiang Yue, this was her first encounter with such an establishment. Upon entering, she was struck by the oppressive atmosphere, especially upon witnessing underage children smoking and cursing, which made her frown. These are mere children. It is one thing for them to skip school to play games. But how could they be smoking and using foul language? Zhou Andong, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Most of these kids are skipping classes, spending their meager allowances here. Some even steal money from home to gamble on the slots. Our task today is to document it all. Jiang Yue glanced around and lowered her voice once more. Recorded to report Zhao Jinlong? Zhou Andong shook his head. If reporting were effective, this place would have been shut down long ago. Jiang Yue questioned. Then what is the purpose of recording it? Zhou Andong smiled. You will understand in due time. Go buy some tokens to avoid arousing suspicion from the attendant. All right. Jiang Yuyue acquiesced, making her way to the cashier, where a hefty man, weighing over 200 pounds, dozed off, drool staining his shirt. I purchased 10 coins. Jiang Yuyue reached into her bag, producing a 10 yuan note and tossing it onto the bar. Upon hearing a shout, the rotund man snapped to attention, glaring fiercely. Only to exclaim, "What the hell?" shouting for no reason. But when his gaze landed on Jiang Yuyue's face, his eyes widened in surprise. And he swallowed his words with great difficulty, ultimately breaking into a lecherous grin. His gaze, filled with insatiable desire, seemed as if he wished to strip Jiang Yuyue bare and devour her whole. "Beautiful lady, why not keep me company for a while? You can have the coins. I don't need the 10 yuan. Jiang Yuyue's expression turned frosty, and with a resounding thud, she slammed her bag onto the bar, startling the man. "Do you have any idea how much this bag is worth?" Before he could process her words, she continued, "Over 400 in U.S. dollars. Do you truly think I care about your mere 2 dimes per coin?" The man, taken aback for a moment, suddenly erupted into laughter. "So, you're a little tigress after all." Saying this, he counted out 50 game tokens from the tray and placed them on the bar. 50. As Jiang Yuyue reached for the tokens, he suddenly seized her hand, a lewd grin plastered across his face. "I quite like you, little tigress. How about we play together?" Chapter 22. The boy who lost his life. A crisp slap echoed through the chaotic arcade, the sound piercingly clear amidst the clamor. 5 crimson fingerprints marred the chubby face of the portly fellow, swelling visibly before one's eyes. "Do you know who I am? No? Then go ask Zhao Jinlong who Jiang Yuyue is." Jiang Yue's delicate visage appeared as though veiled in frost. Her tone was unnervingly calm, yet frigid enough to send shivers down one's spine. The rotund man, momentarily dazed, felt a flash of fury ignite within him. In Jianzhou, he was a notable figure. Who dared slap his face, especially a woman? However, upon hearing Zhao Jinlong's name, his anger dissipated. In his moment of folly, he had been captivated by Jiang Yuyue's beauty. But now he was gripped by trepidation. If his actions led to trouble for the girl, it would be a minor concern for his business. But it could tarnish Brother Long's reputation, a fate he could not bear. "Fatty, what is the matter?" A scruffy man and one with curly hair staggered over, their expressions menacing as they blocked Jiang Yuyue's path. "I'm here to have fun, out of respect for Zhao Jinlong." Jiang Yuyue cast a disdainful glance at the two, once considering their character acceptable, but now she found them lacking, judging by the company they kept. She stowed her tokens, hoisted her bag, and coldly addressed the two. "Step aside, unless you seek discomfort." The scruffy man and the curly-haired one glanced at the rotund fellow and, seeing his silence, reluctantly parted ways. Zhou Andong had been observing the scene, unconcerned for Jiang Yue's safety. After all, this was Zhao Jinlong's territory, and that scoundrel valued his reputation above all else. His henchmen dared not misbehave here. Indeed, after receiving a slap from Jiang Yuyue, the hefty man refrained from showing his teeth. As Jiang Yuyue returned, Zhou Andong gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive." Jiang Yuyue, with a hint of pride, tossed her head. "Daring to harass me. And yet I merely knocked a tooth out of mercy." Zhou Andong chuckled and urged her, "Come on, let us head upstairs." The rotund man, his expression darkening as he watched Zhou Andong and Jiang Yuyue ascend, exchanged glances with the scruffy and curly-haired men, who nodded in unison before following suit. The rotund fellow seized the phone on the bar, dialing a series of numbers until the call connected. "Who is this?" He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, wincing at the pain, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. Brother Ma, it's Fatty. Do you know a woman named Jiang Yuyue?" Lacking the courage to confront Zhao Jinlong directly, he resorted to calling his superior. "Jiang Yuyue? What happened to her?" The voice on the other end rose in pitch. The rotund man's heart raced, his throat tightening. "And nothing. She is here at the arcade, claiming to know Brother Long. Let her enjoy herself. Don't let anyone disturb her. If any fool dares, drag them out and break their bones." "Why yes, Brother Ma." On the forehead of Fei, a fine sheen of sweat instantly formed. After hanging up the phone, he dashed to the second floor, glancing at Jiang Yuyue, who was engrossed in the slot machines. Before whispering to Chang Mao and Wan Mao, Zhou Andong paid no heed to Jiang Yuyue, wandering alone with a black plastic bag in hand, meandering through the second floor. Among the 200 to 300 slot machines, almost everyone was occupied, with numerous individuals lingering despite lacking funds or having lost everything. Suddenly, a boy of 17 or 18, with a sallow complexion, bloodshot eyes, and unkempt hair, caught Zhou Andong's attention. The boy muttered to himself in an almost trance-like state. As Zhou Andong approached, he couldn't quite discern the boy's words, but the boy's disheveled appearance suggested he had suffered considerable losses. After observing for a moment, Zhou Andong turned to leave when he noticed a man in his 50s, with a head full of white hair, a gaunt figure, and a slight hunch, walking over and standing beside the boy, staring intently. After a prolonged silence, the man rasped, "Chun Liang." The boy trembled, looking up at the man. "Dad." The man replied calmly, "It's time to go home. Stop playing." The boy suddenly became agitated, pulling a handful of coins from his pocket. "Dad, look, I still have some. Trust me, I'll win back everything I lost. I promise, I can win it all back, and then I can pay for Mom's treatment." The man sighed. "Even if you win it back, it won't matter." Realization dawned on the boy, and his hand trembled, causing the coins to scatter across the floor with a clatter. A forced smile appeared on his lips. What do you mean it won't matter, Dad? If I win, I can pay for Mom's surgery." A murky tear slipped from the corner of the man's eye. "This morning, your mother passed away." The boy froze, gripping his father's arm tightly, his voice trembling. "Dad, you're just saying that out of anger, right?" The man shook his head. "Chun Liang, when you first stole money to gamble, your mother and I didn't hold it against you. The second time, we thought you were still young. In a couple of years, you would understand. But the third, fourth time, until you stole all the money meant to save your mother, I regret not having put a stop to you sooner. Had I done so, your mother might have lived a few more years." The boy trembled uncontrollably, his grip on his father's arm unyielding, refusing to accept the reality of his mother's death. The man made an attempt to free himself, but when he couldn't, his calm demeanor shifted to agitation. He raised his foot and kicked the boy fiercely, shouting, "I, Chen Baoqi, have never committed any wrongdoing in my life. So how did I end up with such a wretched son?" Long Mao, having observed the commotion for some time, finally interjected, "This is a family matter. Don't disturb my business in the arcade. Take it outside." The man cast a glance at his son, his eyes filled with despair for life, for his son. "Go home, bow to your mother, and then you can go wherever you please." As the man departed, his back hunched even more, burdened by sorrow. Jiang Yue stood beside Zhou Andong, gazing at the boy lying on the ground, seemingly devoid of spirit, and sighed softly. As he gazed at the dazzling lights and the pulsating electronic music emanating from the slot machines, Zhou Andong felt a surge of frustration, nearly grinding his teeth. He beckoned Jiang Yue, urging her to follow. "Let us go." Swiftly, Jiang Yue complied, exiting the arcade alongside Zhou Andong. "Where are we headed?" she inquired. Zhou Andong lifted his gaze to the silhouette of a man ahead, lighting a cigarette as he replied, "Let us follow that man and see where he leads us." For nearly 2 hours, Zhou Andong and Jiang Yue trailed the man until they reached the eastern outskirts. In the distance, they could hear the mournful strains of music emanating from an unassuming residential courtyard. Zhou Andong quickened his pace to catch up, calling out, "Hey, brother." The man paused, glancing around with a puzzled expression before asking, "Are you calling me?" Zhou Andong nodded, producing a camera as he explained, "I followed you from the arcade." The man took a few cautious steps back, wariness etched across his features as he queried, "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Andong waved his hand dismissively. "Please, don't misunderstand. I simply wish to conduct an interview with you." The man's brow furrowed in skepticism. "Interview me? I'm a reporter from the capital. I've discovered that the Jiangzhou arcade has been notoriously engaged in illegal gambling activities through these slot machines. During my undercover investigation, I fortuitously stumbled upon the unfortunate circumstances occurring in your home. If you agree to an interview, my report is certain to attract attention from higher authorities." Zhou Andong spoke his deceit with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of his fabrication. Chapter 23. Poverty does not excuse crime. The man scrutinized Zhou Andong closely. "Are you truly a reporter from the capital?" Zhou Andong smiled, pulling Jiang Yue forward. "She is the one. I am merely her assistant." With a keen self-awareness, Zhou Andong positioned Jiang Yue in front of him. Clad in work attire beneath a military coat worn for several years, his appearance made it difficult to associate him with a journalist from the capital. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Yue stood before Zhou Andong, a flicker of light ignited in the man's murky, vacuous eyes, and he stammered, "If I agree to this interview, will it truly be reported?" Having grasped Zhou Andong's intentions and possessing unwavering trust in him, Jiang Yue replied resolutely, "It will." Zhou Andong continued, "Gambling harms both individuals and families, severely undermining domestic harmony and eroding the fabric of urban and rural civilization, thus jeopardizing societal stability. Therefore, the state has maintained a zero-tolerance policy. Trust us, Share everything that has transpired in your household. Once reported, it will attract the attention of law enforcement, leading to an investigation that will dismantle this malignant gambling den and bring the criminals to justice. Together, we can purify our social environment and uphold harmony and stability. The man nodded emphatically. Very well, I will participate in your interview. Ask whatever you wish. Let us converse freely. Zhou Andong reached into his pocket for a cigarette, offering one to the man. Now, let us discuss your son. How did he fall into the clutches of gambling addiction? The man squatted down, head bowed as he took a drag from the cigarette. Zhou Andong sat beside him, patiently awaiting his response, while Jiang Yuyue filmed the two. Before, Qin Liang was a good child, an excellent student, consistently ranking among the top 10 in his class, the man recounted softly, and Zhou Andong remained silent, listening intently as Jiang Yuyue recorded their conversation, which persisted for over half an hour. In the distance, a frail figure stumbled forward, staggering with each step. After just a few paces, he fell twice, only to rise and continue, his bewildered gaze scanning the surroundings as if seeking assistance. As the frail figure drew closer, Jiang Yuyue was the first to notice. Dongzi, it's Qin Liang. The man abruptly lifted his head, his eyes widening at the sight of his son approaching. Covered in mud and oblivious to the number of times he had fallen, his gaze lacked focus, drifting aimlessly toward home as he stumbled past them. The man stood up, reaching out instinctively but failing to grasp his son, and hurriedly pursued him, worry etched across his face. Regardless of the mistakes made, no matter how much he had scolded or punished him, he was still his son, and it was impossible not to be concerned. Let us go take a look. Zhou Andong discarded his half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Jiang Yuyue nodded and followed Zhou Andong to the man's home. Even before entering the courtyard, they could hear the sounds of wailing and furious shouting emanating from within. Upon arriving at the doorway, Jiang Yuyue suddenly grasped Zhou Andong's hand tightly. Zhou Andong halted. Are you afraid? Jiang Yuyue puffed out her chest with pride. Who is afraid? Yet, despite her words, her grip on Zhou Andong's hand tightened. Zhou Andong's lips twitched slightly. How about you wait here for me? Jiang Yuyue stubbornly shook her head. I told you, I am not afraid. Zhou Andong pressed down the hand of Jiang Yuyue, which was holding the camera. Do not photograph the deceased. Once we enter, follow me and pay your respects. As they stepped into the outer room, Jiang Yuyue's body suddenly tensed, her legs stiffening as she was slowly pulled by Zhou Andong to the door. The deceased lay on a door plank with their head facing west, supported by 4 stools beneath, and covered with a yellow cloth. With a long sigh, Jiang Yuyue exhaled, her tension easing upon seeing the covered figure. She obediently followed Zhou Andong and bowed 3 times to the deceased. The men, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Zhou Andong and Jiang Yuyue, ceased their curses directed at Qin Liang and turned to look at the two. Zhou Andong stated, Since we are here, let us pay our respects to your sister-in-law and then have a word with Qin Liang. The man hesitated for a moment before addressing Qin Liang. They are reporters from the capital. Whether to accept an interview is your decision. Qin Liang stared vacantly at Zhou Andong, eventually nodding and lowering his head as he exited. Once in the courtyard, Qin Liang hoarsely asked, Do you have a cigarette? Zhou Andong retrieved a cigarette and handed it to Qin Liang, lighting one for himself as well. Speak your mind freely. Anything you wish to say, feel free to express. And if you prefer not to, that is also acceptable. Qin Liang took a deep drag from the cigarette, tilting his head back as his gaze drifted aimlessly toward the sky. The first time I entered an arcade was during the summer of my 2nd year in junior high, accompanied by a friend's older brother. His recounting was far more detailed than his father's, as it stemmed from personal experience. Zhou Andong patted Qin Liang on the shoulder. There is no quicker way to ruin one's family than through gambling, and no greater moral decay than through vice. There will always be those who harbor a false sense of hope, believing that gambling can lead to overnight riches, oblivious to the reality that 9 out of 10 gambles end in loss, and prolonged gambling inevitably leads to ruin. Crouching on the ground, Qin Liang buried his face in his hands and wept. I caused my mother's death. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Zhou Andong sighed. Child, recognizing one's mistakes and choosing to amend them is a great virtue. It is not the error that is frightening, but the failure to rectify it. Your mother watches over you from above. As long as you refrain from gambling and focus on your studies, she will not blame you and will indeed be pleased. By the time Zhou Andong and Jiang Yuyue returned to the city, dusk was approaching. Jiang Yuyue inquired, Where to now? Zhou Andong replied, Qin Liang mentioned a woman named Du Jia, who works in a state-owned enterprise. She has twins, and her husband is the manager of the municipal fishery company, truly a picture of domestic bliss. However, having become enamored with slot machines, she lost everything, her job. And her husband left her, relocating with the children. Now, burdened with massive debts, she has been forced into a life of vice. Zhang Yuyue suggested, "Shall we seek her out?" Indeed. Zhou Andong's expression turned serious. "I harbor a question in my mind that can only be answered by finding her." "What question?" Zhang Yuyue inquired, intrigued. Zhou Andong responded. Xinliang said he was led into the arcade by his friend's older brother, having run out of funds. It was once again the brother of that classmate who lent him money. Moreover, it was not merely him. Many of his peers were also drawn into the gaming hall by his classmate's brother. I suspect there lies a shadowy web of illicit interests beneath this. Zhang Yuyue furrowed her brow. A shadowy web of interests? Zhou Andong nodded. It's akin to an intermediary. They lure individuals into the gaming halls for gambling, siphoning off profits, or engaging in usury. Zhang Yuyue inquired, "Do you suspect that Du Jia was also entrapped by someone?" Zhou Andong replied, "It is quite possible. She works in a public institution. Her husband is a manager at a seafood company, affluent and influential, making her a prime target for certain individuals." Zhang Yuyue's eyes sparkled with determination as she looked at Zhou Andong. "Let us seek her out immediately." Zhou Andong said, "We haven't eaten all day. Let us have a meal first." The two casually found a place to satisfy their hunger before heading to the Longting nightclub. Zhang Yuyue remarked, "This is also Zhao Jianlong's enterprise." As it was still early, the venue had yet to commence its performances, and the patrons were sparse. Zhou Andong and Zhang Yuyue chose a seat, and a waitress approached. "Sir, madam, would you like something to drink?" Zhou Andong waved his hand. "We are waiting for someone. We will order shortly." "Very well." The waitress turned to leave. Zhang Yuyue said, "Why don't you ask the waitress? The waitress might not know Du Jia." Zhou Andong gestured towards a provocatively dressed woman nearby, heavily made up. "Do you see her? That woman might know where Du Jia is." Zhang Yuyue said, "I'll go ask." Zhou Andong queried, "How will you ask?" Zhang Yuyue paused. "How else? I'll just inquire where Du Jia is and when she will arrive." Zhou Andong chuckled. "If you ask her like that, she will undoubtedly respond that she doesn't know." Individuals like her tend to be very cautious and place great importance on their privacy. Therefore, you must tell her that we are friends of Du Jia's ex-husband, that the child is gravely ill and longs for his mother, and that we have searched extensively to find her here. Will that work? Zhang Yuyue asked, skeptical. Zhou Andong shrugged. "I'm not sure, but let us give it a try." Zhang Yuyue shot Zhou Andong a skeptical glance before rising to approach the woman. After an unknown exchange, the provocatively dressed woman walked away, disappearing through a door without reappearing. Zhang Yuyue returned, her expression somewhat off, and sat silently. Zhou Andong blinked, smiling as he asked, "What happened?" Zhang Yuyue took a deep breath and sighed. Du Jia is dead. She jumped into the river 6 months ago. Zhou Andong lightly slapped his thigh, expressing regret. What a wasted trip. Yet this lead may prove useful in the future. Rising, he said, "Let us go." As they exited the nightclub, Zhou Andong remarked, "The calendar will be out tomorrow." Zhang Yuyue, shaking off her gloom, cheerfully responded, "Wonderful. I'll come to your place in the morning." "All right." Zhou Andong raised his hand to hail a yellow taxi to the distillery. When Zhou Andong arrived home, it was already past 7. After lighting the stove, he left the door unlocked and went to find Yao Jun's home was not far away. It was at the easternmost end of the alley, and he reached it in just a few minutes. Upon entering, Zhou Andong discovered that only Yao Jun was at home. "Where are Uncle and Aunt and Ingzi?" Zhou Andong inquired. Yao Jun replied, "My cousin is getting married tomorrow. They all went to my maternal grandparents' house." Zhou Andong remarked, "The calendars have already been printed. Are all the arrangements in place?" Hearing that the calendars were ready, Yao Jun's spirits lifted. "Everything is arranged," he affirmed. Zhou Andong instructed, "Tomorrow morning at 8, we will head directly to the printing factory and then proceed according to plan." Zhang Yuyue ascended the stairs, took out her keys, and opened the door. As she stepped inside, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. Zhang Yuhai, who had not returned for nearly a month, sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, while her father was absorbed in reading the newspaper, and her mother wore an equally grim demeanor. "What is going on?" Zhang Yuyue asked with a smile. "Zhang Yuhai, have you gotten on Mom's nerves again?" Zhang Yuhai huffed coldly. "Zhang Yuyue, tell me where you were today." Zhang Yuyue's expression darkened. "What I do is none of your concern. You should be home taking care of your wife and children instead." Zhang Yuyue. Zhao Yulan could no longer contain herself. She slammed her hand on the coffee table. "Why are you coming home so late? Who are you with?" Zhang Yuyue glanced around, and suddenly realizing, stated bluntly, "I was with my brother-in-law." "Your brother-in-law?" Zhao Yulan's temper flared. Your sister has gone to America. Where did you get a brother-in-law? Jiang Yuyue feigned realization. Oh, right, my sister is divorced, so I was with Zhou Andong. Zhao Yulan clutched her chest, gasping for air. Jiang Jingmin quickly tossed aside the newspaper and placed a hand on Zhao Yulan's chest, soothing her breaths. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Yuyue, alarmed, rushed over. Mom, are you okay? Zhao Yulan exhaled deeply, pointing at Jiang Yuyue, gritting her teeth. You wretched girl, you will be the death of me. Jiang Yuyue, Jiang Yuhai said darkly. Have you lost your mind? What kind of person is Zhou Andong? You associate with him all day. Don't you fear being ridiculed? Jiang Yuyue retorted with fury. Shut your mouth. How is Zhou Andong not a person? Before he divorced my sister, he was the one carrying rice, flour, and gas canisters up the stairs. And what have you done for this family? Last year, when Mom had a heart attack in the middle of the night and it was raining outside, couldn't he even find a car? Wasn't he a Zhou Andong who carried Mom all the way to the hospital? What gives you the right to look down on him? Just because he is an ordinary worker and you are a department head? Jiang Jingmin sighed. Yuyue, honestly, both your brother and your mother are doing this for your own good. Think about it. Your sister has divorced Zhou Andong, and here you are, the younger sister, still spending all your time with your former brother-in-law. What kind of behavior is that? Upon witnessing this, the neighbors may have much to say, and it will not be pleasant. At that moment, what will become of your mother and my old visage? Zhao Yulan pounded the coffee table with her palms, tears cascading down her cheeks. What sins have I committed to bear such a child? When I perish at your hands, you will revel in delight. Just look at the distress you've caused our mother. Jiang Yuhai's expression was as dark as a stormy sky. Jiang Yuyue, if you cause our mother any harm, I shall not forgive you. I comprehend your disdain for Zhou Andong. You look down upon him solely due to his poverty, regardless of what he has contributed to this family. It is deemed as his obligation. In your eyes, he will eternally remain a pauper, unworthy of the Jiang family's regard. Suddenly, Jiang Yuyue smiled. But is there a fault in being poor? Is it a crime? You merely view him through a narrow aperture, belittling him, diminishing him, distorting him. Yet, I have faith in him. One day, he shall grow into a figure beyond your wildest imaginings. Chapter 24. The brother-in-law in Jiang Yuyue's eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Yuyue's words, a disconcerting thought simultaneously arose in the minds of Jiang Jingmin, Zhao Yulan, and Jiang Yuhai. Observing Jiang Yuyue's animated expression, their heads buzzed with apprehension. What a calamity! The sister has just divorced, and now the younger sibling is rushing in. This is utterly inappropriate. Particularly Zhao Yulan, who, in her indignation, began to tremble once more. It seems they wish for my demise. I can no longer bear the shame of living. As Jiang Yuyue gazed at the ever-changing expressions of her parents and elder brother, a sudden realization struck her. Her face flushed instantly, and in a fit of anger, she widened her eyes and stamped her foot heavily. What are you all thinking? Jiang Yuyue refrained from admonishing her parents, directing her ire solely at Jiang Yuhai. What are you staring at? Your mind is filled with sordid thoughts. Let me tell you. Jiang Yuhai, keep your distance from Zhao Jianlong, lest you find yourself ensnared by him sooner or later. Jiang Zhengmin clutched his chest, sensing his heart laboring under the strain. Certain inquiries remained unvoiced, leaving him uncertain, yet he understood his daughter's temperament better than anyone else. Thus, even as her father, he approached the matter with utmost caution. Yuyue, might you enlighten me on what you and Zhou Andong engage in daily? Jiang Yuyue contemplated the amusing scene on the bus where Zhou Andong bravely intervened to apprehend a perverted lecher. She also reflected on the song she had written for herself, as well as the myriad of small moments from the past few days, causing her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. However, the memory of Zhou Andong's unacknowledged sacrifices for their family quickly extinguished that flicker of joy, evoking a desire to share that she had gone out with her brother-in-law. Yet, upon observing her father's anxious demeanor, her heart softened. In your eyes, her brother-in-law may never amount to much, but in hers, he epitomizes masculinity, competence, and talent, a true man. If one were to place her brother alongside him at the same starting point, she would assert that her brother would not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Jiang Yuhai let out a derisive laugh, ready to speak, but was met with a fierce glare from Jiang Yue, reminiscent of an irate little leopard. Be quiet, Jiang Yuhai. I warn you, it's best you don't meddle in my affairs. If you continue to listen to that nonsense from Zhao Jianlong and relay it to our parents, I will unearth all your past misdeeds and share them with sister-in-law. You should know that I can indeed follow through on my threats. Initially, Jiang Yuhai had intended to respond, but upon hearing Jiang Yuyue's words, he promptly closed his mouth. He was well aware of his sister's resolve. She was someone who could indeed act on her words, and her propensity for retribution was not a mere idle threat. If he truly provoked her, the harmony of their family might be irrevocably altered. With a cold huff, Jiang Yue addressed Jiang Jingmin. My brother-in-law has asked for my assistance, and I have been preoccupied with that matter these past few days. As for the specifics, I shall reveal them to you tomorrow evening. Why can't I disclose it now? Zhao Yulan's heart was in turmoil. If she did not receive an answer, she was certain to have a restless night. Even if I were to speak now, you would not believe me. Tomorrow, I shall present evidence that will convince you. Jiang Yue ceased her explanations, instead gathering her belongings and retreating to her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Zhao Yulan rose abruptly, intending to pursue, but was firmly restrained by Jiang Jingmin. Enough. She has already stated that she will provide an explanation tomorrow. If you seek her out now, it seems you desire further unrest. Jiang Yuhai interjected, Mother, let us wait just one night. I shall return tomorrow evening to witness what she has to say. Knock, knock, knock. The following morning, just past 6 o'clock, Zhou Andong was awakened by a vigorous rapping at the door, peeking through a narrow slit of his eyelids. He promptly covered his head with the blanket and attempted to return to slumber. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the knocking shifted to the window, which rattled violently as if it might shatter. Zhou Andong, I know you are asleep. Hurry and rise. Startled, Zhou Andong sat up, the warmth of his bedding dissipating instantly, leaving him shivering with goosebumps. He rubbed his legs together and shuffled to the windowsill, pulling back the curtains. The glass was frosted over, permitting only a vague outline of a figure outside. Huh. Zhou Andong pouted and breathed onto the glass, watching as the frost melted gradually, forming a patch the size of a quail egg. Then, he noticed a large eye blinking curiously against the glass. Huh. Zhou Andong chuckled softly. Outside, Jiang Yue's laughter chimed. You little voyeur. Zhou Andong retorted. I haven't even dressed yet. You are the true voyeur here. Enough. Jiang Yue tapped the window, urging, open the door quickly. I might freeze to death. Hastily donning his clothes, Zhou Andong rushed to open the door. What brings you here so early? Jiang Yue replied. Did you not suggest I come early? Zhou Andong glanced at the clock on the wall. Even without Jiang Yue, he ought to be up, as he needed to be at the printing factory by 8. I will wash my face first, then we can go for breakfast. Zhou Andong brushed his teeth and splashed cold water on his face. Let us be off. Yao Jun and several close friends had already arrived at the printing factory. Given the early hour, they had not knocked but were squatting at the entrance, chatting and smoking. Brother Jun, Wu Cheng, crouching beside Yu Jun, puffed out a cloud of smoke. Do you really think this will succeed? This lad was only 18. He took over his father's position at 16 and spent his days trailing Shou Andong and Yao Jun Jianguiguang, sporting a full beard, leaned in, Brother Jun. The factory has been buzzing with talk these past few days, even criticizing Dongzi behind his back, accusing him of inciting the secretary for reform with ill intentions, aiming to ruin the factory. Yao Jun surveyed the group. Do you all trust Brother Dong? Of course. Wu Qing affirmed, if we didn't trust him, we wouldn't be here. Yao Jun smiled. As long as you believe, that's what matters. Once we obtain the calendar, we will proceed as planned. There is nothing to worry about. As Zhou Andong and Jiang Yue turned into the alley, they spotted a few individuals squatting at Wu Ximping's doorstep. You all are quite early. Brother Dong. Dongzi. We hardly slept last night and rose early. Me too. I tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Jiang Yue was no stranger to figures like Junge, De Qingzi, and Guangge, and exchanged pleasantries with them. However, upon noticing Jiang Yue in the company of Zhou Andong, the expressions of Yao Jun and his companions turned rather peculiar. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Andong rapped on the door, and after a brief pause, footsteps approached, coming. The creaking of the dilapidated iron door signaled it being opened from within. Oh, it's you, Brother Zhou. Please, come in. A group of them stepped into the courtyard and then into the printing workshop. Inside, more than 10 workers were diligently binding calendars, their eyes bloodshot, evidently having worked through the night. Wu Ximping picked up a calendar and handed it to Zhou Andong, saying, take a look at the finished product. When Yao Jun and his companions caught sight of Jiang Yue on the cover, their eyes widened in astonishment. The image of Jiang Yue on the calendar was simply breathtaking. Chapter 25. No one can resist the power of currency. The cover features the ancient pagoda of Donghu, with Jiang Yue clad in a sleek black professional attire. Her body slightly turned, and one hand gracefully holding a glass of wine. Below are 2 lines of text, gathering the heroes of the world, aspiring for grand ambitions. establishing a new ethos for the era and celebrating our motherland. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine wishes the entire nation a joyous new year. Look at the back. Jiang Yuyue exclaimed eagerly as she flipped through the pages, revealing a backdrop of the Jiangzhou River, snow-capped mountains, ancient trees, villages, and hotels. The imagery centers on Jiang Yuyue and the wine, embellished with a collage of promotional phrases. The vastest is the sea, the highest is the sky, and the most profound is a man's sentiment. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine, a century of classics. The timeless essence of wine, the affection of Jiangzhou. The world is different because of me. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine embodies the new fashion of China, showcasing a life of distinction. Old Wu, are all the 1,000 copies here? Zhou Andong inquired. Wu Xianping nodded. They are all here. Zhou Andong continued. Prepare 10 packing boxes, 100 copies per box. Wu Xianping clapped his hands. Summoning 2 individuals. Find 10 packing boxes, 100 copies per box, and pack the calendars. Zhou Andong asked Yao Jun, have you conveyed everything clearly? Yao Jun nodded. All is clear. Zhou Andong turned to Wu Cheng and the 7 others. In a moment, we will return to the winery to fetch the wine. Each person will take 4 bottles. Remember, sell to the shops as much as possible, but each shop can only purchase 1 bottle. No matter the price. Do not sell more. Why not sell more? Wu Cheng queried. Zhou Andong replied, do not question why, simply do as I say. Understood? Understood. Wu Cheng and the others responded in unison. Zhou Andong then handed each person 50 yuan for activities. When you sell the wine, ensure you note down the addresses of the shops. Once the instructions were completed, the group, carrying boxes filled with calendars, exited the printing house and approached the roadside. Zhou Andong promptly flagged down 2 vans to return to the winery. He then borrowed a van from logistics, as Zhang Dio had given the green light. And a driver was arranged without delay. The driver, Huang Shanhe, in his 40s, was informed of a business trip, which might extend into the night, causing some displeasure. However, when Zhou Andong handed him 100 yuan for travel expenses, Huang Shanhe's demeanor transformed instantly. He grasped Zhou Andong's hand in a vigorous shake, showering him with gratitude, emphasizing that he hoped to be considered for future opportunities. Huang Shanhe assisted in loading the calendars into the vehicle and helped carry the wine. As they parted, he slyly slipped Zhou Andong a pack of cigarettes. Watching the van drive away, Zhou Andong retrieved his own cigarettes from his pocket, a pack of 2 yuan by Hongmai, and remarked with a smile, indeed, no one can resist the power of currency. Having said that, he tossed the cigarettes to Yao Jun beside him. Have you organized the personnel you were tasked with? Yao Jun affirmed, all is organized, comprising trustworthy individuals. Zhou Andong replied, good. Once Wu Qin and the others return, and if all goes well, we will deploy everyone. What shall we do next? Jiang Yuyue inquired. Zhou Andong kicked the cardboard box in front of him and said, deliver these 100 calendars to your father. Whether he gives them away or uses them as benefits for the bank staff is beyond my concern. And these 2 bottles of wine, take them to your father as well. Tell him this is a special supply, intended for the high-ranking officials in the capital and cannot be found in the market. Jiang Yuyue rolled her eyes, responding, everyone from Jiangzhou knows about your distillery situation. Special supply? It would be strange if my father believed that. Zhou Andong chuckled. He may not believe it now, but in due time, he will treasure this wine, and it's quite possible he will ask you to purchase more from me. Curiously, Jiang Yuyue inquired, do you have some plans that you haven't shared with me? Shaking his head, Zhou Andong mysteriously replied, it's not for disclosure. Sharing it would ruin the charm. Jiang Yuyue pouted. Fine, if you want to say, then forget it. And look, Zhou Andong lifted the wine. See the seal at the opening of the box? This wine, called Red Dragon VIP, is indeed special supply. It won't circulate in the market, even if it does. It won't be from our factory. In the future, what will be available in the market will be the regular version, without the seal. Jiang Yuyue thought to herself, knowing how to deceive her father without any pressure. Zhou Andong laughed, holding the box of calendars. You take the wine. I'll carry it, Yao Jun said, lifting the 2 bottles as he followed Zhou Andong toward the entrance. Can you borrow a car? Zhou Andong asked Jiang Yuyue. Surprised, she replied, what car? Zhou Andong specified, a Mercedes or BMW. Can you manage that? After a moment's thought, Jiang Yuyue said, it should be fine. The 3 reached the entrance where Zhou Andong hailed a yellow taxi, placing the box inside. Tomorrow, wear that professional outfit and be my secretary for the day. Jiang Yuyue shot him a disdainful look and slammed the door shut. Master, take me to the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Central Street. As the car drove away, Zhou Andong put an arm around Yao Jun. Let us go prepare ourselves a proper outfit. Once Zhang Yuyue exited the car, she placed the wine atop the box and carried it into the bank. Since the box obscured her face, no one recognized her. Embarrassed to ask for help, she huffed her way up to the third floor. Finally reaching the door of Jiang Zhengmin's office, she set the box down, exhaled deeply, and knocked on the door. Come in, came Jiang Zhengmin's voice from inside. Pushing the door open, Jiang Yuyue bent down to push the box inside. Jiang Zhengmin, engrossed in reading the newspaper, looked up at the sight of his daughter and smiled. What brings you here? What do you have there? Jiang Yuyue pushed the box in front of the sofa and plopped down. I'm exhausted. Upon seeing the wine atop the box, Jiang Zhengmin's eyes lit up. He walked around his desk and picked up the bottle. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine? You've always wanted to know what my brother-in-law and I have been up to, Jiang Yuyue said, opening the box and pulling out a calendar. Take a look. Jiang Zhengmin's eyes widened in astonishment at the calendar featuring Jiang Yuyue. What is going on? Jiang Yuyue smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, This is my brother-in-law, who sought my assistance. Their factory is undergoing reform, and they requested that I serve as the spokesperson for their brand of liquor. Wait. Jiang Zhengmin glanced at the bottle in his hand and then at the calendar. So, Zhou Andong's factory is reforming, and he has approached you for help, asking you to be the spokesperson for this particular liquor. Is that correct? Indeed, Jiang Yuyue replied. Just a couple of days ago, I was busy taking photos for the calendar. Jiang Zhengmin felt somewhat bewildered. What does their factory's reform have to do with a mere employee like you? And why would they want you to be a spokesperson? Isn't that utterly absurd? Chapter 26. Zhou Andong schemes. Jiang Yuyue remarked. This time, the reform at their factory was spearheaded by him and the factory's party secretary. Jiang Zhengmin, somewhat bewildered, asked, Are you saying that this reform of the distillery was jointly led by him and their party secretary? Observing her father's perplexed expression, Jiang Yuyue felt a surge of delight within her. Yes, and furthermore, the reform plan was devised by my brother-in-law. Jiang Zhengmin, with his mouth slightly agape, took a moment before responding. Do you truly believe that? I do. Jiang Yuyue asserted resolutely. My brother-in-law is exceptionally talented. Jiang Zhengmin chuckled. I find that hard to believe. If he were truly capable, why has he remained an ordinary worker all these years? Jiang Yuyue countered. That's simply because he has never had the opportunity to showcase his talents. Given the right circumstances, he would undoubtedly shine. Jiang Zhengmin furrowed his brow lightly. Rather than alleviating his doubts, Jiang Yuyue's visit today intensified his concerns. The way she spoke of Zhou Andong and her expressive demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to his late daughter, Jiang Yuping. However, unlike his wife, he chose not to outwardly display his apprehensions, nor would he impose upon Jiang Yuyue's life and relationships. He trusted his judgment of character. Zhou Andong appeared charming. But had not his eldest daughter, Jiang Yuping, been deceived in a similar manner? After several years of marriage, she had finally discerned Zhou Andong's true nature and had resolutely divorced him. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire Zhou Andong, his former son-in-law, for somehow persuading the party secretary of the distillery to initiate reforms. Yet, as he glanced at the bottle in his hand, he wondered if he truly believed that the common people were fools. Could a mere attractive label and the words special supply suffice to sell the liquor? He remained skeptical. Thus, while he felt concern, it did not reach the level of his wife's anxiety. In his view, this so-called reform seemed more like child's play and was unlikely to succeed. When it ultimately failed, Jiang Yuyue would clearly see Zhou Andong for who he truly was, far from the exceptional figure she envisioned, and would naturally distance herself from him. Very well, whatever you say, Jiang Zhengmin said, placing the bottle on the coffee table. Jiang Yuyue picked up the bottle and said, This particular liquor is called Honglong Guibin. Do you see the seal? The sealed ones are special supply liquors and will not circulate in the market. What will be sold in the market are the ordinary versions without seals. Jiang Zhengmin remarked. If it's so remarkable, why not give it as a gift? Jiang Yuyue smiled. Are you truly allowing me to give it away? You won't regret it? Jiang Zhengmin scoffed. It's just a pretty package. Inside is still just the same sorghum liquor. Jiang Yuyue nodded, then found a large bag in the office and placed the bottle inside. Then I shall indeed take it as a gift. Jiang Zhengmin waved his hand. Take it away. Hurry up and take it. All right. Jiang Yuyue kicked the box holding the calendars. These 100 calendars are for you. Distribute them as welfare for the bank staff. I'm off, she declared, leaving with the liquor. Jiang Zhengmin removed the calendar he had just hung on the wall a few days prior and replaced it with Jiang Yuyue's. He then stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the calendar featuring his daughter, a smile gracing his face. He is not the kind of pedantic person. As long as Jiang Yuyue is not clad in swimwear or overly revealing attire for the calendar shoot, he is generally supportive. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Jiang Zhengmin called out, "Come in." The door was pushed open from the outside, and the director of the credit department entered. "President," Jiang Zhengmin remarked. "Ah, Lao Zheng, have a seat." Zheng Bingyan said, "What's the fuss about the calendar?" "Oh, is that Yue?" Jiang Zhengmin chuckled, brimming with pride. "Lao Zheng, what do you think? My daughter is quite lovely, isn't she?" Zheng Bingyan nodded. "Yue is indeed beautiful, even more so than her sister. But what's this about? Advertising for a calendar? Jiangzhou Yugong Liquor? I wasn't aware we had that brand in Jiangzhou." Jiang Zhengmin explained. "The Jiangzhou distillery has undergone reforms, and they've invited Yue to endorse their product. This Jiangzhou Yugong Liquor is their new release. I suspect it's merely attractively packaged, but still made from the same old sorghum." Zheng Bingyan joyfully declared, "Whether it's the same old sorghum or not, if our Yue is endorsing it, I must support it. I'll buy a couple of bottles to take home." Jiang Zhimin smiled but refrained from further comment. "There are still plenty of calendars in that box. Take a few and distribute them among your department as a perk." Within an hour, every employee at the branch had received a calendar. "Is this Jiang Yue? Let me see. Oh, it truly is. I just saw her and had a chat. She didn't mention anything about the calendar. Is this an advertisement for the liquor?" "Yes, I heard from the credit department that Yue is indeed promoting the new product from our Jiazhou distillery." "Oh. We must show our support. But this liquor isn't cheap. Look, it's priced at 58. 58 is 58. The new year is approaching, when visiting relatives and gifting. What liquor is not to be bought?" Indeed, Zhou Andong's intention in having Jiang Yuyue do the calendar shoot was suspect from the start. He merely sought to exploit Jiang Zhengmin's influence within the banking system to boost sales for the liquor. After all, it's the president's daughter endorsing it. It would be remiss not to purchase a couple of bottles in support. However, Zhou Andong's cunning maneuver had unforeseen consequences on the bank system's sales, far beyond what he had anticipated. Jiang Zhengmin could hardly fathom that one day he would fall victim to Zhou Andong's machinations, oblivious to any signs. Meanwhile, that naive girl, Jiang Yuyue, had been sold out by Zhou Andong, yet she was blissfully counting the money for him. In the provincial capital, Fengying City, Huang Shanhe parked in front of a small inn, where a group promptly checked in and then transported the calendars and liquor to their rooms. Huang Shanhe took out cigarettes, lighting one for each person. "Brothers, I wish you success in completing your task swiftly. I shall await your triumphant return at the inn." 7 individuals departed, each carrying a dozen calendars, but none took the liquor, for they understood that selling the liquor would not be an easy feat. It was wiser to first sell the calendars and assess the situation thereafter. Wu Cheng ambled along the bustling street, with a handful of rolled-up calendars tucked under his arm. Unlike others who sought out large department stores or bustling markets, he opted for quaint private shops and small convenience stores. After all, in the provincial capital, the advent of reform and opening up had given rise to a plethora of private enterprises, transitioning from tacit acceptance to encouragement. In this milieu, individual entrepreneurs emerged like mushrooms after a rainstorm. As he approached the Imean store, Wu Qing glanced up at the sign before stepping inside. The shop was stocked with an array of necessities: oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, teas, rice, and flour. The proprietor, a short man in his 40s sporting a handlebar mustache and wearing a cap, sat beside a stove, leisurely puffing on a water pipe. "What can I get for you?" the owner inquired with a sidelong glance at Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng shook his head. "I'm not looking to buy anything." The owner, a hint of irritation in his voice, retorted, "Then what brings you in here?" Stepping closer to the owner, Wu Cheng whispered, "I have a few calendars. Would you be interested in purchasing them?" Chapter 27. All our actors go away. Go play somewhere else. The proprietor had not spared a glance for Wu Cheng, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. "This is a grocery store. What do I need your calendars for?" Wu Cheng glanced around and whispered, "Only 6 yuan apiece." The shopkeeper was taken aback. 6 yuan each? He had contemplated selling calendars and New Year paintings for the holidays, but the wholesale prices were simply too steep. Low-quality calendars cost between 7 to 8 yuan, while the better ones exceeded 10 or even 20 yuan. As a grocery store owner, he worried about the risk of unsold stock. Unlike vinegar or soy sauce, which could last a year or two, calendars had a fleeting market. If they did not sell within a month before the new year, they would become waste. Such a low price? The owner finally regarded Wu Cheng with interest. Noticing the youth's attire, A work uniform from the Zhou distillery. He was familiar with that establishment. He had sold their sorghum liquor a couple of years back. But sales had dwindled, prompting him to cease ordering. What is this lad up to? This sparked a curiosity in him. Let me see your calendars. What is their quality like? Wu Qing, with exaggerated humility, praised the product profusely, wearing a sycophantic expression. If Zhou Andong were to witness this, he would surely lament that Wu Qing was born too late. Had it been several decades earlier, he would have made a fine collaborator. Look at this quality. It is no worse than those calendars selling for 40 or 50 yuan elsewhere. Anyone capable of engaging in business in this era is shrewd. Upon seeing the cover of the calendar, the proprietor understood its worth and smiled broadly at Wu Qing. Where did you get these calendars, young man? Wu Qing's expression shifted uneasily, stammering without providing a clear answer, reaching to reclaim the calendars. I'm not selling them anymore. The owner pulled back his hand in surprise. Hey, what are you doing? Wu Qing glared defiantly. I said I'm not selling. You can't just decide not to sell like that. The proprietor chuckled, sensing that these calendars were likely not from the open market. One must admit, Wu Qing truly had a flair for the dramatic. One moment, he was glaring defiantly, and the next, his eyes brimmed with tears, as if he might weep at any moment. Uncle, please let me go. I don't want the calendars anymore. I'll give them to you. The owner took a puff from his pipe. That won't do. I'm a grown man. How could I take advantage of a child like you? Wu Qing gritted his teeth and declared, this Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute liquor is a special supply for high-ranking officials in the capital, internally referred to as the Red Dragon VIP. It is unavailable on the market. These calendars were part of a year-end gift set for ministry agencies. Due to the factory's inability to pay wages and with the new year approaching, my family was in dire straits, so I took a few calendars to sell. Hoping to make some money for the holiday, I dared not sell them in Jiangzhou, so I came to the provincial capital. The proprietor nodded without suspicion, well aware of employees pilfering goods from their factories to sell. He recalled the soy sauce in the corner, delivered in plastic barrels and bottles by factory workers looking to make a quick profit. The boss flipped through the calendar, his eyes flickering. This special supply liquor isn't for sale? Wu Qing shook his head. If it were for sale, how could the salaries not be disbursed? The boss, seemingly indifferent, remarked, what can a calendar fetch? If you manage to procure 2 boxes of this liquor, then you might just prove your worth. Wu Qing, defiantly, retorted, who says I haven't acquired the liquor? He abruptly fell silent, nervously glancing at the boss. The boss chuckled. How many bottles do you have? Bring them over. I'll take them. This old fellow, upon hearing that Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine was a special supply, was intrigued. After all, the allure of the term special supply holds considerable weight in the minds of the common folk. If this wine could be secured, regardless of the selling price, simply placing it on the store shelves would elevate its prestige. As for being duped, one glance at the calendar reveals unfamiliar yet stunning faces. Surely they must be celebrities. The wine, advertised by such stars, and the calendar gifted to governmental agencies for the new year, could not possibly be counterfeit. Wu Qing hesitated. I only have 1 bottle. Just one. The boss seemed skeptical. Wu Qing explained. The packaging is rather large. It's not easy to take out just this 1 bottle. The boss nodded. All right then. 1 bottle it is. I'll take it. Wu Qing hesitated again, prompting the boss to frown. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to sell it to me? Wu Qing replied. It's the price. Price? The boss, displeased, retorted. Just now, I saw the calendar had a price of 58. Wu Qing clarified. That price is meaningless. This is special supply liquor, unavailable on the market. Not to mention 58, even 580 would be impossible to find. The boss inquired, how much do you want to sell it for? Wu Qing pondered for a moment. 100. Why don't you just rob a bank? The boss was growing angry. We'll go by the marked price, 58. If you disagree, I'll call your factory and report you. Wu Qing's face flushed with anger. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth. Fine, 58 it is. Do you want the calendar? Of course. The boss grinned. Without the calendar, who would know the liquor is special supply? But 6 yuan seems a bit steep. Let us make it 5. You. Wu Qing's face turned crimson with rage. The boss gazed at him with a smile, remaining silent. Ultimately, Wu Qing conceded. All right, 5 it is. The liquor is at the hotel. I'll fetch it for you. The boss clapped the calendar in his hands. Leave it with me. When you bring the liquor, we'll settle the payment together. Wu Qing nodded, and in that fleeting moment of turning away, a smirk of triumph crossed his face as he hurried out of the shop and back to the hotel. Back so soon? Huang Shanhe, lounging in bed with a cigarette, sat up upon seeing Wu Qing return. Wu Qing chuckled. I sold a bottle of liquor, came back to collect. With that, he dashed off holding a bottle. In the following half-day, Wu Qing successfully sold both the calendar and the liquor. The other 6, however, were not as fortunate. They couldn't even manage to sell a single calendar, let alone any liquor. When they learned that Wu Qing had sold all his stock, they gaped at him in disbelief. Damn! Jiang Guoguang exclaimed in frustration. How on earth did you manage to sell it? Hurry up and tell us. Wu Qing responded. First, you must share where you've all been. Several voices chimed in, and as Wu Qing listened, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, which irritated Jiang Guoguang, who smacked him on the head. You little rascal, why the grimace? Wu Qing rubbed his head and replied, somewhat displeased, you all are simply foolish. If you go to state-run shops, it's a wonder if they even acknowledge you. Jiang Guoguang shot him a glare and retorted defiantly. Then where should we go? Whether it's a small or large private store, it doesn't matter. Don't push our wine immediately. You must use the calendar to guide them into developing an interest in it. Wu Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, if I explain too much, you won't comprehend. Let us first have a meal. Tomorrow I will assist you in selling. Huyang City is located over 30 kilometers from Jiangzhou. It was originally a county under Jiangzhou's jurisdiction, but was elevated to a prefecture-level city 5 years ago, establishing a city-managed county leadership system. Concurrently, Lianhong District was formed, incorporating a county and 2 districts previously governed by Jiangzhou under Huyang City's administration. The development of Huyang City since its elevation can only be described as meteoric. In terms of urban planning and economic growth, Jiangzhou, the once authoritative figure, finds it challenging to keep pace. The following day, around 11 in the morning, Yao Jun, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, adorned with a large gold chain and dressed in a black suit while carrying a genuine leather briefcase, arrived at the entrance of the Huyang City government guest house. Accompanying him was a striking short-haired girl, who respectfully opened the door, saying, Mr. Yao, please come in. This scene drew the attention of passers-by, who speculated about the identity of this somewhat short yet remarkably imposing man, accompanied by such a beautiful companion. Yao Jun stepped inside, and a server approached him swiftly, speaking with utmost respect. Sir, how many are you? The government guest house had only opened to the public last year to alleviate financial burdens, but its business had unexpectedly flourished beyond imagination. Those dining here were either influential or affluent, ensuring a commendable level of service. Yao Jun stated, I am hosting a very important guest from the capital today. Please arrange a private room for me. The server hesitated, responding, I apologize, sir, but we are out of private rooms. Yao Jun frowned and replied resignedly, then please set up a table in the main area. Certainly. The server gestured for him to follow. The main area had over 20 tables, half of which were already occupied. The server led Yao Jun to a table adjacent to the cashier. Here is the menu. Yao Jun waved his hand dismissively. No need for the menu. Bring me 8 of your finest and most expensive signature dishes. The server was taken aback, then smiled, taking the menu with her as she left, having never encountered such a customer before. After a moment, Zhou Andong entered the guest house, sporting a buzz cut, dressed in a gray casual outfit, and wearing shiny black leather shoes, though standing at a modest height of 175 centimeters. The white shirt with slightly rolled-up sleeves lends him an air of remarkable sharpness and freshness. Jiang Yuyue, adorned in a sleek black blazer, with her exquisite visage, flawless figure, and outstanding poise, standing beside Zhou Andong, evokes an undeniable sense of a perfect match. The moment they appear, they capture the gaze of all present. For individuals of such remarkable grace and charm as Zhou Andong and Jiang Yuyue are indeed a rarity in this small town. Once again, the same waiter hastens over, addressing them with an even more respectful demeanor than he had shown towards Yao Jun. Sir, madam, how many of you are there? We are looking for someone. Jiang Yuyue has already spotted Yao Jun, gesturing towards him, and then she strides over with Zhou Andong. Ah, Zhou Xiao, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Yao Jun exclaims, extending his hands to grasp Zhou Andong's, shaking them vigorously. Zhou Andong responds with a smile, I apologize for the wait. Not at all, not at all. Yao Jun steps aside, inviting them to sit. He then turns to the waiter, inquiring, what fine wines do you have? The waiter replies, we have Mao Tai and Wuliangya. Yao Jun asks Zhou Andong, what would you like to drink? Zhou Andong gives a slight smile. Who still drinks Mao Tai or Wuliangya these days? Do you have Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine? Chapter 28. Year-round goose hunting. Pecked by geese, the waiter was taken aback. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine? Yao Jun's expression immediately darkened. You don't have it, do you? The waiter wore a look of regret. "I'm sorry, sir. We do not have that particular wine." At that moment, the food was being served, and Yao Jun merely glanced at it, dissatisfied. He remarked, "I regret to inform you that since the wine Zhou Xiao wishes to drink is unavailable, we shall have to dine elsewhere." The waiter, flustered, implored, "Sir, the dishes you ordered have been served. What does that have to do with me?" Yao Jun sneered, "Since you lack the wine I requested, I must take my leave." "That is unacceptable." The waiter, genuinely anxious upon seeing Yao Jun prepare to depart, positioned herself in front of him. If he walked out, she would be responsible for the entire table's bill. "You cannot leave." Yao Jun's face flushed with anger. "Why can't I leave?" The waiter was on the verge of tears. "The dishes have already been brought to you." Yao Jun chuckled, "But I have not eaten any." Their quarrel drew the attention of all around them. What is happening? The group had demanded a wine that was unavailable, and now they intended to leave. Yet the waiter could not let them go. If they left, they were unlikely to find that wine elsewhere. What wine are they asking for? It seems to be Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine. I've never heard of such a brand from Jiangzhou. I know of it, but only by hearsay. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine is produced by the Jiangzhou Distillery. It is a special supply, wine not available on the market. The speaker was a stylishly dressed girl in her 20s, adorned with heavy makeup, her hair styled in large waves, and large earrings dangling from her ears. She wore a leather jacket on top, leather pants below, and high leather boots graced her feet. At her table sat two men of similar age, both sporting artistic long hair. One wore a turtleneck sweater with a jacket over it, while the other donned a shirt beneath a down jacket, both paired with jeans and chunky leather shoes. What is going on? The manager of the guest house, Wang Wanli, waddled over, his belly protruding. "Manager." The waiter wiped away a tear of frustration. "They ordered a wine we do not have. They said they would leave, but the dishes have already been served." Wang Wanli expressed his discontent. "If we don't have it, can't we just buy it?" Zhou Andong chuckled. "Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine is a special supply. It cannot be purchased on the market. This is the municipal guest house. I assumed you would have it. Since you do not, that is that." As he spoke, he handed the car keys to Jiang Yuyue. "I managed to procure a bottle from the old man. It's in the car. Please retrieve it." "Understood." Jiang Yuyue took the keys and exited. The restaurant buzzed with chatter, and Wang Wanli remained, eager to discover what this Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine was all about. Soon, Jiang Yuyue returned, cradling the wine box, and all eyes in the restaurant were upon her. Zhou Andong accepted the wine and carefully placed the box on the table. Smiling as he remarked, "My old man speaks highly of this wine. I have yet to taste it myself. Today, let us indulge in this bottle." Yao Jun chuckled and said, "Zhou Xiao, I feel quite embarrassed. I invite you, yet you serve yourself." "Not at all." Zhou Andong waved his hand dismissively. "No matter how exquisite the wine, it is ultimately meant for sharing." With that, he tore open the seal and unveiled the wine box with a sense of ceremony. This wine was undoubtedly of high quality. After all, it was a special supply. How could it be subpar? If 2 bottles were gifted, it would undoubtedly be impressive. Humph. What am I thinking? Special supply wine cannot be purchased on the market. Whispers filled the air, sneaking into Zhou Andong's ears, causing a subtle smile to form at the corners of his mouth. He retrieved the wine from the red silk pouch, stating, "It is said that this wine bears a delightful name, Red Dragon VIP." Wang Wanli had been pondering the elderly gentleman Zhou Andong mentioned when suddenly the ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. He watched as Jiang Yuyue pulled a large mobile phone from her bag and pressed the answer key. "Hello, I am Jiang Yuyue." A smile soon graced her face as she began speaking in fluent English, and it was quite some time before she hung up. "Boss, it's Robert. He'll be in Beijing next Friday and wishes to meet with you." Zhou Andong frowned slightly. "Given my position, a private meeting with him is not appropriate. Perhaps the Foreign Affairs Department should host him first, and then we can arrange our meeting." "Understood," Jiang Yuyue replied, preparing to make the call, but Zhou Andong interjected. "No rush. We can discuss it upon our return to Beijing." Wang Wanli observed everything keenly, a spark of realization illuminating his eyes. This young man indeed held significant stature. The secretary he brought along was not only beautiful and poised, but also spoke English exceptionally well. Her identity could not be doubted. Zhou Andong twisted the cap off the wine bottle when Wang Wanli insisted, "Zhou Xiao, allow me to serve the wine. It is improper for you to do it yourself." With a light flick of his wrist, Zhou Andong relinquished the bottle to Wang Wanli, who, slightly hunched, graciously filled Zhou Andong's glass to the brim. He then turned to the waiter, barking, "What are you still doing here? Go to the kitchen and check. There are still dishes yet to be served. Hurry up. Oh, the waiter responded, swiftly darting towards the kitchen. Zhou Andong retrieved a pack of Panda cigarettes from his pocket and offered one. You must be the manager of the guest house. Come, join me for a drink. Wang Wanli, taken aback by the gesture, replied, How can I accept such kindness? He then glanced at the pack of Panda cigarettes on the table, well aware that the elderly gentleman in Beijing had a fondness for them. There is no need for embarrassment, Zhou Andong said while taking a puff. All men are brothers across the seas. Encountering one another here is fate. Thank you for your graciousness, Yo Xiao. Wang Wanli seated himself, adopting a very humble demeanor. My surname is Wang, and my given name is Wanli. You may call me Wanli. Zhou Andong responded, My father is not much older than you. Calling you Wanli seems inappropriate. I shall refer to you as Manager Wang instead. Jiang Yuyue attempted to pour wine for Wang Wanli, but the old gentleman quickly protested, No, I will do it myself. Zhou Xiao, I toast to you. Wang Wanli raised his glass, taking the lead in the toast. The old fellow had never savored the potent sorghum liquor before, but upon its entry into his throat, he found its flavor to be truly delightful. A glance at the exquisite packaging set aside confirmed its high-end nature. It was undoubtedly a tribute wine. Zhou Andong and his companions exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smile gracing their faces. Their performance was intended to elevate the reputation of Jiazhou Imperial Tribute Wine. And Wang Wanli's unexpected arrival was indeed a pleasant surprise. The group engaged in a lively exchange of toasts, realizing that one bottle would hardly suffice. Thus, Wang Wanli procured 2 additional bottles of Maotai. Occupying the position of manager at the municipal reception center, he was undoubtedly a person of considerable charm and adaptability. Yet, he could never have imagined that after a lifetime of hunting wild geese, he would today find himself blindsided by their beaks. Zhou Andong and Yao Jun had so thoroughly imbibed him with spirits that his words became disjointed. In the end, not only was his bill waived, but he was also presented with a bounty of game from the kitchen, and he personally escorted out, albeit somewhat unsteadily. As Zhou Andong drove away, he continued to wave his hand and call out Zhou Xiao, there's an opportunity, do come. Chapter 29, The Cheerful Wang Wanli Ha. Zhou Andong parked the car by the roadside, and a hearty laughter erupted, soon joined by Jiang Yuyue, Yao Jun, and a girl with short hair. Wang Wanli was simply hilarious. Oh, I could hardly breathe from laughing. The girl with short hair clutched her stomach, taking a moment to regain her composure. Dongge, where shall we go next? This is too much fun. This girl, Dai Ying, was a high school classmate of Jiang Yuyue with family ties to the transportation business, owning more than a dozen large trucks. It was through Jiang Zhengmin that Dai Ying's father secured a loan for their first truck. Zhou Andong suggested, If you're looking for more fun, why not accompany me back to the distillery for a few cases of liquor? Then gather some more friends to explore other cities with this script? Dai Ying inquired, What about you? Zhou Andong replied, I shall be quite busy over the next few days. At that moment, a Passat slowly approached and came to a halt beside them. Out stepped a girl and 2 young men, the girl clad in leather and sporting glamorous waves, exuding a trendy flair. Dongge, my acting skills are quite commendable. Aren't they? She giggled, tossing her hair and striding towards them in her high heels. Though youthful, she possessed an alluring charm in her every word and movement. You have but one line. How can you call that acting? Dai Ying scoffed. It's my performance that truly shines, right, Dongge? All is well, all is well. Zhou Andong, ever the diplomat, sought to offend no one, especially the women, to whom he could not afford to be unkind. He tossed the car keys to Dai Ying. I've had my fill of drink. You take the wheel. Where to now? The girl inquired. Home, of course. Dai Ying replied as she climbed into the car. Is it really time to go home? The girl clearly was ready to end the evening so soon. Returning home at such an hour seemed rather dull. This girl, Gao Mingjiao, came from a family engaged in the hardware business and was a close friend of Dai Ying, with some business dealings between their families. When Jiang Yuyue sought to borrow a car from Dai Ying yesterday, Gao Mingjiao insisted on joining in the fun upon hearing about their plans. Zhou Andong, wanting a few accomplices, welcomed her company. As for the 2 young men, Yu Bo and Gedajing, they were brought along by Gao Mingjiao. One could assume their backgrounds were not lacking, given their association with her. However, these 2 young men seemed indifferent to Zhou Andong and Yao Jun, engaging instead in light-hearted banter with Dai Ying and Jiang Yuyue, evidently looking down upon the 2 men for their modest means. Dai Ying leaned out of the car window. Let us head to the distillery for the liquor. We'll entertain ourselves. Upon returning to the distillery, Zhou Andong loaded several cases of liquor for Dai Ying, assuring her, "Perform well, and I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Rest assured, we shall complete the task." Gao Mingjiu saluted playfully. This girl was quite familiar. Upon first seeing Zhou Andong that morning, she had warmly addressed him as Donggu, making him feel somewhat overwhelmed, yet in a charming manner. Dying opened the trunk. "Where shall we stow these wild goods?" Zhou Andong suggested, "Let us divide them amongst ourselves." Yubo and Gu Dajing beamed with smiles, ready to reach for the liquor, only to hear Dying declare, "I don't want any." Gao Mingjiao shook her head in agreement. "Neither do I." Yubo and Gu Dajing awkwardly withdrew their hands, exclaiming, "We don't want it either." With respect to these two individuals, there would be no further interactions. Thus, Zhou Andong chose to disregard them. Alongside Yao Jun, he laid out the frozen wild game on the ground. "We are leaving," Dying announced as she entered the vehicle. "Donggu." Gao Mingjiao waved her hand, suggesting she would find time to visit him later. Inside the car, Yubo expressed his displeasure. "Mingjiao, steer clear of Zhou Andong in the future. He is clearly not a good person. Moreover, he belongs to a completely different world than us." Gao Mingjiao furrowed her brow. "What do you mean by a different world? Are you aspiring to ascend to the heavens?" Yubo tossed his head back, flicking his long hair dismissively. "If you mention Hai Zi, Ma Yuan, or Zhang Xian, do you think he knows who they are? Discussing music and art with him is futile. He wouldn't understand." "Exactly," Gadajing scoffed. "Just standing next to him diminishes our worth. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even spare him a glance." Creak. Gao Mingjiao slammed on the brakes, pulling the car over to the side of the road. "Get out." "Huh?" Yubo and Gu Dajing were taken aback. "What do you mean, huh?" Gao Mingjiao said sternly. "I said to get out of the car." The two of them exited, bewildered by her sudden change of heart. Gao Mingjiao rolled down the window and coldly stated, "I don't know who Hai Zi, Ma Yuan, or Zhang Xian are, nor do I understand music or art. I am just as much a country bumpkin as you. So don't come looking for me again." With a roar, the engine ignited, and the Passat sped away, leaving Yubo and Gu Dajing in a state of confusion. Zhou Andong surveyed the pile of wild game on the ground, which included wild rabbits, ducks, chickens, and roe deer, even featuring a flying dragon and deer legs. These delicacies might only be available for a short while longer before they became protected species, rendering them unattainable regardless of the price. "Let us divide these among the three of us," Jiang Yue suggested. "You two can share." "I don't want any," Zhou Andong inquired. "Are you certain you don't want any?" Jiang Yue rolled her eyes. "Then I shall take some." "You just said you didn't want any." "What are you talking about?" Zhou Andong huffed. "Dajuan, go to the warehouse and borrow a donkey cart to bring these wild goods home." "All right." Yajun quickly departed and soon returned riding a donkey cart. The two of them tossed the wild game onto the cart. "We'll split it evenly." "Take whatever you fancy." Yajun asked, "Where should I put it at your place?" Zhou Andong replied, "There's a snow pile in the yard. Just toss it in there." As soon as Yao Jun left, Wu Qing and the others returned. Zhou Andong treated them to a hearty meal. The following day, the group expanded by 50 individuals, equipped with calendars and liquor, and dispersed across 12 cities in the province, excluding Jiangzhou, of course. In Huyin City, Wang Wanli entered the guest house with his hands behind his back, humming a tune. Although he had overindulged the previous day, the events were still vividly etched in his memory. Upon reaching the office, he poured himself a cup of tea, then sat in his chair and picked up the phone on his desk to call the director of the city supply and marketing cooperative, Zhu Daong. "Old Zhu. It's Wang Wanli." "Ah, old Wang, what brings you to call me today?" Wang Wanli chuckled and remarked, "You must be acquainted with the director of the Jiangzhou distillery." "Indeed." Zhu Daong responded with curiosity. "Is there something amiss?" "Yes." Wang Wanli continued, "Are you aware that the Jiangzhou distillery offers a special reserve liquor?" Zhu Daong paused, slightly taken aback. "Special reserve liquor? I was unaware." "You seem to be quite uninformed," Wang Wanli said as he lifted his teacup and took a sip, a smile gracing his face. "Old Zhu, I must say, as the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, you are somewhat remiss in your duties. It is quite concerning that you are oblivious to such significant matters, requiring me to call and enlighten you." Chapter 30. The terrifying rumor. Zhu Daong chuckled and said, "Old Wang, are you just trying to amuse yourself since you have nothing to do at work?" Wang Wanli, slightly agitated, responded, "You might not believe me, but this wine is called Jiangzhou Yugong. Yesterday, a distinguished guest from the capital dined at the guest house, and he drank this very wine. The empty bottles and packaging are still here. I'll have someone bring them over to you right away." Beep. A busy signal echoed through the receiver. Zhu Daong, puzzled, set down the phone. He was well aware of the situation at Jiangzhou Distillery. Just last month, Zhang Dio had personally approached him, seeking a market for the severely unsold sorghum liquor. Their relationship had always been amicable, and out of respect, despite the unsold stock, he had procured 200 cases. If Jiangzhou Yugong were truly a special supply, even amidst the distillery's significant losses, the Jiangzhou government would certainly ensure its normal operation. Zhang Dio wouldn't grovel far and wide just to secure a few sales and pay his workers. As Zhu Daong contemplated this perplexity, a knock sounded at the office door. A young man in his 20s entered, carrying a large black plastic bag. "Director, this is what Manager Wang from the guest house sent over for you. You can place it here," Zhu Daong instructed, tapping his desk. The young man set the bag on the desk, turned, and quietly exited, gently closing the door behind him. Zhu Daong gazed at the wine box, and his immediate impression was one of sophistication and luxury. A second glance confirmed that this wine was undoubtedly expensive. After a moment's study, he opened the box, pulled apart the red silk bag, and retrieved the empty bottle. Zhu Daong was exceedingly familiar with sorghum liquor. He sniffed the bottle and remarked, "Why does it smell so similar to sorghum liquor? The bottle appears to be from the sorghum brand as well." Dingling. The phone rang, and Zhu Daong picked it up, hearing Wang Wanli's voice on the line. "Did you see it?" Zhu Daong replied, "I did. I'm calling Jiangzhou Distillery now to inquire about the situation." Meanwhile, Zhang Dio was at home, preparing a box of tea leaves to deliver to the old factory director, Gao Qingkue, when the phone on his desk rang. "Hello, this is Zhang Dio." "Director Zhang, this is Zhu Daong." "Director Zhu," Zhang Dio exclaimed. "I just arrived at the office, and your call comes through. Is there something you need?" Zhu Daong replied, "It's nothing urgent. I merely wanted to ask if your factory has a special supply wine called Jiangzhou Yugong." Zhang Dio paused briefly before bursting into laughter. "How did you find out?" Zhu Daong inquired. "So it does exist?" Zhang Dio responded, "That ridiculous Jiangzhou Yugong does exist, but it is not a special supply. Let me clarify. This wine is a product of our factory's Secretary Gu's reform initiative. It's simply the original sorghum liquor repackaged attractively." Zhu Daong fell silent for a moment. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Zhang Dio assured him. "Why would I deceive you?" Zhu Daong chuckled. "Your Secretary Gu certainly has a knack for creativity. Very well. Let us leave it at that. Reform? I assure you, I won't let you sell a single bottle." Zhang Dio let out a cold snort and hung up the phone, picking up the tea leaves as he stepped outside. Making his way to the office of the former factory director, Gao Qingkue. "Director Gao, do try my tea. It's top-notch Maojian, a rarity for me to indulge." Gao Qingkue, engrossed in a newspaper, looked up at Zhang Dio's beaming face and inquired, "What brings you such joy?" Zhang Dio recounted the call from Zhu Daong. Gao Qingkue remarked, "With Gu Bing's deceitful antics, trouble is inevitable. Thus, irrespective of who approaches us, this liquor must not be sold, at the very least, not by us. However," Gao Qingkue chuckled and continued, "Gu Bing's reforms have rather fortuitously alleviated your predicament." "Alleviate my predicament?" Zhang Dio questioned. Gao Qingkue explained, "The new year is fast approaching. And with wages unpaid, if the workers rise in protest, how will you, as the acting factory director, fare? Now, with Gu Bing's reforms, all the conflicts are directed towards him. When salaries go unpaid, it won't be your fault. The workers' unrest will not concern you." Recently, Zhang Dio had been desperately seeking connections to sell the 80 tons of liquor in the warehouse, fearing unpaid wages would incite unrest among the workers, jeopardizing his position. Yet, aside from Zhu Daong from the Huyang Supply and Marketing Cooperative, who took 200 boxes out of goodwill, he had sold nothing more. His hair nearly turning white from worry, reflecting on the past, when the sorghum was in high demand. Everyone from supply and marketing cooperatives to individual distributors treated him like a brother, showering him with gifts as if they were free. Now, they all avoided him, inciting his ire and curses. "I hadn't thought of it that way," Zhang Dio chuckled. "I ought to personally thank Secretary Gu." Gao Qingkue regarded Zhang Dio, who winked back. And they both burst into laughter. At that moment, Wang Wanli was on the phone with Zhu Daong, his expression shifting between anger and despair, his breaths growing heavier. Until with a decisive slam, he hung up the call. "Damn it, you little rascal, you've managed to deceive me. I swear, I will not cross paths with you again." Around 2 in the afternoon, Gu Bing returned, tired and dusty. Instead of heading to his office, he went directly to the packaging workshop, where he found Zhou Andong idling. "Zhou Andong," Gu Bing called out. Zhou Andong turned, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Secretary, I've missed you." Gu Bing rolled his eyes. "How's everything at home?" Zhou Andong replied, "All's well. How are your affairs progressing?" Gu Bing nodded. "Tomorrow, the 7th, I will visit the grassroots to see the veteran cadres and war heroes. Our liquor has been included in the list of. With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Andong exclaimed, "Wonderful. Just wondering when it will be reported." Gu Bing answered, "It should be in the papers around the 9th or 10th. Zhou Andong turned to leave. "I will find Yao Jun to discuss the next steps for tomorrow." Gu Bing nodded. "Go ahead. I will return to my office for a brief rest. Let's go out for a drink tonight." Zhou Andong did not encounter Yao Jun in the second workshop, but upon exiting, he stumbled upon Lu Zhiguang and Qian Wei. "Oh, a university student. What brings you here?" Qian Wei remarked with a sarcastic tone. "Measure the distance from the second workshop to the main gate, so we can calculate how long it might take to crawl there." Lu Zhiguang smirked ominously. "By the way, I heard you have a fling with Wang Ruame, and your wife caught you in bed, which is why she wants a divorce. Come on, tell me, is there any truth to this? The whole factory is buzzing about it, and Wang Ruame hasn't shown up for 2 days. How can you act as if nothing is amiss?" Chapter 31. Digging pits not to bury people. Zhou Andong sneered. "You wretched vermin, your capacity for filth knows no bounds." He could easily deduce from the whispers that had spread like wildfire the source of this malicious rumor. "Do you truly believe that such slander can wound me? You have only harmed an innocent woman." As he raised his hand and slapped Lu Zhiguang's face, the latter appeared utterly stunned, failing to evade the blow. "Frankly, you have completely altered my perception of humanity. You are truly despicable." Qian Wei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhou Andong would dare strike Lu Zhiguang, or more accurately, humiliate him. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him. Was this not the perfect moment for him to assert himself? He roared, "Zhou Andong, how dare you hit smack?" Lu Zhiguang, now an assistant section chief, knew that if Zhou Andong truly laid into him, with Gu Bing's current influence, he would undoubtedly be unable to retain his position. Thus, the debt of humiliation would have to be noted for future reckoning. However, for Qian Wei, there was no need for leniency. "I am not your father, and I certainly do not possess the patience to coddle you. Should you ever dare speak to me with such contempt again, I shall flay you alive." As Qian Wei clutched his swelling face, his eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Yet, upon encountering Zhou Andong's ambiguous smile, a chill ran down his spine, extinguishing any thoughts of retaliation for the time being. Lu Zhiguang touched his face. It was not painful, but the inner humiliation rendered his countenance crimson with rage. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated, "Zhou Andong, how dare you strike me?" Zhou Andong hastily denied. "Oh, Section Chief Lu, you must not spout nonsense. When did I ever strike you?" "Just now, you slapped my face." Lu Zhiguang glared, resembling an enraged rooster. Zhou Andong grinned. "I was merely engaging in a friendly exchange. How could that be construed as striking? Besides, if I were to hit you, you would surely bear the marks." "You?" Lu Zhiguang trembled with fury, speechless. "You hit me," Qian Wei bellowed. "Indeed." Zhou Andong boldly conceded. "I struck you. What will you do about it?" Qian Wei gasped, struggling to articulate a response. What could he possibly do to Zhou Andong? Even if he lodged a complaint with the factory, the worst outcome would be Zhou Andong writing a self-critique and receiving a reprimand, utterly meaningless. Moreover, if word got out about Zhou Andong slapping him, the disgrace would fall squarely on him. Zhou Andong took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "The wheel of karma turns, and heaven spares no one. You too should look up. Remember, 3 feet above your head are deities. If you have committed many wrongdoings, be mindful not to travel at night, lest you encounter spirits." "Brother Dong." Yao Jun returned, cigarette in mouth. "What are you doing here?" "Tea it cold?" Zhou Andong chuckled. "I encountered a couple of mutts who dared to bare their teeth at me, and I gave them a proper lesson." Yao Jun surveyed Lu Zhiguang and Qian Wei, shaking his head with a sigh. "We ought to suggest to the factory that they procure a pair of iron chains to restrain them. Heaven forbid they bite someone one day. If rabies shots are needed, the factory won't reimburse the costs." Zhou Andong, disinterested in Lu Zhiguang and Qian Wei, casually draped his arm over Yao Jun's shoulder and entered workshop 2, stating, "I have something to discuss with you." As they watched Zhou Andong and Yao Jun's retreating figures, Lu Zhiguang ground his teeth in frustration. "Isn't Wang Ruame's husband employed at the Safety Supervision Bureau?" Qian Wei nodded. "It seems so." Lu Zhiguang inquired, "Which of our colleagues knows someone at the Safety Bureau?" After a moment's thought, Qian Wei replied, "Xiao Qin's brother-in-law works there, I believe." Lu Zhiguang coldly remarked, "Have Xiao Qin visit his sister and chat with her husband about Wang Ruame and Zhou Andong's situation, so that those at the Safety Bureau are made aware." Qian Wei's eyes lit up. "Do you think Wang Ruame's husband might actually take a knife to Zhou Andong?" Lu Zhiguang shrugged and laughed. "Who can say?" Zhou Andong then declared, "Tomorrow, We'll send everyone out. Yao Jun perked up. The secretary has returned? Zhou Andong confirmed with a nod. Yes, the plan is proceeding smoothly. We just need this final push. Yao Jun exclaimed. I'll gather everyone right away and hold a meeting. Zhou Andong added. I'll ask the secretary for funds. We can't owe the participating workers their 50 yuan subsidy. Yao Jun chuckled. That 50 yuan subsidy certainly boosts morale. Gu Bing, reclining with his feet on the desk, was smoking when he heard a knock at the office door. He glanced up and grumbled. Entering the leader's office without knocking? Do you think so little of me as the secretary that you wish to jeopardize your position? Zhou Andong picked up an empty teacup, poured himself a cup of hot water, and plopped onto the sofa, relishing the warmth. On this frigid day, a bit of hot water was indeed comforting. Gu Bing lowered his feet and said in an unfriendly tone, I ask you, can you show me some respect? Zhou Andong scoffed. And how would you like me to show you respect? Bow to you, perhaps? Gu Bing sighed. I must have offended some deity in my past life to be plagued with your presence in this one. Zhou Andong chuckled and shot Gu Bing a flirtatious glance. It seems we are bound by some unfinished business from our previous lives, hence our reunion. Unfortunately, we both seem to have been reborn with 3 legs. Gu Bing shuddered at the thought and said, Please, spare me your distasteful remarks. Let us focus on our upcoming tasks. Zhou Andong replied, Everything is arranged. What more is there to discuss? Gu Bing stated, I plan to print the office phone as a sales contact on the calendar. Why do you oppose this? Keep in mind, the sales department is filled with Zhang Dio's people, and I doubt any of them want us to sell the liquor. Zhou Andong looked at Gu Bing in astonishment. You don't understand? Just as Gu Bing was about to say he did not, he swallowed the words and leaned back confidently. Of course I understand. I was merely asking. Zhou Andong suddenly rose, his expression one of shock. Are you telling me that you actually know why I oppose it? Hurry up and enlighten me. With a sharp sound, the half-burnt cigarette that Gu Bing had clutched between his lips fell onto the table, and his expression darkened instantly. He seized a book from the desk and hurled it fiercely at Zhou Andong. You insolent brat, are you trying to bring about my untimely demise? Zhou Andong erupted into laughter, catching the flying book with ease. You're agitated, aren't you? Why the rush? I could very well end your existence, Gu Bing retorted, reaching for another book to throw. Zhou Andong raised his hand, exclaiming, Hold on, hold on. My intervention is merely to set a trap for Zhang Dio. That old scoundrel has stripped me of my deputy position and relegated me to the broadcasting station for a cushy retirement. If I cannot drown him in this pit, I shall at least stand by its edge and relieve myself, ensuring he is utterly disgusted. Chapter 32. The insidious Zhou Andong. Gu Bing's eyes brightened. Since his appointment, he had been mercilessly suppressed by Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio, an experience only those who have endured it can truly understand. He had wanted to resist, but his limited power rendered him unable to do so. Approaching his superiors to lodge complaints was out of the question, and seeking assistance from dubious friends was far too humiliating. Thus, he found himself like a young bride abused by a gang of ruffians, hiding in the office daily to lick his wounds. Now, upon hearing Zhou Andong's words about being able to bring Zhang Dio down, he felt a surge of energy. Hurry up and tell me, I want to share in the joy. Zhou Andong, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, curious to know. Gu Bing nodded fervently, absolutely. Zhou Andong beckoned with his finger, and Gu Bing paused momentarily before realizing, hastily grabbing a cigarette and lighter from his desk to personally light one for Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong took a leisurely drag from the cigarette, grinning as he remarked, The secretary lights my cigarette. How pleasant. Gu Bing's expression darkened again. Get on with it. Zhou Andong exhaled a smoke ring and continued, Consider this. If a sudden influx of customers began purchasing Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine, what do you suppose would happen? Gu Bing replied, Retailers would have none, naturally prompting inquiries to the next level of wholesalers. Snap. Zhou Andong snapped his fingers. Whether individual wholesalers or supply cooperatives, they would undoubtedly contact the sales department immediately. The owners, managers, and directors would even personally call Zhang Dio and Gao Qingkue. What would be the outcome? Gu Bing responded, Those 2 old men would certainly dismantle our operations and might even assert that Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine is merely a high-grade sorghum. Zhou Andong chuckled, his smile devious. Once reports emerge of the higher-ups visiting the grassroots and Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine appearing in the newspapers, especially in human interest stories, what do you think those owners, managers, and directors will think? Gu Bing sprang to his feet, exclaiming, What could they think? They would undoubtedly be quite dissatisfied with Zhang Dio and Gao Qingkue. Exactly. Zhou Andong flicked ash into the ashtray. When high-grade sorghum is in short supply, Individual wholesalers and municipal supply cooperatives would be desperate for their attention. In these past 2 years, when sales have plummeted, they had to beg for favors, yet those two old men were dismissive. They care little about offending these people. However, our reform is now unstoppable. If they don't mend relationships with these individuals, they risk losing valuable connections to us. Those two old men will not allow such a situation to unfold. Therefore, for their own selfish interests, they might very well act against the factory and the workers. Selling Jiangzhou imperial tribute wine at the price of high-grade sorghum to individual wholesalers and supply cooperatives. Would they dare? Gu Bing slammed the table with a thud. Zhou Andong rolled his eyes. As I mentioned a few days ago, guard the warehouse diligently. Not a single bottle of wine must leave our possession. We cannot toil endlessly to enrich them, allowing them to use our wine to forge connections. Today, I can state with utmost certainty that if those two are indeed resolute in betraying the interests of the factory and the workers, you will not be able to safeguard the 80 tons of wine in the warehouse. Gu Bing's face flushed crimson, and he seemed poised to speak, but ultimately, he deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into a chair, only to spring back up with renewed vigor. You clever rascal, surely you must have a plan, right? Zhou Andong replied curtly, what do you mean by clever rascal? This is merely a demonstration of intelligence, wisdom, resourcefulness, and strategic acumen, a decisive maneuver from afar. Stop. Stop. Gu Bing raised his hands. I admit my fault. Is that not enough? Zhou Andong nodded, pleased with Gu Bing's demeanor. Tomorrow, we shall convene a staff meeting at the factory. After selling 80 tons of liquor, we will clear the wages owed from the past 2 years, and starting this month, there will be a monthly salary increase of 60 yuan. Gu Bing, not truly foolish, quickly grasped the underlying implications. He slapped his thigh in excitement, and then, in a burst of enthusiasm, threw his arms around Zhou Andong's neck, planting a kiss on his forehead. Whoa, that took Zhou Andong completely by surprise. He swiftly leaped onto the sofa, crouching on its armrest. Secretary, I am a married man, quite normal in my physiology. If you have any needs, our factory is filled with men of all shapes and sizes, young and old. If you simply beckon, I am certain many would be willing to entertain you. After all, you are the secretary, the factory leader. While it may not count for much, to share your bed would indeed be an extraordinary leap. Get lost. Gu Bing's face darkened. I was merely momentarily exhilarated. Zhou Andong exhaled deeply, patting his chest in relief, his expression one of sheer terror. So that's how it is, how frightening. Gu Bing, fuming with indignation, consoled himself internally, reminding himself not to let this scoundrel provoke him, lest he suffer the consequences of his own anger. I need a smoke to calm my nerves. That was too shocking. Zhou Andong lit a cigarette, and, glancing at the still breathless Gu Bing, skillfully shifted the topic. Zhang Dio is manageable, but Gao Qingkui holds significant sway over the worker's psyche. If he were to voice an opinion, the employees would undoubtedly comply, or perhaps even fear to oppose him. If he were to market Jiangzhou imperial tribute wine as high-quality sorghum liquor, we would be powerless to intervene. However, if you convene a staff meeting and inform everyone that the liquor in the warehouse has been sold, not only will wages be restored, but there will also be an increase. Initially, they might be skeptical, but once the news spreads, belief will follow. Your standing will rise accordingly. And it will be far more challenging for Gao Qingkui and Zhang Dio to suppress you. As he spoke, Zhou Andong wore a mischievous grin. By then, if those two old geezers wish to sell at the price of high-quality sorghum, let them. Why? Gu Bing inquired, perplexed. Zhou Andong explained. Because if we sell these 80 tons at the price of high-quality sorghum, forget about salary increases, we wouldn't even have enough to cover the back wages. Do you think our 1,000+ employees would let them off the hook? Gu Bing asked. What if those two old geezers decide to sell at the price we agreed upon? Zhou Andong remarked, your reputation has risen. If you were to stand against it, I believe many employees would rally in your support. You are indeed cunning, Gu Bing retorted. Zhou Andong chuckled. The funds for the printed calendars should have been dispersed, and the employees who will be out tomorrow are to receive a subsidy of 50 yuan each. Let us ensure they are distributed tonight. I shall head to the finance department. Gu Bing nodded and rose to leave. Zhou Andong picked up the telephone on his desk and called Jiang Yuyue. Fortune smiled upon him as Jiang Yuyue answered the call. Come see me tomorrow morning. Jiang Yuyue inquired, at what time? Zhou Andong replied, 7 o'clock. All right. Jiang Yuyue's tone suddenly softened. Mother has returned. I must hang up. Chapter 33. Bringing home the large television before long, Gu Bing returned, carrying a bundle of cash amounting to 60,000 yuan, all in 100 yuan bills, tightly bound with twine. With a resounding thud, he tossed it onto the desk. At the finance department, without uttering a single unnecessary word, he promptly handed over the money to me. Zhou Andong remarked, to be able to produce 50,000 in cash, it seems this money has been prepared well in advance, awaiting your retrieval. Damn it, Gu Bing cursed. Those bastards certainly had ulterior motives. Zhou Andong chuckled. Of course, they did. The more you demand, the greater the responsibility you bear. Knock. Knock. The office door was rapped upon, and Gu Bing called out, come in. Yao Jun entered, addressing Gu Bing as secretary. Zhou Andong inquired, has everyone gathered? Yao Jun replied, over 200 people, yet the 40 on duty today are absent. However, I've sent someone to notify them. They should arrive at the factory shortly. Gu Bing stated, the money is on the desk. Take what you need based on how many are present. Without hesitation, Yao Jun counted the cash and stowed it away in his pocket, saying, I'm off. Zhou Andong added, after you finish, come by for a drink. All right. Yao Jun nodded and exited. Subsequently, Zhou Andong and Gu Bing engaged in casual conversation, but as the sky outside darkened, Zhou Andong suddenly recalled something. Leader, may I ask you a question? Gu Bing, with a wary expression, inquired, what is it? Look at you. Zhou Andong replied, do you know any sellers of home appliances? I wish to purchase a television. Gu Bing remarked, it's not like a few years ago when you needed a ticket to buy a television. Just take the money and go. Zhou Andong replied, I was just thinking, if you know someone, maybe I could save 100 or 2. For a mere 100 or 2, you want to owe someone a favor? What are you thinking? Gu Bing retorted, tossing a set of keys from his drawer to Zhou Andong. There's a television in my dormitory. You may take it from the east unit on the 2nd floor. Zhou Andong accepted the keys, grinning, such a fortunate turn of events. Gu Bing explained, I bought it when I first arrived at the factory. But since I live in the same building as those 2 old coots, I feared I might lose my temper and take it out on them one day. Thus, I purchased an apartment in the city and never moved the television. Goodness, Zhou Andong exclaimed. Buying a house over a disagreement and discarding the television without a second thought. This is the privilege of the second generation. Gu Bing's expression darkened. Hand over the keys. I'd rather destroy the television than give it to you. Once the deed is done, can it be undone? Zhou Andong smirked, triumphantly tossing the keys as he headed out. I'll return home with the television, and by the time I'm back, Yao Jun should be done as well. Zhou Andong borrowed a tricycle from the packaging workshop and made his way to the administrative building. In no time, he emerged with a 21-inch color television in his arms, placing it onto the tricycle. Goodness, it even has picture-in-picture functionality. Such a device is rather costly nowadays, Zhou Andong mused as he rode homeward. Individuals like Gu Bing find it rather effortless to amass wealth. Securing a permit and a document can swiftly translate into tens of thousands in profit. Thus, when Zhou Andong brought the television home, he felt no pangs of guilt. Moreover, he even harbored doubts, wondering if Gu Bing had indeed purchased the television with his own funds. Upon Zhou Andong's return, Yao Jun was already waiting in Gu Bing's office. The trio had not ventured far, having merely enjoyed a few drinks at a small restaurant near the distillery. On January 7th, the sky was overcast, with delicate snowflakes drifting down. Zhou Andong, feeling as though dawn had yet to break, was stirred from his slumber by the sound of Jiang Yuyue knocking at his door. Goodness, what time is it that you have arrived? Zhou Andong, still in a daze, opened the door and promptly retreated to the warmth of his bed. Jiang Yuyue entered, brushing off the snowflakes from her hair, and upon seeing Zhou Andong snuggling back under the covers, she retorted, it is already 7 o'clock. Zhou Andong turned to sit up. Bewildered, 7 o'clock? Why is it still so dark? It's a cloudy day. Jiang Yuyue replied, pouring herself a cup of hot water from the thermos. The warmth of the liquid scorched her throat but enveloped her body in a comforting heat as it settled in her stomach. Zhou Andong hastily donned his clothes, neglecting to wash his face. We must hurry. Today's agenda cannot be delayed. I haven't even had breakfast yet. My stomach feels utterly empty. Jiang Yuyue complained as she trailed behind him. Let us head to the printing factory first, and we can eat afterward, Zhou Andong declared. Upon their arrival at the printing factory, they found Yao Jun supervising 2 individuals loading calendars onto a van. This batch consisted of 5,000 copies, a significant quantity, prompting Yao Jun to requisition the van from logistics the previous afternoon. Brother Zhou, Wu Skimping greeted them from a distance. Zhou Andong shook his hand, inquiring, when will the remaining 4,000 copies be ready? I've enlisted a few more hands. We should have everything completed by the day after tomorrow, Wu Skimping replied. Zhou Andong nodded. You'll accompany us back to the distillery to settle the accounts. Wu Ximping's eyes lit up at the mention of settling accounts. Excellent. Gu Bing had also arrived early at the factory, observing the throng of over 200 individuals gathered at the entrance, all dressed in their finest attire retrieved from the depths of their wardrobes. Are we all here? Gu Bing inquired. Yes, we are. The crowd responded in scattered unison. Gu Bing, aware of his lack of presence as the secretary, remained unfazed. Today, I will convene a general meeting for all employees, since you cannot attend. I wish to inform you in advance. Initially, the groups had been engaged in casual conversation, but upon hearing Gu Bing's words, they turned their attention towards him. I recognize that some of you harbor dissatisfaction with my reforms, and it would be disingenuous to deny that many have criticized me behind my back. However, our factory stands at a critical juncture of survival. Without reform, we all face inevitable demise. Embracing change offers us a glimmer of hope. Gu Bing surveyed the crowd, continuing. Thus, Comrade Zhou Andong and I have taken the audacious step of undertaking this arduous and thankless task, yet we harbor no regrets. We have made the effort. And even in failure, we shall find no remorse. More than half of these individuals belong to the second workshop. Although they stand here primarily for a subsidy of 50 yuan, candidly speaking, they harbor skepticism towards the reform, but sincerely hope for its success. Should this reform prove fruitful, not only would the 2 years of owed wages be compensated, but starting this month, salaries would also increase by 60 yuan each month. The over 200 individuals remained silent, truly doubting whether the liquor could be sold. The price seemed utterly outrageous. How could a 6 yuan high millet liquor be sold for over 50? At that moment, a van approached from a distance, and Gu Bing glanced over, stating, I shall say no more. It is time for you to depart. Chapter 34. Cunning and crafty. The van came to a halt at the entrance, and Zhou Andong was the first to leap out, followed closely by Jiang Yuyue, Yao Jun, Wu Stimping, and 2 employees. Clap, clap, clap. Yao Jun exclaimed, Everyone, come and collect your calendars, one for each of you. Afterward, make your way to the station, whether by train or bus. The choice is yours. A young man, holding a calendar, inquired, Brother Jun, after we return, do we need to return the calendars to the factory? Zhou Andong replied, No need to return them. This is a New Year's benefit for you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy. A calendar was quite a valuable item. And upon inspecting the quality in their hands, they realized it would certainly cost no less than 30 or 20 in the market. Over 200 people, elated, took their calendars and departed. Zhou Andong turned to Jiang Yuyue and said, I'll give you 1,500 calendars to distribute. Jiang Yuyue, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, I knew you had no good intentions in calling me. Zhou Andong patted her shoulder and reassured her, as long as you complete the task flawlessly, I promise you shall not be shortchanged. Jiang Yuyue smirked, contemplating a retort, yet, glancing at Gu Bing and Yao Jun beside her, she hesitated and swallowed her words. Humph, who cares anyway? Zhou Andong flashed a grin and said to Gu Bing, Boss, here are 1,200 calendars to win the hearts of the people. Win their hearts? Gu Bing pondered, somewhat puzzled. Whose hearts are we winning? Sighing, Zhou Andong lamented, to be mixed with a leader of such limited intellect. I feel as if I have lost 20 years of my life. Grinding his teeth, Gu Bing replied, Being with you, I feel as if I have lost 50 years. You see, I tell you this, and yet you remain unconvinced, Zhou Andong continued. During the New Year, which enterprise does not distribute some festive goods? Rice, flour, soybean oil, pork, canned goods, fish, and the like. Our factory used to do so, but the past 2 or 3 years have seen poor performance, leading to the cancellation of all benefits. At the upcoming employee meeting, without needing to say much, once the calendars are distributed, this invisible secretary of yours will leave a mark in every employee's heart. They may not express overwhelming gratitude, but their impression of you will undoubtedly improve. In contrast, they will harbor discontent towards Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyou, those 2 old fogies who revoked their benefits, although the calendars may not be as practical as rice or flour. In this era, having a calendar hanging on one's wall is indeed a matter of prestige. Gu Bing reflected, feeling a twinge of admiration for Zhou Andong, who was undeniably cunning and resourceful. While pursuing his own interests, he did not hesitate to dig a pit for Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyou. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Bing. If Zhou Andong were in his position, it would surely lead to a spectacular contest of wits. And one could wonder if those 2 old men would find themselves at the losing end. However, the current situation was not without merit. Although Zhou Andong could be quite insufferable and his words sharp, He stood firmly on Gu Bing's side. Anticipation for the final outcome grew within him. Zhou Andong remarked, "The remaining calendars must be personally delivered by you to various agencies." Gu Bing replied, "With so many institutions, these calendars will hardly be sufficient." Zhou Andong remarked, "There are still 4,000 copies left. They will be bound the day after tomorrow." Gu Bing nodded and glanced at the watch on his wrist, saying, "Boss Wu, please settle the bill in my office." "Thank you, Secretary Gu. Thank you." Wu Stinping, who had not found an opportunity to speak, expressed his gratitude with a bow. In this era, every business venture seems profitable, yet when dealing with government agencies and enterprises, the reality remains unchanged. Without connections, completing the work and receiving payment is indeed a challenge. Observing Gu Bing and Wu Xianping depart, Zhou Andong organized his team to unload the calendars into the warehouse, leaving only 1,500 copies before personally driving a van out of the factory. "Shall we go for a meal?" Zhang Yuyue said weakly. "It's nearly 9 o'clock. After a morning of hustle, do you intend to starve me?" Zhou Andong chuckled and casually found a place where he, Zhang Yuyue, Yao Jun, and 2 other employees satisfied their hunger. "Where to next?" Zhou Andong inquired of Zhang Yuyue. Zhang Yuyue retorted impatiently, "How should I know where to go?" Zhou Andong replied, "As long as you know the leaders of the major banks, we will deliver to them." Zhang Yuyue suggested, "Then let's head to the construction bank first." As they delivered calendars to various banks, Gu Bing and his team began distributing to government offices. In the provincial city, the snowfall was heavier than in Jiangzhou, with flakes cascading down in clusters. At the Iming store, the owner swept the snow from the entrance with a broom, placed 2 large cardboard boxes down, and then entered the shop. With the new year approaching, his business was thriving day by day, putting him in high spirits. Tossing the broom into the corner, he noticed the promotional calendar from the Jiangzhou distillery hanging on the wall. Over a dozen copies had sold, leaving only one, which filled him with a touch of regret. Each calendar sold for 18, yielding a mere 13 in profit, which felt insufficient. If that young lad could procure a few more, wouldn't his earnings be greater? Entering the counter, he retrieved a bottle of Jiaozhou Imperial Tribute wine from the shelf and carefully wiped it with a cloth. In recent days, there had been inquiries about this wine, but at his price of 160, customers were often driven away. It is worth noting that, while this price is lower than Matai, it is certainly more expensive than Wulianya. Nevertheless, he believed that regardless of Matai or Wulianya, this is tribute wine, and selling it for 260 would not be excessive. Pricing it at 160 was already a sign of his integrity. "Excuse me, do you have Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine?" The one featured in that calendar, a young man in his 30s asked, holding up the calendar for the owner to see. The owner smiled upon recognizing it, saying, "This is indeed the one." He placed the bottle on the counter. "Yes, that's it. Finally found it." The young man's face lit up with excitement. "How much?" he asked. 160, the owner replied. The young man hesitated for a moment. "So expensive?" The owner explained. "Since you have the calendar, you must understand this is tribute wine." The young man nodded, steeling himself. "All right, 160 it is. I'll buy it." The owner grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits. "You, young brother, have a discerning eye. This wine is available only here, and I have but 1 bottle left." The young man was reaching for his wallet when he paused at the shopkeeper's words, pulling his hand back from his pocket. "You only have 1 bottle?" he inquired. The shopkeeper, taken aback, replied, "Yes, just 1 bottle." The young man sighed. "1 bottle is insufficient. I need to purchase 2 for a gift. Who presents just a single bottle?" With a look of disappointment, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "I shall seek another store." He had initially anticipated a profit of 100, but his premature joy had led to the shopkeeper's dismay. Little did he expect, however, that it would not be long before a middle-aged couple entered, seeking to buy Jiaozhou Imperial Tribute wine. They too required 2 bottles for a gift. But upon discovering that there was only 1 available, they departed as well. Chapter 35. Out of control. The scene unfolding at Iming store is being replicated across various locales within the province. Whether it is the proprietor of a small shop or a sales clerk at a state-run store, all wear expressions of bewilderment. What, pray tell, is Jiangzhou Yugong wine? Why are so many inquiring about its purchase when it has never been heard of before? The individual shop owners reach out to their wholesale suppliers for clarification, while the clerks at state-owned stores, sensing the unusual nature of this phenomenon, dare not withhold information and promptly report to their superiors, those fortunate enough to be favored. Gazing at the solitary bottle of Jiangzhou Yugong, feel an insatiable yearning that compels them to pick up the phone. Those with connections make hurried calls to the Jiangzhou distillery, whilst others without such privileges hasten to board buses and trains bound for Jiangzhou. In Jiangzhou, as thousands of calendars are dispatched, Jiangzhou Yugong Wine officially enters the public consciousness. The sales and distribution department, at around 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 7th, experiences a revival as the long-dormant sales phone suddenly springs to life, ringing incessantly until closing time. Yin Guohai, the head of the department, dons his coat and ascends to the 3rd floor, approaching the office of Zhang Dio. Just as he raises his hand to knock, he overhears Zhang's voice from within. Director Qian, why would I deceive you? It is indeed merely high-quality sorghum, adorned with an appealing package, a fabrication concocted by Gu Bing for ulterior motives. His actions, motivated by self-interest, disgrace the reputation of the distillery and disregard the welfare of the employees, deceiving the consumers in the process. Such behavior is utterly shameful. Despite our vehement opposition, as he is the party secretary, we were unable to thwart him. His obstinacy and deceit will inevitably lead to trouble. If you insist on this so-called tribute wine, I can provide it to you at the price of high-quality sorghum, but should any issues arise, you must not hold me accountable. Alas, what kind of relationship do we share that I would lead you into a pitfall? Furthermore, while I cannot prevent him, I absolutely refuse to allow a bottle of wine to be sold from my hands. Otherwise, my conscience would not allow it. Very well, when time permits, I shall treat you to a drink. Let us indulge in high-quality sorghum. Upon hearing the call disconnect, Yin Guohai finally knocks on the door, and immediately hears Zhang Dio's voice beckoning him to enter. As Yin Guohai pushes the door open, he notices Zhang Dio's countenance is dark and forbidding, prompting him to tread lightly. Zhang Dio is not known for his amiable temperament, so caution is prudent. Otherwise, an unjust reprimand may ensue. Director, since around 3 o'clock, we have been inundated with calls at the sales and distribution department, all inquiring about and preparing to purchase Yugong wine. Zhang Dio's fingers incessantly tap on the desk, and after a prolonged silence, he inquires, what did you tell them? Yin Guohai responds cautiously, with so many voices. I instructed the staff to reply that we are unclear and do not know. This individual is not a fool, despite his considerable standing within the sales and distribution department. There are no special privileges afforded to him, as their salaries are only partially dispersed. Moreover, human nature is unpredictable. Should he, like Zhang Dio, undermine the situation, word could swiftly spread among the workforce, and he would be torn apart by the very employees he oversees. You, the leader, receive a full salary while your family enjoys meat and broth, while we are left at home to endure hunger and cold. Previously, the wine struggled to find buyers, and we remained silent. Now, however, people are coming to us seeking our wine, and you, instead of cooperating, refuse to sell. What do you intend to do? Do you believe we won't bring our entire family to dine at your home? The telephone on the desk rang once more. Zhang Dio waved his hand, instructing, you may leave for now. If any customers call tomorrow, respond accordingly. Understood. Yin Guohai turned to depart. Zhang Dio gazed at the phone, inhaled deeply, and lifted the receiver. Simultaneously, Gao Qingkue was on another call, his expression one of exasperation. Old Wu, if you wish to drink, I can have 2 cases delivered to you tomorrow. However, I must clarify that it is indeed genuine sorghum, not some special supply. Yes, we must support young people with ideas, but this deceit pains me greatly. Nonetheless, the situation has escalated to this point, and I can only do my utmost to prevent this wine from entering the market. Even if it means our entire factory starves, we shall not deceive the public. With a sharp click, Gao Qingkue hung up the phone, grasped his enamel tea mug, and stood before the window, gazing at the snow-laden landscape outside. He slowly sipped his tea, a grave expression etched upon his face. He had never believed that Gu Bing and Zhou Andong's fraudulent so-called special supply wine could sell, thus he had not paid much attention. He was aware of the calendar advertisement but lacked knowledge about the detailed marketing strategy. In just over an hour, he had received 7 or 8 calls, not only from wholesalers but also from 2 city officials, all inquiring about Jiangzhou Yugong wine, making him suddenly realize that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. What had transpired? What had they done? How had this wine gained such widespread recognition? A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts as the office doors swung open before Gao Qingkue could respond. Zhang Dio hurriedly entered. Old factory director, he exclaimed breathlessly. You must have received numerous calls as well. Gao Qingkue turned back. Have you been monitoring their movements in recent days? Zhang Dio shook his head. No. But I suspect that the calendar advertisement they created has begun to take effect. Otherwise, how could there be a sudden influx of customers seeking Jiangzhou Yugong wine? Impossible. Gao Qinghui asserted emphatically. Even if it has some impact, it cannot be this significant. So much so that the old customer from the provincial supply and marketing cooperative has called me directly. Zhang Dio's mind bust. How had the situation transformed overnight into something so incomprehensible? Gao Qinghui spoke in a low voice. Have someone inquire with the employees. They should be able to uncover some information. We must ascertain what they have been up to. Otherwise, we are left too vulnerable, and I detest this feeling. Zhang Dio nodded. I will do so immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Andong, Jiang Yuyue, Gu Bing, Yao Jun, and Wu Xianping were enjoying drinks, not dispersing until after 7. Shall I give you a ride? Gu Bing opened the door of his car, number 212. Zhou Andong, lighting a cigarette, shook his head. No need. Your clunky car is uncomfortable. Gu Bing climbed into the vehicle, then farewell. Yao Jun remarked, it is indeed peculiar. Both Zhang Dio and Gao Qinghui drive Santana cars. Yet Secretary Gu opts for this 212. Zhou Andong replied. For him, the 212 is more fitting. Yao Jun was puzzled as to why it suited Gu Bing, but he refrained from asking further. I shall take my leave as well. Jiang Yuyue rubbed her hands together, then lifted her gaze to the sky. Snowflakes continued to fall, albeit lightly, having drifted for an entire day, accumulating a thick layer on the ground. Zhou Andong observed Jiang Yuyue's rosy cheeks and said, allow me to escort you home. Please, no. Jiang Yuyue insisted. If my mother sees you, she would surely have a knife ready to slice you up. Zhou Andong rubbed his nose, recalling his encounter with Zhao Jianlong, which he foresaw would cause trouble for Jiang Yuyue. However, he had faith in her ability to handle it. Thus he chose not to inquire further. Then take a taxi, Zhou Andong urged, hailing a yellow cab. Jiang Yuyue entered the vehicle and said, having consumed so much alcohol, you should return home early. Zhou Andong waved his hand dismissively, understood. As he watched the taxi depart, Yao Jun chuckled, Brother Dong. I sense that Yuyue has feelings for you. Smack. Zhou Andong playfully struck Yao Jun on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Zhou. Wu Xianping pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. This is for you. I hope we have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Zhou Andong graciously accepted the money and shook hands with Wu Xianping. There will undoubtedly be future opportunities for cooperation. Chapter 36. Division of Wealth. Wu Xianping had departed. And Zhou Andong, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazed at the swirling snowflakes above, remarking, it seems the snow shall not cease any time soon. Yao Jun exhaled. The weather forecast predicts temperatures will plummet to minus 27 degrees tomorrow. This wretched weather truly seeks to freeze us to death. Let us go, Zhou Andong declared, taking strides towards home. Have you heard any rumors regarding my relationship with Wang Ruame during this time? Yao Jun paused. I have indeed. Zhou Andong pressed. Why did you not inform me? Yao Jun responded. The entire factory is abuzz with gossip. Did you not hear? Zhou Andong replied, somewhat irked, as the party involved. Aside from Aunt Lu at the broadcasting station and Zhang Zhanhai, who would share such news with me? However, I have not visited the station lately and have not encountered Aunt Lu or old Zhang, so how could I possibly know? Yao Jun scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. It was my oversight. Zhou Andong took a deep drag from his cigarette. Wang Ruame has not been to work for 2 or 3 days. Please send Tang Wan to check on her. I have implicated her, and if anything were to happen, I would carry that burden for life. The moment Zhou Andong uttered Tang Wenjuan's name, Yao Jun's heart skipped a beat, and he hesitantly replied, I am not well acquainted with Tang Wenjuan. Zhou Andong halted, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on Yao Jun, feeling increasingly uneasy under Zhou Andong's scrutiny, stammered, Why are you looking at me? I truly have no familiarity with Tang Wenjuan. Observing Yao Jun's innocent expression, Zhou Andong let out a resigned laugh. If one wishes to keep a secret, they must refrain from any wrongdoing. You two have already become entangled. Do you think I am oblivious? Yao Jun's mouth fell agape, akin to a large steamed bun being inserted. You. Thud. Zhou Andong playfully kicked Yao Jun's rear. You scoundrel. Although Tang Wan was not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a flair for fashion and was renowned as a captivating presence in the factory, exuding a certain vanity. Naturally, she was not lacking in admirers. Yet love remains an enigma. Tang Wan unexpectedly set her sights on the short and unremarkable Yao Jun. When news of their relationship emerged, no one believed it would endure. However, against all skepticism, Tang Wan defiantly married Yao Jun and bore him a son and a daughter, while still harboring her vanity, constantly lamenting Yao Jun's lack of ambition and capability. Later, when Yao Jun suffered a sudden cerebral thrombosis before reaching 40, he endured 7 days of intensive care. during which multiple critical condition notices were issued. Even the doctors advised Tang will want to let him go, but she knelt before them, fervently pleading for their assistance. In her determination to save Yao Jun, she sold their newly purchased home. At that moment, Zhou Andong came to understand that despite Tang Wenjuan's vanity and her incessant criticism of Yao Jun, within her heart, there was no substitute for him. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming envy for Yao Jun, who had managed to marry a woman who cherished him so deeply. Yao Jun's life was preserved. After more than 2 years of recuperation and training, he not only returned to his former self but astonishingly exceeded his prior physical condition, except on rainy days. He jogged 5 kilometers every morning. Yao Jun's face flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's backside. I will have Wenwan visit Wang Ruame's home tomorrow. Observing Yao Jun's bashful demeanor, Zhou Andong remarked, "What is there to be embarrassed about in pursuing a relationship? When did you become so thin-skinned?" Yao Jun opened his mouth, hesitatingly responding, "Wenwan's reputation is not very good." "You don't oppose my being with her, do you?" Zhou Andong rolled his eyes. "Whom you choose to date is your own affair. I have no right to object. Besides, who has seen her with any man? Don't believe every rumor. Just like with me and Wang Ruame, do you truly believe that?" Yao Jun shook his head vigorously. "I don't believe it." "Exactly." Zhou Andong patted Yao Jun on the shoulder. "I believe Wenwan is a good woman. You must cherish her. Do not let her slip away, or you will regret it." Upon hearing Zhou Andong's words, Yao Jun's expression transformed into one of unprecedented determination. "I will. No matter what anyone says. As long as Wenwan marries me, I will wed her." Zhou Andong burst into laughter, retrieving 5,000 yuan from his pocket, which Wu Xianping had given him. He then handed 3,000 to Yao Jun. "This is for you and Sanair." Yao Jun accepted the money but returned 1,000 to Zhou Andong. "Sanair and I discussed it. You take 3,000, and we'll each take 1,000. Zhou Andong said nothing, pocketing the money. Although Yao Jun and Chen Weimin were not affluent, they were certainly better off than him. Nonetheless, he would always remember this brotherly bond. At the municipal hospital, Hammer and Big Chong lay in bed with their legs encased in plaster, staring blankly at the ceiling. These two individuals had suffered comminuted fractures in their legs. While that alone would not be catastrophic, the grave matter was that their legs had been crushed under a vehicle's wheels, resulting in extensive skin avulsions and separation of muscle and bone. Had they not been brought in promptly, they would have perished. Consequently, they would spend the rest of their lives confined to wheelchairs. With a creak, the old wooden door of the ward swung open, and a young man wearing a suit, gold-rimmed glasses, fair-skinned and possessing an air of refinement, entered. This individual, named Huixing, was Zhao Jianlong's strategist and the leader of the underground forces in Jiaozhou. One could say that without his influence, Zhao Jianlong would not have achieved his present standing. Upon seeing Huixing, Hammer and Big Chong turned their heads, their expressions igniting with excitement. "Brother Xing," Huixing inquired, "how are you two feeling?" Hammer replied, "We feel quite well." Huixing pulled out a chair and sat down, retrieving 2 cards from his pocket. "Each card contains 100,000. This is your settlement fund. Long Gu said that once you recover, you should return to the nightclub and undertake what you can handle." The 2 men, holding the cards, were visibly moved. "Brother Xing, as long as we are alive, this life belongs to you and Long Gu." Huixing smiled. "You two focus on your recovery and get out of the hospital soon. The brothers are eagerly awaiting to welcome you." "Damn it," De Chong exclaimed. "I have long desired to leave this wretched place, where smoking is prohibited and alcohol is also." At a glance from Huixing, De Chong promptly fell silent, swallowing the unfinished words with great difficulty. "Humph." Huixing scoffed. "You too, do not act foolishly. Whatever the doctor instructs, you shall follow. Understood?" "Understood," De Chong murmured in response. Lang Tu chuckled for a moment, but then his expression darkened again. "Xingge, how will we deal with Zhou Andong?" Huixing replied coldly, "Long Gu is currently selecting the province's top 10 outstanding youths. Once this matter is settled, we will address Zhou Andong. At that time, the decision on how to proceed will be yours to make." Chapter 37. Trouble brewing again on January 8th, Wednesday. The sky remained overcast, with light snow continuing to fall. The northern wind howled through the cracks of the back door, carrying with it an unsettling chill, while the yard was filled with an array of disquieting noises. In the latter part of the night, Zhou Andong was roused from his slumber by the cold. Shivering as he rose to stoke the fire, filling the stove with coal, before finally dozing off until after 8 o'clock. Achoo! As Zhou Andong brushed his teeth, he felt an itch in his nose, prompting an unexpected sneeze that sent forth spraying everywhere. "Damn it, who was cursing me?" At that moment, the door creaked open, and the thick cotton curtain was lifted. Jiang Yue, braving the wind and snow, entered the room, carrying steamed buns and soy milk. "I knew you lazy bones wouldn't have left," she said with a cheerful smile, placing the warm buns and soy milk on the stove. "I bought these at the roadside. They're still hot. Hurry up and eat." After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Zhou Andong wiped his face hastily with a towel. "What brings you here?" "What do you mean, what brings me here?" Jiang Yue's expression soured instantly. "If I have business, I can come. Once the task is done, I can't just drop by." Zhou Andong chuckled. "I just meant, with this biting wind and falling snow. Don't you feel cold?" Jiang Yue removed her gloves and squatted beside the stove to warm herself. "Staying at home is utterly boring, so I came to find you." Zhou Andong picked up the plastic bag, revealing 6 buns and 2 bags of soy milk. "You haven't eaten, have you? In such strong wind. How could I eat by the roadside?" she replied. Zhou Andong poured the soy milk into a bowl and grabbed a bun, settling down by the stove to eat. Jiang Yue, lacking any pretensions, took a bite from her bun. This is my first time trying buns from this place, and they are quite delicious." After their meal, Zhou Andong donned his cotton coat and fastened his hat. "Let us go." The north wind stung their faces as Zhou Andong lowered his head and walked ahead, with Jiang Yue jogging to keep up. "Slow down." Reluctantly, Zhou Andong slowed his pace. The frigid air and fierce wind compelled him to hasten to the factory. Jiang Yue, with her gloved hands clasped over her ears, her cheeks flushed from the cold, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Only then did Zhou Andong notice Jiang Yue was wearing a hat, and he scolded, "Are you foolish? It's freezing, and you're not even wearing a hat." After saying this, he took off his own hat and placed it on her head. "And this shabby down jacket? No hat at all. What did you buy it for? If it's just for show?" Jiang Yue felt the warmth of the hat, imbued with a faint scent of tobacco and sweat. A subtle smile creasing her lips as her gaze softened towards Zhou Andong. "This old hat smells terrible," she teased. "Give it back to me," Zhou Andong said. Reaching out to retrieve it, Jiang Yue grasped the hat tightly, laughing heartily as she dashed away. Dream on. In the supply department of the Jiangzhou distillery, a crowd of 20 to 30 individuals was gathered, including the proprietor of Imean store, Jiang Imean. "Director Yin, take a look at this calendar. The advertisements are printed here. How could the Jiangzhou distillery possibly lack this wine?" "Indeed, Director Yin, we are aware this is tribute wine. We do not expect factory prices. Could you not sell it to us at retail price?" Yes, I am not asking for much. Just 5 cases will suffice." "What 5 cases?" "Just give me 2 cases. No, 1 case will do." The office was filled with a cacophony of voices, leaving Yin Guohai with a headache. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down and listen to me." The tumult subsided, and with a look of helplessness, Yin Guohai remarked, "I truly do not know the situation regarding this Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine. Consider the state of the distillery. You are aware that we cannot even pay our employees' wages. If this wine were produced by our factory, would it not be sold?" It cannot be denied that Yin Guohai's words held a semblance of reason. However, the individuals present, though not major players in business, were astute and could easily perceive that Yin Guohai was merely brushing them off. Naturally, they had come today in the hopes of fortune, as the individuals who previously sold them wine had indicated that this was tribute wine and would not circulate in the market. Yet, having traveled such a distance, they were reluctant to leave empty-handed. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I regret that you have made a fruitless trip," Yin Guohai said. Clasping his hands in a gesture of contrition, his demeanor far from unkind. The crowd exchanged glances, and though they felt dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to turn and exit the factory office. As the throng dispersed, one individual remained, Jiang Imean. He retrieved a water pipe from his bag, struggled against the wind for a while before lighting it, and then squatted at the factory gate, taking slow puffs. He was truly unwilling to concede defeat, contemplating that since it was still early, perhaps he might encounter the vendor of the wine. If luck were on his side, and he did, he would be willing to purchase a bottle at 100. Zhou Andong and Jiang Yue entered the factory grounds. The previous night, 80 tons of wine had been completely repackaged, and with the cold weather, not a single soul was visible in the entire factory. "It's too cold," Jiang Yue exclaimed. Noticing Zhou Andong's face and ears were flushed from the chill, she tenderly removed her hat and placed it on his head. Zhou Andong snatched the hat back and placed it on Jiang Yue's head instead, saying, "Put it on quickly. We will arrive soon." At that moment, a group of people approached, and their conversation became distinctly audible. "What should we do? What can we do? We should head home. Alas, in this frigid weather." Suffering through this without accomplishing anything feels futile. The two groups quickly passed each other, but Zhou Andong suddenly turned and called out, "Hey, wait." The last few individuals in the group heard him and turned back in confusion, while those in front, noticing the delay, also halted. Zhou Andong inquired, "Are you here to buy wine?" A young man replied, "Yes, but we are not looking for Degaoyang. We seek Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine." Zhou Andong's lips curled into a faint smile, yet to Jiang Yuyue's eyes, it was merely a sign of mischief. She could not help but roll her eyes, inwardly scoffing at this fellow's antics. "Whom are you seeking?" she inquired. The young man replied, "We are looking for Section Chief Yin from the Supply and Marketing Department." Zhou Andong then asked, "What did Yin Guohai convey to you?" A flicker of realization crossed the young man's mind as he recounted the events. Zhou Andong felt elated, thinking to himself, "I can allocate you several boxes of Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute, but I have a stipulation." In an instant, a throng of 20 or 30 people gathered around him, exclaiming, "Is it true? Young brother, just state your condition, and I shall comply with anything." Chapter 38. Beauty in the cold. Gu Bing reclined in his chair with his feet propped on the desk, listlessly gazing at Jian Qiu, who was seated on the sofa opposite him. Before 7 o'clock, she had knocked on his door with an urgency that left no room for breakfast, dragging him straight to the office. If there was a matter to discuss, she ought to speak up instead of merely sipping tea, draining the entire kettle in the process. With a wide yawn, Gu Bing lamented, "I am not your brother. From now on, I shall consider myself your younger sibling. Dear sister, my beloved elder sister, what is it that you truly desire?" Jian Qiu, crossing her legs, showcased her alluringly long limbs ensconced in snug denim. The elevated foot revealed a smooth, pale heel, while her toes playfully dangled in high heels. With a languid flick of her eyelids, she placed her teacup on the coffee table and leaned back, arms crossed. Addressing him, "To be candid, who orchestrated the marketing for Jiangzhou Yugo?" Gu Bing raised his head, anger etched across his features. "How many times must I reiterate? The reform was my proposal, and the marketing strategy was crafted by me. Why can you not believe it?" Jian Qiu picked up the teacup again, not to drink, but merely to hold it. Her attention diverted to a newspaper on the table, ignoring Gu Bing entirely. Observing her demeanor, he deflated like a punctured balloon, raising his hands in surrender. I concede. The rebranding of the sorghum liquor, the name change, the pursuit of a mid to high-end market, all of it was devised by Zhou Andong." Jian Qiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that so?" While she too doubted the success of the reform, unlike others, she harbored no skepticism about the creation of a new brand aimed at the mid to high-end market, believing it to be the sole salvation for the distillery. However, the conception of a new brand was far from a mere cosmetic change of packaging or an appealing name. It required consumers to be aware of the product and willingly purchase it, necessitating a substantial investment in marketing. Yet, the distillery was barely able to pay its employees. Without the support of the city, the proposal would be rendered a farce. Moreover, the greatest obstacle was not merely financial, but rather the formidable duo of Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo, who held the reins of the sales channels. They would undoubtedly do everything in their power to suppress Gu Bing, ensuring that not a single bottle was sold. Thus, she suspected that the individual presenting this scheme harbored ulterior motives, potentially laying a trap for Gu Bing. It was highly likely that this person was orchestrated by Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo, preparing to leverage Gu Bing's failure as an excuse to oust him from the distillery. Jian Qiu was acutely aware of Gu Bing's character. He was akin to a foolish son of a landlord, disinterested in anything beyond indulgence. Had it not been for the instigation of those around him, he would not have entertained notions of reform. She had heard that it was the university student Zhou Andong who had persuaded Gu Bing, but when she inquired, Gu Bing's reaction infuriated her. He accused her of looking down on him, claiming that the reform plan was entirely his own conception, even reporting her to her mother, which resulted in her receiving a stern reprimand. This revelation confirmed one thing for her. Gu Bing was the dear nephew of the old Buddha, while the question of whether her daughter was truly related remained uncertain. Consequently, she chose to divert her attention. After all, even if Gu Bing, the foolish son of a landlord, relocated, he would continue to lead a life of idleness wherever he went. However, a startling piece of news arrived yesterday afternoon, overwhelming the sales lines of the supply and marketing division with inquiries about purchasing the Imperial Tribute wine. At that moment, she realized she had likely overlooked something significant and promptly contacted her subordinates for details. Amidst the chaotic information, she stumbled upon a comprehensive marketing strategy. Upon delving deeper, She discovered that this marketing initiative, still in its initial stages, aimed solely to enhance the brand's visibility, ensuring that retail and wholesale merchants, along with corporate and institutional consumers, became acquainted with Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine. That night, she found herself restless, unable to sleep as the marketing strategy unfolded in her mind like a formidable formation, ensnaring Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo within its confines. Yet, she recognized that defeating them would not be an easy feat, as those two old foxes held the key to the channels of distribution. She firmly believed that the architect of this strategy possessed some form of a trump card capable of eliminating Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo. However, she remained in the dark about the nature of this secret weapon or when it would manifest. Thus, she pondered tirelessly, contemplating how she would navigate the situation had she been the one to devise the marketing plan. Regarding the staff meeting convened by Gu Bing that morning, she had initially perceived it merely as an attempt to win over people's hearts. Now, however, she sensed there was a deeper layer of meaning that she had yet to uncover. After an entire night of contemplation, her impatience got the better of her. Rising early, she hurried to Gu Bing's residence and brought him to the office, applying pressure without uttering a single word or inquiry, simply to induce a sense of urgency within him. Indeed, men require pressure. Without it, they offer not a shred of truth. Gu Bing, in an irritable tone, retorted, "Believe it or not." Jianqiu's lips curled into a smile before she set her teacup down. "Explain your plans to me in detail." Gu Bing felt exasperated. He had hoped to flaunt his success in front of his family after this reform, yet it appeared that such pretensions would not come to pass. Reluctantly, he recounted the plan in thorough detail. "Impressive," Jianqiu exclaimed, realizing that Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine had already reached higher echelons, securing a place among the list of condolence gifts. Once the newspapers were published, the impact of this strategy would be monumental. Coupled with the traps laid for Zhang Diyo and Gao Qingkue during the staff meeting held yesterday morning, it would be impossible for them to avoid falling into the snares. Jianqiu marveled. Every step appears to be a jest, yet it is meticulously calculated, understanding human nature to its core, truly remarkable. Gu Bing, filled with pride, proclaimed, "What do you think? My strategist is quite brilliant, isn't he?" Jianqiu nodded. "There is one thing I fail to comprehend. With such prowess and talent, why has he remained dormant and unaccomplished over these years?" Gu Bing shrugged. "That is a question you must pose to him directly." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the office door, and before Gu Bing could respond, Zhou Andong entered, announcing, "Leader, business is booming." Upon entering, Zhou Andong immediately spotted Jianqiu seated on the sofa, momentarily taken aback. He recognized her as the chairwoman of the factory union, a woman who had remained etched in his memory throughout the 20 years following his layoff. Her beauty was simply captivating. Among all the women he had encountered in his previous life, including those glamorous actresses from television and film, as well as the daughters of esteemed families, few could rival Jianqiu in both grace and allure. Jianqiu was unprepared for Zhou Andong's sudden entrance. She sat on the sofa, momentarily stunned. Zhou Andong's gaze naturally wandered to Jianqiu's legs, particularly her feet adorned with high heels. Despite the cold weather, she had opted for bare shoes without socks. An enchanting yet chilling sight. Chapter 39. A conversation with Yin Guohai about the future. Such is the thought that crossed Zhou Andong's mind, contemplating not merely the beauty of her face but the allure of her legs and feet, which alone would make a lifetime of devotion worthwhile. Women possess an acute sense of perception, particularly those of striking beauty. Jianqiu immediately sensed Zhou Andong's penetrating gaze, yet upon closer inspection, she noted the clarity of his eyes, devoid of any impurities. This revelation momentarily stunned her. Could it have been an illusion? Such thoughts flitted through Jianqiu's mind before she gracefully rose to her feet, smiling as she extended her hand. "You must be Zhou Andong," she remarked. "I have heard much about your esteemed name, yet today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." The distillery was modest, employing over 1,000 workers. While Zhou Andong, a university student, held a certain notoriety, few truly knew him, especially not someone as well-connected as Jianqiu. Even as a university student, he hardly caught her eye. Zhou Andong had only glimpsed Jianqiu a few times during staff meetings. He could not recall any encounters during his commutes. The day he returned, their brief meeting outside the restroom was likely forgotten. One was in a state of confusion, while the other merely offered a polite nod before moving on. Who could remember such an exchange? "Director Jian, greetings," Zhou Andong said, extending his hand to courteously grasp the tips of Jianqiu's fingers. "Two leaders are engaged in discussion. I shall take my leave for now and return shortly." No need, Jian Xiu replied, settling back into her seat. The matter has been concluded. Let us speak of you. Upon entering, you mentioned business. What business? Zhou Andong glanced at Gu Bing, suddenly realizing that the secretary appeared thoroughly exhausted. Gu Bing sighed. Since it is not a matter for outsiders, speak freely. Zhou Andong blinked in surprise. What was the nature of their connection? Why had he not been informed? Observing Zhou Andong's mischievous expression, Gu Bing understood the thoughts swirling in his mind and retorted, I refer to her mother as aunt, while she calls my father uncle. Why not mention it sooner? Zhou Andong exclaimed, seizing a cigarette from the desk and lighting it. Earlier, I encountered a group of individual merchants looking to purchase liquor. Upon hearing this, Gu Bing's spirits lifted. He recognized that Zhou Andong's earnest mention of this matter was not merely about selling a few bottles. Jian Qiu's interest peaked as she leaned forward. Intrigued by Zhou Andong's revelation, they had approached the supply and marketing department, only to be turned away by Yin Guohai, who stated that their distillery did not produce Jiaozhou Imperial Tribute wine. At this point, Zhou Andong took a drag from his cigarette. I intercepted them on their way back, informing them that I could allocate several boxes of wine, provided they agree to one condition. Zhou Andong then shifted his gaze towards Gu Bing, changing the subject abruptly. Leader, you should consider speaking with Yin Guohai tomorrow. Gu Bing, still focused, looked puzzled as Zhou Andong ceased his explanation. What should I discuss with Yin Guohai? Zhou Andong replied calmly, what to discuss? Naturally, it is about the future. If he possesses wisdom, the future will undoubtedly unfold smoothly before him. However, should he remain obstinately ignorant, he may traverse a dark path to his own detriment. We would not hesitate to lend him a hand, facilitating an early retirement to spare him from the perils that lie ahead. Jian Xiu furrowed her brow momentarily, but soon relaxed, casting a glance at Zhou Andong, a flicker of subtle brilliance dancing in her eyes. At the last meeting, aside from the promise made by Deputy Factory Director Qian, he remains a solitary figure. If we can bring Yin Guohai on board, it would effectively place a chokehold on Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio. Yet, if he cannot be of service to us and continues to occupy the position of head of the supply and marketing department, even if you emerge victorious this time and seize the initiative, should he manipulate matters within the supply and marketing sector, you would find yourself in a precarious situation. Gu Bing appeared utterly perplexed, prompting Jian Qiu to remark, you might as well perish from your foolishness. Collaborating with you is truly exhausting. Zhou Andong sighed, Director Jian. I sincerely wish it were you seated in this office. It would make my responsibilities far lighter. What do you mean by that? Gu Bing retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. You two have had your fill. It seems you're ganging up on me. As a leader, I should be able to comprehend matters on my own without your assistance. Jian Xiu rolled her eyes. Were it not for your aunt's influence, I wouldn't bother engaging with you at all. Indeed, Zhou Andong added, embellishing his words. Were it not for Director Jian's standing, I would have turned and walked away. Bang. Gu Bing slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Are you two done yet? Jian Xiu stood, addressing Zhou Andong. Do you have time? I would like to treat you to lunch. Without hesitation, Zhou Andong nodded, certainly. But I have a friend who should join us. Jian Xiu strode towards the exit, and Zhou Andong followed suit. Gu Bing swiftly positioned himself at the office door, blocking their path with a forced smile. It's barely 10 o'clock. Why not stay here for a while, enjoy some tea? And then we can go wherever you choose, my treat. Zhou Andong hesitated, Director Jian. After all, he is our leader. Let's give him the courtesy of allowing him to treat us at lunch. Jian Xiu nodded in agreement, addressing Gu Bing. It is only because Zhou Andong has spoken that I am even acknowledging you. Gu Bing felt a surge of frustration in the presence of these two. He could not afford to offend either, swallowing his indignation in silence. Tell me, how can we win over Yin Guohai? Jian Xiu scoffed, plopping down onto the sofa. The individual merchants you have intercepted with Zhou Andong are your bargaining chips. There is no need to keep it hidden. Make it clear to Yin Guohai that aligning with you, Gu Bing, means mutual benefit for all. Should he remain obstinate, invite those merchants over and convene a staff meeting, allowing them to voice their concerns to the entire factory about Yin Guohai's potential deceit in not selling them liquor. Finally grasping the idea, Gu Bing exclaimed with excitement. The workers are all eager to sell liquor for the new year. If they learn that numerous individual merchants are ready to purchase, yet Yin Guohai refuses to sell, there will surely be an uproar. At that point, Yin Guohai's position will become untenable. Jian Qiu remarked, indeed, you are not entirely devoid of intelligence. At this moment, the sales department's phone lines were incessantly busy, while the phones in the offices of Zhang Diyo and Gao Qingkue were equally engaged. From the onset of their workday, the two were inundated with calls, their voices rendered hoarse from constant conversation. Ultimately, in sheer desperation, they disconnected the phone lines, granting themselves a semblance of tranquility. Zhang Diyo, with a grim expression, sat in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply before rising to visit Gao Qingkue's office. Presently, Gao Qingkue's demeanor was equally uninviting. The air of composure and confidence he once exuded had vanished. His brow was furrowed, and he sat motionless, cradling a porcelain teacup, lost in contemplation. Chapter 40. Unprecedented pressure. A soft knock echoed against the office door, and Gao Qingkue recognized it was Zhang Diyo. "Come in," he called. As Zhang Diyo entered, his gaze instinctively fell upon the telephone on the desk, its cord conspicuously absent, lying on the floor. "I too have disconnected the phone line." Gao Qingkue remained silent. Zhang Diyo hesitated, wanting to speak, but the expressionless countenance of Gao Qingkue compelled him to remain quiet. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Leaders like Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo, while not lacking in capability, channeled their talents into mutual scheming for personal gain. In the era of state-controlled purchasing and distribution, the focus was solely on managing personnel and ensuring safety, devoid of concerns regarding product sales. However, with the advent of a market economy, their reluctance to adapt, clinging to outdated ideologies, rendered them complacent. They sought to maintain the status quo, striving merely for the absence of error rather than for progress, devoid of a broader vision for the long-term development of the enterprise. Their primary concern was self-interest, treating the company as a personal possession, impervious to external interference. Now, Gu Bing's actions were perceived as an encroachment upon their already secured gains, inciting profound indignation, mingled with a condescending disdain towards Gu Bing, as they doubted his capability to usurp their established advantages. Nevertheless, the phone call received the previous afternoon had sparked a sense of unease. Zhang Diyo inquired about Gu Bing's recent activities and relayed the information to Gao Qingkue. The two deliberated into the night, failing to discern any underlying intricacies. Finding the situation almost farcical, sending one group of employees to sell liquor while dispatching another to purchase it. Was this mere child's play? The only noteworthy aspect was the calendar advertisement, which was commendably executed, coupled with an appealing slogan. They attributed the ensuing turmoil, even prompting inquiries from the provincial supply and marketing director, to sheer luck. Time passed, and Gao Qingkue finally shattered the stifling silence. "I have received several calls from city leaders, all inquiring about Jiangzhou Yugong liquor. Since the start of the workday, the office phone has incessantly rung with inquiries regarding Jiangzhou Yugong, many from city officials. This has bestowed upon me an unprecedented weight of pressure." The city leaders were unconcerned whether Jiangzhou Yugong had merely undergone a name change or received new packaging. Their sole interest lay in the sale of the liquor. Gao Qingkue, a man of considerable repute, understood that if he declared this as fraudulent, the city leaders would heed his counsel, but only if he could salvage the distillery and provide sustenance for over 1,000 employees. Zhang Diyo, not yet formally in office, had not received any calls from city leaders. "So what shall we do?" he queried, trailing off. Yet, Gao Qingkue comprehended the implications. Fraudulent practices must not be permitted to proliferate. Zhang Diyo too felt the mounting pressure. "What is our next course of action?" Gao Qingkue's face twitched slightly as he replied, "The day after tomorrow, there is a meeting at the city. I will address the issues surrounding the distillery, particularly concerning Gu Bing. His position must be revoked. We cannot allow him to continue his reckless behavior, or we will undoubtedly face grave consequences. Regarding the development of the winery, we will delve into it after the new year." Zhang Diyo yearned to interject, noting that shortly after the new year, one would be retiring, yet observing Gao Qingkue's demeanor at that moment, he refrained from doing so. Gu Bing convened a staff meeting yesterday morning, and upon reflection, it seemed evident that his intentions were far more complex than merely winning over hearts. Gao Qingkue scoffed, stating that as long as their wine remained unsold, any schemes would prove futile for them. Gu Bing pinned a note and handed it to Zhou Andong, who questioned its purpose, as he believed they could proceed directly to the warehouse. Zhou Andong clarified that he wished for them to understand that only a note approved by Secretary Gu could facilitate the retrieval of goods. No one else held that authority. Gu Bing chuckled appreciatively at this sentiment. Zhou Andong then made his way outside, suggesting to Director Jiang to confer with the leadership about dining arrangements, as he felt a pang of hunger. In the corridor, Jiang Yue was engaged in lively conversation with several individual entrepreneurs, her laughter punctuating the air. Upon spotting Zhou Andong, She bounded over, inquiring about his delayed exit. Zhou Andong, with a grin, explained that the leader had insisted he warm himself with a cup of tea before departing. Jiang Yuyue scoffed playfully at his exaggeration. Zhou Andong continued with a casual air, announcing that the secretary would be treating them to lunch. After savoring his last puff of smoke, he discarded the cigarette and declared to the group that he had procured the note from Secretary Gu and they would now proceed to the warehouse to collect the goods. Excellent, a young man exclaimed with enthusiasm. A throng of individuals followed Zhou Andong and Jiang Yuyue out, among them Jiang Aimin, who felt a surge of optimism. Realizing that indeed, there was light after the darkness, he began to contemplate how much stock they should acquire. Zhou Andong first reported to the logistics department, then joined the administrator to unlock the warehouse door. The moment it swung open, Jiang Aimin and the others eagerly rushed inside. Zhou Andong inquired, "We have 2 varieties of Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine. Which would you prefer?" The crowd fell silent, with a young man posing the question, "What distinguishes them?" "One bears a seal, while the other does not, and naturally, the prices vary," Zhou Andong explained, revealing 2 boxes. This sealed variant is reserved for high-ranking officials, while the unsealed one is allocated to various ministries. Noting that none of their bottles bore seals, Jiang Aimin urgently asked, "What is the price difference?" Zhou Andong responded, "I can offer you a factory price. The unsealed one is 32, retailing at 58. The sealed one is 165, with a retail price of 198. Each box contains 6 bottles, all at 52 degrees. However, the sealed variant is limited to 1 box per person." "Why is that?" Jiang Aimin inquired. Zhou Andong clarified, "The sealed bottles are strictly prohibited from entering the market. Given the harsh weather conditions, I advocated for you all, and thus secured 1 box for each of you. As for the unsealed variant, you may purchase up to 4 boxes. A young man asked, "What if we choose not to take the sealed ones?" Zhou Andong replied, "Exchanges are possible. If anyone prefers the unsealed variant, they may trade with me." A middle-aged man, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, adorned with a hefty gold chain, and clutching a bag, called out. No one paid him any heed, for in their minds, it was the sealed bottles that truly represented the esteemed tribute wine, and they certainly would not relinquish it to others. Jiang Aimin declared, "I will take all 5 cases. I will take them all as well." The crowd chimed in, their voices overlapping. Zhou Andong's lips curled into a faint smile, while Jiang Yuyue gazed at him with eyes full of admiration. The administrator, however, wore an expression of disbelief. Upon hearing the pricing, he had not refrained from making disparaging remarks and had likely cursed Zhou Andong and Gu Bing countless times in private. Were it not for the supervisor's insistence on their cooperation, he would have been disinclined to venture to the warehouse in this frigid weather. Chapter 41, a promising beginning. With a resounding clap, Zhou Andong commanded attention. "How many of you are there?" "There are 29 of us," a youthful voice replied. Zhou Andong turned to the administrator. "I shall escort them to the finance department to settle the payment. Please ensure the outbound registration is completed and arrange for a vehicle to transport the wine to the station." Certainly, certainly." The administrator's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly courteous. Suppressing his excitement, he moved the total of 145 boxes of wine to the entrance, completed the outbound registration, and hurried back to the logistics department. "Lao Zhao. Why are you running?" "Lao Lu." The administrator, Lao Zhao, gasped for breath. "The wine has been sold, and I need to find someone to load it onto the truck for delivery to the station." Lao Lu, a man in his 50s with an unkempt beard and a prominent nose, reeked of alcohol even from a distance. "Have they truly sold it?" Lao Lu inquired with a tone of disbelief. "It was priced at 32. It's astonishing that someone would buy it." "What do you mean by that?" Lao Zhao retorted, visibly displeased. "The wine has been sold, and your tone suggests you're not pleased." No. Lao Lu quickly waved his hands. "I'm just perplexed. The sorghum was priced at merely 4.3. They wouldn't buy it then, yet now, with a change in packaging and name, it skyrocketed to 32. And they eagerly purchase it. Isn't that odd?" Lao Zhao scoffed. "What is so strange about it? Since Secretary Gu dares to do this, he must know what he is doing." Lao Lu bristled at this. "Lao Zhao, I've realized you're quite unreasonable. When you first heard about Secretary Gu's reforms and the substantial investment involved, you were among the loudest critics, claiming that if there was money to spare, it should be used for year-end bonuses." Lao Zhao's face darkened as he tossed his arm dismissively. "I have no desire to argue with you. I have matters to attend to." At that moment, the atmosphere in the finance department was peculiar. Aside from the rhythmic clacking of the abacus, silence enveloped the room. Zhou Andong, cigarette in mouth, sat comfortably in a chair while the individual entrepreneurs stood to one side. The finance staff, some knitting, others reading newspapers, and a few munching on seeds, lifted their gazes toward the accountant, He Xiaoling, who was diligently working the abacus. All right. He Xiaoling pushed the abacus aside. With the seal. The price is 165 per bottle, 6 bottles per case, totaling 990. Without the seal, it's 32 per bottle, for cases totaling 768, amounting to 1,758 yuan. The others in the finance department gasped in astonishment. They counted the heads and mentally calculated the figures. One woman trembled, spilling seeds onto the floor. 145 cases, 870 bottles. Sold for over 50,000. Previously at 3 per bottle, 870 bottles would barely fetch 4,000. With a mere name and label change. They fetched an exorbitant price, leaving them all astounded. They then recalled Secretary Gu's meeting yesterday, where he stated that if the wine sold, not only would salaries be supplemented, but an additional 60 yuan would be added. Now, it seemed there was indeed hope, and their spirits lifted considerably. I'll go first, Jiang Aimin declared, pulling out a stack of cash from his bag, counting out 1760. He Xiaoling frowned, replying coolly, find your own change. I have none to spare. I shall forego the 2 yuan. Jiang Aimin is notoriously frugal, capable of squeezing water from a mere dime. Today, however, he has surprisingly chosen to be generous, relinquishing even 2 yuan. Jiang Aimin managed to round up the total. The others, possessing loose change, felt too shy to produce it. One by one, they settled their accounts and exited the finance department, receipt in hand. Zhou Andong stood on the exterior steps, taking a final drag from his cigarette before flicking the smoldering but into the air, where it ascended briefly before being whisked away by the wind. All right, I shall not accompany you any longer, he declared. The youth inquired, shall we proceed directly to the warehouse to collect the goods? These individuals were all independent traders, most accustomed to sourcing their supplies from second- or third-tier wholesalers. This was their first venture to a direct manufacturer. Thus, they had brought a considerable sum of money. Apprehensive about the possibility of returning empty-handed, Zhou Andong replied, there are 2 receipts, are there not? Keep one for yourself and submit the other to the administrator. I have already arranged for transportation, whether by train or car, simply inform the driver. Within the finance department, several individuals were animatedly discussing the day's events. Enough of this ruckus, what a sight, He Xiaoling remarked, recalculating the figures on her receipt, her expression darkening. With a hint of impatience, she excused herself and headed to the office of Section Chief Lu Jian. Ugh, exclaimed a woman, spitting the shell of a sunflower seed onto the floor, disdainfully remarking, what a worthless creature. If it weren't for her entanglement with Lu Jian, she would be nothing. All right, enough of that, interjected a middle-aged man. In any case, today marks a commendable beginning and instills confidence in us. Lu Jian, engrossed in a novel, raised his voice without lifting his gaze from the pages. Come in. He Xiaoling pushed the door open, entering with a call of, Chief. Upon seeing her, Lu Jian felt a surge of desire, rising from behind his desk to embrace her and plant a kiss upon her lips. Despite being 40, He Xiaoling possessed a voluptuous figure and an eye for fashion, exuding femininity. Oh, stop it, she protested, relishing the attention and unable to suppress a triumphant smile as she playfully pushed Lu Jian away. I have urgent matters to discuss, she stated. Lu Jian, kissing her again, inquired, what is it? He Xiaoling presented the document, saying, take a look. As Lu Jian examined it, his expression shifted dramatically. What is the meaning of this? I am uncertain, He Xiaoling responded. Zhou Andong arrived unexpectedly with a group, claiming they were here to purchase liquor. I could hardly refuse. If word got out, the factory workers would devour me alive. Damn it, Lu Jian exclaimed, turning on his heel to leave. I'm going to speak with the factory director. I shall wait for you at our usual spot tonight. Not today, He Xiaoling countered. Lu Jian halted, questioning why not. My husband has returned, she replied. Such misfortune. Lu Jian cursed under his breath, ascending to the 3rd floor and knocking on the office door of Zhang Dio. Director, we have a situation, he announced, his brow furrowing in concern. What is the matter? Why the frantic demeanor? Zhang Dio inquired. Lu Jian exhaled deeply, placing the invoice before Zhang Dio. Zhou Andong suddenly arrived with a considerable number of individuals at the finance department to settle the payment, selling 145 boxes for over 50,000. Zhang Dio's heart sank as he scrutinized the document repeatedly. This is incorrect. Wasn't it 32 per bottle? Why is there a price of 165? Lu Jin explained. Zhou Andong introduced a sealing clause, affixing a seal on the wine box, which justifies the inflated price. Bang! Zhang Dio slammed his palm heavily on the desk, startling Lu Jian. This is sheer nonsense. Zhang Dio's face turned ashen. 32 per bottle is already exorbitant. How dare they sell it for 165 merely by affixing a label? What are they trying to achieve? Such reckless behavior. If issues arise, will he take responsibility? Chapter 42. The invisible Gu Bing. Although the liquor has been repackaged, renamed, and its price increased, it is still merely sorghum liquor, incapable of causing any harm. What problems could possibly arise? Lu Jian, though lacking in substance, possessed one commendable trait. He was unafraid to inquire when in doubt. What problems could arise? Zhang Dio, irritated, jabbed a finger at Lu Jian. Consider this with your limited intellect. Once this liquor hits the market, will anyone actually buy it? Lu Jian shook his head in response. No, especially the variant with the seal, retailing at 196, which is more expensive than Wuliangye. Only a fool would purchase it. Exactly. Zhang Dio continued. Retailers have invested several hundred in this liquor, and if they can't sell a single bottle, will they be satisfied? If the liquor were genuinely sound, they would have no choice but to accept it, regardless of their dissatisfaction. However, if they discover that this so-called tribute liquor is merely a repackaged version of sorghum liquor, do you think they won't create a scene? Lu Jian nodded. They would certainly demand a refund. Zhang Dio let out a cold snort. A mere refund is trivial. The significant issue lies in the damage to the distillery's reputation. Once this incident occurs, who will still trust us? Even if we later develop a product with superior taste, the public will only regard it as 6 yuan sorghum liquor, and at that point, our factory will truly be doomed. Lu Jian inquired, what should we do? Zhang Dio pondered for a moment and then picked up the phone to call the head of the security department, Chu Hongqi. This is Zhang Dio. Chu Hongqi responded, Director. I'm listening. Zhang Dio instructed, from this moment on, aside from factory employees, no one is permitted to enter through the main gate, regardless of who makes the request. Do you understand? Understood. Chu Hongqi replied before hanging up. Zhou Andong, Gu Bing, Jian Xiuyue, and Jiang Yuyue returned from lunch and played cards for the entire afternoon, with Zhou Andong winning over 100. On January 9th, Thursday, the sky remained gloomy, but the wind had ceased. Although the temperature was still below 20 degrees, it felt less frigid than the previous day. Grandma, why are you here so early again? Zhou Andong yawned as he opened the door. Oh, Jiang Yuyue responded with a grin. Call me Grandma one more time, and let me hear it. Zhou Andong shot her a glare and raised his hand as if to strike, but Jiang Yuyue bent down to evade him, then playfully kicked Zhou Andong. Laughing, hurry back inside and put on some clothes. Don't you fear freezing to death? Zhou Andong, still yawning, returned indoors to dress, spending a few minutes brushing his teeth and washing his face. Skipping breakfast, he headed straight to the distillery, only to be stopped at the main gate by the security personnel. What is going on? Zhou Andong questioned, eyeing the lanky, youthful guard, who appeared to be in his 20s. The guard replied, you can enter, but she cannot. Zhou Andong raised an eyebrow. Why can't she enter? The guard, slightly impatient, responded, how would I know? It's a directive from the factory, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Zhou Andong insisted, she is not unauthorized. She is a model hired by our factory for a calendar advertisement. She is here today to settle her modeling fees. As Jiang Yuyue removed her scarf and hat, the guard's eyes widened, and he scrutinized her. I must admit, she does resemble a model. What do you mean by resembling? Zhou Andong coldly remarked, this is it. The guard chuckled. Even if she is, she still can't enter. Damn you. Just as Zhou Andong was about to take action, Jiang Yuyue restrained him, saying, forget it, I want to go in. At that moment, due to a severe shortage of police force, the security departments of various enterprises were staffed with personnel in police uniforms, their salaries dispersed by the companies, operating under a dual management system of both the police and the enterprises. In some large state-owned enterprises, security personnel even carried firearms. Any incidents occurring in the family or living quarters, apart from serious criminal cases, were handled by the security departments of the enterprises themselves. Jiang Yuyue, fearing Zhou Andong might come to harm, held him back. Yet for Zhou Andong, these insignificant figures wielding authority without substance were merely targets for a beating. As long as he didn't seriously injure them, his status as a university student would shield him from any severe repercussions. At most, he would face a warning, be required to write a self-criticism, have his wages deducted, or face a public reprimand. Previously, he might have hesitated over such matters, but now, with plans to leave the distillery after the new year, these penalties held no weight for him. What was there to fear? Zhou Andong patted Jiang Yue's hand, asserting, "Today, if I don't make him kneel and call me sir, I won't be surnamed Zhou. Can you please remain calm?" Jiang Yue clung to Zhou Andong's arm, whispering in his ear, "This is the entrance. There are people coming and going. If you beat him up, you'll be the one to suffer in the end. It's not worth it. Wait until tonight to deal with him in a place where no one is around. Who knows?" The guard removed the baton hanging from his waist and provocatively challenged, "Kid, come on, show me how you'll make me kneel and call you sir." Just then, a 212 vehicle pulled up beside Zhou Andong. The window rolled down, and Gu Bing leaned out, inquiring, "What is going on?" Jiang Yue replied, "The guard won't let me in." Gu Bing exited the vehicle and approached the guard, asking, "Why can't she enter?" The guard chuckled, tapping his baton against his palm. "There is a notice from the factory. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in the premises." "Oh," Gu Bing responded, "Do you know who I am?" The guard nodded, "Of course. Your secretary, Gu." Gu Bing affirmed, "Can I take her in now?" The guard, still grinning, replied, "No, you can't." "Ha ha." Zhou Andong burst into laughter. Looking at Gu Bing's darkened face, he began to stoke the fire. "Leader, I know you're practically invisible in the factory, but I never imagined you were so transparent that even a guard doesn't take you seriously. I truly feel sorry for you." "Well, you're quite something." Gu Bing turned and entered the guardhouse, grabbing the phone and dialing a series of numbers. Soon, the call connected. "This is Chu Hongqi from the security department." "This is Gu Bing. Get to the entrance guardhouse within 10 minutes, or you will bear the consequences." With a stern face, Gu Bing hung up the phone with a decisive snap. Chu Hongqi hung up the phone, his expression shifting dramatically. This was the first time Gu Bing had spoken to him in such a commanding tone, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Initially reluctant to respond, he pondered for a moment before rising and walking outside, lighting a cigarette as he went. Zhou Andong grasped Jiang Yue's hand, glancing at the watch on her wrist, and with a sense of malicious glee remarked, "Leader, it has been 10 minutes, and the person still hasn't arrived. It seems they truly do not regard you at all. I suggest we stop this futile endeavor and spare ourselves the frustration. Let's resign instead. You have the funds, and I have the vision. Let us venture into business together. I assure you, we will amass considerable wealth. While I cannot promise to become a global tycoon, becoming the richest person in the country is certainly within our reach." Chapter 43. Do not assume that a slumbering tiger will not strike. The number of employees gathering at the entrance continued to swell, and Gu Bing's expression grew increasingly grim. Though he had long been disregarded as the party secretary, he was still the nominal head of the distillery. To be struck across the face by a grinning security staff member, all under the watchful eyes of many, was a humiliation that stung deeply. Coupled with Zhou Andong's incessant incitement, one could only imagine the turmoil brewing within Gu Bing. "He is here. He is here," Zhou Andong exclaimed with exuberant enthusiasm. As though a long-awaited dignitary had arrived, his animated gestures drawing the attention of many onlookers. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue bit down on her lower lip, struggling to suppress her laughter. However, Zhou Andong's expression soon morphed into one of regret as he glanced at Gu Bing, lamenting, "Leader, the factory has only been here for 5 or 6 minutes. Yet he was 3 minutes late despite being instructed to arrive within 10. Surely, it must be intentional, a blatant affront to you." Gu Bing shot Zhou Andong a murderous glare. If looks could kill, Zhou would have been reduced to mere ashes. "This little employee has trampled over my dignity. And you just stand there fanning the flames. What a despicable wretch you are." "Secretary Gu." Chu Hongqi suddenly quickened his pace, approaching with a broad smile. "I was momentarily preoccupied with some pressing matters, and I hope you can overlook the minor delay." Chu Hongqi's demeanor was excessively humble, lowering himself significantly in front of Gu Bing. Zhou Andong narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that Chu Hongqi was no simple character, though he had been summoned by Gu Bing. His tardiness was both a concession and an embarrassment for Gu Bing, leaving him in a position where he could not reasonably object. The security officer took turns swinging his baton, striking his palm, and grinning at Gu Bing and Zhou Andong. The provocation unmistakable. Gu Bing smiled, a brilliant grin that mirrored Zhou Andong's. Chu Hongqi joined in the laughter. The security officer grinned too, though his laughter was laced with derision and disdain for Gu Bing. "Ha ha ha!" Gu Bing's laughter grew louder, but then, abruptly, he raised his hand and turned around, delivering a sharp slap to the security officer's face with a resounding crack. The officer froze, his laughter abruptly silenced, his face swelling visibly, his head buzzing, and stars dancing before his eyes. Zhu Hongqi's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Gu Bing. The surrounding employees, who had been murmuring amongst themselves, now stared in shock, their voices silenced. With some timid souls retreating into the crowd, Gu Bing fixed his gaze on Zhu Hongqi, coldly stating, "Disrespecting leadership warrants severe punishment. And how are you managing your department? By 4 o'clock this evening, I expect a 2,000-word reflection delivered to my office. Should you dare to neglect this or offer a half-hearted effort, you will face a serious warning within the party and a public reprimand across the factory." Zhu Hongqi clenched his fists, rage surging within him. To have one of his security personnel struck in front of so many was a direct slap to his own face. Gu Bing's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, jolting him into sudden clarity. Despite Gu Bing's diminished presence, he remained the factory's party committee secretary. If he failed to recognize his position and continued to confront his superior head-on, a severe internal warning from the party and a public reprimand from the entire factory would seal his fate, rendering any aspirations for advancement unattainable for 3 to 5 years. And this blemish would follow him for a lifetime. Did he accept this? He did not. However, if he wished to avoid languishing in the role of the security section chief for several years, he had no choice but to yield. You must rectify the security section. Should such an incident occur again, consider the consequences, Gu Bing asserted. How dare you strike me? Just then, the recently awakened security officer bellowed in anger, raising his baton to strike Gu Bing. Watch out! Jiang Yuyue cried out in alarm. Zhou Andong quickly grabbed Gu Bing by the shoulder and pulled him aside, then lifted his foot to deliver a swift kick. Bang! The security officer was sent flying by Zhou Andong's kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The security officer clutched his stomach, coughing violently, glaring at Zhou Andong with fury. You'll regret this. I swear I will make you pay. Zhou Andong frowned, observing the security officer. This individual was clearly unhinged. His initial confrontation with Gu Bing could be attributed to ignorance. But now he had the audacity to attack Gu Bing with such malice. If struck on the head by that baton, Gu Bing would either die or suffer grievous injury. Zhou Andong found it hard to believe that this man acted without some form of backing. Gu Bing felt a surge of apprehension. Yet his demeanor remained remarkably calm as he pointed at the security officer. Section Chief Chu, what is his name, and whose man is he? Zhou Andong muttered under his breath, seems this fellow isn't as foolish as he appears. Zhu Hongqi glared at the security officer, gritting his teeth in anger. Yet he refrained from answering Gu Bing's question. Fine, if you choose not to speak, I shall not press further, Gu Bing remarked, turning to the gatekeeper, Old Li. Has today's newspaper arrived? Old Li hurriedly replied, not yet. It should arrive around 10. Gu Bing nodded. Once it arrives, bring it to me. Certainly. Today's events had left Old Li quite shaken. Gu Bing called out to Zhou Andong and Jiang Yuyue, get in the car. As Jiang Yuyue climbed in, Zhou Andong approached Zhu Hongqi, tilting his head slightly. Section Chief Chu, do not presume that just because the tiger naps, it will cease to hunt. Zhu Hongqi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a shiver as he recalled Gu Bing's background. Though the details were unclear, Gu Bing's status as the offspring of a powerful figure was no secret, at least among the factory's leadership. What are you staring at? What time is it? Get to work. Zhu Hongqi barked at the employees gathering to witness the spectacle. With that, the crowd dispersed quickly, retreating through the main gate. Zhu Hongqi crouched down to inquire of the security officer. Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? The guard, having turned over, sat up. Zhou Andong exercised restraint in his actions. Initially, the pain was excruciating, causing him to cry out as if his very intestines were severed. However, he felt significantly better now. Enraged, he vowed to annihilate them. The guard's face contorted in a mask of fury. Zhu Hongqi inquired, do you know who he is? Bah. The guard spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Isn't he just the secretary of the factory committee? So you are aware, Zhu Hongqi replied coldly. Had you injured him just now, the factory director would have been unable to save you, and I would have suffered as well. Therefore, it would be wise for you to remain compliant, refrain from causing me trouble, and, more importantly, do not trouble the factory director. Chapter 44. What you fear will come. The three individuals arrived at the office door, and Gu Bing was momentarily taken aback. I distinctly remember locking the door after work last night. As he pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Jian Qiu seated on the sofa, legs crossed, perusing a magazine while cradling a cup of tea. How did you get in? Gu Bing furrowed his brow. Without lifting her gaze, Jian Qiu replied, I possess a key to your office. That's impossible, Gu Bing exclaimed, agitated. How could you have a key to my office? I had one made quite some time ago. Do you have an objection? Jian Qiu looked up at Gu Bing. It's merely a key to your office. Is it really necessary to wear such a grim expression? I can always return it if you wish. Zhou Andong chuckled. His frown isn't due to you having a key to his office. Intrigued, Jian Qiu inquired. Then what is it about? Autumn sister, let me explain, Jiang Yue said as she settled beside Jian Qiu, recounting the events of the previous day. Through their interactions, Jiang Yue discovered that Jian Qiu was not as aloof as she appeared. Rather, she was quite amiable, particularly with her friendly demeanor. In just a single day, the two women had forged a close bond. Jian Qiu laughed heartily. In fact, you should be pleased. No need to sulk. Come on, smile. Gu Bing retorted with irritation. Am I supposed to be happy about being trampled? Jian Qiu countered. Previously, you were an inconspicuous presence, with even the employees disregarding you. However, from today onward, who would dare overlook you as the secretary? Zhou Andong nodded in agreement. Indeed, who would underestimate you now? What kind of metaphor is that? Gu Bing exclaimed as he raised his foot to kick. Zhou Andong dodged with laughter. Come, let us continue our playful banter. I'll win back a few hundred for the new year. Playful banter, my foot. Gu Bing exclaimed. Didn't he say I should have a talk with Yin Guohai about life? I'm off to do just that. Why the rush? Let the situation at the factory gate simmer a bit. Once it reaches Yin Guohai's ears, the impact will surely be greater, Jian Qiu called out. Now, where are the playing cards? I lost quite a bit yesterday. It's time to reclaim my winnings. Meanwhile, Chu Hongqi was in Zhang Dio's office, reporting on the incidents that transpired at the factory gate. This matter has significant repercussions. Many employees witnessed it. If we fail to address it, Gu Bing will undoubtedly exploit this situation. Zhang Dio's face darkened, his voice laced with frustration. It's truly disheartening. You know his temperament. Yet you allowed him to stand guard alone at the entrance. Isn't that just inviting chaos? Chu Hongqi replied. I never anticipated he would confront Gu Bing and even attempt to strike him. Zhang Dio sighed. Let him retreat home for a few days. It won't be long before Gu Bing is reassigned. Once he leaves, we can bring him back. What? Chu Hongqi looked bewildered. Gu Bing is being reassigned? Zhang Dio scoffed. If he continues this reckless behavior, the factory will surely be doomed. Chu Hongqi left, excited, though he still had a self-reflection to write. As long as Gu Bing remained secretary at the distillery, he would be a looming burden over him, inescapable. Shortly after 10, the security guard, Old Li, delivered that day's newspaper. The four individuals ceased their game, eagerly searching for news, yet found no information of value. With a decisive slap, Gu Bing slammed the newspaper onto the table, declaring that if it was not today, it would have to be tomorrow. They indulged in a day of cards. And around 3 o'clock, Chu Hongqi knocked and entered. Upon seeing Zhou Andong, Jian Qiu, and Jiang Yue, his expression soured, and he felt an urge to turn and leave. However, rationality reminded him that departing now would lead to a lifetime of regret. Secretary Gu, here is my self-reflection, Chu Hongqi stated coldly, placing several densely written sheets of paper before Gu Bing. Gu Bing glanced at them briefly, then tossed them to the floor. What is this nonsense? Go back and rewrite it. Chu Hongqi's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, he bent down to retrieve the papers and turned to exit. Gu Bing scoffed. Bring it back to me by 9 tomorrow morning. Chu Hongqi paused momentarily before striding out of the office, slamming the door shut behind him in a fit of anger. Zhou Andong, astonished, gave Gu Bing a thumbs up, exclaiming, You've finally shown some wisdom. Gu Bing chuckled. Chu Hongqi is not Yin Guohai. We cannot sway him. If we do not seize this opportunity to firmly suppress him, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Rising, he added, It's about time I have a word with Yin Guotao. The phone in the supply and marketing department rang incessantly in the morning, but by the afternoon, the calls had significantly diminished, and by 2 o'clock, they had ceased entirely. Yin Guohai stood by the window, cradling an enamel teacup, sipping tea absent-mindedly, displaying signs of unease. Hello, Secretary Gu. You've arrived, he greeted as the noise outside startled him. Before he could fully process it, the office door swung open, revealing Gu Bing. Hands clasped behind his back, smiling amiably. Secretary, what brings you here? Yin Guohai quickly pulled a chair from behind his desk for Gu Bing. No need to sit. Gu Bing waved dismissively. I've been sitting for over a year. It's better to move around a bit. Yin Guohai's heart raced. A troubling thought surfaced. Yet he maintained a smile. Secretary, if you have matters to discuss, please let me know, and I will come to your office. It's nothing major. Just needed to stretch my legs. Otherwise, my bones will rust. Gu Bing wandered around Yin Guohai's office, inspecting everything, which left Yin Guohai feeling anxious as if disaster were imminent. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and beads of sweat began to form on Yin Guohai's forehead. After a while, sensing the moment was ripe, Gu Bing calmly inquired, "Yesterday, over 20 individual merchants came to purchase liquor, and they first approached the supply and marketing department. How did you respond?" Yin Guohai's mind buzzed upon hearing of the incident at the entrance. He realized that Secretary Gu was not content to remain idle and had even managed to suppress the previously dominant Chu Hongqi. He had been feeling somewhat restless, fearing that Gu Bing might cause him trouble regarding the sale of the Yugong wine. To his dismay, his apprehensions were indeed realized. Gu Bing glanced at Yin Guohai, noticing his silence. Yin Guohai felt a deep sense of anguish. It was the old factory director and Zhang Deyo who had advised him against selling Yugong wine. Yet could he voice this? He had already offended Gu Bing, and revealing the truth would only further alienate the old director and Zhang Deyo, jeopardizing his position at the winery. Observing Yin Guohai's furrowed brow and his taciturn demeanor, Gu Bing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. If it weren't for Comrade Zhou Andong encountering those individual merchants and bringing them back, could you possibly bear the immense loss? You must be acutely aware of the repercussions if your actions were to be reported throughout the entire factory. Chapter 45. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Gu Bing took out a cigarette and lit it before continuing, "To be honest, I harbor no grand ambitions, or perhaps I possess none at all. My presence here is merely a formality, as I could be reassigned at any moment. The factory's downfall holds no personal consequence for me. Yet, witnessing over 1,000 employees facing hunger weighs heavily on my conscience. I cannot idly watch as they suffer. Otherwise, I would be haunted by guilt for the rest of my days. Thus, I proposed reforms to salvage the factory at minimal cost. However, I did not anticipate that this initiative would provoke certain individuals who, disregarding the plight of the workers, employed despicable tactics to suppress our efforts and obstruct the sale of our products." With a sigh, Gu Bing patted Yin Guohai on the shoulder, startling the old man. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. To go against the tide, particularly against the desperate needs of over 1,000 workers, will not lead to a favorable outcome. Gu Bing then opened the office door, stating, "Tonight, Director Jian and Comrade Zhou Andong are joining me for dinner. You should come along as well, and we can share a drink. If you choose not to attend, I won't hesitate to summon those 20-odd individual merchants to convene a staff meeting." His final words were a blatant threat, leaving Yin Guohai feeling despondent, caught in the crossfire of a conflict far beyond his control. Gu Bing's sudden display of authority was disconcerting. Regardless of his thoughts, Yin Guohai found himself ensnared in a predicament where either choice bore grave consequences. Should he decline, Zhou Andong would undoubtedly convene a factory-wide meeting, divulging Yan's actions to the workers, while the merchants would serve as witnesses, leaving little room for defense. The inevitable outcome would be a furious confrontation with the employees. Conversely, attending the dinner would not shield him from the wrath of Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diao, but at least he would be safe for the moment. Resolute, Yin Guohai steeled himself. After all, whether one meets their end sooner or later, who wouldn't he wish to prolong their existence by a few days? Zhou Andong sat on the couch smoking, while Jian Qiu and Jiang Yuyue were engaged in a card game. Upon Gu Bing's return, they all looked up, and seeing his smug expression, they knew the outcome. "Let us go. I'm hungry." "Time for dinner," Zhou Andong declared, rising to leave. Hey, Gu Bing exclaimed, grabbing Zhou Andong's arm. "Aren't you going to ask me about the result?" Zhou Andong rolled his eyes. "Regardless of the outcome, we still need to eat." Jian Qiu tossed her cards aside and called out to Jiang Yuyue, "Let us go eat." Watching the three exit the office, Gu Bing felt a surge of frustration. He had intended to boast about his achievements, but his companions showed no interest. Words lodged in his throat went unheard, leaving him feeling stifled. "Whom did I offend in my past life?" Gu Bing muttered, hastening to catch up with them. As the four stepped out of the factory, Yin Guohai rode up on his bicycle. "Comrade Gu, Director Jian," he called out. Gu Bing nodded slightly, and Yin Guohai dismounted. "Where shall we dine?" Gu Bing replied, "Let us go to our usual spot. The hot pot we had yesterday was quite good." "Excellent," Yin Guohai remarked. "I shall depart first. Let them begin their preparations. By the time you arrive, it should be nearly ready." Gu Bing waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead." As Yin Guohai left, the four exchanged glances, and Zhou Andong chuckled. "It seems I shall save on dinner expenses tonight." Jian Qiu huffed. "Save today, dine tomorrow." After spending a leisurely day playing cards, Zhou Andong emerged victorious once more, with Jian Qiu suffering the greatest loss, parting with over 200. The revelry continued until past 7 in the evening, after which Zhou Andong escorted Jiang Yuyue to the bus stop, arriving home just shy of 9. Elder Dong. Zhou Andong had just stoked the fire when Yao Jun pushed aside the curtain and entered. What brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something amiss? Yao Jun produced a substantial stack of cash from his pocket. This is the money from Wu Cheng and the others for the calendar sales, totaling over 9,600. Zhou Andong inquired, so much? Not quite. Yao Jun clarified, the prices for the liquor varied greatly. I visited the finance department this afternoon, and the accounts were settled at factory price. Hence the profit from the liquor is reflected here. Zhou Andong smiled. And what about Wu Cheng and the others? How much did you give them? Yao Jun replied, 200 each. Zhou Andong nodded approvingly. Perfect. You keep half. This year we shall enjoy a prosperous new year. Without hesitation, Yao Jun counted out 5,000 yuan and handed it to Zhou Andong. Here, take 5,000. I'll keep the rest. Zhou Andong accepted the money. Save some for later. After the new year, we can utilize these funds for business. Yao Jun paused, curiosity piqued. What kind of business? Zhou Andong responded. I haven't decided yet. Once we sell the liquor and receive our bonuses, we shall consider our options. Otherwise, this amount feels a bit insufficient. Yao Jun nodded in agreement, opting to stay the night at Zhou Andong's residence. The two conversed until the early hours, filled with dreams of the future. On January 10th, Friday, the sun finally broke through the clouds, casting warmth upon the morning. The streets seemed busier than in recent days. At 9 o'clock, in the 5th-floor conference room of the municipal guest house, around 30 to 40 individuals gathered, all heads of enterprises from Jiangzhou. However, these businesses were on the brink of bankruptcy, burdened by insurmountable debts. At 9:10, Gao Qingkue entered, carrying a bag, and upon his arrival, the attendees greeted him warmly. Director Gao, your Jiangzhou Yugong liquor is quite commendable. When can I procure a few bottles to see how it compares to De Gaoliang? Indeed, old Gao. Do give me a few as well. Your calendar advertisement is rather impressive. Director Gao, your calendars are distributed everywhere. It would be nice if you could spare a few thousand for our brother unit, and perhaps some benefits for the employees as well. The attendees were well aware of the distillery's predicament and recognized that the so-called Jiangzhou Yugong liquor was merely De Gaoliang. Their tone was imbued with jest, which increasingly darkened Gao Qingkue's expression. Oh dear, old Gao, why do you appear so glum? Are you unwell? The individual speaking is Lu Qijun, who once held the position of deputy factory director at a distillery. However, he was subjected to suppression by Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio, compelling him to request a transfer to the electronics factory. Nevertheless, the enmity between the three has only deepened over time. Gao Qingkue let out a disdainful snort, asserting, I am in good health. Even if you perish, I shall not. Lu Qingjun, with a cheerful demeanor, retorted, that may not be the case. You are already in your 60s, while I am merely in my 40s. I shall undoubtedly outlive you. Chapter 46. Newspaper announcement. Gao Qingkue let out a cold snort and took a seat, remarking, many have met with unforeseen demise. Whether you can live to my age is truly uncertain. Have you all heard? Lu Qingjun interjected. In recent days, those wishing to purchase the imperial tribute wine have inundated the distillery with calls. Director Gao, a man of integrity, has resolutely declined, stating that this wine is merely repackaged sorghum with a new name and cannot be sold. As he spoke, Lu Qijun raised his thumb in admiration. Director Gao's character is beyond reproach. He is indeed a respected elder and an exemplary party member. In times of crisis, he consistently stands with the people, willing to let over 1,000 employees go hungry rather than sell this deceptive product masquerading as genuine wine. Such selflessness and noble spirit are worthy of our admiration and emulation. Lu Qingjun's sarcastic remarks caused Gao Qingkue's expression to darken instantly. The onlookers were keenly entertained, well aware of the animosity between the two men. With a creak, the conference room door swung open, and 3 middle-aged men entered. Is everyone here? The speaker, a slender man in his early 40s, dressed impeccably in a suit and wearing glasses, inquired. He was Zhou Peiming, the deputy director in charge of industry and commerce. This meeting aimed to discuss corporate reform, though he understood well that reform was no simple endeavor. With no suitable precedents to follow, everyone clamored for reform, shedding burdens, reducing debts, and preparing for a lighter approach to development. Yet how to implement these changes remained a mystery. One could not navigate the river without first feeling for the stones beneath the water. Today's meeting's purpose is well understood, so let us begin by sharing your thoughts. At the Jiangzhou distillery, in Gu Bing's office, Zhou Andong, Jian Xiu, and Jiang Yuyue huddled together, eyes fixed on the newspaper sprawled across the coffee table. The bold headline on the front page announced that a prominent leader had visited the old district, accompanied by a photograph of the gifts, prominently featuring Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine. "We did it," Gu Bing exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Jian Xiu turned to Zhou Andong, asking, "What should we do next?" Stretching lazily, Zhou Andong replied with a smile. "For now, we need do nothing but patiently await the ripple effects of this news." Jiang Yuyue, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, reveled in the thought of her father's disdainful attitude towards Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine, secretly delighting in the prospect of his potential need for her support. Yin Guohai clutched the newspaper, trembling with excitement. The previous night's dinner had left him anxious. He had barely slept, knowing that the truth would eventually emerge, and that both Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo would not overlook his actions. Upon entering the office and seeing the report along with the striking feature on Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine, his heart, which had plummeted into despair, soared to euphoria. He longed to laugh joyously, grateful for the choice he had made the night before. Gu Bing had triumphed, and with such finesse. He no longer feared retribution from Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo. "Damn it!" Chu Huangqi, fueled by rage, uttered a fierce curse before seizing the teapot from his desk and shattering it upon the floor. The cold tea splattered everywhere, and the enamel teapot lost its paint, rolling away to the corner of the room. At 9 in the morning, he had dutifully submitted his self-critique to Gu Bing's office, only to be met with disdain as the wretched creature tossed it back without so much as a glance, demanding a rewrite to be delivered by 4 that afternoon. At that moment, it was abundantly clear to him that Gu Bing was deliberately tormenting him. Returning to his office, he sat for over an hour, consuming an entire pack of cigarettes, his frustration intensifying with every passing thought. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he called out, "Come in." A young man entered, clutching a newspaper. Upon noticing Chu Huangqi's grim demeanor, he cautiously remarked, "Chief, you should take a look at this newspaper." "Get out," Chu Huangqi retorted. "When have I ever read a newspaper?" The youth trembled but persisted. "Chief, please, just look." Chu Huangqi hesitated, and the young man placed the newspaper before him. As he glanced down, it felt as though an electric shock coursed through him, and he sprang to his feet, eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on the paper. Though the article contained no mention of Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine, the accompanying close-up photo was more than sufficient to provoke a reaction. Slowly, Chu Huangqi tore his gaze from the newspaper, seemingly entranced, before abruptly dashing out. Aware that Zhang Diyo, who also disdained newspapers, would be oblivious to this news since the old factory director was away at a meeting in the city. Zhang Diyo was in high spirits that day. Upon arriving at his office, he brewed himself a cup of tea and began pruning the potted plants he had nurtured. Just as he settled into his chair, the door burst open with a bang, instantly deflating his good mood. He opened his mouth to curse, but upon seeing Chu Huangqi's ashen face, he felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing that something was amiss, and swallowed his words. "What's wrong?" "It's bad." Chu Huangqi slammed the newspaper down before Zhang Diyo. "You need to see this." Zhang Diyo's eyelids twitched, for he had never witnessed Chu Huangqi in such a state of disarray. He reached for the crumpled newspaper and, upon raising his gaze, found himself frozen in shock. "Director." After a lengthy silence, Chu Huangqi gently called out to Zhang Diyo, who remained motionless. Zhang Diyo exhaled sharply, as if a knot had formed in his chest, nearly suffocating him. "I must find the old factory director immediately." He hurriedly left with the newspaper in hand. In the conference room of the guest house, Left Peiming surveyed the chaotic scene with a sense of helplessness. After over an hour of discussion, there was still no clarity. The individuals present had grown accustomed to the existing system. Outwardly, they professed support for reform, yet inwardly they resisted. For them, reform was an unknown territory. Who could predict whether the changes would alter their very essence? Thus, they preferred to remain in the comfort of the status quo. Although the factory is incurring losses, the power remains firmly in hand, and it is improbable that the city will turn a blind eye to them. As so many workers depend on their livelihoods, I shall step into the restroom. Let them continue their discussions for now, Zhou Peiming remarked to the middle-aged man beside him. Rising from the conference room, he washed his face in the restroom and then indulged in a cigarette. As he made his way back, he encountered his secretary, Pei Yuan. Stepping out of the elevator, his face adorned with a smile, exuding joy. "What delightful news do you bring?" Zhou Peiming inquired with a smile. Pei Yuan approached briskly. "Leader, It's joyous news, truly splendid news. Chapter 47. The joke became too big. What good news is this? Zhou Piming inquired with curiosity. His secretary, a distinguished graduate of Peking University, though merely 27, possessed a remarkably composed demeanor. Such a buoyant, cheerful disposition was unprecedented in his presence. Pei Yuan retrieved a newspaper from his bag. I went downstairs for a bottle of water and, while resting in the lobby, I glanced through the newspaper and discovered an article in the Morning Herald. Zhou Piming was perplexed. What remarkable event in Jiangzhou warranted coverage in the Morning Herald? Such significant news. And yet he was oblivious to it. He took the newspaper from Pei Yuan, who pointed to a specific section. Look here. Zhou Piming was momentarily taken aback. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine? Pei Yuan explained. It's the new product launched by the municipal winery, accompanied by a substantial advertising campaign featuring calendars. The secretary's office received a few copies. Since you've been conducting research at various enterprises these past few days, I hadn't had the chance to inform you. I never anticipated it would make the headlines in the Morning Herald today. Indeed, this Imperial Tribute wine has become a true tribute wine. Zhou Piming, eager to learn more, urged, quick, tell me what happened. Then, realizing his oversight, he added, how could I forget? Gao Qingkue is in the conference room. I should consult him directly. Zhou Piming hastened towards the conference room, unable to contain his laughter. Gao Qingkue has launched such a significant initiative, yet kept it under wraps. This seasoned colleague truly operates with great prudence. Pei Yuan had something to say, but Zhou Piming had already pushed open the conference room door. Smacking his forehead, it seems this jest has escalated. Upon entering the conference room, Zhou Piming was greeted by laughter, leaving everyone astonished. What joyous occasion had the leader encountered to elicit such mirth? Zhou Piming entered, his face still adorned with a smile, glancing at Gao Qingkue seated at the back. The venerable Gao was indeed competent, even as retirement loomed. If necessary, he could be rehired. The winery truly depended on him. Leader, what good fortune has befallen you to be in such high spirits? A middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Come, Guangwei, have a look. Zhou Piming seated himself and handed the newspaper to the middle-aged man. Xie Guangwei took the paper, and his expression shifted at once before returning to normal. This indeed is good news. Lao Qiao, you should take a look as well. He then passed the newspaper to a slightly portly middle-aged man, known as Lao Qiao. Lao Qiao received it, immediately spotting the feature on Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine, and smiled nonchalantly. Let everyone have a look. Let us all share in the joy. He extended the newspaper to a reaching hand and then cast a cold glance at Gao Qingkue. Both he and Xie Guangwei had spoken with Gao Qingkue the previous day and had accepted his explanations. However, the article in the Morning Herald left them in a precarious position. If Zhou Piming were to discover that they were aware of the situation yet had not taken it seriously, they would undoubtedly face his ire. Thus, they could only feign ignorance. As the newspaper circulated, Zhou Piming glanced over it, chuckling. The Jiangzhou winery has indeed launched a significant initiative. This is a delightful surprise. When enterprises find themselves in distress, they should not consistently extend their hands to the city for funds. They must reconsider their strategies. If one path proves unviable, then they should traverse another. You should take a leaf out of the distillery's book and seek wisdom from comrade Gao Qingkue. If he can achieve it, I firmly believe you can as well. All it requires is a willingness to think and the courage to experiment, for there is no obstacle insurmountable. Upon hearing Zhou Piming's words, the crowd turned to Gao Qingkue with expressions of bewilderment. Sitting at the back, Gao Qingkue had yet to see the newspaper, but he could already discern an unsettling undertone in Zhou Piming's remarks. At that moment, the newspaper was in Lu Qingjuan's possession, who had not yet handed it over to Gao Qingkue. Director Zhou, I believe there may be a misunderstanding, Lu Qingjun interjected. Zhou Piming was taken aback. A misunderstanding? Indeed. Lu Qingjun replied. The distillery's reform is aimed at the mid to high-end market with the launch of new products, but it bears no relation to Director Gao. Gao Qingkue's expression shifted dramatically as he leaned forward to seize the newspaper, but Lu Qingjun, having anticipated this, deftly evaded him while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Director Gao, there is no need for haste. You can read it after I finish reporting to the leaders. You. Gao Qingkue's face turned a deep shade of anger, leaving him momentarily speechless, while an inexplicable sense of panic began to settle within him. Zhou Piming furrowed his brow, sensing that there was likely a genuine issue at hand. Please continue, he urged. Lu Qingjun flashed a grin at Gao Qingkue. As far as I know, this reform proposal was devised by an employee named Zhou Andong, and it was forcefully implemented by the factory's party secretary, Gu Bingli, despite opposition. The development of a new liquor demands substantial time and financial investment, which the distillery cannot bear, especially with the impending new year and over 1,000 employees' salaries still unsettled. Coincidentally, there are 80 tons of sorghum in the warehouse that cannot be sold. Therefore, Comrade Zhou Andong proposed repackaging the stock of sorghum under a new name for market introduction. This approach not only conserves considerable funds and time, but also minimizes potential losses in case of failure. Following a series of marketing strategies devised by Comrade Zhou Andong, the revamped sorghum, now known as Jiangzhou Yugong liquor, captured the attention of the mid to high-end consumer base. However, when individual merchants and wholesalers contacted the distillery to inquire about purchasing Jiangzhou Yugong liquor, Director Gao and Zhang Diyo began to dismantle their own walls, candidly informing them that Jiangzhou Yugong liquor was merely the original sorghum, warning them that anyone who bought it would be deceived. Zhou Peiming, maintaining an impassive expression, inquired, "How do you know such intricate details? You may not be aware, but I previously served as the deputy director of Jiangzhou Distillery before transferring to the electronics factory a few years ago. The current deputy director in charge of logistics at the distillery, Qianjin, is an old friend of mine. We hadn't seen each other in a long time. So I called him yesterday, and we met for drinks in the evening. Everything I've shared comes from our conversation." Qianjin also mentioned that Zhou Andong is a university graduate and undoubtedly a rare talent. A year ago, he was supposed to be promoted to a deputy position, but for reasons unknown, it was inexplicably revoked, and then he was reassigned to the broadcasting station, where he now spends his days reading the news in front of the paper. At this point, Lu Qijun let out a derisive laugh. Such talents are highly sought after by many enterprises. It's perplexing how our Director Gao and Deputy Director Zhang Diyo failed to recognize the value they are squandering. If they do not desire him, I would be inclined to transfer Shou and onto the electronics factory, as long as he can revitalize the establishment. I would readily serve as his director. Zhou Peiming cast a glance at Gao Qingkue, his gaze so frigid that it sent a shiver down Gao Qingkue's spine. "Very well. Let us adjourn today's meeting." Zhou Peiming stood and made his way outside, his heart brimming with fury, yet he chose to spare Gao Qingkue's dignity, uttering not a word. Chapter 48. Each one's calculations. As the three leaders departed, an air of uncertainty enveloped the meeting room. Eyes flitted from me to one another before settling on Gao Qingkue. Some gazed upon him with sympathy, others with mockery, a few with schadenfreude, while the majority maintained a detached indifference. "Director Gao, look here. The Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine. This is quite the headline," Lu Qijun remarked with a grin, placing the newspaper before Gao Qingkue before rising to leave. Gao Qingkue bowed his head, peering at the paper. His vision, somewhat impaired by age, was unassisted by glasses, yet the striking close-up of Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine was glaringly evident. Time seemed to stretch. And suddenly, the door to the meeting room swung open. Zhang Diyo entered. "Director." Gao Qingkue snapped back to reality, noticing the room had emptied. And Zhang Diyo approached with a newspaper in hand. "Ah," Gao Qingkue chuckled, though the sound was tinged with bitterness and anger. "I've seen the newspaper," he declared, lifting it slightly. Zhang Diyo wore a troubled expression. "What shall we do now?" Gao Qingkue stood up. "We'll discuss it later." At the Huyin City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhu Daong leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest, with a newspaper laid out on his desk. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhu Daong opened his eyes, straightened his posture, and answered. "This is Zhu Daong." On the other end, Wang Wanli's voice came through, laden with frustration. "Director Zhu, have you seen the report in the newspaper?" Zhu Daong paused before responding. "I have." Wang Wanli, brimming with agitation, continued. "What on earth is Jiangzhou Distillery thinking? Are we to buy wine without payment? They claim it's the great sorghum." Zhu Daong glanced at the photograph in the paper. Perhaps Zhang Diyo did not deceive us. "But that is of little consequence now. From this day forth, there shall be no more great sorghum, only Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute." Wang Wanli scoffed. "Tonight, there's a banquet at the municipal office, and Director Su has specifically requested Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine. What shall we do?" Zhu Daong replied. "I tried calling Zhang Diyo and Gao Qingkue, but neither answered. You should contact the supply department at the distillery. But if you wish to secure the wine for tonight, it would be prudent for you to go there personally. It's just over an hour's journey." Wang Wanli suggested. "Let us go together. After all, your cooperative needs to procure a batch as well. If I go alone, Zhang Diyo and Gao Qingkue will only engage in evasive tactics, leaving me at a loss." Zhu Daong chuckled. "Do not seek them out. Instead, reach out directly to the distillery's secretary, Gu Bing. He is the architect behind this wine. which is precisely why Zhang Diyo and Gao Qingkue are so resolutely obstructing its release. Are you truly not going? Wang Wanli pressed. You are more acquainted with the situation at Jiangzhou Distillery than I am. Production has halted, and their stock must be limited. If we go now, we might secure an advantage. If we wait until others catch on, it will be far more challenging to obtain the wine. Initially, Zhu Dayong had intended to send the procurement department, but upon hearing Wang Wanli's reasoning, he found it compelling. Very well, let us make the trip together. You can come to my place, and we'll take my car. As time progressed, the power of the news gradually manifested, and Jiangzhou Yugong wine truly entered the public eye. Particularly in Jiangzhou, the sensation it created was akin to that of an atomic bomb. The employees of the winery hurriedly spread the word, flocking to the factory. The phone lines of the supply and marketing department became busy once more. And this time the response was that the special supply type of Jiangzhou Yugong wine was not available for market sale, while the ordinary type was in short supply and sales were halted. What? The special supply type is not for market sale? This is unacceptable. I will speak directly to your factory manager. What? Insufficient stock? That's fine. We can settle for less. Some resourceful individuals even managed to call Gu Bing's office. While the phones in Zhang Diyo and Gao Qingkue's offices rang incessantly, the only thought in the minds of these two old men was that since they could not suppress Gu Bing, they must firmly control the channels. Regardless of who called for wine, they would promise them anything. Gu Bing continued answering the phone, all calls from those seeking connections, his voice becoming hoarse. Eventually, he put the phone down, refusing to take any more calls, and picked up his teacup, gulping down the tea in one go, then exhaling deeply. What to do? Those who manage to call me are not to be offended. Moreover, they all want the special supply type, and critically, there are only 20 tons available. Given this situation, it is clearly insufficient to satisfy the demand. Zhou Andong rolled his eyes. Do you understand the concept of scarcity? You cannot simply give them whatever they want. It must be limited. Even so, it should be handled with care. They must realize that obtaining the special Jiangzhou Yugong wine is no easy feat. Gu Bing lamented. It truly is a pain mixed with pleasure. Zhou Andong laughed heartily. You need not fear offending anyone. If the special supply type truly sells out, the scraps of paper will be plentiful, so just raise the price. Selling at 160 is certainly more profitable than selling at 32, is it not? You schemer, Gu Bing exclaimed, then joined in the laughter. At that moment, Jian Xiao and Jiang Yuyue entered the office carrying packed lunches. Time to eat. Zhou Andong inquired. What did you buy? Jiang Yuyue replied. We got xiaomai and lamb soup from across the winery. Hurry up and eat before it cools down. Jian Xiao added. All the factory employees are gathered at the entrance. Aren't you going to address them? Secretary Gu? Gu Bing paused. Address them about what? Jian Xiao rolled her eyes. The employees have only learned through newspapers or hearsay. They are unaware of the specifics. The situation is looking bright. You must clarify it for them, reassure them, and perhaps even promise some benefits, such as bonuses. Zhou Andong took a bite of the xiaomai. If you don't seize the opportunity while Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo are flustered, what are you waiting for? Remember, employees are loyal to those who provide for them. Before those two old fellows realize what is happening, you should step out first, promise some benefits. And what you've previously done will hold much more weight. All right, I will go now. Gu Bing agreed. Zhou Andong added, besides bonuses, you could also grant each employee the qualification to purchase a box of the special supply type wine. The factory price remains at 165, yet they sell it for 265 and 365. We do not concern ourselves with their profits, as all earnings belong to them. What does this imply? Not only Gu Bing, but also Jian Qiao and Zhang Yu find themselves perplexed. Zhou Andong stuffed half a xiaomai into his mouth and mumbled. I intend to elevate the price of the liquor, transforming the special supply into a genuinely premium beverage, one that is not only drinkable but also holds collectible value. Therefore, leadership, you must regulate the shipment volume. Meanwhile, in Gao Qingkue's office, Zhang Diyo listened intently. Excitement etched across his face as Gao Qingkue issued his orders. You should go immediately. You can assure the employees that this month's bonuses will be doubled, and there will be year-end benefits, including not only fish and meat but also rice, flour, and oil. This way, we shall certainly regain a significant portion of our reputation and undermine the efforts Gu Bing has made thus far. Chapter 49. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Gu Bing addressed Zhou Andong, urging him, stop eating and come with me. Zhou Andong shook his head. I'm not a factory leader, nor do I need to speak. Why should I go? Gu Bing replied, You need to identify any gaps. If I've overlooked something, you can supplement it. Zhou Andong, dissatisfied, retorted, "You're not senile. How could you forget something so trivial?" Enough of the chatter, Gu Bing insisted, pulling Zhou Andong towards the exit. Upon stepping out of the office, they spotted Zhang Dio disappearing around the corner of the staircase. "Damn it," Zhou Andong exclaimed. "Hurry and chase him." Just as Zhang Dio reached the second floor, he heard someone call from behind, "Director Zhang, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" Turning around, he saw Gu Bing and Zhou Andong, and his expression shifted. Unable to restrain himself, he quickened his pace, but in an instant, he tripped over an object, stumbled, and tumbled down the stairs with a scream. "Director, how could you be so careless?" Zhou Andong gasped, both of them leaping down to the bottom. As soon as they touched Zhang Dio's arm, he let out a cry of agony. "Ouch, that hurts," glaring at the bruised and battered Zhang Dio. Zhou Andong suppressed a laugh and anxiously said, "This is bad. His arm may be broken. We need to get him to the hospital immediately." Gu Bing strolled down leisurely, feigning concern as he asked, "Old Zhang, how are you?" Zhang Dio glared at Gu Bing with clenched teeth, filled with rage. "You're not a child anymore. How could you be so clumsy? Thankfully, you didn't hit your head. What would happen if you became foolish?" Gu Bing sighed, "Wait here. I'll go find someone to take you to the hospital." Turning to Zhou Andong, he added, "You must take good care of the director. If anything else happens, I want to spare you." With that, he ambled off, hands behind his back. "Zhou Andong." Zhang Dio's voice emerged, low and filled with suppressed fury. "Did you trip me?" "I tripped you?" Zhou Andong replied angrily, "Director, I was only trying to help you. How can you accuse me unjustly?" With a huff of indignation, he stood up to leave, like a dog biting El Dombin. "You fail to recognize a good deed when you see one. I'm not concerned about your well-being." At that moment, 5 or 6 security personnel hurried over. "Director, how are you?" "Is that even a question?" "Quickly arrange for a vehicle. We need to carry the director out." Zhou Andong glanced back, a grin spreading across his face, before turning to exit the factory gates. At the factory entrance, all the employees had gathered, a dark mass of people. Someone shouted, "The secretary is here." "Secretary Gu." "Hello, secretary." "Greetings, secretary." The salutation echoed, each voice filled with enthusiasm. Their eyes sparkling and faces alight with smiles, for they had seen hope, a hope brought by Gu Bing. Naturally, Zhou Andong's name was also deeply etched in their minds. As for the previous curses directed at Gu Bing and Zhou Andong, they had been conveniently forgotten the moment they saw the newspaper and heard the news. Applause erupted unexpectedly, igniting a wave of clapping that resonated through the crowd of over 1,000, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to observe. Gu Bing had never experienced such acclaim, which filled him with a profound sense of achievement and deep emotion. The workers' demands were modest. As long as they could fill their bellies, they would be eternally grateful. "Everyone, please be quiet," Gu Bing called out, his voice straining against the noise. The front of the crowd fell silent, but the commotion persisted at the back. Frustrated, he shouted again, yet to no avail. Suddenly, a booming voice pierced through the din. "Silence. Let Secretary Gu speak." The sheer volume of this voice quelled the chatter, allowing Gu Bing to smile and say, "Whoever shouted just now, please relay what I say to the back, as they cannot hear." "No problem," the loud voice replied. "I believe everyone has seen the newspaper, and for those who haven't, you've surely heard the news. I assure you, it is all true. My office and the supply and marketing department have been inundated with calls from those wishing to purchase Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine." Gu Bing paused, allowing the loud voice to repeat his message for the benefit of those in the back. Once the message was conveyed, Gu Bing continued, "I can now guarantee that before the year ends, not only will we settle the outstanding wages owed to everyone, but the additional 60 yuan will also be distributed punctually, alongside a year-end bonus at the highest rate in a decade, doubled." Cheers erupted once more, but confusion reigned among those at the back, who wondered what was happening. What did he say? Why isn't anyone relaying the message? This is driving me crazy. After the applause subsided, the loud voice finally relayed the news, prompting another round of applause and even some whistles. Gu Bing was pleased with the response. "Furthermore, I have great news. Each worker at our factory will have the privilege to sell a case of specially supplied Imperial Tribute wine. This means that while the factory price remains at 165 yuan per bottle, you may sell it for 265, 365, or even 1,650 yuan, keeping all the profits for yourselves." The loud voice repeated the announcement, yet the crowd fell into an unexpected silence. Gu Bing blinked, quickly realizing the reason for their muted reaction. I must inform you that there are only 20 tons of this specially supplied wine with seals available, and importantly, this special supply is not for market sale, as our colleagues in the supply and marketing department are aware. The individual merchants and wholesalers calling today have shown the greatest interest in these special supplies. Therefore, the sales qualification for a case of this special wine in your hands is immensely valuable. You must safeguard it and avoid selling it too easily, waiting for the right price. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, their faces flushed with excitement. The quicker-minded individuals grasped the potential profits, while others, slower to comprehend, realized that selling at retail could yield over 100 yuan in profit per case. "Secretary, when can we resume work?" someone inquired. Gu Bing replied, "After the new year. This year, everyone will have money in their pockets, and we shall enjoy the festivities. We will commence work after the 15th. Excellent." Applause erupted once more fervently than on previous occasions. Gu Bing had spoken extensively, yet it was the news of resuming work that truly delighted them. For only when the factory resumed operations would they find solace in knowing they had work to do. As the crowd dispersed, the weight of their previous burdens lifted from their faces, replaced by smiles as they departed with a newfound lightness. "Secretary," just as Gu Bing was about to leave, he heard a voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw Qianjun. "Deputy Factory Director Qian." Gu Bing could clearly see the glistening tears in Qianjun's eyes. "Secretary." Qianjun grasped Gu Bing's hand tightly, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for withstanding the pressure and for everything you have done for the factory and for over 1,000 employees." Chapter 50. A remark that shakes the world. Vice Director Qian, your words leave me feeling quite ashamed. It's hard to discern whether what I hear is true or false. Yet Gu Bing's expression is genuinely heartfelt. Striving for the factory's development and the employees' welfare, aren't these my responsibilities? Though I say this, how many can truly achieve it? As soon as Qianjun finished speaking, he noticed Zhou Andong, who was standing at the entrance, leaning against the wall and smoking. He quickly abandoned Gu Bing and strode over. Gu Bing stood there, mouth agape, bewildered. What just occurred? I haven't had my fill of this vanity. And before I could savor the taste, you've already departed? Upon seeing Qianjun approach, Zhou Andong hurriedly welcomed him, holding a deep respect for Qianjun's character. He was a man of goodwill, neither greedy nor competitive, steadfast in his principles. In many matters, he refused to conspire with Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyou, which made his days at the distillery quite challenging. "Comrade Zhou Andong." Qianjun grasped Zhou Andong's hand and shook it vigorously. "You are a remarkably talented and wise young man. The revival of this factory is entirely due to your efforts, without your planning. It is difficult to imagine how over 1,000 employees would spend this year's spring festival." Behind them, Gu Bing listened with a frown, unwilling to accept the insinuation that all the credit was his alone, as if his own hard work had been in vain. Zhou Andong chuckled. "I am merely a worker at the distillery, just like everyone else. If they go hungry, I too shall feel the pangs of hunger. Thus, I am not as noble as you think. Rather, I am quite selfish. All of this is merely for the meager bonus of 2 dimes per bottle." Qianjun paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "I admire your boldness and straightforwardness, young man. You are unpretentious and sincere. To be honest, I too desire that 2-dime bonus. Yet I lack your capability." After this, Qianjun gave Zhou Andong a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Can you enlighten me on how you offended Zhang Diyou?" Zhou Andong hesitated briefly before responding. "I caught him in a compromising situation with a female employee in the warehouse." Qianjun frowned. "Is that true?" Zhou Andong replied. "How could I jest about such matters?" With a serious demeanor, Qianjun insisted. "Tell me the name of that female employee. I will report Zhang Diyou to the authorities immediately." Zhou Andong inquired, "Can we not just eliminate him at once?" Qianjun shook his head. "No, we cannot." Zhou Andong replied coldly. "If we are to deal with him, it must be decisive, leaving no opportunity for him to recover. A dying centipede does not curl up, and its harm only increases." Qianjun stared at Zhou Andong, momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that this young man was not as benevolent as he appeared. Zhou Andong continued, "Moreover, you have more pressing matters to attend to." "What matters?" Qianjun snapped back to attention. Zhou Andong explained, "Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyou, in their quest to control the distribution channels, will undoubtedly go to great lengths to entice wholesalers, recklessly selling off all the liquor, even at the expense of the distillery and its workers' interests." Qianjun asserted fiercely, "They dare." Zhou Andong smiled slightly. "What is there that they would not dare? In a previous life, the city invested 12 million to revive the distillery, yet ultimately, not a single ripple was made with that sum. By 1997, Zhang Dio sold the establishment to a woman named Zheng Qianhua for a mere 350,000. It is noteworthy that, excluding the factory equipment, the land alone was worth over 20 million. Subsequently, Zheng Qianhua established Jiangzhou Wine Industry Company, Limited, appointing Gao Qingkue as the general manager and Zhang Dio as the deputy general manager and factory director. Initially, Zhou Andong sensed that this situation was rather peculiar. However, he was not the only one facing unemployment, and at that time, he was preoccupied with plans to construct a chicken coop and pursue a grand endeavor. Thus he refrained from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. It was not until more than a decade later, when Jiangzhou wine industry underwent a split and reorganization in preparation for an IPO, that Zhou Andong decided to investigate online. To his astonishment, he discovered that the largest shareholders were none other than Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio, and all other shareholders were relatives of these two old men. Zheng Qianhua's name was conspicuously absent from the shareholder list. It was then that Zhou Andong comprehended the truth. The distillery had been plundered by those two individuals and subsequently sold to him for 350,000. While Zheng Qianhua was merely a puppet they had placed before him as a faade, regardless of their courage or lack thereof. You must ensure that the warehouse doors are secured. Without the consent of Secretary Gu, not a single bottle can be sold. For this pertains to the positioning of Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine. I am not attempting to frighten you. Subsequent marketing is crucial. One misstep could lead to utter defeat. All our previous endeavors would amount to naught. Of course, with the publication of that particular report, Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute will undoubtedly enjoy a brief surge in sales. But I assure you, if the follow-up marketing falters, within a year, it will fade into obscurity. Qian Zhen's expression grew solemn. He had heard of marketing before, yet it remained a mystery to him. During this period, he had been quietly observing the reforms and witnessed Zhou Andong, much like a wondrous magician's, transform ordinary sorghum into something of noble lineage. Following a series of strategic plans, that sorghum, now with an illustrious name, garnered widespread acclaim. Thus, Qianzhen placed his complete trust in Zhou Andong's words. Even though he had suffered suppression from Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio in recent years, losing much of his influence in logistics, he realized that the future of the distillery was at stake, and he could not allow anyone to jeopardize it. Starting tonight, I shall sleep in the warehouse. Zhou Andong quickly shook his head. Please, do not. The warehouse is far too cold. Should you fall ill, I could not bear the responsibility. You should find a few trusted individuals, and I shall assemble a few of my own. Let them work in shifts, and you need only supervise them. Very well. That shall be the plan. Qianzhen turned to leave, stating he would arrange for personnel. Zhou Andong then remarked to Gu Bing, I will check if Yao Jun is in the second workshop. In the end, only Gu Bing remained, standing alone at the entrance, exposed to the biting wind, akin to an abandoned spouse lamenting as he watched Zhou Andong's receding figure. In the second workshop, Yao Jun was engaged in light-hearted conversation with several friends at the door, and upon spotting Zhou Andong, they all rose to greet him. Dongzi, Brother Dong, Zhou Andong inquired. Were you present during Secretary Gu's speech just now? Indeed. Wu Qing cheerfully leaned closer to Zhou Andong, exclaiming, Brother Dong, earlier, Jun Gu mentioned that after the new year, you all plan to embark on some business ventures. Could you possibly include me? Of course. Zhou Andong replied, however, there is one task that, should you successfully accomplish it, I shall take you along for the adventure. No problem at all. Wu Qing enthusiastically patted his chest, assuring, just tell me what it is, and I guarantee I will handle it impeccably. Chapter 51. A complete defeat. Zhou Andong addressed a young man, saying, Lao Kai, you and the others should seek out Deputy Factory Director Qian. He has work assignments. Lao Kai inquired, what is it about? Zhou Andong replied, guard the warehouse. Without my or Secretary Gu's permission, not a single bottle of liquor is to leave the premises. This matter pertains to the future development of the distillery and affects whether you will dine on soup or meat, so you must be resolute, regardless of who approaches. Ensure the warehouse is secured. Spitting on the ground, Lao Kai exclaimed, damn it. Brother Dong, rest assured, even if Gao Qingkue or Zhang Dio come, I shall show them no leniency. Lao Kai departed with his companions, and Wu Qing, looking bewildered, asked, Brother Dong, what do you want me to do? With a swift kick, Zhou Andong struck Wu Qing's backside, saying, if you're not going with Lao Kai, what are you still doing here? Ah? Wu Qing queried. Is that all? What else did you think? Zhou Andong raised his foot again to kick, prompting Wu Qing to leap away with laughter, narrowly escaping. He then turned and fled. Chuckling, Zhou Andong remarked, that little rascal. Yao Jun tossed a cigarette to Zhou Andong and lit one for himself, saying, "Even if you don't come, I was going to seek you out." Zhou Andong asked, "Is it about Wang Ruame?" Yao Jun nodded, "Indeed. Wang Ruame has refrained from coming to work due to rumors. The night before last, her husband, Yao Qixin, discovered this and erupted in anger, even resorting to violence against her. We both know Wang Ruame's temperament. If she were truly at fault, she would accept the consequences. But to be wrongfully accused of something she did not do, how can that be tolerated?" In the dead of night, she bound the sleeping Yao Qixin to the bed with a rope, not only scratching his face, but also whipping him for over half an hour. It was the neighbor's intervention, drawn by the sounds of his screams, that finally compelled her to cease her assault, coughing violently from the smoke. Zhou Andong struggled to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Damn, that nearly choked me to death." Yao Jun rolled his eyes. Yesterday morning, when Wan visited Yao Qixin in the hospital to clarify the situation. However, she mentioned that Yao Qixin is quite petty, though she explained he may not believe her. Thus, be cautious, as he is likely to cause you trouble. Zhou Andong queried, "What time is it now?" "I have no watch, how would I know?" Yao Jun replied, glancing up at the sun, estimating, "It must be past noon." Rubbing his stomach, Zhou Andong said, "No wonder I feel a bit hungry." Yao Jun chuckled. "Did you not eat lunch?" "I had but a single xiaomai," Zhou Andong responded. "Let us go," Yao Jun suggested. "I shall accompany you for a meal." As they approached the entrance, a black Santana pulled up and halted before them, from which Wang Wanli emerged. Yao Jun instinctively turned to flee, but Zhou Andong clasped his shoulder, declaring, "Manager Wang, what a coincidence." Prior to yesterday, Wang Wanli had wished to flay Zhou Andong alive, yet upon seeing him now, he reconsidered, recognizing Zhou Andong's status might indeed be legitimate. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Fortunately, Zhou Andong was not dressed in work attire, while Yao Jun, clad in uniform, went unrecognized by Wang Wanli. "Zhou Xiao, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Wang Wanli address him, Zhu Daong scrutinized Zhou Andong from head to toe, attempting to discern something, yet Zhou Andong's calm demeanor revealed nothing. With a smile, Zhou Andong replied, "The party secretary of the distillery, Gu Bing, and I grew up together in the same compound. I came here on business and thought to procure a few bottles of liquor from him." Wang Wanli's eyes brightened. Earlier, while en route, he had called the supply and marketing department of the distillery using his mobile phone, only to be informed that the special reserve was not for public sale, and the ordinary type was also unavailable due to insufficient stock. Subsequently, they sought assistance to obtain Gu Bing's contact number, but the response remained unchanged, mirroring that of the supply and marketing department. This left them feeling uncertain. Yet they resolved to come and see for themselves. "Zhou Xiao," Wang Wanli said with a beaming smile, "could you put in a good word with Secretary Gu for us? We wish to acquire a few cases of liquor." "No problem," Zhou Andong readily agreed. While he could not promise an abundance, he could certainly facilitate a few dozen or 100 cases. At that moment, a Peugeot 505 approached and halted beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a portly figure with a round face. "Old Zhu, are you here to buy liquor too?" Zhu Daong chuckled. "Your nose is quite keen. You arrived even before us." "What good is that?" the rotund man replied. "They say there is no stock for sale." Zhu Daong was taken aback. "With your close ties to Zhang Dayou, why didn't you reach out to him?" "Don't mention it," the portly man said irritably. "He promised to allocate me some liquor before I arrived. But as soon as I got here, I saw him being carried off to the hospital." Zhu Daong was stunned. "What happened to him?" The rotund man explained. "He fell down the stairs and told me to seek out Gao Qingkue. I went, had a chat, and he wrote me a note. But the supply and marketing department completely disregarded it. Even with Gao Qingkue personally accompanying me to the warehouse, we couldn't procure anything." Zhu Daong opened his mouth, glanced at Zhou Andong, and fell silent. Currently, only Gu Bing, the party secretary of the entire distillery, held authority. He instructed me to return after the new year. The portly man sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I'm leaving. You all should head back too." As they watched the Peugeot 505 depart, Wang Wanli straightened his posture, a sycophantic smile on his face. "Zhou Xiaohui," Zhou Andong interjected, "let us go. I will take you to find Gu Bing." Bang! Crash! Clatter! Gao Qingkue incessantly smashed objects, overturning desks, shattering thermoses, and breaking flower pots, leaving the office floor strewn with debris. His weathered face contorted with rage, taking on a fearsome visage. Gasping for breath, Gao Qingkue, exhausted, bent down to right an overturned chair, then leaned against the armrest and slowly seated himself. A closer look would reveal that his hands trembled incessantly. He had lost, utterly defeated. As he reflected on the events, it became painfully clear that they had been ensnared from the very beginning, particularly after Gu Bing convened the employee meeting, which sealed their fate for the day. Yet, he found it unbearable. After meticulously orchestrating his plans for so long, the prospect of claiming this substantial reward within a few years was now slipping away, all due to a decisive failure at a critical moment. Even more absurd was the realization that after a lifetime of scheming, he had ultimately been outmaneuvered, reduced to a mere pawn in someone else's game. Zhou Andong, Gu Bing. Gao Qingkue clenched his teeth, enunciating each name with palpable disdain. His animosity towards Zhou Andong surpassed even that directed at Gu Bing, for without Zhou Andong's cunning strategies, it was inconceivable that the imbecile Gu Bing could ever have posed a challenge to him. Chapter 52. Dong Gu will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe as Zhou Andong approached the doorway of Gu Bing's office. He could not help but hear a cacophony of sounds emanating from Gao Qingkue's office nearby, prompting a smile to grace his lips. In his previous life, the two old schemers, Gao Qingkue and Zhang Deyo, had drained the lifeblood of the factory workers to elevate their own family's riches. In this life, Zhou Andong had no qualms about stepping on them to forge his own path to success. With a light knock, Zhou Andong opened the door without waiting for a response. Behind him, Wang Wanli and Zhu Daong exchanged glances, instantly comprehending the unspoken message. Entering Gu Bing's office so casually rendered their identities undeniable. They glanced once more towards Gao Qingkue's office before stepping inside. As for Yao Jun, he had already made an excuse to slip away. Jian Qiu and Jiang Yuyue were nowhere to be seen, leaving Gu Bing alone on the phone. I say, old Wang, you're being rather audacious. I can only offer you 500 boxes, there is no more to spare. Furthermore, the special supply price is 165 per bottle. What is the matter? Is it too dear? Maodai has already surged past 200. Why don't you complain about that? What is the difference? Our Jiaozhou distillery also possesses heritage and history. Let me tell you, take it or leave it. If you want it, send a vehicle to collect it promptly, or it will be gone. Gu Bing hung up the phone and smiled at Zhou Andong as he entered. Wang Fuzhou from the state guest house just asked for 1,000 boxes, but I can only allocate 500. Upon hearing Gu Bing's words, Wang Wanli and Zhu Daong felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment within them. The state guest house was calling for liquor, and he was only offering half? Who on earth would believe such a tale? Yet, witnessing the event unfold before them, they could genuinely sense the overwhelming demand for Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute liquor. Zhou Andong introduced. This is Manager Wang Wanli from the Huayang Government Guest House, and this is Zhu Daong, Director of the Huayang Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Greetings. Gu Bing extended his hand to both men. Zhou Andong winked at Gu Bing, saying, I've had the pleasure of meeting Manager Wang once over drinks. Since we VE crossed paths today, could you do me the favor of allocating a few boxes of liquor to them? Gu Bing was about to retort with a dismissive comment, but suddenly chose to hold his tongue, feeling a spark of inspiration. Since you've spoken, I shall certainly oblige. After settling into his chair, he fell into contemplation, causing Wang Wanli and Zhu Daong to feel a flicker of tension. The quantity they could procure hinged solely on the whims of the man before them. How about this? Gu Bing proposed. 50 boxes of the special supply type and 200 boxes of the regular type. As for the distribution, you two can negotiate amongst yourselves. Thank you. Thank you. We are immensely grateful. Zhu Daong and Wang Wanli expressed their heartfelt thanks, though they still felt that 250 boxes were slightly insufficient. However, considering the prospect of leaving empty-handed and recalling that the fishing platform only received half of what they requested, their hearts were instantly filled with satisfaction. Recognizing the significant favor they had been granted, Gu Bing prepared a note, affixing his signature and seal. Take this note to Deputy Factory Director Qian. After he signs and seals it, proceed to the Supply and Marketing Department to complete the delivery procedures. Finally, go to the Finance Department to pay for the goods. Once the payment is made, armed with the receipt and delivery documents, you may collect the goods from the warehouse. Zhu Daong and Wang Wanli departed with the note. While Zhou Andong escorted them out, Wang Wanli expressed his gratitude profusely, saying, Zhou, I didn't drink well last time. If you have the chance to visit Huyang, do come to my place for a proper drink. Zhu Daong enthusiastically added, during this time, I've often heard old Wang mention you. It's been a long-awaited meeting. And you truly embody the essence of a dragon among men, with an extraordinary demeanor. If you ever find yourself in Huyang, please visit. And allow me to extend my hospitality. Even Zhou Andong, known for his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment from Zhu Daong's flattery. managing a forced chuckle. Certainly, certainly. Satisfied, Zhu Daong and Wang Wanli departed, and Zhou Andong returned to Gu Bing's office. Where have Director Jin and Jiang Yue gone? He inquired. Gu Bing replied. They went shopping. We must do our utmost to cater to the needs of Jiangzhou, as we all encounter each other frequently. Additionally, we must consider the face of the provincial supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Andong picked up a cigarette from the desk, lighting it as he said, All right. I'm starving and need to find a place to eat. Gu Bing, smiling, responded, I haven't eaten lunch either. Let's dine together in the evening. Zhou Andong stood up to leave, then I must grab a quick bite first. Not long after Zhou Andong departed, the manager of the Municipal Supply and Marketing Cooperative and the city government guest house arrived. Understanding the situation, they directly approached Gu Bing, and within half an hour, both left satisfied. Zhou Andong found Yu Jun, and they grabbed a quick meal before returning, only to encounter an old acquaintance, Qianwei. Oh, isn't this Qianwei? You look unwell. Have you been eating poorly and sleeping badly these past few days? Upon seeing Zhou Andong, Qianwei's expression changed, and he turned to leave. But Yao Jun swiftly blocked his path. What are you up to? Qianwei shouted defiantly. Let me tell you, Zhou Andong, I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to act recklessly, what will you do? Zhou Andong asked with a smile. I'll call the police. After much effort, Qianwei managed to utter the words. Yao Jun chuckled. You always seem so composed. I thought you had some real power. What's the matter? Is Lu Zhiguang not around, leaving you without any support? 7 tons of liquor have already been sold. However, to ensure your full understanding, wait a little longer. On the morning of the 13th, I expect to see you and Lu Zhiguang in the second workshop. Zhou Andong patted Qianwei's face, his tone suddenly turning ominous. If you fail to show up, Donggu will be very displeased, and the consequences could be severe. You must inform Lu Zhiguang. Do not entertain any notions of luck. Watching Zhou Andong and Yao Jun walk away, Qianwei's face turned pale, as the fear in his eyes gradually shifted to resentment and malice. On January 11th, the sun shone brightly, and the temperature showed a slight increase. As Jiang Yue rose in the morning, she beheld Zhao Yulan sitting on the sofa with a sullen expression. Mom, why are you up so early? Zhao Yulan let out a cold snort. Have you been seeing Zhou Andong again these past few days? No, I haven't. Jiang Yue replied innocently. He asked me for help, and since that matter is resolved, why would I seek him out again? You're not lying to me, are you? Zhao Yulan questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Oh, I swear I'm not lying, Jiang Yue said, approaching her mother and playfully wrapping her arms around Zhao Yulan's neck. Mom, I'm your daughter. Why do you treat me like I'm being interrogated? Zhao Yulan's demeanor softened a bit. Then what have you been up to these past few days? You leave so early in the morning and return so late at night that I scarcely catch a glimpse of you. Chapter 53 Trouble approaches. Jiang Zemin also rose. Noticing Zhao Yulan still seated on the sofa, he expressed his dissatisfaction. What time is it? Why haven't you prepared breakfast yet? Zhao Yulan huffed. Missing one meal won't kill you. Yet, despite her words, she eventually stood and entered the kitchen. Jiang Zemin took a seat and said, dear daughter. Jiang Yue tilted her head, her eyes crescent-shaped with curiosity. What is it? Jiang Zemin rubbed his nose, glanced towards the kitchen, and lowered his voice to inquire. What happened to the 2 bottles of wine you brought me last time? Jiang Yue blinked. What wine? Jiang Zemin shot her a sharp look, his voice rising momentarily before he quickly subdued it. Child, are you feigning ignorance on purpose? Jiang Yue chuckled. I sold them. Sold them? Jiang Zemin exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his tone. How could you sell them? Do you realize that wine is quite hard to come by now? Now I do, Jiang Yue replied. But I didn't know before. You didn't want it. I don't drink. So what was the point of keeping it? Jiang Zemin lamented. Dear daughter. Do you still know anyone at the winery? Jiang Yue shook her head vigorously. Aside from my brother-in-law, I know no one. Jiang Zemin slapped his thigh and began pacing back and forth. Jiang Yue stifled a laugh. I'm heading to the restroom. Upon her return, she found her father still wandering about. With a sigh, she said, Dad, if there is something you need, just tell me. There is no need to feel awkward with your own daughter. Jiang Zemin glanced again at the kitchen and pulled Jiang Yue closer. Could you possibly ask Zhou Andong to procure a few cases of wine? The special edition, sealed. Jiang Yue resolutely shook her head. That is not feasible. Previously, when I assisted my brother-in-law, it felt like I had committed some heinous crime. Jiang Zemin opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only sighing and waving his hand helplessly. It's not that I must buy it. It's all due to the calendar advertisement you shot. Many old friends have reached out to me, hoping to purchase a few cases through you. It's simply too difficult to acquire Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute, not to mention the special edition. Even the regular type is currently unavailable. Seeing her father's disappointed expression, Jiang Yuyue softened. How many do you need? Jiang Zhenmin gasped, quickly realizing 62 cases. Jiang Yue replied, I'll request 70 cases for you, priced at 156 per bottle, 6 bottles per case. Have the money ready, and I'll deliver it to your office this afternoon. All right. Jiang Zhenmin responded happily. Jiang Yue continued. You might also ask your colleagues if they need to purchase any wine. The regular Imperial Tribute is retailing at 58. If they're interested, have someone tally it up. We can provide it at factory price. By 9 in the morning, Zhou Andong spotted 5 individuals loitering near the entrance of the winery. Each one wore a scowl. And upon seeing the beautiful female workers, they would whistle, causing the women to hurriedly evade them and dash into the factory, while the group erupted into boisterous laughter. Zhou Andong furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition that those individuals were targeting him. The identity of the mastermind behind them remained uncertain, as he had offended quite a few people in recent times. A van was parked by the roadside opposite the distillery's entrance, where 2 men sat. One was bald, clad in a green double-breasted wool coat, sporting a menacing scar that snaked from his ear to the corner of his mouth. The other was the security guard who had clashed with Gu Bing and Zhou Andong the previous day. Scarface, he's arrived, the guard sneered, instructing his comrades to strike with full force, assuring them that he would take responsibility for any consequences. Scarface patted the guard on the shoulder, exited the vehicle, and bent down to retrieve a steel pipe from beneath the seat leaning against the door. One end was sharpened to a point, while the other was tightly wrapped in cloth to prevent it from slipping due to sweat. This implement, known as a pipe fork, possessed terrifying lethality. A thrust to the abdomen would result in blood gushing from the steel pipe, leaving little hope for survival. During the unspeakable decade, many had met their demise at the hands of such a weapon, earning it another ominous moniker, Yama's fork. Years ago, during a crackdown, this type of steel pipe had been classified as a controlled weapon, nearly vanishing from existence. Yet today, Scarface had resurrected it. The cloth wrapping now stained a dark brown, evidence of blood that had not been cleaned, a hue born from prolonged storage. Inside the security booth, 4 guards peered out the window at the entrance. One of them inquired, When do we go out? Another responded. The section chief said to wait until Zhou Andong is nearly beaten to death. Within 30 meters of the distillery's entrance, Zhou Andong spotted Scarface emerging from the van, followed by the 5 men at the entrance turning their gazes toward him. He halted, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and gazed up at Scarface, who was advancing toward him wielding the steel pipe. Scarface quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a run, prompting the 5 men at the entrance to draw their steel pipes and sprint toward Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong smiled, disregarding the 5 men, and instead charged toward Scarface, momentarily catching him off guard. Scarface then grinned silently, his scar resembling a grotesque centipede, instilling a sense of dread. As Zhou Andong accelerated, Scarface matched his speed, and just as they were about to collide, Scarface raised the steel pipe and swung it viciously toward Zhou Andong's head. Zhou Andong ducked, feeling the whoosh of the pipe as it narrowly missed grazing his scalp. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Scarface's shoulder, using the momentum to leap into the air, his right knee crashing forcefully into Scarface's chest. With a resounding thud, the sickening sound of flesh colliding was followed by a sharp crack, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. Scarface let out a blood-curdling scream, his upper body violently recoiling backward, the steel pipe slipping from his grasp. Thud! Scarface collapsed onto the ground, and a clattering sound echoed as the pipe fell beside him. The events unfolded with such rapidity that neither the bystanders nor the newly arrived employees at the distillery could comprehend the situation. Before they could react, Scar lay motionless. The factory workers, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief, questioned whether the individual truly was Zhou Andong. Meanwhile, the 4 security guards in the guardroom stared with bulging eyes, their throats constricting as they swallowed repeatedly. The hands gripping the batons began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhou Andong, without casting a glance at Scar, slowly turned around and beckoned to the 5 individuals standing at a distance. The cigarette dangling from his lips flickered erratically, and soon after, smoke began to curl languidly from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 54. Zhang Dio's illegitimate son. As the crowd swelled, a striking figure emerged amidst the throng, Jian Xiao, her gaze fixed upon the 5 ruffians. Clenching her fists, a hint of excitement flickered across her face, as though she were eager to engage. Yet, with a soft sigh of disappointment, she relaxed her grip, returning to her usual aloof demeanor. However, her eyes, when cast upon Zhou Andong, sparkled with an inexplicable fervor. A heat that seemed capable of melting the world around her, creating a stark contrast with her otherwise cool exterior. How audacious! Do you truly believe yourself to be a hero? I refuse to be intimidated. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. A towering figure bellowed, brandishing a steel pipe as he charged forward. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. The giant abruptly hit the brakes, sensing something amiss. He turned to find his companions frozen in place, unmoving. What the hell? He cursed inwardly, glancing back at Zhou Andong, then back to his comrades, caught in a dilemma. He knew well the prowess of Scarbrother. Even a few like him wouldn't stand a chance. Yet, after merely exchanging glances, Scarbrother had been effortlessly subdued in the blink of an eye. How could he muster the courage to confront Zhou Andong alone, but retreating in such a cowardly manner, with so many eyes upon him, would tarnish his reputation irreparably? Look at this pathetic display, trying to assert dominance in the streets, Zhou Andong muttered, turning towards a van across the road, sensing that there might be someone inside, the potential orchestrator behind this chaos. The giant exhaled, realizing that returning would still cost him face. In a moment of inspiration, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and take Scarbrother to the hospital." His four companions rushed over, urgency evident in their voices. Yes, let us get Scarbrother to the hospital. Meanwhile, the guards inside the van were struck dumb by the unfolding drama. As Zhou Andong approached, their faces drained of color. In a panic, one hastily scrambled into the driver's seat, trembling hands fumbling with the key, igniting the engine with a thunderous roar. It was as if he had heard a melodious symphony, and as relief washed over him, a sinister grin crept across his face. You're fortunate this time, encountering a fool like Scar. But next time, luck won't be on your side. If I don't end you. I want to bear the surname Zhang. Yet, before his hand could even grasp the gear shift, the door was abruptly yanked open, and he felt an unstoppable force seize him, dragging him from the vehicle. Let go of me, let me go? The mirth vanished from his face, replaced by sheer terror. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Zhou Andong pulled him to the roadside, cigarette clenched between his teeth, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Who are you? Speak up." "I am Zhang Xingfei, son of Zhang Dio." Zhou Andong paused, taken aback. Zhang Dio had 3 daughters. Where had this son come from? Zhang Xingfei observed Zhou Andong standing there in a daze, then arrogantly jabbed a finger at Zhou's chest. "Damn it, are you finally scared? You aren't even worth a dog under my father's command. Do you believe I can have my father dismiss you? Leaving your entire family to suffer?" Zhou Andong chuckled, suspecting that this fellow might be Zhang Dio's illegitimate child. In the previous life, such events had never unfolded, and no one was aware of it. "Laugh all you want," Zhang Xingfei cursed. "What? Do you still want to hit me? Go ahead, try it." Zhou Andong's smile grew increasingly radiant. "All right, let's see what you can do." "What did you say?" Zhang Xingfei's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, it felt as if his abdomen had been forcefully struck by a speeding vehicle. Bang! Zhang Xingfei shrieked in agony, propelled backward before crashing into a van, then rebounding and landing heavily on the ground. He curled up like a boiled shrimp, retching blood-tinged vomit uncontrollably. Zhou Andong's gaze sharpened, turning as cold as ice. Individuals like Zhang Xingfei, if not made to understand the consequences this time, would undoubtedly attempt a second encounter. Should their objectives remain unfulfilled, they might even target his family. Thus, it was imperative to instill a lasting memory in him, ensuring that the mere mention of Zhou Andong would conjure nightmares, thereby preventing future troubles. Hence, Zhou Andong truly struck with intent, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Xingfei, whose cries of despair echoed as his eyes rolled back in a futile attempt to faint, yet the pain kept him more alert than ever. "Assistance! Assistance!" Chu Hongqi, accompanied by security personnel, rushed over, shouting, "Quick, control him." The 4 guards in the security room, realizing the situation was amiss, hurried to report to Chu Hongqi. When he emerged with his men, he was met with a sight that nearly drove him into a frenzy. This was intolerable. He dashed forward, shouting wildly. The 4 guards hesitated, while the 3 men Chu Hongqi brought lunged at Zhou Andong, successfully restraining him. "Xingfei, are you all right?" Chu Hongqi's voice quivered with anxiety. Zhang Xingfei struggled to raise a hand, pointing at Zhou Andong, mumbling incoherently, but not a single word was discernible. His condition was utterly wretched, covered in vomit, exuding a foul stench, particularly his head, which was swollen like a blood-filled gourd, rendering his eyes nearly shut. Zhou Andong. Chu Hongqi bellowed in rage, rising to strike Zhou Andong's face. Zhou Andong swiftly reached out, grasping the collar of a nearby security guard, much like one would handle a tattered sack stuffed with cotton, placing him in front as a shield. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the guard, bewildered, felt his head buzzing, stars dancing before his eyes. What the hell just happened? Who hit me? Zhou Andong peered out from behind the guard, grinning widely. Director Chu, you've got it all wrong. If your subordinates misbehave, a mere reprimand suffices. It's inappropriate to resort to violence like this. Chu Hongqi's eyes widened, bloodshot and menacing, as he removed the baton from his waist. Subdue him, he commanded. What are you planning, Chu Hongqi? Jian Xiu approached with a stern expression. Director Jian, my security department is conducting an investigation. Please refrain from meddling. Chu Hongqi gritted through clenched teeth. Conducting an investigation? What transpired moments ago? Do you believe we are blind? Jian Xiu scoffed, gesturing towards the onlookers. Even if Zhou Andong is transgressed, it is the law that must administer justice, not your vigilante actions with that baton. Chu Hongqi's face darkened, his grip on the baton tightening as veins throbbed in his hand. Yet, before Jian Xiu, he dared not act recklessly. Take him away. To gather in a brawl at the entrance of the distillery and assault others without cause is utterly lawless. Such behavior demands severe punishment and dismissal. Chapter 55. Open conflicts and underhanded tactics. Chu Hongqi hurriedly arranged for a minibus to take Zhang Xingfei to the hospital, his expression darkening as he escorted Zhou Andong back to the security department. Take good care of him. I need to speak with the factory director. At that moment, Jian Xiu entered Gu Bing's office, stating that Zhou Andong was in trouble. Gu Bing paused, having arrived early and unaware of the events unfolding outside. What happened? Jian Xiu succinctly explained. I suspect those thugs were not summoned for revenge by the security guard who was dismissed. Gu Bing frowned as Jian Xiu paced the office, her high heels producing crisp sounds against the concrete floor. It is quite possible that Gao Qingkue orchestrated this, using it as an excuse to have Zhou Andong dismissed, thereby undermining your support and subsequently vying for control. Gu Bing's expression changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although he had reclaimed some authority as the secretary, it was primarily due to the collective strength of the factory workers that he managed to suppress Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo, preventing them from acting recklessly. However, without jeopardizing the workers' interests, he found it impossible to leverage that power. Those two old foxes could easily have Zhou Andong dismissed by convening a meeting of all factory cadres and conducting a majority vote, which would undoubtedly result in his defeat. Jian Xiu continued, my greatest concern isn't Zhou Andong's dismissal, but rather the possibility that they will hand him over to the police. It wouldn't take long. A few months of detention would render you unable to see him, and everything would revert to square one. Gu Bing retorted irritably. Do you think I'm that ineffectual in your eyes? Jian Xiu scoffed. I'm not trying to belittle you, but without Zhou Andong by your side, you wouldn't last 2 months before those two old schemers would revert you to your former self. Any achievements you've made are not attributable to you. Gu Bing felt the sting of her words, but had to face reality. If they do hand him over to the police, I will call Uncle Feng to bail him out first. Jian Xiu looked at him in surprise. Aren't you afraid Uncle Feng will scold you? Gu Bing replied with a tone of tragic resolve. Let him scold me. I can't let that scoundrel languish in prison for 1.5 years. Besides, he is not to blame in this matter. The rationale is clearly on our side. Jian Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Then we shall wait. I expect the meeting notification will arrive shortly. In Gao Qingkue's office, Zhang Diyo was present, his arm in a cast, and the swelling on his face having diminished somewhat. As he listened to Chu Hongqi's account, his expression grew increasingly grim, his heart aching at the thought of his son, the only heir to the Zhang family, who had nearly been killed by Zhou Andong. The resentment within him was palpable, and he felt an urge to take matters into his own hands. Gao Qingkue maintained a stoic demeanor. Though we haven't taught him a lesson, the outcome is still favorable. Please notify all cadres at the deputy section level and above to convene in the main conference room. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Gu Bing's office was rapped upon. They've arrived. Jian Xiu remarked, let us go. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, all the deputy heads and above gathered in the grand conference room. Gu Bing occupied the head seat, casting a sorrowful glance over the assembly. To his dismay, apart from Jian Xiu, Qianzhen, and the recently arrived Yin Guohai, nearly 30 individuals present seemed unlikely to lend him their support. Soon, Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo, adorned with plaster casts, made their entrance, a habitual occurrence for them. If it were Gu Bing, they would have commenced the meeting without delay. Gao Qingkue settled beside Gu Bing, lifting a porcelain tea mug to his lips with a leisurely slurp before gently placing it back down. I trust everyone has heard about the incident at the distillery's entrance. He began. I have indeed heard, and I witnessed it myself, interjected Lu Zhiguang, his face flushed with excitement. Zhou Andong gathered a crowd for a brawl, not only disrupting societal harmony but also inflicting significant adverse effects on our factory. Such a disruptive element must be expelled from the distillery to ensure a clean and safe environment for our dedicated workforce. Zhang Dio nodded in agreement, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Comrade Zhiguang's words are quite thought-provoking. We must resolutely eliminate such troublemakers, leaving them no space to thrive. Qiu Hongqi scoffed, casting a glance at Jian Xiu. Zhou Andong's actions were not merely a case of brawling. He assaulted others without provocation, causing serious injury. This is a grave offense. Merely dismissing him would be unjust to the victims. After his expulsion, we must inform the authorities to ensure he faces the full weight of the law. Gao Qingkue maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Since we have convened this meeting, let us all express our opinions. Do not remain silent. I support Zhou Andong's dismissal. I too support his expulsion. I have no objections. The cacophony of voices advocating for Zhou Andong's dismissal thrilled Lu Zhiguang the most. For days, he had been unable to eat or sleep well, consumed by the meteoric rise of Jiangzhou Yugong, which seemed unstoppable. Reflecting on his own humble beginnings from the second workshop to the grand entrance filled him with trepidation. He truly regretted not the wager with Zhou Andong, but rather the premature announcement of it. Had he kept it under wraps, he could have denied it without consequence. Now, regardless of whether he fulfilled his promise, he faced an unbearable predicament. If he honored his commitment, he would become the factory's laughingstock. If he did not, it would severely tarnish his personal reputation and credibility. Moreover, envy gnawed at him. How could Zhou Andong, with his reckless antics, manage to elevate the distillery's status and command such high prices? It incensed him, fueling his desire to see Zhou Andong brought low. Thus, upon learning the purpose of the meeting, he was almost overwhelmed with excitement. The first to unleash his criticism upon Zhou Andong. Sighing, Gao Qingkue adopted a lamenting expression. Zhou Andong, though a university student with commendable abilities, is simply too impetuous. I had long suspected that his temperament would lead to trouble, which is why I refrained from promoting him, hoping a few years of experience might temper his disposition. Alas, it seems my concerns were justified, and it is indeed a pity. Zhang Dio remarked, it is unfortunate, but the law applies equally to all, regardless of talent or ability. Since he has transgressed, he must face the consequences of his actions. In truth, this may not be entirely disadvantageous for him. Although the events of today are grave, there remains a possibility for redemption. Should he delay and commit an even more egregious error in the future, it would indeed spell disaster. Indeed. Gao Qingkue turned to Gu Bing and inquired, Secretary, do you have any opinions? None. Gu Bing replied with an air of indifference. Since there was no way to salvage the situation, why utter unnecessary words that would only invite ridicule? Gao Qingkue longed to witness Gu Bing's struggle and eventual despair. Yet he was left disappointed, as Gu Bing afforded him no such opportunity. Very well, I hereby announce the dismissal of Zhou Andong, and he shall be escorted to the judicial authorities. Suddenly, the door to the conference room burst open, and a panting security guard rushed in, exclaiming, The deputy mayor has arrived at our factory for an inspection. The vehicle has already entered the premises. Chapter 56. The fury of Zhou Piming. A sudden silence enveloped the conference room, followed by the cacophony of chairs scraping against the floor, a jarring sound that pierced the stillness. No one paid any heed to Zhou Andong. Gao Qingkue strode towards the exit, with Zhang Dio trailing behind, followed closely by Chu Hongqi. Soon, apart from Gu Bing, Qianzhen, Jian Xiu, and Yin Guohai, everyone else had departed. Yin Guohai wore a troubled expression. He had anticipated the arrival of better days, only to realize that the crisis had only just begun. Particularly disconcerting was Gao Qingkue's complete disregard for him, coupled with Zhang Dio's icy gaze that made him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. What should we do now, Secretary? He inquired, his brow furrowed with worry. Do not wear such a gloomy countenance, Gu Bing replied. When troops arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. What is there to fear? Qianzhen stood up, suggesting, the leaders have come for an inspection. We should go and take a look. Jian Xiu and Qianzhen exchanged knowing glances, affirming, yes, I too believe we ought to see for ourselves. From a distance, Gao Qingkue remarked, Leader, why did you not notify us in advance of your arrival? We could have made preparations. Zhou Peiming replied nonchalantly, I merely came to observe. What preparations are necessary? Gao Qingkue sensed the chill in Zhou Peiming's demeanor, markedly different from before, which set his heart racing with unease. Leader, shall we not sit in the conference room for a moment and share a few words? He ventured. Zhou Peiming responded, there is nothing of significance to discuss. Let us first visit the workshop. Gao Qingkue suddenly stiffened. Production has already ceased. Ceased production? Zhou Peiming's brow furrowed deeper. Isn't Jiangzhou Yugong liquor quite popular? How could it halt production? Zhang Dio's heart stirred with excitement. He silently exclaimed that an opportunity had arisen. Leader, if you do not inquire about this matter, I am prepared to report it to you. Zhou Peiming's frown deepened. Speak. Zhang Dio lamented. The supply and marketing department's phone has been inundated with calls over the past few days, all inquiries for orders of Yugong liquor, yet Secretary Gu has continuously suppressed sales, claiming insufficient inventory. Is this not a blatant falsehood? There are 80 tons in stock. If we were to open the supply lines, we might resume production by tomorrow. Gao Qingkue sighed. This reform is spearheaded by Comrade Gu Bing. We cannot easily intervene. All the factory employees are eagerly anticipating the resumption of work. Yet with 80 tons of liquor languishing in the warehouse, we cannot commence operations. Frankly, I am at a loss. The two of them began to subtly cast aspersions upon Gu Bing. Zhou Peiming surveyed the crowd. Where is Comrade Gu Bing? Leader, I am here. Gu Bing called from the back of the throng. The crowd parted, allowing Gu Bing, Jian Qiu, and Qianjin to approach, while Yan Guohai, lacking the courage to step forward, remained concealed behind the gathering. Upon seeing Gu Bing, Zhou Peiming's face broke into a smile as he extended his hand, saying, I have come with two purposes, to observe the production status of the distillery and to meet with you and Comrade Zhou Andong. As soon as Zhou Peiming mentioned Zhou Andong, the countenances of all present shifted dramatically, especially Gao Qingkue, Zhang Dio, and Chu Hongqi, as a chill coursed down their spines. Chu Hongqi glanced at Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio, discreetly retreated a few steps, and then turned to flee. Gu Bing exchanged a handshake with Zhou Peiming. Leader, allow me to clarify the situation regarding Factory Director Gao and Deputy Director Zhang. The issue is not that we refuse to sell alcohol, rather, it pertains to product positioning and subsequent marketing strategies. Zhou Peiming's interest was piqued. Do tell me more. Gu Bing smiled and replied. This is a plan devised by Comrade Zhou Andong. He merely broached the topic with me. The specifics must come from him directly. A faint smile graced Jian Qiu's face. As Gu Bing finally displayed some acumen by leveraging external support, Zhou Peiming scanned the surrounding crowd. Is Zhou Andong present? Gu Bing responded. Zhou Andong is not here. He has made some mistakes and was apprehended by the security department. Just now, Factory Director Gao convened a meeting of all cadres, and threw a show of hands, Zhou Andong was dismissed and is to be handed over to the judicial authorities. Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, struggling to maintain their composure as they sensed Zhou Peiming's icy gaze upon them. What grave error had Zhou committed to warrant such severe repercussions? Not only dismissal, but also judicial action? This was indeed serious. Gu Bing's expression turned grave. Earlier that morning, outside the distillery, Zhou Andong had engaged in a brawl with some ruffians. The head of the security department, Chu Hongqi, was furious and demanded stringent punishment for Zhou. Moreover, the majority of the factory's cadre believed that Zhou's actions, inciting a public brawl outside the distillery, had disrupted social harmony and stability, casting a detrimental shadow over our factory. Thus, they supported the expulsion of this troublemaker, aiming to provide all employees with a clean and safe environment for living and working. This is outrageous. Zhou Peiming's anger flared, his face turning an ashen hue as he surveyed the assembled individuals, who hastily lowered their heads in fear. Lu Zhiguang, in particular, nearly soiled himself, bending over and keeping his gaze downcast to evade Zhou Peiming's attention. Gao Qingkue, you are a veteran cadre, a seasoned party member, an esteemed factory director on the brink of retirement. How could you treat my trust in you with such disdain? Gao Qingkue's face was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhang Dio felt a lump rise in his throat and subtly shifted backward, as if retreating would render him invisible to Zhou Peiming. This is absolutely absurd. Zhou Peiming fumed. You intend to expel him for merely defending himself against a few ruffians? What is your true intention? The room fell into a heavy silence. Just as Gu Bing was about to speak, Jian Qiu discreetly pinched him, prompting him to swallow his words. Zhou Peiming let out a heavy snort. Comrade Gu Bing, take me to see Zhou Andong. Chu Hongqi rushed back to the security department and found Zhou Andong handcuffed. Irritated, he inquired, who authorized you to put handcuffs on him? A security officer replied, somewhat aggrieved. I feared he might escape, so I had to restrain him. Remove the handcuffs. Zhu Hongqi chose not to dwell on this matter further and addressed Zhou Andong. You are free to go. Zhou Andong blinked, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They were actually letting him go. But something about Zhu Hongqi's demeanor suggested that he was not acting out of sheer folly. Something significant had transpired concerning him, prompting the officer's eagerness to release him. Hey, what are you doing? Zhou Andong raised both hands to evade the security personnel attempting to unlock his handcuffs. What is this? Is the security department run by your family, Zhu Hongqi? You claim to control me, to handcuff me, to unlock me, and to release me as if I were mere clay in your hands, easily molded to your whims? Observing Zhou Andong's nonchalant demeanor, Zhu Hongqi felt a surge of anxiety. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation today. If an investigation were to ensue, his position as the department head would be jeopardized. We have already conducted an investigation. Those ruffians instigated the conflict, and you were merely acting in self-defense. No. Zhou Andong vehemently shook his head. Zhang Xingfei is innocent. I struck him, and I must face the consequences of the law. As the saying goes, a true hero takes responsibility for his actions. How could I simply walk away? Chapter 57. Turning stone into gold, are you never going to be done with this? Zhu Hongqi bellowed in frustration, genuinely anxious. Zhou Andong trembled, his body suddenly rigid, his mouth askew and his eyes askance, drool trickling down the corner of his lips. Damn it! Zhu Hongqi felt a wave of panic wash over him, his face paling in an instant. Zhou Andong, what has happened to you? Seeing Zhou Andong's condition. Gasping for breath, Zhu Hongqi dared not touch him, fearing that a mere contact might trigger a fatal reaction, leaving him at a loss for words. Inside, Zhou Andong reveled inwardly, relishing the turn of events. Let you shout at me, I won't die from fright, but I will ensure your impotence. Leaving your wife to seek solace elsewhere. At that moment, the doors swung open abruptly, and Gu Bing was the first to enter. Upon witnessing Zhou Andong's convulsions, his expression shifted dramatically as he rushed over. What happened to him? He then turned his gaze to Zhu Hongqi, demanding angrily, what have you done to him? What is going on? Zhou Piming entered next, his face falling at the sight. What is wrong with him? Jian Chou quickly approached Zhou Andong, pinching his philtrum firmly. Damn it, Zhou Andong cursed inwardly. What are you doing, woman? Is that necessary? You nearly squeezed the life out of me. However, with so many people suddenly appearing, he had to endure the pain, releasing a long breath as his rigid body gradually relaxed, and his breathing returned to normal. How are you feeling? Jian Chou's expression was tense as she rubbed Zhou Andong's chest, inquiring, is it getting any better? None noticed, not even Zhou Andong himself. That Jian Chou's tone conveyed a tenderness laced with genuine concern. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Andong leaned back in the chair, weakly responding, I'm fine now. I have epilepsy, but I haven't had an episode in many years. It was just that Chu section chief. He shook his head, a look of grievance crossing his face, deciding against finishing his sentence. Zhu Hongqi cast a glance at the impassive Zhou Piming, nearly in tears, internally berating Zhou Andong. Damn it, can you not finish your sentence? What exactly did I do to you? You must be Comrade Zhou Andong. Are you in need of medical attention? Should we take you to the hospital? Zhou Piming inquired with concern, shooting a cold glance at Zhu Hongqi, which made him feel weak in the knees, nearly collapsing. Gu Bing hurriedly introduced Zhou Andong. This is Vice Mayor Zhou, who wishes to understand the product positioning and subsequent marketing strategies of Yugong wine. Zhou Andong finally comprehended that this significant figure sought to meet him, which explained Zhu Hongqi's urgency to release him, nearly biting him in his impatience. Why are you still dawdling? Jian Chou coldly addressed the guard holding the keys. Hurry and unlock his handcuffs. This time, Zhou Andong obediently allowed the guard to free him from his restraints. Jian Chou, concerned, asked, are you truly all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need. Zhou Andong attempted to rise, but Jian Chou quickly supported his arm. You don't need to get up. Zhou Piming insisted, pressing Zhou Andong back into the chair. Your health is paramount. It is best for you to remain seated. Leader, there is a stool here for you to sit. Zhang Dio retrieved a stool from behind the door and graciously placed it behind Zhou Piming. Zhou Piming settled down and remarked with a smile, yesterday afternoon, I inquired about the reforms at the distillery and even sought your insights from Zhou Andong. Unbelievable. Everyone claims you are a remarkable magician, capable of transforming ordinary sorghum into liquid gold. Zhou Andong humbly replied, Leader, you flatter me. No, Zhou Piming asserted, the achievements speak for themselves. They cannot be denied. Now, Tell me why the 80 tons of liquor in the warehouse cannot be sold. Selling them would affect product positioning and subsequent marketing. All ears were tuned in, including Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo, eager to discover what Zhou Andong had to say. Zhou Andong gathered his thoughts and explained. Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute Wine is our newly launched product. It lacks market competitiveness, and consumer maturity is low. It does not possess the profound heritage of Mutai or Wulianya. The current popularity is merely an illusion created by prior marketing efforts. Without subsequent marketing support, this fervor will not last. Ultimately, it will sell just as poorly as ordinary sorghum. Therefore, I devised a marketing plan in response to this situation, which I call hunger marketing. Hunger marketing involves adjusting the quantities on both supply and demand sides to influence the final selling price. In simpler terms, it entails restricting supply to leverage consumers' urgency and desire for novelty. During the initial stages of product promotion, we artificially create a tense supply atmosphere through information asymmetry, leading to an illusion of scarcity, thus allowing us to raise prices and achieve substantial profits. The ultimate purpose of hunger marketing is not merely to sell products at high prices, but to generate significant added value for the brand, establishing a high-value image. However, while hunger marketing may appear straightforward, it is a double-edged sword. When executed effectively, it can enhance the brand's added value. If mishandled, it may harm the brand and drive customers to competitors. Zhou Peiming pondered deeply, while Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diyo contemplated the implications. Jian Shiro gazed at Zhou Andong with an intriguing sparkle in her eyes, seemingly reflecting on his words or perhaps other thoughts. Many, however, remained bewildered and confused. Very well, Zhou Peiming finally exclaimed, "What was your major in university?" Zhou Andong scratched his head. "Agriculture." Zhou Peiming was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Affectionately patting Zhou Andong on the shoulder, "A student of agriculture who understands business so well, what a remarkable talent you are. I believe you are somewhat underutilized at the distillery. Here is what we'll do. First, revitalize the distillery and deliver results for me. After that, I will find you a position where you can truly showcase your talents." Zhou Peiming's words astonished everyone, including Zhou Andong, who was momentarily left dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that a leader of Zhou Peiming's stature would be so candid in front of so many people. "Very well, let today be like this. Now that I am aware of your plans, I feel a sense of relief. Otherwise, I would have been preoccupied with the dining arrangements for over 1,000 employees, leaving my heart in a constant state of unease." Zhou Andong gazed at Zhou Peiming as he departed, wearing a look of despair. "Leader, I yearn to break free from the confines of being your subordinate. I aspire to embark on my own business venture, to become a magnate, to revel in a life of opulence and extravagance." Yet, in the presence of so many, he dared not challenge the authority of this formidable figure, opting instead to defer the conversation for another time. Just as Zhou Andong was engulfed in his discontent, he suddenly spotted Lu Zhiguang, who appeared to be shrinking into the crowd. With a chuckle, he exclaimed, "Deputy Section Chief Lu, I didn't realize you were here. I was just about to look for you." His loud voice startled Lu Zhiguang, causing him to flinch, while the others were equally taken aback. Even Zhou Peiming halted in his tracks and turned to glance back. Chapter 58. The fortunate Zhou Andong confronted by a myriad of scrutinizing gazes, some filled with confusion, others with anger, dissatisfaction, gloom, coldness, irritation, or jealousy. Zhou Andong forced a chuckle. "I apologize. In a moment of exuberance, I lost control, and my voice became a tad too loud." Grasping the fleeing Lu Zhiguang, he declared, "Aside from the vice mayor, I believe all the leaders present are aware of the wager I have with Director Lu. Initially, I intended to have him fulfill his promise tomorrow. However, with all the leaders here today, it presents a rare opportunity to witness Director Lu's performance and bring a touch of cheer to this frigid winter." Lu Zhiguang struggled, but could not break free, his face flushed with a mix of anger, fear, and profound grievance. "Zhou Andong, weren't we just joking back then? Why are you taking it so seriously?" Zhou Andong replied with a smile, "When I first proposed the wager, it was indeed in jest. Yet, within an hour, your announcement had spread throughout the entire workforce, leading me to believe you were earnest. Consequently, I cannot treat this wager as a joke, can I?" "What wager?" Left Peiming inquired with curiosity. Zhou Andong explained, "With 80 tons of stored liquor unsold and our workers lacking funds for the new year, our factory head and Deputy Zhang convened a meeting to rally the staff, urging us to weather the storm together and find ways to sell the liquor. They promised a reward of 20 cents for each bottle sold." He briefly recounted the betting incident, his face a portrait of grievance, nearly on the verge of tears. Leaders, I truly do not comprehend what I have done wrong. Director Liu seems to be targeting me at every turn. At the time of the wager, I was merely joking. Yet he took it to heart. Thus, I have upheld my end of the bargain. Now it is his turn to honor his promise. Liu Zhiguang's countenance was one of despair as he cast a pleading glance towards the head of quality control, Zhou Donghai, who turned away. Even the most obtuse observer could discern Left Peiming's high regard for Zhou Andong, leaving Liu Zhiguang reluctant to speak on his behalf, as it would only invite trouble. Zhou Andong lowered his head, straining to squeeze out tears, but despite his efforts, not a single tear fell, and he merely raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye. Liu Zhiguang, anyone may act dishonorably and disregard their promises, but you cannot. As a leader, your words and actions set a precedent. If you fail to uphold your commitments, how can you expect to earn the trust of others? Observing Zhou Andong's plight, Left Peiming felt a surge of indignation. A talented and capable university graduate was being suppressed by so many. This was nothing but envy and jealousy. He felt compelled to support Zhou Andong. Losing such a rare talent would be a grave loss for the entire Jiangzhou region. Comrade Zhou Andong speaks with great wisdom. As factory leaders, all commitments, regardless of their nature, must be honored. Moreover, a reward of 20 cents per bottle is rather meager. It might be prudent to consider a slight increase. After all, thanks to Comrade Zhou Andong's marketing strategies, Jiangzhou's imperial tribute liquor is now valued several times higher than the common sorghum. However, this is merely a humble suggestion. Ultimately, it should align with your factory's circumstances. Zhou Andong was instantly filled with excitement, praising Lao's grand demeanor and vision, truly deserving of the title of mayor. Gu Bing, Qianzhen, and Yin Guohai all chuckled, with Jian Qiu laughing the heartiest, as if this bonus were meant for her. The gazes of the crowd towards Zhou Andong were indeed a tapestry of envy and jealousy. One would be led to wonder just how much Zhou Peiming favored this lad, whose luck was truly extraordinary. Were it not for their knowledge of Zhou Andong's background, they might have suspected he was Zhou Peiming's illegitimate son. He could swagger about the factory without fear, as long as he refrained from committing murder or arson. No one would dare challenge him. Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio wore grim expressions, yet before Zhou Peiming, they dared not reveal their inner thoughts. Watching Zhou Peiming depart, Liu Zhiguang felt utterly despondent, then his mind wandered to Qianwei. Since there was no turning back, it would be better for both to face embarrassment than for just one. And then there was Qianwei. Liu Zhiguang seemed to address Zhou Andong while also speaking to himself. Thank goodness you reminded me about Qianwei. Otherwise, I would have completely forgotten. Zhou Andong chuckled, patting Liu Zhiguang on the shoulder. You go find him. I shall make a trip to the broadcasting station. As Liu Zhiguang turned to ascend the stairs, his expression darkened to a shade of iron, his eyes glimmering with resentment, his teeth grinding together in agitation, mentally vowing to flay Zhou Andong alive. Gu Bing burst into laughter. Let us go wait at the entrance of the second workshop. Qianzhen waved his hand with a smile. You youngsters go ahead. It's freezing outside, and my old bones want tea joining your antics. Once outside the factory, Jian Qiu inquired of Zhou Andong. What brings you to the factory office? Zhou Andong grinned. Lu Kachong is putting on a dog show. How delightful. I'll broadcast it so all the employees can come and see. You're incorrigible, Gu Bing scoffed, disapproving of Zhou Andong's smug demeanor. Jian Qiu shot Gu Bing an irritated glare, leaving him bewildered, his mind racing to recall where he had offended this lady. Soon, the factory's loudspeaker blared, and employees began flocking towards the second workshop, resembling a herd of jubilant donkeys from years past, their faces alight with glee. No, it was schadenfreude, radiantly brilliant. Yet, the crowd was sparse, merely 50 or 60 souls, much to Zhou Andong's disappointment. Woof woof, woof woof. Liu Zhiguang and Qianwei crawled on the ground, heads bowed as they barked a couple of times before beginning to crawl toward the entrance of the distillery. Lu Kachong. Bark louder. If you don't, who will know you're a dog? Yes, yes, hurry up and bark, don't play dumb. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, utterly unconcerned about any potential retaliation from Liu Zhiguang. Liu Zhiguang and Qianwei's faces were crimson, their heads nearly buried in the ground, their hatred for Zhou Andong intensifying. Zhou Andong tilted his head towards Jian Qiu. Do you think I've gone a bit too far? Jian Qiu, I believe that if you were the one to lose, they would undoubtedly resort to even more egregious tactics to humiliate you. Zhou Andong produced a cigarette and lit it, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. It was not that he possessed an overly benevolent nature, but rather that he felt engaging in a conflict with these two fools diminished his own stature. If he were to become a wealthy magnate in the future, would the events of today not furnish them with the ammunition to boast? Sighing, Zhou Andong addressed Gu Bing. Chief, I wish to take a few days off. The factory is in your capable hands. Remember, we must keep the liquor sales under 35 tons before the new year. Anything remaining can be dealt with afterward. Gu Bing expressed his dissatisfaction. What do you need time off for? Jian Xiu, with concern, inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Andong chuckled lightly. I am not ill. I was merely intimidating Chu Hongqi in the security department. Who could have anticipated your sudden entrance? I had no choice but to maintain the charade. Jian Xiu rolled her eyes, her enchanting gaze momentarily leaving Zhou Andong entranced, only for him to hear her stifle a laugh as she playfully smacked him. You truly lack integrity. Zhou Andong suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Turning around, he found Chu Hongqi standing right behind him, eyes bloodshot and fixed upon him. Ah, Zhou Andong raised his hand in greeting. Director Chu, I presume you overheard? Surprised, are we? Chapter 59. Introducing a match for Zhou Andong. Chu Hongqi was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. He was genuinely startled. Having not anticipated that the scoundrel had deceived him, he incessantly reminded himself to remain calm, for losing his temper would only bring him misery. TSK, TSK. Zhou Andong exclaimed. What is the matter? Those two ahead didn't bite me, yet you bare your teeth and think you can threaten me? Chu Hongqi swung his arm and turned to leave, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he might not see his 40th birthday. Zhou Andong burst into hearty laughter and said to Gu Bing, Boss, keep up the good work. You've caught the eye of the formidable Zhou. As long as you don't falter, once the results are out, Zhang Dio might very well be outshined by you. Gu Bing grimaced and retorted, You've caught Zhuo's heart, while I've merely caught his attention. Clearly, I am still far behind you. Zhou Andong waved his hand dismissively. I must be off. I need to borrow a backward donkey from the storeroom. Gu Bing inquired, You intend to ride a backward donkey home? Without turning around, Zhou Andong replied, That color television you gave me needs to be returned to Tanggizi. You have something to retrieve? Jian Xiu's eyes flickered, and she offered, Let me drive you back. Zhou Andong was taken aback and halted in his tracks, while Gu Bing looked at Jian Xiu in disbelief. What are you looking at? Jian Xiu said, slightly annoyed. Hand me your car keys. Oh. Gu Bing, bewildered, retrieved the keys and handed them to Jian Xiu. With the keys in hand, Jian Xiu, in her high heels, hurried to catch up with Zhou Andong, tugging at his arm. Let us go. Why are you just standing there? Observing Jian Xiu in front of him. Zhou Andong scratched his head, realizing that beneath her seemingly aloof demeanor lay a warm heart. The two first collected the television and some wild game from Zhou Andong's place before driving straight to Tanggizi. Oh dear, lying. Zhou Andong's aunt, Zhao Guifan, leaned against the doorframe, cracking sunflower seeds in her hands. What is there to ponder? Dongzi is on his second marriage, and she is a fine young lady. We have truly struck gold. Besides, the Liu family in Guanghe town is quite affluent, operating a large oil mill, with at least 10 households of wealth. It would be wonderful for Dongzi to become the son-in-law of the Liu family. He could even help us out, making our lives a bit easier. With a loud slam, Zhou Andong's sister, Zhou Andong, stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her, her face flushed with anger. Aunt, Guanghe town is not far from here. Only about 30 miles. Everyone knows that the Liu family has a simple-minded daughter. You should give up on this notion. My brother would never marry a fool. Child. What is wrong with a fool? Zhao Guifan retorted, her eyes narrowing. Your brother is on his second marriage. Who else would marry him if not someone simple-minded? And your father, lying on the bed, who knows when that situation will improve? As for Zhang Yuping, how did that end? Your brother lacked the ability to keep her, and she left. With a loud thud, Yuan Lying, who was tending the fire, threw down the fire stick and said, Sister-in-law, you should worry less about Dongzi's affairs. Oh? Zhao Guifan's expression soured. You all are truly treating my good intentions as if they were ill-spirited. Who do you think I am doing this for, if not for your Dongzi? Although he is a university student, what does it matter? After all these years in the distillery, he has yet to attain a managerial position, lacking both aptitude and ambition, and he is a twice-married man. If I do not introduce him to a partner, he might as well resign himself to a life of solitude. It is no concern of yours if he remains single. Nor will he end up marrying that foolish woman. Zhou Anqin exclaimed in exasperation. Very well. Zhao Guifan scoffed, your family is quite proud. When Zhou Andong fails to find a wife, do not come begging me for help. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from the entrance. Zhao Guifan turned to see a jeep parked outside, and Zhou Andong emerged from the vehicle, followed by a striking woman. She was extraordinarily beautiful, even more so than the actresses she had seen on television, and her attire was remarkably fashionable. Moments later, Zhou Andong stepped out carrying a large television, clearly a color set, while the woman held 2 bags of snacks and 2 packs of cigarettes. You insisted on buying, despite my objections. How could one come empty-handed on a first visit? Listening to their conversation, Zhao Guifen's expression shifted with surprise and curiosity. Zhou Andong was taken aback to see Zhao Guifen, and in a teasing tone remarked, "Auntie, what a rare visit. What brings you here?" "Humph," Zhao Guifen snorted, contemplating leaving but unable to quell her curiosity about the source of the television and whether this woman was Zhou Andong's new partner, so she lingered. "Brother." Hearing the commotion, Zhou Anqin rushed out, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the television. "A television?" Zhou Andong grinned. "I told you long ago that before the new year, I would ensure you had a television, and a large color one at that." Yuan Liying was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jian Qiu. Just as Zhou Andong began to introduce her, Jian Qiu interjected, "Auntie, my name is Jian Qiu, and I am Dongzi's colleague." She handed her items to Yuan Liying, adding, "Since it's my first visit, I was sure if you would like these." Zhou Andong quipped, "What is this? Planning a second visit? If you're coming, just come. No need to bring anything." Yuan Liying graciously accepted the items, urging, "Come in quickly, it's too cold outside." Once inside, Yuan Liying swiftly tidied the Kong, remarking, "The room is a bit messy. Please, have a seat." "Auntie, I'm not an outsider. There is no need to fuss over me," Jian Qiu reassured her. Then turned her attention to Zhou Xiaoxin, asking, "Uncle, how is your health?" Seeing Jian Qiu, Zhou Xiaoxin's face lit up with joy. "I'm well, no pain or discomfort." Yuan Liying inquired, "Have you eaten, dear?" Jian Qiu shook her head, "Not yet." "Perfect." Yuan Liying exclaimed, "Let us have lunch here." Zhou Andong was about to protest, thinking it unlikely that Director Jian would dine here, when he heard Jian Qiu say, "That sounds great. I haven't eaten since this morning and am quite hungry, though it may be a bit of an imposition." Yuan Liying waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. The rice is already steaming. I'll go prepare some dishes." Zhou Andong placed the television on the cabinet against the northern wall, glancing at Jian Qiu, pondering whether she had perhaps lost her senses. Yet he dismissed the thought without further contemplation. "Xiaoqin, there is still quite a bit of game in the car. Come with me to fetch it. We shall feast on wild chicken and hare at noon." Zhou Anqin followed Zhou Andong out. Glancing back at the window with an air of mystery, she inquired, "Brother, who is that? Is she the new sister-in-law you found for me?" Zhou Andong replied curtly, "Stop with the nonsense. She is my colleague and also my superior. I had quite a few things to carry today, so she kindly drove me back." "Oh," Zhou Anqin exclaimed, dragging out the sound with a hint of disdain. "Are you foolish, brother? She is so beautiful and your superior. Just because you had a lot to carry, she personally drove you back? Moreover, if she was merely giving you a ride, why did she also bring us a box of fruit and cigarettes? When mother invited her to dinner, she readily accepted without a moment's hesitation." Chapter 60. Reporting Zhou Andong with a sharp flick, Zhou Andong playfully tapped his sister on the forehead, exclaiming, "What on earth are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and bring the items to the yard and toss them into the snowdrift." Zhou Anqin rubbed her head, grumbling in dissatisfaction. But her mood quickly shifted upon glancing into the car. "Wow, look at all this. We won't even need to buy meat for the new year. We'll have enough to last until the 15th. Zhao Guifen watched in astonishment as the siblings unloaded an impressive array of wild game from the vehicle: wild rabbits, pheasants, deer legs, and roe deer. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Dongzi, where on earth did all this come from?" Zhou Andong shrugged. "It was given to us." "Given to you?" Zhao Guifen leaned in closer, curiosity piqued. "Who gave it to you?" Zhou Andong rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Does it concern you?" Feeling slighted, Zhao Guifen still pressed on. "You brought back a color television, right?" "Indeed." Zhou Andong smirked, fully aware of her intentions. "A 21-inch, large-screen color TV, imported, and also a gift. I spent not a penny. Can you believe how infuriating that is?" Zhao Guifen's frustration boiled over, jealousy igniting a fire in her eyes as she longed to wipe the smug expression off Zhou Andong's face. With a huff, she turned on her heel and exited the courtyard, spitting disdainfully as she left. "Given to you, huh? Who are you trying to fool? Why hasn't anyone gifted me anything? The money for that TV surely wasn't acquired honestly. You must be worried about suspicion, which is why you claim it was a gift." Zhao Guifen felt a pang of pain in her heart. The old Liu family had promised 500 yuan for introducing a prospective son-in-law, along with another 500 as a wedding gift, altogether a sum of 1,000. And now it was all gone. You, marrying a second time, could have chosen a simpleton to live a quiet life with. But the woman you brought back will eventually cast you aside, and then you'll be the one lamenting. As she pushed open her own courtyard gate, she hesitated, retracting her foot. No way. I'm still stuck with my 12-inch black and white TV. Why should they have a 21-inch color television? Resolute, she decided to report Zhou Andong. Convinced that the funds for his TV must have been misappropriated from the brewery or that he had pilfered liquor to sell. With a bitter determination, Zhao Guifan turned towards the village office. Upon arriving, she found no one present and redirected her steps towards the village head's house at the western end. Meanwhile, Zhou Andong was busy retrieving a bundle of wires and a television antenna from the car, purchased from the hardware store. Rumor had it that this new model came with a remote control. Once connected to power, one could adjust the antenna's direction from within the house. Zhou Andong recalled that it indeed proved quite convenient, albeit rather expensive at over 50 yuan, but he had gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Brother, Zhou Anqin called out. Do you know why the auntie came over? Zhou Andong snorted derisively. It surely can't be anything good. She is here to introduce you to someone. What? Zhou Andong was taken aback, bewildered. Introduce me to someone? Yes. Zhou Anqin affirmed with a nod. Zhou Anmin furrowed his brow. How does she know about my divorce? Zhou Anqin replied, a few days ago, when Grandma and Grandpa came to visit Dad, Mom mentioned your divorce in passing. It must have been Grandma who told the auntie. Zhou Andong lamented, this old lady, why must she disclose everything? Zhou Anqin retorted, in nice heart, apart from her eldest son and daughter-in-law, there is no one else. Zhou Andong shot her a glaring look. Do not speak nonsense. Zhou Anqin defiantly replied, I am not mistaken. Nai inherently favors her own. Zhou Andong sighed, all right. Hasten to chop the wild rabbit and chicken. Zhou Anqin remarked, they are frozen solid. How can I chop them? I will do it. Zhou Andong declared. Take the antenna inside, he instructed. Zhou Anqin accepted the antenna. Do not chop under the eaves of the west room. Fourth is sleeping. If you wake him, he will be restless from lack of sleep. Understood. Zhou Andong carried the wild rabbit and chicken to the woodshed, retrieved an axe, and placed the rabbit on a wooden stump, swiftly chopping it in mere minutes. Jian Xiu, using a spoon to peel potatoes, appeared quite adept. Zhou Andong entered with a basin of rabbit and chicken meat, smiling. You can cook? Jian Xiu responded with a grin. My parents were busy with work. I have been cooking for myself since I was 13. Zhou Andong then recalled that for women in this era, cooking was a fundamental skill, with the only distinction being the quality of the dishes prepared. Zhao Guifan hurriedly arrived at the home of the village secretary, Zhao Quan. Peering over the wall to ensure someone was home, she then pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. Suddenly, a large dog bolted from a shed near the door, barking ferociously as it lunged at her. Oh my! Zhao Guifan exclaimed, falling onto the ground in fright. Grateful that the dog was restrained by a chain and did not bite her. Da Huang, behave. A woman rushed out from the house. Sister Guifan, are you all right? Zhao Guifan stood, her heart still racing as she patted her chest. Xiuzhen, your dog is far too fierce. Perhaps it should be put down. What if it bites someone one day? Jean Xiuzhen replied somewhat displeased. This dog merely frightens people. It does not bite. Realizing her hasty words had been ill-received, Zhao Guifan quickly changed the subject. Is the secretary at home? Yes. Jean Xiuzhen turned to head back inside, with Zhao Guifan following closely. The village chief is here too. Zhao Guifan noticed Li Jiotong and paused momentarily. Li Jiotong was drinking with Zhao Quan, merely lifting his eyelids to acknowledge her without further comment. Sister Guifan. Zhao Quan greeted her warmly. Have you eaten? I have. Zhao Guifan replied, not bothering with pleasantries as she plopped down on the edge of the Kong. Noticing her unexpected visit at midday, Zhao Quan surmised she had a matter to discuss. Sister, do you have something to say? Zhao Guifan cast a glance at Li Jiotong, hesitating briefly before nodding. Yes, I wish to report something. Report? Zhao Quan and Li Jiotong both turned their attention to Zhao Guifan. Indeed. Zhao Guifan continued, you know Zhou Andong, my second son's eldest? Zhao Quan responded, of course. He was the first university student from our village. How could I not know? Zhao Guifan added, he purchased a large color television, a 21-inch picture-in-picture model, imported and costing 4,000 to 5,000. Just think, how could he afford that on his meager salary? Li Jiotong chuckled in amusement. What concern is it of yours where their money comes from? Zhao Guifan expressed her discontent with Li Jiotong's remarks, asserting, he must have embezzled funds from the distillery or covertly sold off the liquor. In the face of such criminality, undermining socialism, I shall certainly report him. Even if he is my nephew, I must prioritize justice over family ties. Zhao Quan exchanged a glance with Li Jiutong, helplessly replying, sister-in-law. Even if it were true that Zhou Andong embezzled from the distillery or sold liquor illegally, reporting him would be futile. It is not within my jurisdiction. Zhao Guifan was taken aback, asking, then, whose responsibility is it? Zhao Quan replied, if the distillery chooses not to pursue the matter, reporting it to the police station would be of no avail. Rising from her seat, Zhao Guifan declared, then I shall go report it to the distillery. Chapter 61. No laughter for others, only hatred for oneself. Sister-in-law, do come to visit when you have the time. Jin Xiuzhen called from outside without even stepping out the door. With a disdainful huff, she slammed the door shut, leaving no doubt about her lack of decency. With a creak, Li Jiutong took a sip of his drink. That old fool Zhou Banghua, having been astute all his life, ended up with such a troublesome daughter-in-law. I wonder if heaven has turned against him. Zhao Quan sighed. Zhou Andong suddenly bringing home a large color television certainly raises suspicions. Jin Xiuzhen retorted with irritation. Regardless of the suspicions, Zhao Guifan, that meddlesome woman, reporting everywhere is simply inhumane. Li Jiutong tossed a peanut into his mouth. She simply cannot stand to see others prosper. More precisely, she does not wish for the second family to thrive better than her own. With Zhou Andong's new television, her heart is unbalanced and discontented. Zhao Yulan did not work today, and Jiang Yue hesitated to come out. After lunch, she found an excuse to escape and went directly to Gu Bing's office at the distillery. Brother Bing, is my brother-in-law here? Gu Bing languidly leaned back in his chair. Stretching. He took leave to go back to Tangizi. What? Will he come tomorrow? Jiang Yue was taken aback. Gu Bing inquired, is there something you need? Jiang Yue hesitated. My father wants to buy some liquor, the special supply type. Is that all? Gu Bing replied, you could have just told me. Why seek him out? Jiang Yue smiled. I just felt a bit embarrassed. Gu Bing chuckled. Just because you call me Brother Bing, I shall see to it. Besides, you're promoting our liquor. And we Haven Tea even paid for advertising. We ought to at least provide you with what you need. Meanwhile, a pot half filled with wild rabbit, wild chicken, and potatoes simmered. Once it was ready, Zhou Andong set up the television antenna, tuned it to the provincial channel, and began playing a rerun of last night's riveting drama. The Wheel, Women, and the Well. Let us watch this, Yuan Liang exclaimed eagerly, her face lighting up. I've heard this drama is splendid. I'm back. Zhou Anbei burst into the room, momentarily startling Jin Qiu. My younger brother, Zhou Anbei. Zhou Andong glanced at him, puzzled by his dusty appearance. With a large tear in his sleeve. Xiaobei, greet Sister Qiu. Jin Qiu smiled, extending her hand. Hello, Xiaobei. Zhou Anbei's face flushed red as he quickly shook her hand. Sister Qiu. Oh dear. Zhou Andong teased. Look at you, getting shy. Zhou Anbei turned even redder. While Yuan Liang hurried to rescue her son from embarrassment, where have you been running off to? Look at the state you're in. Go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. Zhou Anbei turned and left for the outer room, just hunting sparrows. As they enjoyed their meal, Zhou Andong woke up, rubbing his eyes as he rushed over, ignoring Zhou Andong's call, jumping and shouting in front of the television until Yuan Liang finally caught him and brought him to the couch. Then, she became entangled with Jin Qiu, inexplicably finding a connection with her. The two women, one large and one small, were inseparable for an entire afternoon. And it was only when dusk began to settle that Jin Qiu took her leave. Zhou Andong accompanied Jin Qiu outside, suggesting, it's rather late. Why not stay for dinner first? I must return home for dinner, or my mother will nag me again. Jin Qiu replied with a shake of her head, followed by a smile. I'll remember this meal and shall return when time permits, provided you still wish for my company. Zhou Andong assured her. With such an esteemed guest as Director Jian, how could I not welcome you? Very well, it's a promise then. Jin Qiu said as she entered her car and departed. Zhou Andong waved, calling out, drive safely, as he watched the car vanish around the corner. Zhou Andong did not return indoors, but rather lit a cigarette and strolled aimlessly. It was time to ponder his next course of action. After wandering through the village for about an hour, as darkness deepened, he began to head home. Suddenly, he spotted a frail woman knocking on a back door. Knock, knock. Knock. The door swung open, and the woman asked, Aunt Wu, do you have any rice? May I borrow a bowl? No, you should check elsewhere, came the curt reply as the door slammed shut. The woman turned silently and proceeded to another house, knocking on the back door once more. Brother Tan, do you have any rice? None, none at all. The door shut with another resounding bang. The woman knocked on several more doors, but none would lend her even a bowl of rice. She appeared to have lost her spirit, her steps faltering in the biting wind. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell, shattering the bowl she held. Time seemed to stand still for several seconds before the woman erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. Zhou Andong approached quietly, crouching beside her and gently inquiring, "Yushin, are you all right?" Instantly, the woman ceased her crying, scrambling to her feet without meeting Zhou Andong's gaze. She hurriedly adjusted her clothing and meticulously arranged her disheveled hair, only then daring to look up at him. You are Zhou Andong?" He nodded. "Is your home out of rice?" The woman fell silent. Zhou Andong offered, "Come with me." Without hesitation, she followed him to his home, but upon arrival, she hesitated at the entrance, refusing to step inside despite Zhou Andong's encouragement. I am an ill-fated person. I cannot enter your home," she insisted. "Very well. Wait here," Zhou Andong sighed, entering the house to ask, "Mother, how much rice do we have left?" Yuan Lying inquired, "What for?" "I encountered Luo Yushin," Zhou Andong replied. Yuan Lying paused, then quickly realized her family has run out of food again. "Has Tia?" He nodded in affirmation. Yuan Lying said nothing further. She donned her shoes and retrieved 2 plastic bags, one containing 3 to 4 pounds of cornmeal and the other over 2 pounds of sorghum rice. "She is a pitiable woman. But this is all we can offer her," Yuan Lying remarked as she handed the rice and cornmeal to Zhou Andong. She also found a small bowl and filled it with the rabbit and chicken stew along with potatoes from lunch, intending to treat her 2 children. Zhou Andong asked, "Aren't you afraid she might bring misfortune upon us?" Yuan Lying rolled her eyes and remarked, "If heaven had eyes, your father wouldn't he have met with that accident?" Zhou Andong chuckled, gathering his belongings as he stepped outside, calling out, "Xiao Bei." Zhou Anbei emerged from the side room, inquiring, "Brother, what is the matter?" Zhou Andong replied, "There's a roe deer in the snowdrift. Please retrieve it." "All right," Zhou Anbei responded, and soon he found the deer, bringing it to the entrance. Zhou Andong handed rice and a small basin to the woman, then pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket. "Here, take this 500. "I don't want it." The woman declined without hesitation. "If you don't take it, how will you survive this year? Even if you don't think of yourself, consider your 2 children." Zhou Andong insisted, tucking the money into the woman's coat pocket. With a sudden thud, the woman knelt before him, startling Zhou Andong, who hurried to help her up. "Yushinjia, what are you doing?" The woman's tears streamed down her cheeks as she replied, "Dongzi, I will never forget your immense kindness in this lifetime." Zhou Andong reassured her, "Yahang will be out soon." The woman forced a smile. "He was sentenced to 18 years. Trust me, he will be out in less than 6 months." Zhou Andong looked up at the sky, sensing that a change was imminent. Chapter 62. A twist of fate. As Zhou Andong watched Zhou Anbei carrying a roe deer and escorting a woman away, he sighed deeply and quietly lit a cigarette. The woman was named Luo Yushin. Upon her birth, her mother succumbed to severe hemorrhaging. By the age of 2, when their household faced dire hunger, her father ventured to the Dongha River to catch fish. Unfortunately, due to torrential rains upstream, the reservoir was released, and by the time he was discovered, he clutched a fish tightly in his lifeless hand. Not long after, her grandmother, overwhelmed by grief, also passed away, leaving Luo Yushin to rely solely on her grandfather. With the support of uncles and aunts, they managed to scrape by. However, at the end of that fateful year when Luo Yushin turned 11, her grandfather fell during a slippery snowstorm and never rose again. It was then that whispers began to circulate in the village, claiming that Luo Yushin was a harbinger of misfortune, destined to endure a life of solitude. It was said that her parents and grandparents had met their untimely ends because of her, and anyone who drew close to her would meet a grim fate. In those days, every household struggled to make ends meet. An additional mouth to feed was a tremendous burden. As long as her grandfather was alive, her uncles and aunts would extend some care, but with his passing and the malicious rumors, they abandoned her entirely. She became akin to a wild grass in a desert, fighting fiercely for survival, and managed to endure until the age of 18. That year was 1978, the first year of the reinstated college entrance examination, and a man named Lu Yang appeared. He hailed from the capital and, eager to register for the exam, was among the last group of young intellectuals sent to the countryside, arriving in Tangizi. He soon fell in love with that solitary, resilient wild grass, steadfast against the storm. At 17, driven by love, he unhesitatingly cast his acceptance letter into the river. In his words, while a university education was precious, love held even greater value. Many deemed Lu Yang foolish, with some even warning him that Luo Yushin was a calamity, predicting misfortune for anyone who associated with her. Yet, he merely smiled. For in his heart, nothing, neither university, returning to the city, nor the elusive prospects of the future mattered more than Luo Yuzhen. Zhou Andong had once shared this belief, but came to understand differently. Lu Yang was a pure soul, living authentically and fully aware of his desires. He possessed no lofty ideals nor the ancient resolve that everyone must face death, but he lived with remarkable authenticity. At the age of 20, Lu Yang married Luo Yuzhen, who was 21, and shortly thereafter, they welcomed a son, followed by a daughter the following year. Lu Yang was a man of action. To ensure his wife and child had enough to eat, he began to engage in discreet trade. Initially, he dabbled in small-scale dealings, gathering agricultural products from nearby villages to sell in the city. Eventually, after accumulating some funds, he traveled south to procure electronic goods, such as calculators and digital watches, to sell upon his return. With Lu Yahong's efforts, his family thrived. Not a single piece of clothing worn by his wife or children bore a patch. Each day, as one passed by his home, the enticing aroma of braised meat wafted through the air, prompting envy among others, leading to his eventual betrayal. Authorities discovered over 2,600 yuan in his possession, resulting in a conviction for speculation and a hefty 18-year sentence. After enduring several years of bliss, Luo Yuzhen found herself inexplicably thrust back to square one, engulfed by despair as she wept for an entire day and night within the confines of her home. Fortunately, the presence of her children prevented her from completely unraveling. She persevered, exerting every ounce of strength to sustain herself while raising her two children, her heart clinging to a singular thought, awaiting the return of her man. Yet ultimately, she could no longer endure. On a fateful day in April 1992, she hanged herself from a slender willow tree by the Dongheku, precisely where her father had suffered his misfortune. This tree was so frail and diminutive that a young lad could easily bend it. Nonetheless, it was upon this very tree that she knelt and took her life. Unbeknownst to her, on January 18th, after an elderly man made a brief journey south and spoke with others, the winds of reform began to sweep across the nation, dispelling the haze from the skies and illuminating the world. The very next day, her husband, Lu Yang, was released early from incarceration. Just a hair's breadth separated them. Yet they ultimately missed one another, and this missed opportunity would haunt them for a lifetime, leaving them eternally apart, with no hope of reunion. Lu Yang no longer harbored any hopes for this village. Perhaps resentment lingered in his heart. After arranging for Luo Yuzhen's funeral, he vanished with the children. When Zhou Andong next heard news of Lu Yang, it was 2 decades later, rumored to have returned in a Rolls-Royce, flanked by bodyguards and accompanied by a convoy of luxury vehicles. He repaired the graves of his grandparents and in-laws before taking Luo Yuzhen's ashes away, never to return thereafter. Zhou Andong took a deep drag from his cigarette. In his previous life, he had been mired in chaos and wished he could have lent a hand to Luo Yuzhen. Yet he had been powerless to do so. When Luo Yuzhen took her own life, he was not in tank easy. Upon hearing the news, he fell into a deep melancholy for several days, for the two families were not far apart, in the memory of that kind-hearted yet resilient woman, who had endured such hardships, lingered in his mind. "Brother, why haven't you returned to the house?" Zuanbai had come back. "I've been waiting for you," Zhou Andong replied, snapping back to reality as he tossed his cigarette but to the ground and crushed it underfoot. Since he had been unable to help her in his past life, perhaps he could offer assistance to this unfortunate woman in this life, as a way to forge a benevolent connection with Lu Yang. Upon entering the house, Yuan Liang called out, "Dongzi, come here." Zhou Andong sat beside Yuan Liang, grinning as he asked, "What is the matter?" "Don't give me that cheeky grin," Yuan Liang replied. "When Jianxiu was here, I didn't inquire, but now you must answer me honestly. Where did the television come from?" Although she was pleased to have a television, especially a large color one, she felt compelled to clarify certain matters for her peace of mind. Zhou Andong pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and slapped it down in front of Yuan Liang with flair, declaring, "This is 1,500, your New Year's money. Don't be stingy, buy whatever you need." "So much money," exclaimed the little girl, who had been watching cartoons, eagerly crawling over to grab it, only to be swatted away by Yuan Liang. The little girl giggled, saying, "Big brother, I want to buy champagne to drink." "All right," Zhou Andong replied, cradling the little girl in his arms. "Big brother will go buy it for you soon." Yuan Liang furrowed her brow and asked, "Where did all this money come from?" Zhou Andong spoke with a blend of sincerity and deception, claiming, "The reform in our factory was initiated by me, and both the reform plan and marketing strategy were devised by my own hand. This money is a bonus. Initially, I intended to purchase a television with it, But our factory secretary mentioned that he has a television in his dormitory that no one watches, so he generously offered it to me. Is that really true? Yuan Liang expressed her skepticism. Zhou Andong replied, Jian Qiu is the director of our factory's labor union. If the television were of dubious origin, would she really assist in returning it to me? That makes sense. Yuan Liang nodded, but her expression soon shifted to one of apprehension. So, what exactly is your relationship with Jian Qiu? Chapter 63. Marriage Advertisement. Zhou Andong remarked. What does it matter? She's merely a colleague and, moreover, my superior. Yuan Liang felt a mix of fear and disappointment. Jian Qiu was even more beautiful than Jiang Yuping, appearing to come from a more affluent background. The perennial issue of social disparity loomed large, and she feared Zhou Andong's heart would suffer yet another setback. However, upon hearing that their relationship was indeed strictly professional, she felt a tinge of disillusionment. Jian Qiu was simply too remarkable. From the moment she arrived, she eagerly assisted with various tasks, her demeanor amiable, treating Yuan Liang with great respect and displaying no disdain whatsoever. Astonishingly, she even spent an entire afternoon playfully engaging with Lao Si, far surpassing Jiang Yuping in every regard. Enough. Yuan Liang suddenly grew irritable, giving Zhou Andong a shove that sent him sprawling to the floor, before picking up her half-finished shoe sole to continue her work. Zhou Xiaoxin sighed, lamenting that his son was not destined to marry such a splendid wife. Then he noticed Zhou Andong sitting in front of the television, his eyes widening in irritation. Don't just stand there blocking my view. Hurry and get out of the way. Zhou Andong wore a bemused expression and glanced at the clock. It was still not even 8 o'clock. Xiaoqin, grab some paper and a pen, and come draw something with me. Zhou Andong, engrossed in the television, reluctantly tore her gaze away and found her backpack to follow Zhou Andong into the side room. For the distillery to thrive, it needed more than just one variety of liquor. Thus, he aimed to design a more upscale blue and white porcelain wine, alongside a more affordable blue dragon guest. Additionally, he needed the technical department to expedite their research and development efforts. Otherwise, if all the wines shared the same flavor, they would quickly become stale. The siblings toiled until after 11 o'clock when Zhou Andong chuckled. Didn't he get to watch the TV? Are you feeling down? Zhou Andong retorted. Not at all. Zhou Andong affectionately ruffled her hair. After the new year, I'll buy you a portable cassette player. Zhou Andong's eyes lit up. Really? Zhou Andong continued. Did I not promise to buy a television before the new year? A grand color set, didn't I? Yes, you did. Zhou Andong nodded fervently. So, Zhou Andong said with utmost seriousness, do not question your brother's word. Hiki. Zhou Andong gleefully wrapped her arms around Zhou Andong's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, brother. Zhou Andong smiled. Now, off to bed with you. On January 13th, the temperature dropped again, and the new year drew ever closer. Zhou Andong had a light meal before taking a bus to the city. Central Avenue was the only commercial street in Jiazhou, destined to remain unchanged for the next 20 years. It would not be until 2014, when the city expanded southward and the municipal government relocated to the southern new district, that a new commercial hub would emerge, leading to Central Avenue's gradual decline. Nonetheless, at this moment, it was the prime location for business. For Zhou Andong, facing insufficient funds, the most viable option was the food and beverage industry, with low barriers to entry, minimal investment, and quick returns. As long as the food was palatable and the prices reasonable, customers would be plentiful in this era. Moreover, having previously dabbled in the culinary field, he felt well acquainted with it and was confident in his ability to build a culinary empire. Of course, his aspirations reached for the stars. This first step was merely a means of capital accumulation. At present, the culinary landscape is characterized by a somewhat limited variety of Chinese dishes, particularly when it comes to snacks, which predominantly consist of buns, dumplings, wontons, and noodle shops. Nevertheless, there are several distinctive offerings, such as water-filled buns, Zhao's wontons, sana dumplings, and smoked meat pancakes, all of which are renowned delicacies in Jiazhou. Zhou Andong meandered around for a bit before entering a Lanzhou noodle shop. Situated on a bustling commercial street near the train and bus stations, the establishment enjoyed a thriving business. Even at just past 9 in the morning, there was a steady stream of patrons, likely those who had skipped breakfast. Boss, a bowl of noodles with beef, please, Zhou Andong requested, settling into a seat by the window. Coming right up, replied a young man. Beef is an extra $3.50. Zhou Andong surveyed the noodle shop, which occupied a space of over 200 square meters. The decor was rather austere, featuring plain whitewashed walls and a cement floor, with small tables for 4 scattered throughout. Soon, A generous bowl of noodles arrived, topped with a substantial layer of beef. "Brother, the business here is quite good," Zhou Andong remarked. The young man responded, "It's decent." Zhou Andong inquired further, "How much does the boss pay you? Is it just you managing this place?" The young man chuckled, "My brother and I run the shop together. And my sister helps out. She comes in during lunchtime." "Oh, I see." Zhou Andong nodded. "How much is the annual rent?" The young man replied, 8,500 a year. And the landlord plans to increase it next year. "It's becoming a bit hard to bear." Zhou Andong said, "Prices have been rising steadily over the past few years. Especially in the last two, it's been quite severe. If the rent increases, your noodle prices will likely have to follow suit." The young man sighed. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Many loyal customers dine here, and a sudden price hike could negatively impact our reputation." Zhou Andong fell silent, savoring the delicious noodles, which explained the bustling business. Suddenly, he noticed two girls frolicking nearby. One of them, though not as tall or graceful as Jian Qiu, possessed an enchanting smile adorned with two charming dimples, which captivated his attention. Zhou Andong mused, it wouldn't be too bad to bring this girl home as a wife. He then recalled the matchmaking efforts of Zhao Guifan, stood up, approached the counter, requested a piece of paper, and returned to his seat to jot down some notes. Using noodles, he affixed the paper to the window. "Time to settle up." The young man approached. Zhou Andong pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket, saying, "No need for change. Keep the extra 150 as a fee for using the glass. Just make sure to leave it up until closing." The young man gratefully assured him, "Don't worry, it will be preserved until closing time." After leaving the noodle shop, Zhou Andong looked around, only to find that the two girls had vanished, leaving him with a sense of regret as he shook his head. He then strolled nearby, hoping to find a suitable storefront. Just after he departed, 3 girls passed by the noodle shop. One exclaimed in surprise and suddenly stepped back, asking, "What is this?" Another girl, intrigued, glanced over and softly recited, "Made in China, standing at 175 centimeters, weighing 62 kilograms. Incorporating artificial intelligence, all components are complete, operating with stability. With 26 years of performance, it is a product of reliable quality. The product comes with complete documentation, offering an indefinite guarantee for return and exchange. Due to developmental needs, we earnestly seek like-minded individuals to collaboratively devise the second generation of this product. Interested parties may contact Zhou Andong. Address: Jiangzhou Distillery Broadcasting Station. Haha. The 3 girls erupted into laughter, their inherent beauty amplified by their unrestrained mirth, which swiftly drew the gaze of many onlookers, all curious to see. Yet another girl chuckled. This matrimonial advertisement is indeed quite unique. Chapter 64. The arrival of the reporter. A man in his late 30s, sporting slightly long hair and a short stubble, emerged from the train station, crossed the street, and strolled south along the central avenue. He paused in front of a small dumpling shop, intending to enter when his gaze was drawn to a noodle shop nearby, bustling with a crowd. Curiosity piqued. He turned and approached. Such a uniquely crafted matrimonial advertisement must surely be penned by a humorous and talented individual, remarked a woman in the crowd, eliciting giggles from the young women present. "Ladies, the opportunity is right before you. Once this moment passes, it may never return." Her words sparked laughter among the girls, while a few men scoffed dismissively, pulling their girlfriends or wives away. "What a spectacle. There's nothing to see here." The man squeezed into the throng, a faint smile gracing his lips upon reading the matrimonial notice, but his expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing the signature and address. Jiangzhou Distillery. Could this be the Zhou Andong that Xiao Wu had mentioned? Jian Qiu emerged from a clothing boutique across the street, a bag in hand. Moments later, another girl followed suit, slightly shorter than Jian Qiu, but not by much. Her fair complexion, large eyes, and beautifully arched brows created a striking contrast with her red lips. Unlike Jian Qiu's elegant and cool demeanor, this girl exuded a classical, scholarly aura, aptly embodying the phrase "a wealth of knowledge brings forth grace." "Look," Jian Qiu remarked, noticing the crowd outside the noodle shop. "And Jing, let's go see what's happening." And Jing, with a resigned expression, nodded, "All right." The two climbed the overpass and crossed the street. By the time they reached the noodle shop, the crowd had changed several times. Jian Qiu chuckled upon spotting the matrimonial notice affixed to the glass, but her amusement waned when she recognized the signature and contact information, her eyes narrowing in concern. "Well," and Jing exclaimed, "this person is from your factory." Jian Qiu, her expression neutral, replied, "I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let us have a bowl of noodles here." And Jing glanced at Jian Chou's stomach. We just had breakfast when we got off the train. How can you be hungry already? Jian Chou nodded and pulled in Jing into the noodle shop. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, please. 1 bowl. And Jing retorted, slightly annoyed. I'm not hungry. The window side table remained vacant, as it was uncomfortable to dine under the watchful eyes of the crowd outside. Let us sit here, Jian Chou declared, plopping down by the window. And Jing widened her eyes in surprise, but eventually sat down beside her, a peculiar expression on her face. The sudden appearance of 2 distinct yet equally beautiful women at the window sparked a commotion outside, predominantly among the men. And Jing smirked and quietly asked, What exactly are you planning? Jian Chou did not respond. Instead, she casually tore down the paper from the window, casting a cold glance at the gathered crowd before turning her attention away. In a decade or more, such a matrimonial advertisement would undoubtedly fail to capture anyone's attention. Even if noticed, a mere glance would suffice before moving on. However, during this nascent era of openness, where information and entertainment had yet to flourish, this whimsical piece of paper, this humorous matrimonial notice, indeed appeared novel and sparked much conversation. And Jing gazed at Jian Chou, her eyes gleaming with insight. Chiu. What is your connection with the author of this matrimonial notice? Jian Chou replied calmly, I do know Zhou Andong. We are merely colleagues. At that moment, a young man brought over a bowl of noodles, and Jing accepted it and placed it before Jian Chou, softly stating, You mentioned earlier that you were hungry and wanted noodles. Now that they have arrived, finish them, and I shall believe your words. If you cannot finish them, then you are lying. Jian Chou's expression remained unruffled as she lightly snorted. Xiaonan, are you feeling mischievous again? It seems you have something to hide. And Jing winked playfully and suddenly reached for the paper. With a swift motion, Jian Chou snatched it away first. Huh. And Jing triumphantly exclaimed, I guessed correctly. You must have something going on with Zhou Andong. Jian Chou replied, her face impassive. No, I do not. Then eat it. And Jing pointed at the bowl of noodles. I'm not hungry anymore. I don't wish to eat, Jian Chou retorted. And Jing scrunched her little nose. After all these years, you still haven't changed your stubborn ways. Miss Jian. A man's voice unexpectedly interjected, Miss Jian? Jian Chou looked up in surprise. Reporter Guan, what brings you here? Guan Xingjie, the man with stubbly facial hair and a travel bag, responded. Gu Xiaowu mentioned there was significant news here. So I came to see what could possibly warrant his return to Beijing and a special invitation for me. Jian Chou inquired, when did you arrive? I just got off the train. A few days ago, I went down to comfort the leaders, and rather than returning to Beijing, I bought a ticket straight here. As he spoke, Guan Xingjie glanced at Jing, and his heart raced unexpectedly. The first glance had captivated him, and the second made his heart beat uncontrollably. Jian Chou noticed his expression and felt a stir within herself, but subtly shook her head. Guan Xingjie's background was not inferior to hers, and compared to other heirs, he was indeed a breath of fresh air. Most importantly, all his current achievements were self-earned, never relying on family status. In other words, becoming a chief reporter was not merely a matter of privilege or connections. During last year's Gulf War, he was the first and only battlefield reporter to enter the war zone. Just a moment ago, Jian Chou had considered introducing her dear friend to Guan Xingjie. But upon reflection, she dismissed the thought, knowing that such a hasty matchmaking might only repel her little friend. It was better to let things unfold naturally and create more opportunities for Guan Xingjie. This is my good friend Jing, who has come to visit me. Jian Chou introduced succinctly without elaborating further. Greetings, Missin. My name is Guan Xingjie, an ordinary journalist. Guan Xingjie extended his hand, and Jing shook hands with Guan Xingjie, saying, hello. Jian Chou rose from her seat, remarking, just in time, we should head back. Would you accompany me to the distillery? Guan Xingjie nodded vigorously, absolutely. At that moment, a figure clad in a military coat, wearing a woolen hat and wrapped in a scarf, appeared at the entrance of the distillery. This individual, shrouded in secrecy, lingered at the doorway for quite some time. Observing the absence of any comings and goings, he swiftly approached the mailbox at the entrance, extracted a substantial stack of envelopes from within his coat, and deposited them into the mailbox before hastily fleeing. Chapter 65. The Great Deceiver returns as Zhou Andong stood at the most bustling intersection of Central Avenue, the very heart of the Jiangzhou commercial district. The department store, Zhongxing Plaza, Maoyan Mall, and Sun Plaza each occupied a corner of the intersection like the four corners of a mighty pedestal. Before Zhou Andong lay Sun Plaza, which claimed the southwestern corner. He stood at the northern entrance, from where one could ascend directly to the second floor, with a nearby underground entrance not far off. In his memory, back in 1996, Sun Plaza's basement housed a disco, the first of its kind in Jiangzhou, thriving with an astonishing clientele. Yet now, the basement lay dormant, serving merely as storage. Zhou Andong made his way to the eastern entrance on the first floor, a space of over 700 square meters filled with vendors of small goods. However, many merchants had recently relocated to a newly opened wholesale market for small commodities, leaving only a few stragglers behind, with nary a customer in sight. It seemed inevitable that these remnants would soon close their doors. 2 years later, a fast food establishment opened here, specializing in boxed meals, which flourished for over a decade. As Zhou Andong strolled through, he noted that regardless of the location or size, it was an impeccable choice, though the rent would undoubtedly be steep. Adding in the costs of renovation and equipment, he estimated it would require nearly 100,000 yuan, a sum far exceeding his modest bonuses from selling liquor. Scratching his head, Zhou Andong muttered, "Young Master Gu, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life. For in this life, you encountered me. I shall elevate you and take you on a grand adventure. Do make time to visit your ancestral grave. I hope it is not shrouded in smoke." Sun Plaza belonged to the mining bureau of the Linha district. Zhou Andong approached the leadership to discuss rent, only to be met with an unwavering demand of 80,000 yuan. With that, he turned to leave, feeling as if he were being treated as a fool. Yet, he did not concede defeat. For several days, he returned, steadfastly waiting outside. The leader, weary of his persistent presence, finally invited him into the office. "My young comrade," the leader began, "this 8,000 is not excessive. The annual rent for vendors of small goods is roughly this amount." "Leader," Zhou Andong exclaimed, producing a cigarette from his pocket, offering it with courtesy before lighting it. "I've calculated it. It should only be a little over 70,000. Moreover, these are scattered vendors, and your management expenses are considerable each year. If you lease to me, you won't need to manage a thing, just collect the money." With a sigh, the leader replied, 75,000, that is my bottom line." Zhou Andong countered, "I notice there are 8 cleaning staff. They can remain under my employment, but I will cover their wages, which will be higher than their current salaries." The leader pondered for a moment, 70,000. Zhou Andong shook his head, 50,000. Without a moment's thought, the leader rejected. "No way. Are you jesting with me? Do not be so hasty in your refusal." Zhou Andong smiled. "Do you know what I intend to do?" The leader replied, "Aren't you venturing into the food industry?" "Indeed," Zhou Andong affirmed, "but I shall not be serving Chinese cuisine. I will be offering Western fare." "Western cuisine?" The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. "You cannot be serious?" Zhou Andong remarked, "I come here daily. You are busy, and I am not exactly idle either." The leader fell silent, and Zhou Andong's persuasive talents began to shine. "Have you heard of KFC or McDonald's?" The leader shook his head. "Western cuisine?" In April, McDonald's was set to open its first location in the capital, marking the inaugural entry of fast food into the domestic market. So it was not surprising that few were familiar with it. Zhou Andong chuckled, thinking it was fortunate the leader had not heard of it, and continued to elaborate. "Yes. But unlike traditional Western cuisine, this is a new style that is affordable for the common people." The leader's eyes lit up. "Are you planning to open such a Western restaurant?" "Absolutely." Zhou Andong replied, "Imagine, the first Western restaurant in Jiangzhou, situated at Sun Square, would elevate the entire shopping center's ambience. How could it compare to the department store, Zhongxing Plaza, or Maoya Mall?" The leader was genuinely intrigued. If a Western restaurant were to open at Sun Square, it would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. In this era, anything foreign was bound to garner attention, appealing not only to the masses, but to leaders as well. "When can it open?" Zhou Andong revealed a subtle smile. "Once you finalize the remaining tenants. I will commence renovations after the new year, and if all goes well, we could be open by May." The leader frowned. "That long?" Zhou Andong explained. "A Western restaurant's DCOR must be exquisite, and certain equipment can only be procured from the capital or Shanghai." The leader understood. "Are there any other requirements?" "Success." Zhou Andong silently celebrated, wishing for a reduction in rent. The leader chuckled, gesturing lightly at Zhou Andong. 50,000. It can't be less. If it were, I would have no justification." Zhou Andong laughed as well, delivering a flattering compliment. "Leader, although I have been running around for days, I truly admire and respect you. You have principles but are not rigid, and you understand the need for flexibility. Jiangzhou is fortunate to have a leader like you." The leader laughed heartily. Finding the flattery agreeable, "You rascal, enough. You've been a bother these past few days. Hurry along, I should be heading home." Upon returning home, Zhou Andong began crafting his renovation plans. He had considered opening a fast food or hot pot restaurant, both of which promised high profits. Yet they also entailed significant investment costs, especially in chef training, which he would have to oversee personally, a hassle. Thus, he turned his thoughts to fast food. Certain it would appeal to the youth, with profit margins potentially reaching an astonishing 60 to 70% in pure profit. Naturally, franchises like KFC and McDonald's were out of the question, as that was simply impractical. Instead, he contemplated Dicos, a brand under the Ting HSI International Group, established in 1996. In his previous life, he had been a franchisee. While the marinade was supplied by the headquarters, in the age of the internet, recipes were no longer secrets. He had crafted his own and found the flavors to be quite similar. Moreover, in this era, no one had yet tasted it. Who could claim his rendition was inauthentic? On January 18th, that elder had boarded a train heading south. Zhou Andong rose, greeting the dawn with outstretched arms, letting out a triumphant roar. The clarion call of spring had sounded. My era has arrived. Yuan Liang lifted the curtain of the outer door, exclaiming in the early morning, "What madness is this?" Zhou Andong, feeling somewhat disgruntled, rubbed his nose and silently turned to wash his face and brush his teeth. After finishing his breakfast, it was already past 9. He intended to take a stroll, but as he reached the front gate, he spotted Gu Bing's 212 approaching. With a creak, the vehicle halted beside Zhou Andong. And Jian Qiu rolled down the window, urging, "Hurry, get in the car." Zhou Andong inquired, "What is going on?" Jian Qiu responded, "A serious situation has arisen. Move quickly." Chapter 66. Under investigation, Zhou Andong settled comfortably into the car, leaning back against the seat. "You seem quite eager to find me. It appears this matter pertains to me." Jian Qiu cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Andong. "You possess a certain self-awareness." With a languid demeanor, Zhou Andong replied, "One of the hallmarks of an exceptional individual is the ability to recognize their own limitations. This self-awareness allows one to strive for improvement while avoiding the harsh repercussions of society." Jian Qiu inquired, "Aren't you curious about what has transpired?" Zhou Andong retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff while reclining further back. What else could it be? Someone has begun to cause trouble again, intending to take me down a notch. Jian Qiu chuckled softly, "Your hair is indeed a bit long. Perhaps it should be trimmed." Zhou Andong exhaled a smoke ring. "If they wish to cut my hair, they better hope their scissors are swift enough." Jian Qiu continued, "The factory has received 20 to 30 letters of complaint, all targeting you." Zhou Andong blinked in surprise. "What are they accusing me of?" Jian Qiu elaborated, 2 charges. First, embezzlement." Zhou Andong burst into laughter. "I wish I could, but as a mere employee, no one has afforded me the opportunity to embezzle." Jian Qiu pressed on. "Second, for allegedly stealing liquor from the distillery to sell privately. The factory's discipline inspection department has already formed an investigation team. Initially, they intended to come and apprehend you personally, but Gu Bing's anger led them to relent and allow me to fetch you instead." Zhou Andong wore a helpless expression. "That 80 tons of liquor, every bottle that passed through my hands has an outbound record. Wouldn't a simple investigation clarify everything?" Jian Qiu's tone turned icy. "These letters of complaint are baseless, yet they are conducting this grand investigation to tarnish your reputation, including making the trip to Tangisi to arrest you, thus forcing you and your family into disgrace." Zhou Andong sighed. "They truly will stop at nothing." Jian Qiu furrowed her brow. "It's ruthless, with these complaints. The factory is obligated to initiate an investigation, which is entirely within their rights. Even if Zhou Peiming were to learn of it, he would find it difficult to intervene. They could investigate you for 1 or 2 months, creating a storm of rumors, and then casually declare everything fine. But the stain will remain, regardless of its nature." Zhou Andong chuckled. "As a leader, particularly a female leader, and a rather attractive one at that, could we perhaps maintain some civility in our conversation, rather than resorting to crude metaphors?" Jian Qiu shot him an exasperated glare. "Could you please focus on the matter at hand and think of a solution?" "Think of a solution? Not likely," Zhou Andong scoffed. "I was already contemplating resignation. This provides the perfect opportunity to depart without offending the esteemed Zhou." Upon hearing Zhou Andong mention resignation, Jian Qiu grew anxious and abruptly slammed on the brakes. "You intend to resign?" Zhou Andong, having bumped his head against the seat from the sudden stop, replied with exasperation, "You and Gu Bing truly are siblings. Why must you always hit the brakes while conversing?" Jian Qiu regarded Zhou Andong with a serious expression and asked once more, "Are you genuinely considering resignation?" Zhou Andong did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. "You must have traveled abroad at some point, haven't you?" Jian Qiu was puzzled by his inquiry. "Yes." Zhou Andong inquired, Have you ever dined at McDonald's or KFC? Jian Qiu nodded in affirmation. Yes, I have. Zhou Andong further pressed. Was it enjoyable? Jian Qiu, somewhat perplexed, replied, It was all right, I suppose. Zhou Andong mused. What if I were to establish a burger joint? What do you think? Jian Qiu's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting you would open a McDonald's or KFC? Zhou Andong shook his head. Not at all. Those franchises do not allow for affiliations. I intend to create my own brand, to be called Deeks. Observing Zhou Andong, Jian Qiu's gaze turned somewhat inscrutable. That must require a considerable investment. Zhou Andong responded, Indeed. Factoring in rent, I might need upwards of 100,000. A smirk crept upon Jian Qiu's lips. Do you possess such funds? Zhou Andong sighed. Alas, I do not. I was just contemplating whether to ask Secretary Gu if he would like to join me in earning a little extra. Jian Qiu chuckled. I have the funds. Why are you seeking him? Zhou Andong suddenly turned his head. Are you serious? Of course. Jian Qiu replied, lifting her chin. After all, I am your superior. How could I deceive you? Zhou Andong queried. Aren't you concerned about potential losses? Jian Qiu shrugged. In business, there are no guarantees of profit. All right, Zhou Andong declared resolutely. I only have 20,000, and that is from a bonus for selling alcohol, which I have yet to receive. How much equity do you desire? Jian Qiu replied matter-of-factly. With a total investment of 100,000, your 20,000 means I would contribute 80,000. Hence, I would hold 80%, and you 20. No. Zhou Andong shook his head emphatically. Do you know what is the most valuable asset in this new century? It is talent. For instance, without me, the distillery would be doomed. What do you think my worth is? Jian Qiu pondered Zhou Andong's words, recognizing their merit. How much equity do you propose? Zhou Andong suggested. I will take 50%, you take 40%, and the remaining 10% shall go to Yao Jun. Jian Qiu acquiesced without hesitation. Fine. This left Zhou Andong momentarily stunned. You agreed so readily? Indeed. Jian Qiu's lips twitched. You mentioned that you are a valuable asset. I am investing 80,000 for 40%. This is quite a bargain. If I do not agree swiftly, what if you change your mind? Zhou Andong smacked his lips, sensing that her words might not align with her true feelings. Let us proceed. We should not keep the leaders waiting too long. Should they pin some unjust label on me, it would be truly unfair. Chang Tai, the head of the factory's disciplinary inspection department, stood expressionless at the factory entrance, hands clasped behind his back and belly protruding. Behind him stood 4 others, each wearing a stern expression. Several dozen employees observed from a distance, among them Yao Jun, whose countenance was quite grim. Clearly, they were all aware of Zhou Andong's investigation. Wu Cheng exclaimed angrily, Brother Jun, it is evident that someone is framing Brother Dong. I am aware. Yao Jun's gaze towards Chang Tai grew increasingly frigid. Damn it. These scoundrels refuse to let go of Brother Dong. Sooner or later, I shall break their legs. Why haven't they returned? One of the men standing behind Chang Tai remarked. Could they have fled? Another individual's gaze flickered. It is said that Director Jian shares a rather profound connection with Zhou Andong. Whether he has fled or not remains uncertain. Humph. Chang Tai let out a cold snort. If Zhou Andong has indeed escaped, then Jian Qiu is complicit in concealing his actions, engaging in criminality. At that point, it will not merely be our investigation. Officials from the city will be dispatched. Here they come. One of the men called out, glancing towards the entrance. Soon, Vehicle 212 entered, coming to a halt beside Chang Tai. As Zhou Andong emerged from the car, Oh my, Chief Chang has personally taken action. My status must indeed be quite significant to warrant such attention from Zhou Andong. Chapter 67. The Act of Valor Award. Chang Tai's eye twitched slightly as he confidently assured Zhang Dio that, while he might not be able to ruin Zhou Andong's life entirely, he would certainly tarnish his reputation. He had always harbored a negative impression of Zhou Andong, particularly disdainful of the title of university student. Especially during this recent period, Zhou had been in the spotlight, even garnering admiration from Zhou Peiming, which only fueled Chang Tai's jealousy and disdain. Be serious, stop with the foolish grin. Do you not realize the weight of your actions? Zhou Andong's expression turned icy. Director Chang, may I inquire what exactly I have done wrong? Chang Tai snorted derisively. You have been reported for embezzlement, and... Wait. Zhou Andong interrupted him without hesitation. Are you suggesting that someone has accused me of embezzlement? It seems your mind is not quite right. Perhaps you should see a doctor to check for any issues. Chang Tai's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, his anger boiling over. How dare you insult a superior? You are nothing but a farcical leader. Since I have already decided to leave, there is no need to appease you. I extend you respect because of your title. But without it, you are nothing. Zhou Andong, a man beside Chang Tai barked. What do you think you're doing? Are you attempting to revolt? Oh. Zhou Andong turned to the man. Did someone tear their trousers? What are you doing, still lost in a dream and casting accusations? The man's expression shifted, and another interjected. Director, why waste words on him? Just take him back for questioning. We have ways to make him confess. Jian Qiu abruptly looked up, her voice icy as she commanded. Repeat that. I. He realized he had misspoken and felt a rush of guilt. Director Jian, what do you mean? Chang Tai, displeased with Jian Qiu's attitude, retorted, you should refrain from interfering with our investigation. With a dismissive wave, Chang Tai ordered, take Zhou Andong back for an inquiry. Suddenly, the sound of jubilant swona and drums filled the air, drawing everyone's attention. A three-wheeled agricultural vehicle entered through the gates, with 3 individuals aboard, one vigorously beating a drum, while the others puffed their cheeks to play horns. Following the three-wheeler was a procession of 7 or 8 vehicles, led by 2 police cars. What is happening? Confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers as they saw the vehicle approach the factory headquarters. The sound of hurried footsteps erupted from within the building. It was evident that the occupants had heard the commotion and were rushing outside to discover the cause. Was it too early for a Yanga troop to come for New Year's greetings? Gu Bing emerged as well, joined by Guan Shenjie and Jing, who surprisingly were also present. They approached Jian Qiu. What is going on? Jing inquired. Jian Qiu shook her head, glancing at the halted procession. I do not know. Gu Bing cast a cold glance at Chang Tai and, with an arm around Zhou Andong's shoulders, whispered, the reporters have already arrived. They've been with me for several days and are well informed about the situation. Please bear with me for a few days. I shall ensure they pay for their deeds. Zhou Andong sighed, contemplating that even if he were to exact a terrible revenge upon them later, his reputation would be tarnished beyond repair, rendering any such actions futile. Yet, Gu Bing, with good intentions, could not bring himself to discourage him. He could only nod in agreement. Does anyone know Zhou Andong? A middle-aged man in a police uniform approached, followed by a throng of people, including journalists armed with cameras. In an instant, as if commanded by an unseen force, all eyes turned toward Zhou Andong. Leader, this is Zhou Andong. A police officer hurried over, smiling as he pointed at Zhou. Seeing the officer, Zhou Andong returned the smile and extended his hand. Director Liu, what brings you here with such fanfare? Liu Hai laughed heartily and shook Zhou Andong's hand. I told you I would apply for a bravery award for you. Have you forgotten? He then introduced Zhou to the police chief, who had taken time out of his busy schedule to present Zhou with a certificate and a monetary reward for his valor. Oh dear, Zhou Andong exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I truly forgot about this. He then shook hands with Dai Hongwei, saying, such a small matter does not warrant such grand arrangements. You need not have left your busy work to come here. Dai Hongwei replied with a smile. Promoting the spirit of bravery is a vital aspect of building socialist spiritual civilization and an essential measure for upholding social harmony and stability. I was profoundly moved by this. Hence my desire to meet the young talent who could articulate such sentiments. Upon hearing Dai Hongwei's words, Guan Xingjie, standing among the crowd, brightened up, repeatedly whispering, the core values of socialism, the core values of socialism. The more he recited, the deeper he felt its profound significance. Zhou Andong's face flushed with modesty as he replied, Leader, your words make me feel somewhat embarrassed. Jian Qiu scoffed. Oh, just keep pretending. Gu Bing rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that this fellow's acting skills were becoming quite remarkable. Meanwhile, Chang Tai and his companions grew increasingly uneasy, their expressions darkening. Dai Hongwei inquired, weren't you afraid at that moment? I heard the assailants brandish knives. Zhou Andong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Afraid? Who among us is devoid of fear? Yet, when faced with such circumstances, someone must step forward. If I do not stand up, and neither does anyone else, then justice will wane and evil will flourish. Those who harbor a sense of justice will not permit such a scenario to unfold. You do not stand up, and I do not stand up. Then justice will fade and evil will thrive. Dai Hongwei patted Zhou Andong's shoulder firmly. Well said. Zhou Andong smiled. To live is to be like a seed. Even when trodden into the soil, it must absorb the earth's moisture and oxygen to continue growing. While alive, it can provide shade, even in death. It remains a pillar of the nation. Dai Hongwei suddenly felt a deep respect for Zhou Andong. Throughout his life, he had encountered many exceptional young individuals. Yet none possessed the awareness, thoughtfulness, conviction, and virtue that Zhou Andong exhibited. He was truly one of a kind. With a snap, Dai Hongwei saluted Zhou Andong, startling him momentarily. He never anticipated that his moment of flattery would lead to Dai Hongwei being left limping. "Bring me the certificate." Lu Hai handed the certificate to Dai Hongwei, who then solemnly presented it to Zhou Andong. "Comrade Zhou Andong, I hope you will continue to uphold the spirit of courage and righteousness, but do remember to prioritize your own safety." After speaking, he handed Zhou Andong a bonus of 500 yuan. The camera flashed incessantly, capturing the moment, while a cameraman recorded the scene. Zhou Andong politely declined, saying, "I will accept the certificate, but the bonus is unnecessary. This money is rightfully yours." Dai Hongwei insisted on placing the money into Zhou Andong's hands and turned to the reporters nearby, "Feel free to conduct your interviews." A beautiful reporter from the city television station approached, microphone in hand, and asked, "Comrade Zhou Andong, could you elaborate on what the core socialist values entail?" Chapter 68. Entering the personal performance time, Zhou Andong was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn," starting off with a bombshell. The core values of socialism. This was what I had intended to flaunt. What should I even say? Yet at that moment, regardless of his uncertainty, he had to speak. Over 100 pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. Especially Dai Hongwei and the journalists, he could not afford to tarnish the favorable impression he had just made. Zhou Andong's mind raced as he recalled various news articles he had read about the core values of socialism, and thus he entered his personal performance phase. He extolled the virtues of prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony, championing freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law, along with patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. This encapsulated the core values of socialism. Guan Xingjia also produced a recording device, raising it before Zhou Andong, fortunate that his professional habit compelled him to carry it. From the perspective of elevating the spiritual realm of the nation and its people, the core values serve as a spiritual pillar and a guiding principle. They play a foundational and decisive role in enriching the spiritual world of individuals and constructing a national spiritual home. The ability of an individual or a nation to navigate its own path largely hinges upon the guidance of these core values. To invigorate the spirit of the populace and strengthen the spiritual bonds of the entire nation, it is imperative to actively cultivate and practice the core values of socialism, forging a distinctive Chinese spirit that stands tall among the nations of the world. Zhou Andong, filled with fervor, gestured passionately, akin to a wild stallion unbridled, recounting snippets of news he had previously encountered. Jian Qiu observed Zhou Andong, her eyes sparkling with an exhilarating light, her fist clenched, exuding palpable excitement. And Jing glanced between Zhou Andong and Jian Qiu, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she softly murmured, "Just as I thought." Guan Xingjie was elated. He had never anticipated that a small city like Jiangzhou could nurture a talent such as Zhou Andong. The core values of socialism are profound in thought and far-reaching in intent, possessing strong theoretical and guiding significance, extending to lofty realms of vision. It was hard to fathom that someone as youthful as Zhou Andong could exhibit such strategic insight and foresight. He concluded that if Zhou Andong pursued a political career, his future achievements would be boundless. Dai Hongwei, the deputy director and concurrently the bureau chief, found his admiration for Zhou Andong growing. This young man was truly remarkable. He pondered whether Zhou would be willing to transfer to the city government office to serve as his secretary, considering that his talents were being wasted at the winery. Meanwhile, Chang Tai and his associates wore expressions as dark as soot. The more Zhou Andong shone, the more their jealousy festered. "I have always harbored a dream of realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation," Zhou Andong continued. "From the grand objective of achieving the Chinese dream of national rejuvenation, the core values serve as a crucial stabilizer for a nation. Establishing core values that possess strong cohesion and appeal is essential for social harmony and stability, as well as for the long-term peace of the state. To realize the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, we must foster a widespread consensus on values and a shared pursuit of those values. This necessitates the continuous reinforcement of the socialist core value system and the construction of core values, solidifying the common ideological foundation for the unity and struggle of people from all ethnic groups across the nation, thereby consolidating the Chinese strength required to achieve the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation." Applause erupted fervently, particularly from the employees, who, regardless of their comprehension, felt that Zhou Andong's words were remarkably profound, each one clapping vigorously, especially Wu Qing, whose hands turned red from excitement. "Comrade Zhou Andong." Dai Hongwei extended his hand to Zhou Andong. "Would you be interested in becoming my secretary?" Upon hearing Dai Hongwei's words, the faces of Chang Tai and a few others changed dramatically, suddenly gripped by a sense of impending doom. Zhou Andong replied, Leader, I sincerely apologize. But I am currently undergoing an investigation by the factory's discipline inspection department. Investigation? Dai Hongwei was taken aback. Yes, someone has written a complaint letter accusing me of embezzlement. Zhou Andong appeared bewildered, questioning, as someone who spends every day reading the news, could I be accused of embezzlement merely for using newspapers to paper my walls? Is it solely the accusation of embezzlement? There's also the claim that you have been illicitly selling the distillery's liquor. Chang Tai interjected sharply, hastily interrupting Zhou Andong. Dai Hongwei turned to Chang Tai. Besides the complaint letter, what other evidence do you possess? Chang Tai opened his mouth, but the situation was inherently unfounded. And there was no evidence. Dai Hongwei's expression darkened. Why the silence? Is there none? Sweat began to bead on Chang Tai's forehead as Dai Hongwei coldly remarked. To detain someone based solely on a complaint letter, without any substantial evidence, is this how your distillery's discipline inspection department conducts its investigations? Zhou Andong added, Leader. One cannot fault Section Chief Chang, he can merely write his own name. It has been truly difficult for him to navigate these years diligently. Dai Hongwei frowned. Are you implying he is illiterate? Zhou Andong nodded. Indeed, everyone at our factory is aware of this. Dai Hongwei laughed in disbelief. Such an important position. And they appointed an illiterate? Who promoted him? Please do not be upset. This has become quite commonplace at our factory. The head of the security department, Chu Hongqi, also received little formal education. Furthermore, the head of the equipment department, Su Hui, was originally a logistics worker. I am uncertain how he was suddenly promoted. Zhou Andong felt liberated, recognizing that offending one person is akin to offending many. Before he departed, he intended to reveal the truth about Zhang Dio's inappropriate relationships. However, upon reflection, he ultimately decided against it. If he disclosed this, it would not significantly harm Zhang Dio, but it could be devastating for the woman involved, potentially leading to dire consequences. Dai Hongwei did not anticipate such circumstances at the distillery. Is the deputy director aware of this matter? Zhou Andong shook his head. I do not know. Dai Hongwei patted Zhou Andong on the shoulder. Do not worry. I will take charge of this matter. He then turned to Chang Tai. Let me see the complaint letter. Before Chang Tai could utter a word, a fellow behind him swiftly dashed into the factory's main entrance, exclaiming, I'll go fetch it. The others inwardly cursed, lamenting their own sluggish reactions. In no time, the individual reemerged, panting and clutching a hefty stack of letters, which he handed over to Dai Hongwei, stating, Leader, here they are. As Dai Hongwei extracted the letters, he was taken aback to discover that the words were scrawled in pencil, in a most uneven manner. It was evident that only someone who had attended preschool for a mere 2 years could produce such handwriting. To Dai Hongwei's amusement and exasperation, the more than 20 complaint letters were all inscribed on identical paper and with the same pencil, riddled with numerous typographical errors. Although the signatures at the bottom bore different names, he could discern at a glance that these letters had been authored by only 2 individuals. Chapter 69. Opening a family business. Is this the complaint letter you referred to? Dai Hongwei raised the letter in his hand. Is your mind utterly clouded? It is abundantly clear that these letters were penned by merely 2 individuals, and the signatures below are all fictitious. Have you not conducted any verification? Chang Tai's mind was a blank slate. He was unsure if he had even registered Dai Hongwei's words, incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. What a fool. Dai Hongwei scoffed internally, tossing the letter onto Chang Tai's face. I shall not interfere in your factory's affairs, but regarding the review of Zhou Andong, you must provide clarification to all staff. A talent like Zhou Andong must not bear any blemish. Do you understand? Chang Tai, startled, stammered, I understand. If you fail to manage this matter properly, I will hold you accountable. Dai Hongwei's tone was frigid, colder than the frigid weather outside. Chang Tai nodded vigorously, his undershirt already soaked through with sweat, having long abandoned any thoughts of troubling Zhou Andong. Dai Hongwei turned to Zhou Andong, smiling as he said, Give my words careful consideration, and when you have made your decision, come find me. Zhou Andong slightly shook his head. I am aware that being by your side promises a bright future. Yet, I have over 1,000 employees at the distillery relying on me for their livelihoods. Dai Hongwei, perplexed, remarked, You are merely an ordinary employee. The issue of the staff's sustenance is not one for you to fret over. Gu Bing approached, smiling as he introduced himself. Leader, I am Gu Bing, the party secretary of the distillery. Greetings. Dai Hongwei shook Gu Bing's hand. Gu Bing continued, Leader, the distillery truly cannot function without Zhou Andong. Oh, Dai Hongwei suddenly became intrigued, aware that with the year-end approaching, he was inundated with pressing cases, perpetually busy. Although he was familiar with Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine, He was not well versed in the distillery's circumstances. Gu Bing succinctly outlined the reform. Without Zhou Andong, there would be no Jiangzhou Imperial Tribute wine. The entire workforce would struggle this year. I have indeed been short-sighted. Dai Hongwei lamented. Comrade Zhou Andong, whether the distillery no longer requires your expertise, or if you have grown weary of this position, you must seek me out wherever I may be. Zhou Andong was touched by Dai Hongwei's words. Leader, should I ever find myself without sustenance, you must not turn me away. Ha ha. Dai Hongwei laughed heartily, giving Zhou Andong a pat on the shoulder. If you truly find yourself in need, come to me. I will treat you to meals daily. Though spoken in jest, Dai Hongwei's sincerity was evident. He understood that individuals like Zhou Andong could not be retained by the distillery. As Dai Hongwei boarded the vehicle, Lu Hai remarked, I have been quite busy these days. Once the New Year break arrives, I shall invite you for drinks. Zhou Andong nodded in agreement. No problem. Lu Hai departed. And the reporters began to pack up their equipment. The beautiful reporter from the city television station took a few steps before turning back with a smile. Zhou Andong, I saw the marriage advertisement you posted on the noodle shop window. Zhou Andong was taken aback, and the beautiful reporter waved her hand. My name is Shang Hui. And Jing's eyes sparkled as she observed the female reporter who had already boarded the vehicle, then glanced at Jian Qiu, who was still smiling. What a heart she must possess. How can you still be smiling? And Jing whispered in Jian Qiu's ear. Jian Qiu nonchalantly replied, If I don't smile, should I cry? And Jing squinted her eyes. Your man is about to be taken away. Jian Qiu shot a fierce glare at Jing. Who is my man? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut. It was unbearably cold outside, and those in the office could hardly endure it. One by one, they turned to head back to the factory department, yet each person couldn't help but cast a glance at Zhou Andong, their expressions a complex mix of emotions, leaving one wondering what thoughts lingered in their minds. The few from Changtai could no longer bear to stay, not uttering a single polite remark. They slinked away in defeat. Gu Bing circled Zhou Andong several times, clicking his tongue. How could I not see it? What makes you so special that both big bosses are so fond of you? Zhou Andong gazed up at the sky. Look how blue it is. How warm the sunlight feels, yet I sense a profound sadness. Gu Bing's lips twitched. I don't see where your sadness is. Zhou Andong spoke softly. My sorrow comes from the direction of the sun. I heard it whisper to me that I am the illegitimate child of God. What does that mean? Those around him looked utterly baffled. Zhou Andong surveyed the group. A few days ago, I confronted some thugs. Certain individuals targeted me, intending to have me dismissed. Then, Boswa arrived, and my crisis was averted. Today, I found myself in another predicament, and once again, Boss Dai timely appeared, rescuing me from peril. You tell me, with such uncanny coincidences, if I'm not the illegitimate child of God, then who is? Damn, Gu Bing cursed vehemently. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of that. It really is too coincidental. Brother Dong, Wuching excitedly approached, his admiration evident. That's incredible. Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, it must be impressive. Get lost. Zhou Andong rolled his eyes. Then addressed the approaching Yao Jun. Don't leave after work. Let us go eat. I need to discuss something with you. Sure. Yao Jun nodded. I'll head back to the workshop. It's freezing. Jian Qiu exclaimed, hugging her arms. Let us hurry inside. Don't linger out here. Let us go. Gu Bing urged, back to my office. Upon returning to the office, Gu Bing introduced Zhou Andong. Allow me to present. This is the chief reporter from Renbao, Guan Shenjie. Zhou Andong shook hands with Guan Shenjie. Hello, reporter Guan. We're all brothers here. No need for such formality. Shenjie is older than you, so just call him Jie Gu or Guan Gu. Gu Bing continued, turning to Guan Shenjie. This is Zhou Andong. You can call him Dongzi. Guan Shenjie smiled. Then I'll take the liberty to call you Dongzi. That works well. Zhou Andong replied with a smile. I'll call you Guan Gu. This is my good sister, and Jing. Jian Qiu looked at Zhou Andong and grinned. Isn't she beautiful? Zhou Andong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, an unsettling intuition that Jian Qiu harbored ulterior motives. Wisely, he refrained from addressing her directly. It appears that like attracts like. Do beautiful women naturally gravitate towards one another as friends? Jian Qiu responded with a satisfied smile. I have already prepared the funds. Let me know whenever you wish to use them. Gu Bing, intrigued, inquired, what funds? Jian Qiu explained, we are planning to open a store to earn some pocket money. A store? Gu Bing asked, puzzled. What kind of store? Jian Qiu replied, something akin to KFC. We aim to establish our own brand. And Jing, exhaling softly, leaned closer to Jian Qiu and remarked, it seems you two are preparing to open a couple shop. Chapter 70. The potential of Zhou Andong Jianxiu wrapped her arm around Jing's and whispered through clenched teeth, "Are you trying to court death? Am I wrong?" And Jing suddenly exclaimed, startling Jianxiu, whose face turned pale. Just as she was about to cover the woman's mouth, she heard Jing continue, "Then let me join you. I could use a ride and earn some pocket money along the way." Zhou Andong's eyes sparkled, but Jianxiu immediately rejected, "No way. We're not short on money." Sighing silently, Zhou Andong pondered how this seemingly astute woman could be so foolish at that moment, actually complaining about having too much money. And Jing smiled. Her smile was truly captivating. Guan Shenjie stared, and it was only after Gu Bing nudged him that he snapped back to reality. Noticing Gu Bing was making playful gestures at him. "Tonight, I want to have a good talk with Andy," Jianxiu asked warily. "What do you want to discuss?" And Jing leaned closer to Jianxiu and said, "About Zhou Andong." Jianxiu narrowed her eyes. "You reckless girl, do you truly wish for your own demise?" And Jing smirked, "If I perish, I will surely take you down with me." Jianxiu felt utterly helpless against Jing, a wave of resignation washing over her. "If you want to invest, that's not my decision to make." And Jing turned to Zhou Andong with a bright smile. "What do you think, Zhou Andong? Shall I invest?" "Absolutely not." Zhou Andong replied without a moment's hesitation. Was he a fool? If even Director Jian rejected the idea, why would he agree? That would be inviting trouble. We truly do not need the money. And Jing shot Zhou Andong an exasperated glance and tugged at Jianxiu. "Come on, let's go to the restroom." Jianxiu was dragged along to the restroom, wherein Jing stood at the sink, splashing her face with water. So refreshing. Jianxiu crossed her arms. "Speak, what is it?" And Jing pulled out a tissue from her pocket and dabbed her face. "Is Zhou Andong planning to resign?" Jianxiu chuckled. "What led you to that conclusion?" And Jing replied, "He exposed the secrets of the head of security and the head of the equipment department in front of Dai Hongwei. I knew that he was intending to resign." "What exactly do you want to say?" Jianxiu asked, her expression serious. And Jing looked at her, "Like you, I have always scoffed at the notion of social status and compatibility. Yet, we cannot deny that it is an insurmountable hurdle for us. I admit, Zhou Andong is a remarkably talented and charismatic man. Had I met him first, I would undoubtedly have fallen for him without hesitation. However, given his current situation, choosing to be with him would invite unimaginable resistance from our families." Jianxiu fell silent, and Jing continued, "I believe if he desires to make money, it would come easily to him. In the future, he may not only be remembered in history, but will certainly leave a significant mark on the annals of Chinese business. However, this requires time to manifest. Can you wait for that moment? Will your family grant you the time to wait? Moreover, I have received news that Tong Huayu is returning." Upon hearing Tong Huayu's name, Jianxiu furrowed her brows. "Who told you that?" "Tong Xiao." And Jing remarked, "Before coming to find you, I had a meal with her." Jianxiu turned on the faucet, splashed some water on her face, and then exhaled deeply. And Jing continued, "All these years, no one has pressured you into marriage. You are simply waiting for Tong Huayu to return. The alliance between the Jian and Tong families maximizes benefits in every aspect." Jianxiu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, water droplets sliding down her delicate face, and suddenly smiled. "No one can coerce me into doing what I do not wish to do, especially in matters of the heart. Not my grandfather, not my mother, and certainly not my father." And Jing sighed, "While no one can force you into actions against your will, what about Zhou Andong? If they were to target him, could you prevent it?" "They dare." Jianxiu's demeanor shifted, emanating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "If they intend to harm Zhou Andong, how could they possibly allow you to know? You cannot be by his side every moment, can you?" And Jing's eyes sparkled with insight. "Thus, you must facilitate his swift growth, and the shortcut is for him to remain at the distillery. With his capabilities, revitalizing the distillery would be a trivial task. At that point, leveraging the distillery as a springboard, coupled with Dai Hongwei's appreciation, he could ascend to greater heights. Though this may not win your family's favor, it would showcase Zhou Andong's potential, giving you leverage to contend with your family." Jianxiu pondered for a moment, then smiled at Jing. "You articulate things so eloquently, yet I can't help but notice a little tail peeking out from behind you. You know well that I despise the treachery prevalent in bureaucratic institutions. I have declined all the jobs arranged by my family, but I cannot meander aimlessly forever. At 26 or 7, a woman like me risks remaining unmarried if I continue in this idle state. My purpose in coming here is to discuss something we can undertake together." At this, Jing chuckled, spreading her arms. "What a coincidence. Zhou Andong cannot leave the distillery. You have no interest in business, and I wish to engage in some activity. This presents a win-win-win scenario. How delightful. Jian Qiu shot Jing a pointed look. The total investment is 100,000. Zhou Andong contributes 50, I contribute 40, and 1/10 is reserved for another individual. How much do you wish to invest? And Jing replied, it depends on how much you can spare. Ultimately, I am just seeking something to occupy my time. Very well. Jian Qiu turned back to consult Zhou Andong. In the office, Zhou Andong handed the videotape, which was with Gu Bing, to Guan Xinjie. Everything I mentioned is contained within this. I will take you for a tour shortly, so you can see for yourself. Guan Xinjie responded. Let South first place this with Xiaowu. I'll collect it tonight. For now, let us go take a look. Just as they were about to leave, Jian Qiu and Jing returned. Where are you two headed? Jian Qiu inquired. Zhou Andong replied, to the arcade. Jian Qiu added, and Jing is interested in investing. Zhou Andong cast a surprised glance at Jian Qiu, bewildered by her wavering stance. Only moments ago, she had been shaking her head in disagreement. Yet now she had acquiesced after a brief outing. No problem, 60,000, and we will each contribute 1/10. A crafty merchant. And Jing, agitated, exclaimed. The total investment is 100,000, and I am contributing 60,000. Yet that's only 20%? We are the original investors, while you are merely increasing your investment. So naturally, you should contribute more. Zhou Andong, indifferent, replied, if you're unwilling, then so be it. Gritting her teeth, and Jing retorted, fine, 60,000 it is. Zhou Andong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Come, I shall take you to view the premises. The annual rent is 50,000. You will be responsible for signing the contract, which must be for a minimum of 5 years. Chapter 71. The allure of wealth. As Gu Bing watched Zhou Andong and his companions depart, he sighed, remarking, with great power comes great responsibility. Alas, I can only observe as you revel in leisure. His tone bore a hint of lament, akin to that of an unfulfilled spouse. Yet his smug expression betrayed his true feelings. Reflecting on Zhou Andong's promise to unveil a new wine after the new year, he swiftly reached for the telephone. Dialing the technical department. It was imperative to expedite research and development. The swifter the products reached the market, the more advantageous it would be for the winery's growth. Given the current financial stability of the factory, this was indeed an opportune moment for investment in R&D. What invigorated him further was the sight of delivery trucks lined up, only to be informed of the wine shortage, leaving them stranded. Ultimately, they could not endure the wait any longer. Yesterday marked the beginning of talent exodus, and today brought a semblance of calm. Yet, unexpectedly, the two old rascals, Gao Qingkue and Zhang Dio, had resumed their antics. However, this time they had wised up, opting to send the fool Chang Tai into the fray instead of confronting matters themselves. Currently, Gu Bing was in high spirits, reveling in nightly phone calls with his dubious companions. In Gao Qingkue's office, the old man held a porcelain teacup, gazing out the window, his eyes unwavering, lost in thought. Zhang Dio slouched on the sofa, appearing rather despondent. Whether due to his injured arm or some other affliction, his complexion was notably poor. Meanwhile, Chang Tai stood silently by, the oppressive atmosphere of the office weighing heavily upon him, rendering him breathless, yet he dared not utter a word. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a resounding crash shattered the silence. Zhang Dio had hurled his teacup to the floor, disregarding the sanctity of Gao Qingkue's office. During this period, he had repeatedly faced humiliation at the hands of Zhou Andong, both physically and mentally battered, his once prized authority rendered futile. The irony of being unable to dismiss even a mere worker was not lost on him. Ultimately, he required an outlet for his frustrations, particularly in the stifling atmosphere that felt as if it might explode from his chest. As the teacup shattered, Chang Da instinctively recoiled, while Gao Qingkue turned to cast a fleeting glance at the scene, saying nothing. He, too, harbored a tempest of emotions, yearning to vent. Yet he felt compelled to maintain his composure in front of Zhang Dio and Chang Tai. Zhang Dio exhaled deeply, his chest finally feeling a modicum of relief. That scoundrel. How is it that his luck is perpetually favorable, escaping peril time and again? Gao Qingkue settled into his chair, sipping from his teacup, and contemplatively stated, I am keen to ascertain whether he is truly the spawn of a deity. Zhang Dio scoffed. Opportunities like this will be scarce. Gao Qingkue continued. Does he not desire a bonus for selling wine? Since Su Peiming deemed it insufficient, let us raise it to 50 cents. Zhang Dio blinked in surprise. Why? Gao Qingkue chuckled. Wealth stirs the heart. 80 tons of wine with a 50-cent bonus equates to 80,000. Just imagine how many will covet that. Zhang Dio's eyes sparkled, and he raised his thumb in admiration. Clever, truly clever. Chang Tai. Zhang Dio commanded. Have you comprehended? Make the necessary arrangements. Chang Tai appeared utterly bewildered. Factory. Director, what does it mean? Fool. If it weren't for this dim-witted donkey's unwavering loyalty, Zhang Dio would have certainly considered dismissing him. Go seek out Chu Hongqi. He knows what to do. As Zhou Andong exited the factory's main gate, he stumbled upon a scattering of complaint letters on the ground. Bending down, he picked up one and glanced at the name inscribed at the bottom, exclaiming softly. Jian Qiu inquired, "What is the matter?" "The name of this complainant is identical to someone from our village," Zhou Andong replied with a chuckle, shaking the paper in his hand. He bent down to retrieve another letter, and upon seeing it, his brow furrowed. He continued to collect more, over 10 in total, and was struck by the familiarity of the names, all residents of Tangizi village. It was not unusual to find many people sharing the same name. But with this many complaint letters bearing identical signatures, could it all be mere coincidence? Intriguing, indeed. Jian Qiu leaned closer to Zhou Andong, peering at the complaint letters in his hand. "Is there a problem?" Zhou Andong felt her soft form leaning against him, the delicate scent wafting into his nostrils. And then he heard Jian Qiu's voice, her warm breath brushing against his face, igniting a sudden warmth within him amidst the frigid air of -17 degrees. Gulping, Zhou Andong felt his throat tighten. He wanted to pull away but feared Jian Qiu might notice his agitation. He suppressed his inner turmoil and spoke in a calm tone. "I recognize these individuals. They are all from our village. Take a look at these," and Jing said, as she picked up a few letters. Zhou Andong accepted them. "I'm familiar with all of them," Jian Qiu remarked. Dai Hongwei mentioned that these complaint letters were written in the hand of 2 individuals. "He is a professional. If he says so, it must be correct." And Jing added, "The 2 individuals who pen these complaints are clearly well acquainted with your villagers, suggesting they are from your village as well. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently?" Zhou Andong narrowed his eyes. "Good, very good." Jian Qiu asked, "Do you know who it is?" Zhou Andong nodded. "It's highly likely that it's that family. No one else would stoop to such actions." Suddenly, Jian Qiu grasped Zhou Andong's hand firmly for a moment before releasing it, as if to offer him comfort. "Knowing who it is sufficient. Just be cautious moving forward." Zhou Andong's heart raced, relishing the fleeting cool and smooth sensation from their brief contact. Stealing a glance at Jian Qiu, he noted her tranquil demeanor. Her earlier gesture seemed instinctive, prompting him to think no more of it. "Let us go," he declared. Just then, the door behind them creaked open, and he turned to see Chang Tai emerging. The man had not anticipated encountering Zhou Andong here. "Ah," Zhou Andong chuckled. "Director Chang, what a coincidence." Chang Tai snorted disdainfully and strode away. Zhou Andong quickened his pace to catch up. "Director Chang, look at these complaint letters. I recognize the complainants. Let me take you to verify their identities. With their confirmation, I can't possibly evade responsibility." Chang Tai's expression darkened immediately, and he hastened his steps. However, Zhou Andong closely followed him, incessantly chattering, filled with a resentment so intense that it seemed he wished for Chang Tai's demise. "Zhou Andong," Chang Tai bellowed in fury. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Zhou Andong blinked innocently, his expression one of feigned naivety. "I do not wish to do anything. Are you not the one seeking to bring me down? Look at my high sense of duty. I am even willing to personally escort you to locate the informant for verification, thus facilitating your plans against me. Why are you still angry?" Chang Tai, his belly protruding, was so enraged that the flesh on his face quivered incessantly. With a furtive glance at Zhou Andong, he abruptly turned and fled. Chapter 72. Life and death are predestined. Zhou Andong burst into hearty laughter. "Director Chang, why are you running? Is there an urgent matter? Well, I shall pay you a visit again tomorrow." Chang Tai stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and turned back to cast a scathing glance. The thought of Zhou Andong visiting his office daily, incessantly chattering in his ear as he had just done, filled him with despair. Indeed, such a thing was entirely within Zhou Andong's capabilities. Bah! Zhou Andong spat in the direction of Chang Tai's retreating figure. Damn it. He has the audacity to call others monsters while being covered in hair himself. Just wait, I won't let this go easily. Jian Qiu interjected. "Do you really intend to visit him every day?" Zhou Andong scoffed. "Of course. Starting tomorrow, I will go to his office without hitting or scolding him, simply to reason with him." Observing Zhou Andong's brazen demeanor, Jian Qiu chuckled softly. "Come on, look at the time." Zhou Andong walked alongside Jian Qiu, with Jing and Guanxinjie trailing behind. And Jing's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Andong's silhouette. This man was not only exceptionally talented but also harbored a captivating spirit within. She then shifted her gaze slightly to Jian Qiu's back, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. Zhou Andong first led Jian Xiu and Jing to inspect the store, then introduced them to a certain leader. Before heading to Zhao Jianlong's arcade with Guan Xinjie, upon entering, he spotted a familiar diminutive figure in a wheelchair, propelling himself with his hands. Oh, Zhou Andong chuckled. Isn't this the infamous Hammer brother from Jiangzhou? What happened? Did someone break your legs? Hammer's body stiffened. That voice had haunted him through countless midnight reveries, awakening bitter memories. How many sleepless nights had he endured, consumed by resentment? How dare you speak to Hammer brother like that? A long-haired man with a cigarette clenched in his mouth and a scruffy beard pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Andong, cursing vehemently. Are you looking for trouble? Zhou Andong crouched down, carefully adjusting the wheelchair to face him, and smiled. This fool behind you, is he your brother? Tell me, should I break his legs, chop off his hands, or sever his tongue? Hammer's pupils dilated sharply. Zhou Andong's tone was disarmingly calm, as if conversing with an old friend. Yet, Hammer sensed an ominous undertone. Get lost. Hammer barked at the man behind him. This isn't a place for you to speak. He yearned to flay Zhou Andong alive and toss him into a pot to feed the dogs, yet he retained his composure. The collective strength of the arcade's brothers would be no match for Zhou Andong, which would only result in significant losses for the establishment. More critically, should he tarnish Brother Long's reputation, he would inevitably face dire consequences himself. The long-haired man recoiled in confusion, feeling aggrieved for speaking up on Hammer's behalf. I'm trying to help you. Why are you cursing me? Is there any reason left? Turning back, Hammer smiled and said, Brother Dong, my subordinate lacks understanding. Please forgive him. Do not hold it against him. Today, enjoy yourselves with your friends. If you go upstairs, any losses are on me, and if you win, the winnings are yours. Zhou Andong raised an eyebrow, stood up, and patted Lang Tu on the shoulder, saying, You've learned your lesson. That's commendable, as it spares you from a beating. Guan Xinjie cast a deep glance at Lang Tu and followed Zhou Andong up to the second floor. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Zhou Andong chuckled. To be precise, I have a vendetta against the proprietor of this arcade. And that fellow's leg was crushed by my vehicle. Guan Xinjie nodded. Ever since Zhou Andong informed him about the gambling issues plaguing the arcade, he had been aware of the enmity between him and the owner. As for the incident involving Lang Tu's leg, it was trivial in the eyes of Guan Xinjie, a former war correspondent who had seen the battlefield. However, upon witnessing the scene on the second floor, his expression shifted from ease to discomfort, particularly when he spotted two 12- or 13-year-old boys swaggering in with cigarettes dangling from their lips, cursing as they approached. Zhou Andong remarked, Let me take you to explore other arcades. Guan Xinjie nodded in agreement. Let us go. As they descended, they noticed Lang Tu in conversation with a young man. This young man, with a pallid complexion reminiscent of illness and glasses perched on his nose, appeared refined yet exuded an unsettling aura with his sinister gaze. Zhou Andong was not unfamiliar with this young man. His name was Huixing, the strategist for Zhao Jianlong, the master of the underground forces in Jiangzhou, and the future president of Jianlong Real Estate, serving as the top henchman. Over 2 decades later, while Zhao Jianlong faced his downfall, Huixing managed to evade calamity, receiving a life sentence instead. As Zhou Andong and Guan Xinjie descended, Lang Tu noticed them. Brother Xing, the one on the left is Zhou Andong. Huixing regarded Zhou Andong with a smile that was neither genuine nor entirely mocking. So you are Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong scrutinized Huixing. I recognize you, Huixing. Am I right? Huixing was taken aback. Aside from Zhao Jianlong's inner circle, few were acquainted with him, and he did not expect Zhou Andong to know him. To be honest, I admire you. You possess courage and skill. If it weren't for Long Gu wanting to deal with you, I would have considered keeping you close for my operations. Zhou Andong let out a derisive laugh, a bunch of second-rate thugs thinking themselves formidable, believing they can orchestrate this and that. Do you think the police are mere decorations? And do you think you could keep me around for your schemes? How presumptuous. The 2 men standing beside Huixing glared at Zhou Andong with cold eyes, revealing their murderous intent. With a mere word from Huixing, they would not hesitate to eliminate Zhou Andong. Huixing smirked. I've heard you have not only parents but also 2 sisters and a brother. Aren't you concerned about bringing trouble upon them? I've heard of a woman named Xia Qi, who is quite beautiful, and she has a charming daughter. What was her name again? Zhou Andong tapped his forehead, feigning deep thought. Oh, I remember now. Her name is Hu Miao Miao. I believe she attends kindergarten in the provincial capital. Upon hearing Zhou Andong's words, Huixing felt a chill run down his spine, standing every hair on end, as a wave of cold surged from his spine to the crown of his head. Zhou Andong was quite pleased with Huixing's reaction. He stepped closer and calmly remarked, Should you dare to harm my family, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Do not doubt my capability. Furthermore, please convey a message to Zhao Jianlong. I am prepared to endure any of his schemes, for life and death are predestined. However, should he dare to target my family, he must ensure that his wife and 2 sons are well hidden, lest I find them. As Zhou Andong departed, Huixing's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes brimming with increasing malice. The mere thought that Zhou Andong could unearth information about his wife and children sent chills down his spine, leading him to suspect there might be a traitor lurking among him. Chapter 73. The ominous twitch of the left eye one afternoon. Zhou Andong accompanied Guan Shenjie as they meandered through various gaming halls. By the time they returned to the distillery, Jian Qiu and Jing had already arrived. Have you signed the contract? Zhou Andong inquired. And Jing replied, yes, it's a 10-year agreement with no rent increase for the first 5 years. If the premises are sold, we have the right of first refusal. Additionally, the contract commences on May 1st, allowing us time for renovations. Zhou Andong gave a thumbs up, impressive. And Jing rolled her eyes, we can clear the place in a week. Next, we need to find a designer to thoughtfully plan the layout. We can also contact the renovation team to schedule the timeline. Zhou Andong stated, no need to find a designer. I've already prepared the designs. I'll bring the blueprints to you tomorrow. And Jing was taken aback. You can do interior design? Of course. Zhou Andong replied proudly. Aside from pregnancy and childbirth, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Jian Qiu chuckled. All right, I'm starving. Let us eat first and discuss everything while dining. As they exited the factory, Zhou Andong went to the second workshop to summon Yao Jun. After their meal, Guan Xingjie remarked, Xiao Wu, I'll be heading back to Beijing tomorrow. Is there anything left to address? Gu Bing asked, aren't you going to stay a few more days? With Jing present, Guan Xingjie was certainly reluctant to leave. But he had pressing matters awaiting him. He had been here for quite some time. It was imperative he returned soon. The gambling in the gaming halls, particularly involving numerous minors, was alarming. I believe this situation is not unique to Jiangzhou. It is likely similar across the nation. Therefore, I must return swiftly to report this matter. Only by drawing the attention of the higher-ups can we ensure stringent investigations below. All right, Gu Bing nodded. What time is your train? I'll see you off. No need. We've been friends for years. No need for farewells. Guan Xingjie glanced at Jing. His eyes filled with hope, but her demeanor remained calm and unresponsive, which left him disheartened. Nonetheless, he persisted, and Jing, it was a pleasure to meet you. If you ever visit Beijing, please do reach out so I can extend my hospitality. Sure. And Jing replied succinctly with a simple nod. Guan Xingjie sighed inwardly and said to Zhou Andong, you too, you have my number. Call me when you're in Beijing. Zhou Andong had already sensed Guan Xingjie's feelings for Jing, but it seemed to be a case of unrequited affection. He wished he could help his friend. Yet he was not close enough to Jing to intercede meaningfully, leaving him with nothing but a sigh. Safe travels, he said. Guan Xingjie responded with dissatisfaction. You wish me safe travels while sighing? Where do you want to send me off to? Zhou Andong laughed heartily, embracing Guan Xingjie warmly, and softly remarked, she won't be leaving Jiangzhou for at least a year. There is still hope. Moreover, Jiangzhou is not far from Beijing. You can visit often. Don't be disheartened. If the opportunity arises, I will surely lend a hand. Guan Xingjie smiled and patted Zhou Andong's back. Good brother, if I truly manage to win over Jing, I won't forget your kindness. What are you two whispering about? Jian Qiu, feeling the chill of the evening, could scarcely endure the cold and urged, could we hasten? I feel as though I might freeze. Zhou Andong chuckled, while Guan Xingjie waved his hand dismissively at Jian Qiu, saying, all right, Miss Jian, we shall meet again. I must take my leave. Jian Qiu inquired of Zhou Andong, where are you staying? He replied, I am heading to Tangizi. Jian Qiu nodded, I shall drive you. It is too late. Zhou Andong insisted, you should return home with Jing. Let Secretary Gu take me. Gu Bing, expressing his displeasure, retorted, why must I escort you? Zhou Andong replied nonchalantly, if you refuse, then so be it. I shall resign tomorrow and focus on my little shop. What a character you are. Gu Bing laughed. You jest, yet you take it so seriously. Ignoring Gu Bing's antics, Zhou Andong hailed a taxi, urging Jian Qiu, hurry and get in. You ought to dress more warmly. Do not risk freezing tomorrow. Jian Qiu felt a warmth in her heart and obediently entered the vehicle. Do return home early. Zhou Andong nodded, firmly shutting the door with a thud, watching as the taxi vanished into the night before strolling back to the distillery with Gu Bing and Yao Jun. How much money do you have on hand? He asked. Yao Jun replied, less than 20,000. Zhou Andong was taken aback. then clapped Yao Jun on the shoulder. Well done, amassing such a sum quietly. Hiki. Yao Jun chuckled. One must save a bit to afford a bride. Zhou Andong laughed in return. Bring me 10,000 tomorrow. All right. Yao Jun agreed without a moment's hesitation. The following day, Zhou Andong arrived at Gu Bing's office, only to find that Jian Qiu and Jing had arrived even earlier than he. Do you have the design plans? Jing inquired. Indeed, I do. Zhou Andong replied, pulling a sheet of paper from his pocket and handing it to Jing. Upon inspecting it, Jing's expression darkened. What is this you have drawn? Zhou Andong, with an air of confidence, stated, it is the renovation blueprint. If you do not understand it, do not blame me. Jian Qiu, who had been suppressing her laughter, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Zhou Andong's audacious tone and erupted into hearty laughter. And Jing, exasperated, pointed at the paper. What are these circles and squares? Zhou Andong replied, those represent tables and chairs. She pointed again. And what about these two lines? A corridor. Zhou Andong exclaimed loudly, you are rather dim. The space between those lines is empty. Did you not notice? And Jing took a deep breath, battling the urge to paint Zhou Andong's face with color. And what is this? Zhou Andong explained, this is the cash register. Behind it is the kitchen. This area is for dining. And over here is the children's play area. And this is the restroom. And Jing's face turned completely sour as she picked up a pen from the desk, scribbling on the blueprint. She realized she had to label the functional areas, for she found the drawing utterly incomprehensible. Without notes, she would surely forget. Zhou Andong remarked, feel free to write. I shall go chat with Chong Tai. Jian Qiu seized him by the arm. You truly intend to go? Ah. Zhou Andong replied, I am a man of my word. Jian Qiu, feeling helpless, released Zhou Andong but not without reminding him, you may speak with him, but under no circumstances should you resort to violence. Rest assured. Zhou Andong replied with a smile, I wouldn't even dirty my hands on him. As Chong Tai entered the office that morning, his left eye began to twitch incessantly. He poured himself a cup of tea in an attempt to steady his nerves, yet to his surprise, the twitching intensified, leaving him feeling increasingly restless. Just as he was grappling with his unease, a knock echoed at the office door. Before he could respond, the door swung open to reveal a beaming face, causing his hand, which held the teacup, to tremble violently. Chapter 74. The collapse of Chong Tai. Director Chong was present. Zhou Andong sauntered in with a sly grin, proclaiming, look, I've kept the complaint letters, and I know all the individuals who reported. Let me take you to verify them. To be honest, I've had enough of this life. I truly have. If you were to end me, I would be grateful to your ancestors for 8 generations. Chong Tai's face turned a sickly green, as if he had been forcibly fed something repugnant. Zhou Andong, unfazed, picked up a teacup from the coffee table, took some tea from the desk, and carefully placed it in the cup before pouring hot water from the thermos. The steaming water cascaded into the cup, causing the tender green tea leaves to swirl beautifully along the inner walls of the vessel. Director Chong, Zhou continued, we are colleagues. There is no need for pretense. If you wish to eliminate me, I, too, have no desire to continue living. This could be mutually beneficial, so why do you hesitate? You are behaving rather unmanly. With a slurp, Zhou Andong took a sip from the cup. Ouch, that's hot, he exclaimed, plopping down onto the sofa and crossing his legs. Old Chang, you were promoted by Zhang Diyo and have been his lackey for so long. Surely you know what he desires? You must act in accordance with your master's wishes. Hurry and take care of me, or you risk failing in your role as his underling. Be wary, or Zhang Diyo may break your legs. Zhou Andong, Chong Tai roared, causing Zhou to shiver in fright, sending the teacup flying like a precision-guided missile, striking Chong Tai perfectly. Ah! Chong screamed as scalding tea splashed over him, a few droplets landing on his face and neck, instantly blistering his skin. Fortunately, the winter attire provided some protection, otherwise, he would have suffered severe burns. Ow! Zhou Andong jumped up, rushing to Chang's side, awkwardly patting down the water stains. The thuds of his hands made Chong roll his eyes in exasperation. Enough! Chong trembled, uncertain whether it was from the pain or his rage. He shoved Zhou Andong away, demanding, what do you want? Zhou Andong, feigning innocence, replied, you wanted to deal with me. Now I'm here, willingly offering myself, and yet you seem upset. After speaking, he smacked his lips, the words flowing smoothly yet sounding oddly off-key. Chong was on the verge of tears as he hastily exited the office, slamming the door behind him. However, upon turning around, he saw Zhou Andong trailing closely, clutching a stack of complaint letters. Why are you following me? Chong was truly on the brink of collapse, his voice resembling that of a wounded beast filled with despair. One by one, the doors of neighboring offices opened, heads poking out to glimpse the commotion. Upon recognizing Chang Tai and Zhou Andong, they quickly withdrew and shut their doors. Zhou Andong shrugged, waving the complaint letters in his hand. Complaint letters. I'm taking you to find the complainants to verify the information, and then we can proceed with our plans. Chang inhaled deeply. Ascending to the third floor before entering Zhang Dio's office, convinced that Zhou Andong would not dare to follow him inside. However, before this thought could dissipate from his mind, he recognized his own folly. Zhou Andong was a reckless individual, unafraid of any endeavor. Upon encountering Chang Tai, Zhang Dio was momentarily taken aback. His expression darkened upon noticing Zhou Andong lurking behind Chang Tai. What brings you to my office? He demanded. Chang Tai, filled with indignation, retorted. Zhou Andong has been following me, harassing me. Observing Zhou Andong's lewd grin, Zhang Dio's eyelid twitched ominously. He had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. In the current climate, anyone who became entangled with Zhou Andong found themselves in a most unpleasant predicament, plagued by revulsion that rendered them unable to eat or sleep, yet unable to rid themselves of him. He harasses you, and yet you come to my office? Zhang Dio bellowed, get out. Chang Tai, taken aback, instinctively retracted his neck and turned to leave without hesitation. Zhou Andong flashed a toothy smile at Zhang Dio before following closely behind Chang Tai. In the ensuing days, Zhou Andong shadowed Chang Tai like a specter, accompanying him wherever he went, even to the restroom. Eventually, on one fateful day, Chang Tai reached his breaking point and took a sick leave. Following this, news circulated around the factory that on his last day, someone had witnessed Director Chang leaving in tears, deeply distressed, nearly tumbling down the stairs in his haste. On January 27th, the 23rd day of the lunar calendar, Zhou Andong awoke feeling invigorated, stretching lazily in the courtyard. Since Chang Tai had taken sick leave, he found himself with ample free time. The onset of the new year would not bring any pressing matters, and work would only resume afterward. With little of significance occurring at the factory, and with Jin Xiu and Jing seemingly preoccupied with their own affairs, he felt a sense of ennui wash over him. Contemplating whether to purchase a gift and visit Director Chang, he reasoned that as a leader with whom he had shared close quarters these past few days, it would be remiss not to show a gesture of goodwill. As Zhou Andong turned to enter the house, he spotted Zhao Guifan peering cautiously from the doorway. Upon noticing Zhou Andong's gaze, she huffed and turned away. Sigh, Zhou Andong murmured, heading into the coal shed, where he retrieved a black burlap sack and carelessly tossed it onto the snowbank by the entrance. Zhao Guifan entered the house, only to find her two sons still bundled under a thick quilt, infuriating her to the point of grabbing a broom and lifting the covers to strike them. I'll have you awake, you heartless rascals, she exclaimed. Ouch. Mom, what are you doing? They protested, startled and scrambling about in their undergarments. From the outer room, Zhou shot a peek through the cotton curtain, quickly lowering it again as he resumed stoking the fire with undivided attention. Exhausted from her exertions, Zhao Guifan tossed the broom onto the bed. Did you two write the complaint letter? She queried. Zhou Anlei, rubbing his sore arm, replied, of course. You saw me and my brother writing it. Indeed, Zhou Anbin added, tending to his own bruises, I personally dropped it in the winery's mailbox. Zhao Guifan, puzzled, remarked, but if you placed the complaint in the mailbox, it should have been received. Why has he not been dismissed yet? Zhou Anlei expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, who knows? Perhaps the distillery has no intention of pursuing this matter. Our efforts in writing a complaint will be futile. Zhao Guifan shot him a glare. No. We must continue to report this. You two, hurry up and get dressed to draft the complaint. This time, let us write more. I refuse to believe we cannot put an end to this. More writing? I don't want to, Zhou Anbin retorted. Let whoever wants to write do so. Zhao Guifan picked up the broom again and asked, are you going to write? No. Zhou Anbin stubbornly replied. Zhao Guifan pointed her broom at him. As long as Zhou Andong is dismissed, the relationship he brought along recently is bound to fail. If he doesn't wish to remain single, he will have to marry into the Liu family as a son-in-law. We could then receive 1,000 yuan as a reward, which would cover your bride price. If we don't write, there won't be enough for the bride price. How will you get married? All right. Upon hearing there was money involved, especially to assist him in providing a bride price for marriage, Zhou Anbin instantly became enthusiastic. Chapter 75, Zhou Anbin is beaten. The festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year was palpable in 1992. Even on the eve of the festival, one could hear the sporadic sounds of firecrackers. After Zhou Andong entered the house to freshen up, he splashed some water in the courtyard. Zhou Anqin emerged with a wooden comb. Brushing her hair as she asked, Brother, today is market day. Shall we go to the market? Yes, Zhou Andong replied. With only a week left until the new year, we should buy what we need. I want to go too. I want to go too. Zhou Andong chimed in, hopping with excitement. Zhou Andong retorted, why would you go out in this cold? I want to go. Zhou Andong pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at her brother. Oh dear, are you really crying? Zhou Andong pinched the little girl's cheek. All right, I'll take you. Just stop crying. The market was located in the southern outskirts of Jiangzhou, where many nearby townsfolk gathered on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days of the lunar calendar. The scale of the market was considerable, especially with the impending new year, as townspeople flocked to shop. The crowd was dense, and Zhou Andong, fearing for the little girl's safety, hoisted her onto his shoulders, making her giggle with delight. Brother, I want candied hawthorn. All right, Zhou Andong responded. Xiaobei, would you like some? Zhou Anbei shook her head. No. Zhou Andong spent a yuan to buy 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, one for each of the girls. Brother. Zhou Anbei ran to Zhou Andong's side, eyeing a row of firecracker stalls. Let's buy some firecrackers this year. Prior to the incident involving Zhou Xiaoxin, it was customary to purchase firecrackers for good luck during the new year. However, since that incident, no firecrackers had been bought. Zhou Andong remembered vividly the year when Xiaobei was still young, crying and begging to buy firecrackers, yet they could barely scrape together 2 or 3 dimes. We should buy them, and buy plenty. Yes. Zhou Anqin bit into her candied hawthorn decisively. Let us buy more, just to spite that old witch Zhao Guifan. Uncle Wu. Zhou Andong suddenly spotted a man in his 50s and called out. Wu Haobao turned upon hearing his name, smiling as he greeted, Dongzi. Uncle Wu. How did you get here? I came by donkey cart. Is it crowded? Quite a bit, about 7 or 8 people. We're taking a passenger vehicle back. Can you help me carry the things I bought? As long as it's not too heavy, Zhou Andong replied. He was merely there to browse, having no urgent purchases as their home was stocked with game meat, rendering the need for meat unnecessary. At this time, aside from dried goods like black fungus, daylilies, and mushrooms, fresh vegetables were still quite rare. However, in a couple of years, as the vegetable basket project transitioned to a dual focus on production bases and market systems, the variety of winter vegetables in northern China would gradually flourish. Zhou Andong bought some dried goods, along with fish and shrimp, before heading to the firecracker stall, where he spent over 300 yuan, filling 2 large nylon bags to the brim. Wu Haobao, surprised by the quantity of firecrackers Zhou Andong had purchased, merely nodded and said, just leave them by the cart. I'll help you load them when the market disperses. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Zhou Andong retrieved a pack of Hongmei cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Wu Haobao. Why are you giving me cigarettes, my child? Despite his words, Wu Haobao clutched the cigarettes tightly, his face beaming with delight. That evening, Zhou Andong was scolded by Yuan lying. You are truly extravagant. You can buy as much food and drink as you wish, but why waste money on firecrackers? They ignite and make a sound, and then they are gone. Zhou Anqin stuck her tongue out at Zhou Andong, while Zhou Anbei had long since vanished to avoid trouble, the little girl contentedly gnawing on a frozen pear. Upon exiting the house, Yuan Lying inquired, dinner will be ready soon. Where are you off to? Zhou Andong produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. I'm not hungry. You all eat first. I'll take a stroll. In the countryside, once winter arrives, villagers find themselves with little to do and gather to play cards, especially as the new year approaches, when both young and old relish a few games. Zhou Anbin was particularly fond of this, spending his days and nights engaged in play. Just after finishing dinner, he stepped outside with a toothpick-like matchstick hanging from his mouth, appearing in high spirits, likely having won quite a bit during the day. At the entrance of Dong Village, the small shop owned by old Zhang was bustling with people playing cards, poker, and mahjong. Several groups gathered there, and Zhou Anbin was eager to join in. I love you deeply. How much do I love you? My feelings are sincere. My love is genuine. Zhou Anbin hummed a tune, quickening his pace as he approached old Zhang's shop, for arriving late could mean there would be no space available. Suddenly, a shadow flitted before him, and a burlap sack was thrown over his head, followed by a barrage of blows raining down upon him like a tempest. Ah! It hurts terribly. Stop hitting me. Who are you? His cries echoed hauntingly through the still night. After an indeterminate time, the assault finally ceased, and he heard footsteps retreating into the distance. When Zhou Andong returned home, he had barely begun his meal when he heard Zhao Guifan's anguished shout. Which scoundrel has beaten my son like this? I won't let this go. With a chuckle, Zhou Andong bit into a chicken leg and dashed outside, vaulting onto the wall. Andy, what's happened? Was it Onbin who got beaten, or Anlei? Zhou Andong. Zhao Guifan pointed an accusing finger at him, her voice laced with fury. Did you beat Onbin? Zhou Andong replied with discontent. Auntie, you can't make baseless accusations without evidence. Did you see me strike him? Exactly. Zhou Anqin had emerged as well. Auntie, you cannot wrongfully accuse someone. Zhou Andong let out a cold snort. A few days ago, the factory received numerous reports against me, and I suspect it was Zhou Onbin and Zhou Anlei who wrote them. Zhao Guifan reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, leaping and scolding Zhou Andong. You little rascal, how can you slander like this? Our Onbin and Anlei haven't even finished elementary school. How could they possibly write a report? Zhou Andong discarded the remnants of the chicken leg bone onto the ground and wiped his greasy mouth with his sleeve. So, while I may harbor suspicions, I haven't sought them out, have I? Zhao Guifan, feeling somewhat guilty, let out a humph and said, considering your youth, I shall not hold it against you. With that, she turned and retreated into the house. Zhou Andong chuckled lightly, leaping down from the wall and wrapping his arm around Zhou Anqin's shoulders, urging, let us return indoors. It is far too cold. On the morning of January 28th, in Zhuhai City, at the pinnacle of the Yuehai Building's revolving restaurant, an elderly gentleman was dining when a middle-aged soldier, bearing the weight of a mere 2 yuan and 40 cents, approached. Leaning slightly, he whispered to the elder, This is today's newspaper. Please have a look. Very well, let me see, the elder replied, lifting his gaze and nodding with a smile as he brought the paper to his face, noting the core socialist values. The soldier confirmed, Indeed, it is this article. The elder continued to read, advocating for prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. My Chinese dream. The great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. As he delved deeper into the text, the elder's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. The article, consisting of fewer than 2,000 words, captivated him for over half an hour. This young lad, Zhou Andong, is remarkable. So young yet possessing such strategic insight and foresight. If given the chance, I would truly like to meet him. The middle-aged soldier, taken aback, withdrew, but not before pulling out a small notebook from his pocket. He inscribed Zhou Andong's name, pausing for a moment before adding a 5-pointed star beside it. Chapter 76. Jianxiu brings the New Year goods after finishing breakfast. Zhou Andong moved a stool and sat beneath the eaves, basking in the sunlight while smoking. Brother. Zhou Andong dashed out from the house. Unable to halt her momentum, she veered and leaped into Zhou Andong's embrace. Zhou Andong caught her, exclaiming, Slow down. What if you fall? Zhou Andong giggled heartily. I want to watch television. Go ahead. Zhou Andong replied, No one is stopping you. All right. The little girl dashed back into the house, calling out to her second brother, Turn on the TV for me. Big brother said so. Hurry up. Hearing her authoritative tone, Zhou Andong shook his head helplessly, reflecting on how this girl had grown and how her stubbornness had only intensified. Zhou Anqin entered the yard carrying a bucket of kitchen scraps. Upon seeing Zhou Andong smoking under the eaves, she quickly approached, glancing inside at the drowsy Zhou Xiaoxin. Then quietly inquired, Brother, did you hit Zhou Onbin? Zhou Andong chuckled, Indeed. Zhou Anqin laughed softly, rising to take the bucket inside, while humming a cheerful tune. Appearing quite pleased. Where are you going again? Zhao Guifan's voice rang out from the east yard. Just going for a stroll, came Zhou Onbin's reply. Eldest brother, I heard you were beaten last night? Zhou Andong peered over the wall to see Zhou Onbin's face swollen and bruised, when I nearly shut, surrounded by dark circles. Zhou Andong couldn't help but burst into laughter. I've told you more than once, in life and in deeds, one must always leave a way out. Never be absolute in your actions. Did you not heed my advice? Look where you are now, struck down unexpectedly. I warn you, if you continue this reckless behavior, engaging in foolishness, you shall face even harsher consequences. Zhou Andong, was it you? Did you set me up? Zhou Onbin roared in fury, pointing at Zhou Andong, only to wince in pain as he inadvertently tugged at his injured mouth. Zhou Andong chuckled mischievously. Zhou Onbin, one may eat recklessly, but one must choose words wisely. Your mother unjustly accused me last night, and now you come here. Do you believe I would truly set you up one day? Zhou Andong. Zhou Anlei rushed out from the house. If I find out it was you who harmed my brother, I will not let this go. Zhou Andong narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting, Zhou Anlei, your backbone seems to have stiffened. Do you dare to call me old man? Have you consulted your father? You little rascal. Zhou Xiaoda emerged from the house wielding a broom, and without hesitation, struck Zhou Anlei. You dare to call him old man? Do you wish to address me as big brother? Ouch. Dad, stop hitting. Ah, it hurts. I was wrong. Dad, I was wrong. Zhou Anlei was chased around the yard by Zhou Xiaoda, while Zhou Andong watched the spectacle with amusement. "Oh dear, this boy is quite audacious. Intending to call you big brother. If I don't beat him now, tomorrow he might run to my grandfather calling him big brother, and then expect you to address him as father. Look, he is glaring at you, clearly defiant." Zhou Andong stoked the flames, which only served to infuriate Zhou Xiaoxin further, compelling him to strike harder, causing Zhou Anlei to dart about in distress, crying out in agony, drawing the attention of neighbors from all directions. "Mom, help! I'm about to be killed by my father." Zhao Guifan emerged from the house, exclaiming, "Zhou Xieta, enough. Do you truly wish to beat your son to death?" Only upon witnessing his wife's fury did Zhou Xieta, panting, cease his assault, shooting a glare at Zhou Anbin. "You're not going anywhere. Stay at home like a good boy, or I'll break your legs." "What are you staring at?" Zhao Guifan snapped, hands on her hips, addressing the onlookers gathered at the entrance. "Haven't you seen a father discipline his son before? All of you, mind your manners when you leave. Don't get run over by a car." A man, taken aback by her words, opened his mouth to retort, but was stopped by the woman beside him. "Let her be. Come on, let us go home." Suddenly, the blaring of a car horn pierced the air, prompting everyone to look up. A 212 Jeep approached from a distance and came to a halt before Zhou Andong's doorstep. A stunningly fashionable woman, almost breathtaking in her beauty, stepped out of the vehicle. "Who is she? I saw her here a few days ago. I heard she is Zhou Andong's new girlfriend. Does his wife approve?" "What are you talking about?" "He is divorced." "I had no idea. This guy is something else, each girlfriend more beautiful than the last. Why can't I have such luck? If you were a college student, you'd surely snag someone just as lovely." "Zhou Andong," Jian Qiu called out from the entrance. Zhou Andong felt a pang of unease. Why was she here? Yet he dared not express it. "Oh, Director Jian, what brings you here?" Jian Qiu shot him a glance. "I'm heading back to Beijing tomorrow. I'll probably return around the 5th or 6th. Just wanted to let you know and bring you some New Year treats." "Sister-in-law." A small figure rushed in like a whirlwind, leaping into Jian Qiu's embrace. "I missed you so much." The term sister-in-law startled Zhou Andong, causing him to stumble, his smile freezing in place. "Ning Ning, don't call me that. How could you?" "Shut up." Jian Qiu pointed decisively at Zhou Andong, then lifted the little girl into her arms. "Children can call whomever they wish. I want to mind. So why are you anxious?" Zhou Andong swallowed his words. Observing Zhou Andong, someone must have taught her to address Jian Qiu this way, and he knew all too well it was that mischievous Zhou Anqin. Zhou Anqin and Zhou Anbei then rushed out from inside, followed closely by Yuan Lying. "Qiujie, Qiujie." Jian Qiu greeted them with a smile, affectionately calling out, "Auntie. I've been wanting to visit you for days, but I've been so busy until now." Yuan Lying replied cheerfully, "It's wonderful that you're here. We'll have lunch together." "Great." Jian Qiu readily agreed. "I brought some New Year goodies. Xiao Bei, hurry and take them inside with your brother." In the ensuing moments, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment as Zhou Anbei emerged from the vehicle, hoisting a skinned sheep. Zhou Andong, grinning widely, followed suit, carrying an entire beef leg. Subsequently, a cascade of boxes filled with beverages poured forth, over 10 crates of cola and Jian Libo, along with a dozen crates of canned beer. In this era, canned beer was undeniably a luxury item. The Zhao Guifan family gathered, their gaze transfixed on the abundance of goods being transported home, their envy palpable. Zhou Anbin's eyes darted about as he tugged at Zhou Anlei, whispering conspiratorially, the content of their exchange a mystery. Good heavens, how much could all this possibly cost? Zhou Andong was indeed fortunate. His previous wife's family was affluent, with her father reportedly the bank president, and it appeared this new one was no different. While I was aware that his former spouse came from wealth, she held him, Zhou Andong, in disdain, to the extent that not even a glass of water was brought into their home. Now, however, with this new partner, it seemed that even before marriage, he was already reaping benefits, and surely, post-nuptials, it would be no less. Listening to the murmurs that surrounded her, Zhao Guifan felt a pang of bitterness and remarked with a sarcastic edge, "Isn't it peculiar? What is there to admire in Zhou Andong, a divorced man? Why do all the young women seem so eager to flock to him? My Anbin, such a fine young man, struggles to find companionship at 28. Where's the fairness in that?" Chapter 77. Instigation. A woman beside remarked, "Isn't it normal for a university student like Dongzi to be liked by young girls?" University student. My foot. Zhao Guifan sneered. My Anbin said that Zhou Andong attended a third-rate university. Just look at how his family strutted when he first got accepted. TSK, TSK. I can hardly be bothered to discuss this matter. A middle-aged man, unable to contain himself, scoffed, Zhao Guifan, "It doesn't matter what tier it is. Dongzi is still in university, while your Zhou Andong hasn't even finished elementary school. To me, it seems you simply cannot bear to see others thrive. How dare you speak like that? Dongzi is my nephew. Why would I wish him ill? Zhao Guifan glared at the man and turned to leave. Zhou shouted, "Let us go home. There is nothing worth seeing here, and they won't give you anything anyway." Bah. As Zhao Guifan departed, a woman spat in disdain. What a joke, comparing her eldest with Dongzi. I can't believe she had the audacity to say that. Exactly. Another woman scoffed. That Zhou Andong is nothing but rotten meat. Whoever gets involved with him will be tainted. It's only because little Li Tuan is somewhat distant that the girl isn't aware of his family's reputation. Otherwise, with his disabilities, no one would ever marry into that family. Enough, don't say any more. If someone overhears, it'll stir up trouble, the middle-aged man interjected. Let us disperse. Everyone go home. In a small restaurant, Lu Zhiguang and Qian Wei were drinking. Ever since they lost a bet and crawled to the factory gate, they had lost the face to return to work. With production halted, they didn't even need to request leave. Section Chief. Qian Wei slammed his glass onto the table, the sound echoing. I refuse to accept this. I feel stifled. I must avenge this grievance. Lu Zhiguang's face was flushed from drink, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, showing no signs of inebriation. Of course, revenge is essential. Qian Wei perked up. How do we exact our revenge? Lu Zhiguang popped a peanut into his mouth, crunching it loudly. We'll go after Yao Qixin. Qian Wei paused. Who is Yao Qixin? Lu Zhiguang grinned. He is Wang Ruome's man. I've inquired. And Yao Qixin is already aware of the affair between Wang Ruome and Zhou Andong. He even confronted Wang Ruome. However, while she was sound asleep at night, she bound him to the bed and whipped him mercilessly, resulting in him being hospitalized the next day. This incident has become a joke within the Safety Supervision Bureau. Qian Wei's eyes lit up with curiosity. What happened next? What happened next? Lu Zhiguang took a leisurely sip from his glass. It is said that Yao Qixin is quite petty. How could he not harbor resentment over such humiliation? He probably harbors thoughts of killing Zhou Andong. It's strange, Qian Wei remarked. After being treated this way, why has he made any move? Lu Zhiguang smirked ominously. This is the calm before the storm. The longer he waits, the more vicious his retaliation will be. But I can't wait any longer, Qian Wei exclaimed, downing his drink in one gulp, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Now, I can't even hold my head high among relatives and friends. The shame I endure is solely the result of Zhou Andong's actions. Until I exact my revenge, I shall find no peace. Even my meals are rendered unpalatable. Lu Zhiguang empathizes profoundly. Am I not in the same predicament? Thus, I propose we seek out Yao Qixin to incite him, so that he may summon the resolve to confront Zhou Andong in retribution. Let us depart immediately. Qian Wei, too, forsook his meal, rising to settle the bill. During this period, Yao Qixin languishes at his workplace, feeling as though time stretches interminably. Regardless of whom he encounters, he perceives their gazes as laced with derision. Whenever he overhears hushed conversations, he assumes they are mocking him behind his back. Day by day, his spirits plummet, and his inner fury simmers like a powder keg, suppressed to its brink, awaiting an unpredictable eruption. On this particular noon, he found himself bereft of the courage to dine in the cafeteria, instead isolating himself in his office, his gaze fixated vacantly on a singular point, his demeanor exuding an eerie lifelessness. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, causing Yao Qixin's eyes to flicker momentarily before he shook his head, his entire body shifting as a glimmer of life returned to his expression. Come in. A young man pushed the door ajar but did not enter, merely leaning against the threshold to announce, Director Yao, someone is seeking you. Yao Qixin, with a hoarse voice, inquired, Who? The young man's countenance shifted to one of unease. Yet he hesitated before responding. They are from the distillery, claiming they have urgent matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing the mention of the distillery, a faint smile crept onto Yao Qixin's face, though a flash of hostility lingered in his eyes. Let them in. Very well. The young man retreated, allowing Lu Zhiguang and Qian Wei to enter. Yao Qixin regarded the two with a sardonic smile, while they scrutinized him in return. What brings you here? Yao Qixin remained seated, his disfavor towards anyone from the distillery palpable. Lu Zhiguang chuckled softly, extending his hand. I am Lu Zhiguang, the deputy director of the Quality Inspection Department at the distillery. Yao Qixin merely lifted his eyelids, seemingly oblivious to the outstretched hand, inciting Lu Zhiguang's ire, prompting him to curse inwardly, feeling that the man deserved every bit of his misfortune, regardless of his inner turmoil. Lu Zhiguang maintained a facade of cordiality. I shall be forthright. I have come to discuss your wife and her association with Zhou Andong. Yao Qixin's expression shifted dramatically, transforming him into an enraged lion. Get out. Leave this place. Qianwei recoiled in surprise, yet Lu Zhiguang remained unperturbed. I am here to inform you that yesterday, at the distillery's warehouse, I inadvertently witnessed Wang Ruomei with Zhou Andong, the two of them entwined in each other's arms. Yao Qixin's body began to tremble. His fists clenched tightly, his complexion paling to an alarming degree, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring Lu Zhiguang. Lu Zhiguang offered a slight smile. Do not be agitated. I do not intend to humiliate you. I share this information to prevent you from being deceived by that pair of treacherous lovers. Leave. Yao Qixin seethed, forcing the word through gritted teeth. Very well. The objective has been achieved, and Lu Zhiguang no longer feels the need for further discussion. As for belief, Yao Qixin's reaction has already conveyed everything he needed to know. Now he merely waits to witness the unfolding drama. Watching Lu Zhiguang and Qianwei depart, Yao Qixin slammed his fist onto the desk with a resounding thud, breaking the skin on his hand and causing blood to flow. Yet, he felt no pain at all. Rising, he donned his clothes and left. Upon returning home, he forcefully kicked the door open and searched the premises, both inside and out, finding no one. In the outer room, he seized a kitchen knife, wrapped it in newspaper, tucked it under his arm, and rode away on his bicycle. Chapter 78, Midnight Sharpening. Frightening Yao Qixin pedaled furiously on his bicycle, nearly propelling the wheels off the ground. As fatigue set in, the fury that had been suppressed within him gradually subsided. Upon arriving at the distillery, he found his legs trembling from the exertion, taking a while to recover. By this time, however, the fire in his heart had mostly been released. He paced back and forth at the entrance, hesitating to enter. As dusk approached, he gritted his teeth, convinced that the person he sought was not present. He decided to return home and come back the following day. Wang Ruomei returned home to find the door ajar and the lock broken. She hurried inside, rummaging through the cupboard until she unearthed an iron box. Upon opening it, she discovered that both the cash and bankbook were intact, allowing her to exhale in relief. She then wandered around the house several times, noting that nothing seemed to be missing, which puzzled her greatly. It was only when she attempted to prepare a meal that she realized the kitchen knife was gone. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard gate creaking open announced Yao Qixin's arrival as he pushed his bicycle inside. Wang Ruomei emerged from the house and noticed that Yao Qixin was clutching something bulky in his arms, stirring her curiosity. Where have you been? She inquired. Faced with Wang Ruomei's icy demeanor, Yao Qixin furrowed his brows in annoyance and replied impatiently, At work. Where else could I be? Wang Ruomei questioned coldly. What is in your arms? Show me. Feeling a sudden pang of guilt, Yao Qixin hesitated before revealing the concealed kitchen knife. I noticed our kitchen knife was dull, so I thought I'd find a sharpener, but I couldn't. Ever since the incident when Wang Ruomei had tied him to the bed and given him a beating, he had developed a psychological shadow. No matter how much he loathed her, he was genuinely afraid in her presence. Wang Ruomei ignored him and returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The sound of the knife chopping on the cutting board was significantly louder than usual, causing Yao Qixin to shrink his neck in apprehension. As night deepened, Wang Ruomei sat on the sofa knitting, while Yao Qixin dared not sleep, his eyes fixed on her cold expression, which made him feel uneasy. As the clock ticked past midnight, his eyelids grew heavy, and he ultimately succumbed to sleep. In the haze of slumber, he was stirred by a strange scratching sound, which felt dreamlike, yet eerily real. Suddenly, he jolted awake, the noise clarifying in his ears. Turning his head, he was struck with terror, every hair on his body standing on end, and his scalp prickling with fear. He tumbled off the bed, grasping the edge with both hands, and peered over, terrified. What are you doing? Wang Ruomei was sitting at the head of the bed, diligently sharpening the knife, her focus unwavering. You said the knife was dull, and I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd de-sharpen it, she explained. Yao Qixin gulped, swallowing hard. You can sharpen it, but do it outside. Why do it here, at the head of the bed? Wang Ruomei continued her task, her expression intent. It's cold outside, my hands will freeze. There's a radiator here, it's warm. Watching the knife gleam brighter with each stroke, a chill crept up Yao Qixin's neck. Ruomei, it's the dead of night. Please stop sharpening it. Can we do it tomorrow instead? Wang Ruomei picked up the knife and scraped the blade with her fingertip, murmuring. It's nearly sharpened. Yao Qixin exhaled deeply, but his breath was only half released when he noticed Wang Ruomei positioning the knife against her neck, gesturing with it. Yao Qixin, if this kitchen knife were to strike at my neck, would my head come off? Yao Qixin shuddered, his face a mask of despair as he replied, "Stop joking around. It's past 2 o'clock. We should really get some sleep." "All right." Wang Ruame tossed the whetstone onto the floor, wiped the knife with a cloth, and then lay down with it in her hand, ready for slumber. Yao Qixin, hesitating, climbed into bed. However, at the sight of the knife in Wang Ruame's grip, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. With his eyes closed, he could feel a chilling sensation at his neck, compelling him to sit up straight against the headboard, staring intently at the knife she held. As dawn approached, Yao Qixin cautiously reached out, gripping the back of the knife, and began to lift it. Suddenly, Wang Ruame's eyes flew open, startling him into a yelp, causing him to tumble back onto the floor. Wang Ruame turned to him and asked, "What do you want to do?" I didn't want to do anything. I just thought it was a bit dangerous for you to sleep with a knife." That night had been exhausting for Yao Qixin, who, despite his fatigue, felt too apprehensive to sleep. He decided to dress and said, "You sleep a little longer. I'll go buy breakfast." Upon returning with breakfast, he stealthily entered the house, finding Wang Ruame still asleep. After a hasty bite outside, he left on his bicycle before 7. The woman had truly lost her mind, and he felt he could no longer stay in that home. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt, unable to vent his frustrations on Wang Ruame, and his resentment towards Zhou Andong grew stronger. Arriving at work, he found the main gate still closed. He rode his bicycle around the streets and purchased a sharp knife. By now it was past 8, and he found a phone booth to call in sick to work before heading to the distillery. He lingered outside the distillery all day, too afraid to return home that night, fearing Wang Ruame might truly go mad and harm him while he slept. Instead, he found a small inn to stay overnight. This routine continued for days, as he frequented the distillery and returned to the inn each night until the 29th day of the lunar month. When he mustered the courage to return home, he secretly vowed to confront Zhou Andong after the new year. For being so publicly humiliated with such a betrayal was a slight he could not ignore. Revenge was necessary to uphold his manhood. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Zhou Andong was awakened by the sound of firecrackers outside. He turned over, resting his arms on the edge of the bed, and lit a cigarette. Just as he took a few puffs, he heard a little girl shouting in the yard. "The New Year's here. Firecrackers are popping. It's so lively." Zhou Andong awoke as well, calling out, "Brother, get up and let us set off firecrackers." Zhou Andong smiled and replied, "You go ahead. I'll get up after I finish my smoke." Zhou Andong quickly dressed and excitedly dashed outside, and soon the yard echoed with the sounds of firecrackers exploding. "Big brother." The little girl rushed in with a gust of excitement. "Hurry up and take me to the city to play." Zhou Andong observed the little girl, whose nose was running from the cold. Just as he was about to offer to wipe it for her, he noticed her casually swipe her arm across her nose. He gazed at her, clad in a newly purchased crimson down jacket, and with a hand to his forehead, he sighed, remarking, "Education is a weighty responsibility." "Brother." Zhou Andong entered. "Mother asked you to invite Grandma and Grandpa to celebrate the new year at our home." "All right." Zhou Andong tossed the cigarette but to the ground, donned his outerwear, and stepped outside. However, as he reached the gate, he suddenly turned back and said, "Xiao Bei, please slice 2 jin each of beef and lamb, and grab 2 cases of drinks. Let us take them to Sister Yuezhan together." Chapter 79. A plea for kindness. Zhou Andong strode ahead, carrying meat, while Zhou Andong followed closely behind, clutching beverages. "Brother, the day before yesterday, our home was robbed. I can't shake the suspicion that it was Zhou Andong and Zhou Anlei," Zhou Andong remarked. Zhou Andong chuckled. "Who else but those two could commit such a disgraceful act, coming to our home to steal meat?" Zhou Andong scoffed. "Just a few days ago, I saw those 2 rascals sneaking around, peering over our wall. As they turned into another alley, they were met with a gathering of people outside Luo Yuzhen's home. Something's amiss." Zhou Andong's expression shifted as he hastened towards the commotion, overhearing a group of women whispering, while men occasionally chimed in. A plump woman, digging into her pocket, pulled out roasted peanuts, tossing them into her mouth one by one. "Where does she get the money?" "Bringing home rice and flour," she exclaimed. Another middle-aged woman interjected, "Just yesterday, I saw her buy a considerable amount of meat. TSK. I don't have as much as she does." A gaunt, lecherous young man craned his neck to peer into the courtyard. "With a loose belt like that, you could earn a month's wages in just a few days. Not long ago, I spotted Luo Yuzhen at a hair salon in Taipei. If she works there for a few days, won't the money just roll in?" "Did you truly see her?" "You speak as if it were a fact," another woman teased. The young man chuckled, inching closer to her. "How could I deceive you?" The woman glared, "You better not get too close, or I swear I'll cut off that thing of yours." The young man grinned lewdly. "All right, I'll drop my pants right here for you to do it." "How about that? Get lost." The woman retorted. "You foolish brat, keep your distance. Rewrote Yuzhen, your parents' demise is on your hands, and so is your grandparents'. Why don't you just perish?" A woman's sharp, cutting voice echoed from the courtyard. "With all the rice, flour, and meat, where does that money come from? Speak up. Are you engaged in some unspeakable activities? You wretched woman, if you dare tarnish the Luo family's reputation, I won't let you off lightly." Zhou Andong's brow furrowed deeper, his countenance darkening further. At that moment, an older woman venomously declared, "This woman brings no good to our village. Indeed, her entire family has been cursed. Who knows when we might share their misfortune?" The crowd rallied. "Let us go find the village head and have her expelled from Tangizi." "Yes, yes. Let us seek the village head. Make way." Zhou Andong called out, his mood souring. "It's the new year, and you lot have nothing better to do than block someone's doorway?" Upon hearing Zhou Andong's voice, the crowd parted instinctively. However, upon realizing it was Zhou Andong, a few individuals harbored discontent. The young man cursed, "Zhou Andong, what are you pretending to be, you bastard?" With a swift motion, Zhou Andong raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the young man's face, immediately following up with a kick to his abdomen. With a sudden cry, the young man let out a piercing scream, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. The atmosphere instantly shifted to silence. Those who had been vocally abusive now fell mute, retreating several paces to maintain a safe distance from Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong gazed at the young man and coldly remarked, "You have consistently spoken ill of me behind my back. I am fully aware of it, yet I have chosen to ignore you. Did you truly believe I feared you? Now, you have the audacity to spread rumors about Sister Yuzhen. Do you comprehend the ramifications of such actions for a woman? Are you not afraid that Lu Yang will come forth and strip you of your skin?" He then turned to encompass the crowd with a pointed finger, his voice rising in admonition. "We are all from the same village. Many of you are elders who watched Sister Yuzhen grow up. Back then, you bullied her when she was small. Now, you prey upon her as a solitary mother. What has she done to deserve this? Has she consumed your family as soup or rice? Do you harbor such animosity towards her?" Zhou Andong emphatically pounded his chest, urging them to introspect. Feel your own heart and question your conscience. Is it still untainted? Unbeknownst to the crowd, the old village chief, Li Jiotong, stood quietly at the back. Listening to Zhou Andong's words, guilt etched across his face. For years, Luo Yuzhen had found herself in such dire straits, and as the village chief, he bore considerable responsibility. Life is sacred, the bonds of kinship invaluable, and the preservation of one's reputation paramount. These three virtues are the essence of all benevolent acts. While their absence constitutes great malevolence, kindness begets merit for oneself. The karma of this life is merely the debts of the previous one, and misdeeds in this lifetime will demand recompense in the next. Zhou Andong surveyed the crowd once more, urging, "I implore you to embrace kindness and cultivate virtue for your children." Reactions varied. Some scoffed, others lowered their heads, while a few turned to leave. Zhou Andong paid them no mind and stepped into the courtyard, where he found Luo Yuzhen disheveled on the ground, her clothes tattered and blood streaks adorning her face. Two children crouched beside her, supporting their mother with gritted teeth and fierce, tear-filled eyes directed at the two women standing opposite them. Zhou Andong recognized these women as Luo Yuzhen's stepmother and aunt, notorious for their fierce tempers in the village, only subdued by Zhao Guizhen. "I can disclose the source of her funds." Zhou Andong approached Luo Yuzhen and helped her to her feet, then turned to face the two women, stating, "The money is from me. Do you have any objections?" Luo Yuzhen scoffed. "Why are you giving her money?" Zhou Andong chuckled. "Your question is quite absurd. Why should I not give her money?" "Enough." Luo Yuzhen's stepmother, Jia Guimin, interjected with a derisive laugh. "Your family can barely afford a meal, yet you give her money. Are you a fool, or do you think us foolish?" Zhou Andong raised the meat he was carrying and pointed to the two boxes of drinks held by Zhou Anbei. "Do you see this? It is a gift for Sister Yuzhen. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two women shifted dramatically, filled with disbelief. "Enough. Stop staring and attend to your own affairs. Moreover, you young scoundrel, should you dare to spread malicious rumors and tarnish the innocence of others, I shall personally escort you to the police station, where you will languish for 2 years." Li Jiotong entered the courtyard with a dark expression, his gaze fixed upon the two women, his countenance growing even more forbidding. "This house was bequeathed to Yuzhen by her grandfather, and none of you shall seize it. It is futile to covet it." "By what right?" Jia Guimin shrieked. Even if it is an inheritance, we all have a stake in it. Why should she alone monopolize it? Li Jiotong scoffed. By virtue of my position as village chief, if you dare to trouble these vulnerable women again, I will not let you off lightly. Chapter 80. The arm cannot overpower the thigh. Jia Guimin responded with a sharp, mocking laugh. This is our family matter, Li Jiotao. You are meddling too much. I have no interest in other people's affairs, but as for the Luo family situation, I shall take charge. Li Jiotao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he declared, I shall make it clear today. If you continue to harass Luo Yuzhen, I will ensure that your family suffers in turn. Foolish woman, truly, 3 days without discipline leads to chaos. Why create a ruckus during the new year? Luo Zhonglin, Luo Yuzhen's uncle, stormed into the courtyard, kicking Jia Guimin aside. You disgraceful thing, go home. Dazed by the kick, Jia Guimin realized they were rebelling against her. She noticed the old man winking at her, and the words she intended to shout were swallowed back. With a forced smile, Luo Zhonglin said, Village chief, this foolish woman knows not her place. Please bear with her. I'll take her home now. Reluctantly, Jia Guimin was pulled away by Luo Zhonglin, with Luo Yuzhen's trailing behind, looking defeated. Enough, stop pulling me. Jia Guimin snapped, shaking off Luo Zhonglin's grasp. If you don't give me an explanation, I want to let this go. Luo Zhonglin scoffed. You truly are a mouse serving as a plaything for a cat, valuing money over your life. In the past, when Li Jiotao ignored you, you could do as you pleased. Now that he wishes to intervene, have you considered the consequences if you continue to trouble Luo Yuzhen? What consequences? Jia Guimin glared, her face contorted in anger. Li Jiotao thinks he can control everything, including our lives? That house was left by the elder. Luo Yuzhen is a married woman. Water spilled cannot be retrieved. I must reclaim the house. Otherwise, where will the old man live after marrying? Luo Zhonglin replied. The land for the house has already been designated. It's meant for the old man to build a home. Jia Guimin's eyes widened in disbelief. Why build a new house when there is an existing one? Is money simply a trifle to you? He is the village chief, if he desires. Any good fortune for the village will be withheld from you. Moreover, the land contract expires in a few years, and we remain uncertain of future policies. If you confront Li Jiotao, do you think you will fare well? With a resigned expression, Luo Zhonglin said, An arm cannot overpower a thigh. Perhaps it would be wise for you to remain quiet. Jia Guimin fell silent, her face darkening further, clearly still unwilling to relent. Zhou Andong watched the departing villagers, a sigh escaping him. The Chinese people have endured countless hardships, leading to a habitual tolerance and endurance without boundaries. This has resulted in the lower classes oscillating between two extremes, a wolf-like ferocity and a sheep-like meekness. Before the strong, they are more obedient than sheep. Before the weak, they can be even more vicious than wolves. Tragically, they often vent their envy and hatred for the upper echelons through violence against even weaker groups. Yuzhen, are you all right? Luo Yuzhen wiped the blood from her face and shook her head. I'm fine. Zhou Andong nodded, placing the mead he held atop the beverage box he was carrying. Xiao Bei, take these things inside. What is this all about? Luo Yuzhen stopped Zhou Anbei, saying, Dongzi, you have helped me enough. I cannot accept any more. Zhou Andong chuckled. These are all gifts from others. There is plenty at home. Besides, this is all for the children. You should just accept it. Just as Luo Yuzhen pondered further, Li Jiotong interjected. Since Dongzi has brought it for you, you should graciously accept. Despite enduring slaps and scoldings without shedding a tear, Luo Yuzhen now found herself weeping uncontrollably, unable to articulate a word. Li Jiotong reassured her. It's the new year. Do not cry, as it brings bad luck. We'll prepare some delightful food and celebrate properly. Luo Yuzhen bowed deeply to Li Jiotong, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, village chief. Flushing slightly, Li Jiotong urged her. Quickly return indoors. It's freezing outside, and we don't want the children to catch a chill. Master Jiao. As Zhou Andong attempted to speak, he was interrupted by Li Jiotong's wave. I know what you wish to say, do not worry. With me around, no one will dare trouble this child, Yuzhen. Zhou Andong nodded, recognizing this as an opportunity to foster goodwill with Lu Yang, even if it was somewhat late, at the very least. They should not repeat the enmity of the past life. Zhou Andong crouched down, ruffling the hair of the two children. The boy, Lu Yu, was 11, while the girl, Lu Rue, was 9. Remember, if anyone bullies your mother in the future, you must seek the village chief. Lu Yu nodded resolutely. I will never let anyone bully my mother again. Good boy. Zhou Andong patted the lad's shoulder and stood up, saying, Sister Yuzhen, let us head inside. We are leaving now. Only after Zhou Andong, Zhou Anbei, and Li Jiotong had disappeared from sight did Luo Yuezhen lead her children indoors. Upon seeing the 2 boxes of beverages and meat, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Lu Rue, remember, when you grow up, you must repay Uncle Dongzi well. Not far from there, Zhou Andong spotted a tall, robust figure approaching with his head bowed and a broad grin. Gao Laofei. Upon hearing his name, Gao Zhen looked up, saw Zhou Andong, and burst into laughter as he rushed over, excitedly lifting Zhou Anbei into the air and spinning him around. Donggu, I was just about to look for you. You silly fool, put me down quickly. Zhou Andong gasped as Gao Zhen's strong arms nearly squeezed the breath from him. Oh. Gao Zhen chuckled sheepishly and hurriedly set Zhou Andong back on the ground. Zhou Andong shook his head in exasperation. His circle of friends was small, and Gao Zhen was among the most genuine, willing even to risk his life for him. When did you return? Last night. Gao Zhen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Donggu, try this brand. It's truly potent. Zhou Andong accepted the cigarette, and Gao Zhen lit it for him. Ah, smoking 555 now. It seems you've had a prosperous year. It's all right, with overtime. I can earn over 500 a month, and on slower months, at least 300. Gao Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, you should quit the distillery and come south with me. There are factories everywhere hiring. With your education, you could easily secure a managerial position, earning 600 to 700 a month with ease. Moreover, the female workers attired themselves rather scantily, their long, fair legs exposed during the summer. Suddenly, Gao Zhen smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Guess whom I encountered? Zhang Sai. That rascal has truly risen to prominence. He has found a girlfriend. The daughter of a shoe factory owner, managing a workforce of several hundred, commuting daily in a BMW." Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from the mouth of the alley, prompting the 3 to turn their heads. A BMW 5 Series turned into the alley, proceeding slowly. Upon closer inspection, it bore a license plate from Guangdong province. Damn it, Gao Zhen cursed, unable to restrain his incredulity. This scoundrel had the audacity to return not to celebrate the new year, but to flaunt his success. Chapter 81. Trampled by a freeloader, the vehicle came to a halt beside Zhou Andong. The window slid down, and a fellow sporting a middle-part hairstyle and sunglasses leaned out. Grinning as he said, "Dongzi, long time no see. How have you been faring?" Zhou Andong sighed and replied, "Just muddling through, enough to eat and drink. As long as I'm not starving." He glanced at the impressive BMW. "Unlike you, driving around in luxury." Zhang Sai exited the car, removing his sunglasses. "Dongzi, you can't continue like this. Why not come to the south with me? You could help manage some people under my watch. Earning 400 to 500 a month, better than toiling away in that shabby distillery, wouldn't you agree?" Zhou Andong chuckled. "I'm rather accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. I think I'll stick with the distillery for the freedom it offers. You're always so carefree. What can I say to you?" Zhang Sai shook his head, wearing an expression of disappointment. He then turned to tap on the car window. Tian, come down. I want to introduce you to someone." A stylishly dressed woman reluctantly got out of the car. She was not unattractive, yet neither was she striking, just an average woman, but certainly a good match for Zhang Sai. "This is my childhood friend, Zhou Andong. You can call him Dongzi." "Hello, Dongzi." The woman nodded, her expression neutral, her Mandarin quite proficient. Zhou Andong chuckled again. Zhang Sai wrapped an arm around the woman's shoulders. "This is my girlfriend, Tian." Zhou Andong chuckled once more, but this irritated the woman, prompting her to frown. "It's too cold. I'm getting back in the car." With that, she climbed back in and slammed the door shut. "Southerners don't quite adapt to our northern winters. Don't take it to heart," Zhang Sai said, pulling out a business card from his pocket and handing it to Zhou Andong. He patted Zhou Andong on the shoulder. "My brother, my words are always valid. Whenever you decide to come out, feel free to look for me." He then got back in the car. Tian glanced at Zhou Andong through the window, disdainfully remarking, "What kind of friend is he? Just a country bumpkin. Don't introduce me to such people in the future." Zhang Sai lit a cigarette from the pack resting in his lap and started the car. "He always looked down on me as a child. But now that I've returned in glory, he must know that I, Zhang Sai, am infinitely superior to Zhou Andong, both now and in the future. He will always be beneath me." He scoffed derisively. "A college student? What a joke." Tian shot Zhang Sai a glance. "If you despise him so much, why do you still want to bring him on board?" Zhang Sai replied, "Isn't it satisfying to have someone who once looked down on me serving me now?" Tian chuckled lightly. "Don't forget who has provided you with everything you have." Zhang Sai took hold of Tian's hand, gazing at her with earnestness. In this lifetime, I'm tied to you. There's no escaping. What a thing. He used to trail behind us, calling me Brother Dong incessantly. And now he dares to address me as Dongzi and even refers to himself as my brother. Truly a petty individual relishing in newfound fortune. Gao Jin spat at the rear of the departing BMW. Bah, a freeloader, and he still has the audacity to come back and flaunt it, Zhou Andong remarked. In his childhood, this rascal was quite a handful, which is why I often cautioned you against associating with him. At that moment, the sound of drums and trumpets resonated from the brigade, and Zhou Anbei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The brigade is performing the Yanga dance. Zhou Andong replied. You should return home and take the fourth one to watch the Yanga, so she won't keep pestering me to take her to the city for amusement. All right. Zhou Anbei, nearly 16 and still possessing the heart of a child, could hardly contain his eagerness upon hearing about the Yanga performance. He dashed home without a moment's delay. Gao Jin inquired, Where are you off to? Zhou Andong responded, I'm heading to my grandfather's. Gao Jin declared, I'll accompany you. Zhou Bingwa was seated on the Kong, rolling his dry tobacco, while the old lady was outside, fishing for pickled vegetables from the vat. Grandfather, grandmother, I have arrived. Zhou Andong called out as he entered the courtyard. The elderly matriarch, Zhang Guixiang, upon hearing his voice, lifted the cotton curtain and exclaimed joyfully, My eldest grandson has come. Zhou Andong entered the house and said, Grandmother, my mother has invited you both to celebrate the new year at our home. We will not go anywhere. The old lady insisted. You've brought us so much meat. It suffices for us to prepare our own meals at home. Grandmother, Happy New Year. Gao Jun, who had grown up alongside Zhou Andong, continued to affectionately address the elders as grandparents. Oh my, Dajin has returned. It seems you've grown taller again. The old lady said warmly. Come in quickly. Zhou Andong stepped inside, and Gao Jun followed, saying, Grandfather, Happy New Year. The old man chuckled, Happy New Year. Gao Jun, feeling at home, picked up an apple from the Kong and took a bite. So sweet. The old lady remarked, This is from your eldest aunt's own orchard. If you wish to have some, take a bit with you later. Zhou Andong playfully tempted, Grandfather, come celebrate the new year at my place. I have some fine liquor that you would regret missing, though the old man was initially reluctant. The mention of good wine piqued his interest. If my eldest grandson has invited me, then I must go. Zhou Andong smiled. His grandfather was indeed a legendary figure in his youth. He had worked as a bodyguard, served in the revolutionary ranks, traversed the Long March, fought against the Japanese, and acted as a guard for high-ranking officials. He had numerous opportunities to ascend in rank, yet he turned them all down. After the victory in the War of Resistance, he told his superiors that the fighting was over and it was time to return home, after which he devoted himself to farming. At times, Zhou Andong pondered why his grandfather chose not to pursue power. Otherwise, he could have become a second-generation elite, perhaps even a third. He could have indulged in racing cars, drinking, frequenting bars, and engaging in philosophical discussions with charming companions, basking in a carefree existence. I shall take my leave now. You will come shortly, Zhou Andong announced. Go ahead. The old lady waved him off. Once outside, Gao Jin asked, What time is dinner at your home? Zhou Andong replied, It will be ready by 2 in the afternoon. Gao Jin nodded. I shall gather a few friends and come over to play cards. Sounds good. Zhou Andong was not idle upon returning home. He assisted in tidying up and preparing the meal. By just past 1, the table was laden with over 10 delectable dishes, all centered around meat, as the family sat together in a circle, ready to celebrate. Yuan Lying suddenly shed tears, prompting Zhou Xiaoxin to express his discontent. Why are you crying on such a festive occasion? Wiping her eyes, Yuan Lying replied, After all these years, this year's New Year's feast is the most sumptuous. The elderly lady sighed, Lying, These years have brought you both great joys and sorrows. You have endured much. This is just the beginning. Our lives will only improve from here on, she added. Zhou Andong smiled as he poured wine for the elders, saying, Come. Let us raise a toast as a family. The elderly gentleman lifted his glass and inhaled the aroma, remarking, Today, I shall savor the taste of Mao Dai, thanks to my eldest grandson. The little girl, raising her nearly empty cup of cola, shouted, Cheers. Eating dinner so early. Just then, Zhou Anbin suddenly lifted the curtain and entered, carrying a large basin, exclaiming, Grandpa, Grandma, I knew you would be here. Chapter 82. Impossible to return to the past. What brings you here? Zhou Anbei abruptly set down his chopsticks and stood up. If it weren't for Grandma and Grandpa being here, do you think I would care to come? Zhou Anbin snorted coldly, then with a playful grin, addressed the elderly woman. Grandma, I noticed you had quite a bit of meat the other day. I couldn't find any just now. Where is it? The elderly lady inquired. Did your family not buy any meat? Zhou Andong replied, we only bought 2 pounds. With so many mouths to feed, 2 pounds is hardly sufficient. Plus, with your eldest grandson's wife visiting, my mother asked me to fetch some meat from you. After all, there is so much that you cannot possibly consume it all. Knowing it's the new year and you are receiving a daughter-in-law, why did you buy so little meat? The elderly lady complained while removing the keys from her waist string and placing them in the snow to prevent them from being gnawed by rodents. It's all in the meat jar in the west room. With a cheeky smile, Zhou Andong reached for the keys but found nothing. Looking up, he saw the keys already in Zhou Andong's possession, and his expression shifted as he exclaimed, Zhou Andong, what do you mean by this? Don't cause trouble. The elderly lady attempted to reclaim the keys. Zhou Andong raised his hand and said, Grandma, did you buy any meat this year? The elderly lady retorted, you took so much from me. Why would I need to buy more? Zhou Andong chuckled. Well, I remember that was what I delivered to you. The elderly lady, exasperated, urged, hurry and give the keys to Andong. Exactly. Zhou Andong shouted, mind your own business and hand the keys over to me. Ignoring him, Zhou Andong addressed the elderly lady, you are my grandmother, the one who bore my father and raised him. Given his current situation, he cannot repay your nurturing. So it falls to me, your grandson, to honor you. Yet you allowed Zhou Andong to take my goodwill and let his family thrive on my resources. Do you consider this fair? The elderly lady responded, one cannot write 2 Zhous with a single stroke. He is your brother, his father is your uncle, and his mother is your aunt. How can a few pounds of meat constitute draining your resources? Besides, did you not already give it to me? Just let him have a bit. Zhou Andong laughed, Grandma, your bias is rather severe. Is this merely about a little meat? My father is lying here. And does my uncle have a second brother? Does Zhou Andong have a second uncle? In the hardest 2 years when our family could barely make ends meet, did they bring us a single grain of rice? Or did they serve your brothers a bowl of hot soup? Let us not speak of the distant past. Just recently, the 4th brother went to the east courtyard to watch television, only to be thrown into the snow by Zhou Andong. Do you know how harshly he was scolded by his brother and my aunt? The elderly lady shot Zhou Andong a fierce glare. Is that true? Zhou Andong defiantly replied, that was all in the past. Let us focus on the present. Your granddaughter-in-law has come for the new year, yet there is no meat to be had. You decide what to do. The elderly lady's heart softened. Dongzi, stop causing a scene. Quickly give him the keys. With a resigned expression, Zhou Andong said, Grandma, I am not causing a scene. Meat does not come from thin air. Isn't that meat simply blown in by the wind? Zhou Andong glared and shouted, it was that woman who sent it to your family, not something bought with money. Huh? Zhou Andong laughed in anger, even if it came with the wind. It blew to my house, so why should it be given to you? Xiaobei, Zhou Andong called out, tossing the keys over, bring back the meat. From today onwards, our grandparents will dine at our home until the 15th. All right. Zhou Andong jumped down to put on his shoes, but Zhou Andong, anxious, seized him. Refusing to pamper the boy, he swung his fist, landing a heavy blow to Zhou Andong's face. Mother, Zhou Andong exclaimed, his eyes bruised again after just 2 days. Zhou Andong, do you dare to hit me? Zhou Andong snorted coldly, what about hitting you? Zhou Andong immediately wilted, crying out, Grandma. If your granddaughter-in-law doesn't feel welcomed on her first New Year visit, and it leads to a breakup, your grandson will be a lifelong bachelor. And you won't even get to hold your great-grandson. The old lady grew anxious. Xiaobei, don't follow your brother's example. Give the keys back to your brother, Ben. Enough. The old man slammed his wine cup down on the table, addressing the old lady. Why must we ruin a perfectly good New Year and make everyone unhappy? The old lady opened her mouth, but the old man interrupted with a cold snort. That meat was a gift from Dongzi to us. How can you give it to the eldest family? At this point, the old man turned to Zhou Andong. So, because you can't eat meat, your wife leaves. Is that it? Then you'll be a lifelong bachelor. As for holding a great-grandson, I have several grandsons already. I'm not missing out on just one. Go back and tell your father, if he can afford meat, eat it. If not, then don't. What a shameful thing. Meanwhile, in the capital at the Moscow restaurant, located at 135 Zizeman Outer Street, the first Western restaurant established in 1954, locals fondly referred to it as Lauimo. The name Lauimo was indeed renowned. It was once a gathering place for the old Wei Hong crowd, and dining here was a matter of prestige. This place was also a battleground for conflicts between Lao Wei Hong and the troublemakers. Inside the restaurant, Jian Qiu was focused on cutting her steak. Seated across from a man in his mid-30s, dressed in light casual attire, with short hair and gold-rimmed glasses, his wrist adorned with a Rolex worth over 200,000. Even while eating, the man exuded an air of refined gentlemanly elegance. Chiyo, why do I get the feeling you've been absent-minded? Aren't you happy I'm back? Jian Chiyo took a bite of steak, set down her knife and fork, and wiped her hands with a napkin. How many years have you been abroad? The man pondered. 8 or 9 years, nearly 10. Indeed. Jian Chiyo sipped her lemon water. It's been nearly 10 years. Did you notice the changes in our country during your visit? The man nodded. Compared to when I left, the changes are truly significant. I am currently aboard a flight to Shanghai. Having made a special trip to wander through the bustling cities of Guangzhou, Zhuhai, and Shenzhen, the transformation is astounding. Towering buildings rise everywhere. Factories are actively recruiting workers. And the faces of the people radiate a newfound happiness that was once absent. Jian Chiyo gazes at the man. Her voice tinged with a somber tone as she speaks. In a city, in a nation that has undergone such significant change, what is there that remains immutable? The man is momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Chiyo, you. Jian Chiyo raises a hand to interrupt him. Why you? You are no longer the person you once were, and I am no longer that naive girl who knew nothing. A decade has passed, this country has evolved. This city has transformed, and so have we. You have matured, I have grown, and thus, it is impossible to return to the past. Chapter 83. Sending red envelopes to younger siblings. Tong Huaiyu fell into a moment of silence. Jian Chiyo inquired, when will you leave? Tong Huaiyu replied with a bitter smile. Are you so eager for me to depart? Jian Chiyo slightly shook her head. During this visit, do you intend to invest in the country? Tong Huaiyu responded, indeed. I have earned some money abroad and am considering investing here, not to spout patriotic platitudes, but to explore larger opportunities. Jian Chiyo asked, have you contemplated what to pursue? Tong Huaiyu stated, minerals. Our nation possesses the largest rare earth reserves globally. While rare earth elements are relatively scarce abroad, exporting them would undoubtedly be profitable. Jian Chiyo further inquired, will you not leave afterward? Of course, I will return abroad. Business overseas remains paramount. However, I must first resolve some matters domestically, as the procedures for rare earth mining and exportation can be quite cumbersome. At this point, Tong Huaiyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. I initially thought of taking you along, but it seems I was overly optimistic. Jian Chiyo appeared not to have heard his last remark. She stood up and said, I should head back now. It's New Year's Eve, so you should return early as well. Tong Huaiyu also rose. Allow me to escort you. Jian Chiyo contemplated declining but eventually acquiesced. Upon exiting the restaurant, they boarded a Tiger-head Benz parked at the entrance. To number 6 courtyard? Jian Chiyo nodded. Yes. Number 6 courtyard, adjacent to the Forbidden City, was guarded by fully armed sentinels. The Tiger-head Benz halted at the entrance of the number 6 courtyard, and Jian Chiyo alighted. Drive slowly. Of course. Tong Huaiyu chuckled. Waving his hand, hurry inside. It's quite chilly. As Jian Chiyo entered the premises, Tong Huaiyu's once cheerful visage darkened, and he lit a cigarette. Reclining lazily against the seat, staring unblinkingly at the ceiling of the car. After an indeterminate period, a knock on the window jolted him from his thoughts. Raising his head, he saw a sentry. Tong Huaiyu lowered the window. What is it? The guard saluted. Hello, comrade. You cannot park here for an extended duration. Please move your vehicle. A flash of anger crossed Tong Huaiyu's eyes, yet he restrained himself. All right, I will move it now. Zhou Andong returned after being scolded by the elder, embellishing the tale to Zhao Guifan, who was infuriated and grinding her teeth. Were it not for the presence of her daughter-in-law, she would have immediately confronted Zhou Andong. Remember this incident. Once your wife leaves, we will settle the score with Zhou Andong. Indeed, Zhou Andong replied, gnawing on a frozen autumn pear. Zhou Andong is utterly insufferable. The meat was given to me by my mother, so why does he presume to interfere? At that moment, a slender girl with dark skin emerged from the house, carrying a basin of peeled potatoes. Aunt, what are you talking about? Zhao Guifan's face instantly transformed into a warm smile. Just casual conversation, Zhuanzi. You need not concern yourself with this. Go sit on the Kong and watch television. Zhou Andong graciously took the basin of potatoes. You should go inside. I've got this covered. Zhou Andong pushed Zhuanzi into the room and swiftly planted a kiss on her cheek before turning and dashing out. Zhuanzi was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, leaving her no choice but to sit quietly on the Kong and watch television. The warmth of their family contrasted starkly with the somber atmosphere enveloping the Zhou family, which had lost all semblance of festive spirit. Yuan Liang wore a stern expression, saying nothing, while Zhou Xiaoxin hesitated, unsure of how to address the situation involving both his wife and mother. Zhou Anbei refrained from retrieving the meat and remained on the ground, not returning to the Kong. Zhou Anqin attended to the fourth child during mealtime. Yet it was evident that she too harbored feelings of anger. Oh dear. Zhou Andong exclaimed with a smile, what is this? Are we to forego the New Year celebrations over Zhou Anbin? Come now, Xiaobei, quickly get on the Kong and pour a drink for Grandpa. Indeed. Zhou Anqin's face broke into a smile. Let us raise our glasses, first to wish our grandparents good health in the new year, and then to wish for Father's swift recovery and Mother's increasing beauty. The old lady sighed, perhaps still preoccupied with thoughts of her eldest grandson, Zhou Anbin. The old man cast a disapproving glance at her before bursting into hearty laughter. My eldest granddaughter knows how to speak well, he remarked. Zhou Xiaoxin joined in the merriment, saying, lying, I recall when we were wed, you often shared a drink with me. Yet since our little Dong arrived, you have abstained. Today is the new year. You should indulge in a drink. I want tea drink. Yuan Lying's expression remained sour, clearly still harboring discontent towards the old lady. Zhou Anqin, grinning as she held a bottle of Moutai, chimed in, Mother, this is a tribute from your eldest daughter-in-law. Will you truly not partake? Finally, Yuan Lying's demeanor softened. If only Xiaoqiu were truly my daughter-in-law, she said, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong, bewildered, wondered why he was being scolded. He then shot a sharp look at Zhou Anqin, now fully convinced that the fourth child calling Jianqiu's sister-in-law was her doing. The old man's eyes lit up as he eagerly inquired, Dongzi has a new girlfriend? Yuan Lying was about to respond, but Zhou Anqin quickly interjected, yes. My sister-in-law is truly beautiful. The drinks and the meat we have are all thanks to her. The old man laughed heartily, my eldest grandson is indeed impressive. One comes and another follows, just like my youthful days. The old lady shot him a disapproving look. What youthful days? The old man, caught up in his exuberance, had let slip what he shouldn't have. With an awkward chuckle, he raised his glass. Let us not dwell on unhappy thoughts. Come, let us toast anew. Zhou Andong wished to explain, but, seeing the old man's delight, decided to remain silent. Cheers. Cheers. The little girl echoed, raising her drink. This was already her second can. Though Zhou Anbin had disrupted the reunion dinner, the atmosphere thereafter remained relatively pleasant. Not long after the meal, Gaozhen and a few of his close friends arrived, and they continued to revel until the early hours of the first day. Zhou Andong won over 100 in their games. Come on, it's time to pay New Year's respects. Zhou Andong waved the money in his hand. Ning ning. Hurry and wish your brother a happy new year. There are red envelopes. The young girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Elder brother, happy new year. Indeed, replied Zhou Andong, producing 20 yuan. Is this really for me? Zhou Anbei chuckled. Brother, happy new year. Zhou Andong then extracted another 30 yuan, stating, this is for you. Elder brother. Zhou Anqin beamed, saying, happy new year. Zhou Andong generously handed over the remaining 60 or 70 yuan to Zhou Anqin, declaring, it's all yours. Zhou Anbei, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, remarked, brother, why does elder sister receive more money than I do? Zhou Andong explained, because she is older than you. Isn't your share greater than that of the youngest? He pointed out, look how content the youngest is. The young girl gazed at the money in her hands, her face radiating pure joy. Zhou Anbei cast a sidelong glance at the youngest sibling, muttering under his breath, she doesn't even know how to count. She's just happy to receive money. Chapter 84. Taking control of one's emotions. Zhou Andong yawned. I think I shall take a nap. Yuan Lying snapped a cornstalk and tossed it into the stove. The dumplings will be ready soon. Eat first, then sleep. Zhou Andong waved his hand dismissively. No need to eat. I shall eat whenever I awaken. He slept soundly until after 3 in the afternoon. And had it not been for the arrival of his younger brother urging him to eat, he might have continued sleeping indefinitely. Upon rising, he splashed his face with cold water, and upon entering the room, he was greeted by the little girl waving her tiny hands. Big brother, hurry. The meatballs are so delicious. Unfazed by the heat, she grabbed a dumpling and took a bite, only to wince as the scalding morsel caused her to spit it back into the bowl, exclaiming, so hot. Laughter erupted from everyone present. It had been years since their parents and siblings had shared such joy. This transformation brought Zhou Andong great comfort, although he had yet to accumulate much wealth. The celebration of the new year was pleasant, marking a promising beginning. Even though the dumplings were remnants from the morning, Zhou Andong relished them. Take your time. Yuan Lying chided, you're acting just like your younger brother. Zhou Andong chuckled, mother, these dumplings are simply delightful. Zhou Xiaoxin, taking a sip of liquor, remarked, Matai is indeed exquisite. Zhou Andong replied, if it's good, drink drink more. Your mother forbids me from drinking, Zhou Xiaoxin grumbled, casting an annoyed glance at Yuan Lying. Zhou Andong shrugged. If you cannot manage your own wife, there's little I can do. Even dumplings cannot silence you. Yuan Lying shot Zhou Andong a glare before serving Zhou Xiaoxin another dumpling. I'm not preventing you from drinking. I merely wish for you to consume less. And as for smoking, refrain from the dry tobacco. Haven't to you a few packs? Just smoke those. Zhou Xiaoxin huffed. Do you know how expensive Zhonghua cigarettes are? I can't bear to smoke them. Zhou Andong set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. If you cannot bear to smoke them, then exchange them at old Zhang's convenience store for something else, as long as it's not too shabby. Where are you off to now? Yuan Lying inquired. Zhou Andong replied, after eating, I must take a stroll. Stepping outside, he lit a cigarette and ambled toward old Zhang's shop. He had anticipated that news of the gambling activities at the arcade would surface before the new year, yet to his surprise, it seemed to have vanished without a trace. He felt compelled to make a call to ensure nothing had gone awry. With the new year completed, it was likely that Zhao Jianlong would soon take action. He could not remain passive forever. He needed to seize the initiative, compelling that scoundrel to understand the consequences of his actions in order to bring him to heel. The convenience store was bustling with patrons engaged in card games and mahjong, the atmosphere dense with smoke and littered with cigarette butts, due to the winter chill. The windows were covered with plastic, sealing in the air and thickening the haze. Even Zhou Andong, a habitual smoker, nearly choked upon entering. My goodness. One might think there was a fire. Zhou Andong exclaimed as he lifted the cotton door curtain and draped it over the entrance to let in some fresh air. Oh, Dongzi has arrived. Care to join us for a few rounds? Someone called out. I heard you had quite the winning streak with Gao Laofei and his crew last night. Dongzi, come here and play a couple of rounds while I step out to relieve myself. Zhou Andong is the first university student in the village. Everyone knows him. Familiar faces greet him warmly, while unfamiliar ones nod with smiles. Uncle Zhou Andong, elder, aunt, brother, sister, he acknowledges. You all enjoy yourselves. I have to make a phone call. The shopkeeper, Zhang Hongqiu, points to a small door inside. The phone is in there. Go ahead. Zhou Andong replies. Is it long distance? Zhang Hongqiu assures him. You can call. It's unlocked. Upon entering the small room, which barely accommodates 2 people on the narrow bed, Zhou Andong finds the phone resting atop it. He sits on the edge of the bed and dials the number left by Guan Xingjie, who answers swiftly. Hello. It is indeed Guan Xingjie's voice. Zhou Andong remarks, I knew it. You shouldn't be running around during the new year. Guan Xingjie recognizes Zhou Andong's voice and responds cheerfully, Dongzi, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Zhou Andong smiles and inquires, how is your celebration going? Guan Xingjie sighs. It's a bit suffocating. I see my other brothers with their wives and children, and here I am, all alone. How can my spirits be high? Zhou Andong chuckles. Then you should be a bit more proactive and win over Anjing. Guan Xingjie perks up. Dongzi, you must help me. If I can win her over, I'll do anything you ask. Zhou Andong reassures him. Rest assured, I will speak well of you, but the outcome depends on your own efforts. He then shifts the conversation. Let us not dwell on this. Long-distance calls are quite expensive. I wanted to ask about the gambling incident at the arcade. Why hasn't it been reported yet? Guan Xingjie explains. You must have seen the news about the elder's trip south. We were supposed to report it before the new year, but since the chief editor went with him, the deputy editor suppressed the story. With the new year approaching and the elder's travels, stability is paramount. We cannot afford any unrest. Zhou Andong sighs. It seems my luck has run out. Guan Xingjie teases. Aren't you the illegitimate child of God? What are you afraid of? Zhou Andong retorts. There may be more than one illegitimate child. Guan Xingjie laughs heartily. Don't worry. The deputy editor also takes this matter seriously. The report is merely on hold. Once the elder returns, it will be published, though the timing is uncertain. Zhou Andong asks, can you give me an approximate time frame? After a moment's thought, Guan Xingjie replies, perhaps around March or April. That is acceptable. Zhou Andong responds, I won't have to wait too long. Time for dinner. A voice calls from the receiver. Zhou Andong concludes, all right, go eat. Okay. Guan Xingjie affirms, I'll call you when the report is ready. As Zhou Andong hangs up, he is immediately drawn to the card table. Meanwhile, in the capital, Jingxiu is packing her luggage, accompanied by a middle-aged woman who bears a striking resemblance to her. Exuding an air of elegance. She is Jianxiu's mother, Su Minglan. What on earth is going on with you? You are leaving right at the beginning of the school year, she exclaimed. Mom, Jianxiu replied playfully, what do you mean? I'm just going to Hong Kong for a couple of days, and Jing is already there waiting for me. Su Minglan, dissatisfied, responded. You know that my concern is not about your trip to Hong Kong. Jianxiu paused her movements, slowly straightened her back, and gazed seriously at Su Minglan. Mom, I hope to take charge of my own feelings, she stated earnestly. Su Minglan furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? Chapter 85. The literary competition. Jianxiu inquired. May I pose a question to you? Su Minglan crossed her arms and replied, Certainly, go ahead. Jianxiu asked, Will you and my father accompany me for a lifetime? Su Minglan chuckled. Both your father and I are aging, inevitably. There will come a day when we part from this world. It is impossible for us to accompany you eternally. Jianxiu pressed on. Then who can accompany me for a lifetime? Su Minglan was momentarily taken aback, and Jianxiu continued, Only my husband can accompany me until we grow old together. Yet you insist that I share my life under one roof and one bed with a man I do not love. Have you considered my feelings in this matter? The prosperity of the family is a concern for their men. What relevance does that hold for me as a woman? Why must my lifelong happiness be sacrificed to prolong their glory? Su Minglan was unprepared for Jianxiu's intense resistance towards the prospect of marrying into the Tong family. Jianxiu, the union with the Tong family is merely a formality. It is fundamentally for your benefit. For my benefit? Jianxiu laughed. Do you truly believe that if I do not marry Tong Huaiyu, I shall perish from hunger? How can you say such a thing? Su Minglan's discontent was evident regarding her daughter's stance. Did you not once idolize your brother Huaiyu when you were younger? You even claimed you would marry him when you grew up. That was in my childhood, Jianxiu responded, sealing her suitcase before sitting on the bed. Her gaze fixed on Su Minglan. When Tong Huaiyu went abroad, I was merely 16. Now, having turned 27, I realize how juvenile my thoughts were back then. Do you have someone you fancy outside? Su Minglan scrutinized her daughter's expression. Jianxiu replied calmly, Not at the moment. The future remains uncertain. Su Minglan, unable to discern anything further, pressed, Since you do not have a beloved, why not give Tong Huaiyu another chance? It would also be an opportunity for yourself. Jianxiu rose, grasping her suitcase, and declared, Mother, the purpose of my words is to convey that my love is mine alone. No one else has the right to dictate it. Not my grandfather, nor you and my father, and certainly not my uncles and aunts. Should you insist on meddling in my romantic affairs, do not be surprised if I sever ties. As Jianxiu exited with her suitcase, she added, By the way, I shall head directly to Jiangzhou and will not return to Beijing. Watching the door close, Su Minglan furrowed her brow, remaining motionless for a while. Having raised her daughter, she understood her too well. This stubborn girl likely harbored feelings for someone, for such resistance was not without cause. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, February 8th, marked the day of salary disbursement. By 7 in the morning, all employees gathered at the entrance of the winery. The secretary has arrived. The secretary has arrived. The shouts echoed, and the crowd parted, clearing a path as Gu Bing's jeep entered. The crowd followed the vehicle to the factory building, where Gu Bing stepped out. Smiling as he exclaimed, Comrades, how did you celebrate the new year? Well, though the words of Gu Bing became inaudible, the crowd continued to cheer, their voices resonating through the air. Before the new year, although the salary had not yet been dispersed, the outstanding wages from the past 2 years were finally compensated. Those who received more were given an additional 200 to 300, while those who received less were afforded an extra 1500 to 1600. Thus, the festive season was enjoyed with considerable comfort, and every face radiated a rosy glow. Gu Bing remarked, If you all have had a good new year, it proves that my efforts alongside Zhou Andong were not in vain. Secretary, a voice called out, Can we start work earlier? Indeed. Others joined in the chorus, urging, Secretary, let's commence work sooner. Gu Bing understood their sentiments. After all, they had been idle for over 2 years, and an earlier start would bring them solace. All right. Gu Bing pondered. When Zhou Andong arrives, I will discuss this with him. His words did not surprise the workers present. Everyone was well aware that the revival of the distillery and their ability to put food on the table was largely due to Zhou Andong's contributions. Moreover, times had changed. Although Zhou remained an ordinary employee, he had garnered the admiration of 2 prominent figures in the city who had publicly commended him, promising a bright future ahead. Zhou Andong arrived, a loud voice calling out, Zhou Andong, hurry up. The secretary has something for you. As it was the 5th day of the new year, Zhou wondered what could be so urgent. He hastened over. Upon seeing him, Gu Bing inquired, The workers wish to start earlier. Do you think that is feasible? What is there to consider? If they want to commence sooner, then let us start tomorrow, Zhou Andong decisively stated. Upon hearing this, a wave of cheers erupted, filling the air with jubilation. Now you're at ease, aren't you? Gu Bing waved his hand, increasingly embodying the demeanor of a leader. It was already past 8. And once the finance department arrived, the wages could be dispersed. This month's salary, coupled with bonuses, would surely be substantial. Zhou Andong followed Gu Bing into the office. You look radiant. I presume you had a delightful new year, Gu Bing remarked. During childhood, I eagerly awaited the new year. Now, in my 30s. It hardly makes a difference. Gu Bing tossed a cigarette to Zhou Andong. So, what's next for us? Zhou lit the cigarette and reclined on the sofa. Crossing his legs, next, we should host a nationwide short story competition named the Jiangzhou Yuganja Cup. There will be no age or profession restrictions. With a word limit of 20,000. The first prize will be 50,000, the second prize 30,000, the third prize 10,000, and the fourth prize 5,000. For the 5th to 10th prizes, there will be an excellence award of 1,000 each, and consolation prizes of 500 for the 11th to 20th. Gu Bing's eyes brightened. While Jiangzhou Yuganju is not lacking in fame, it does lack depth. If we can penetrate the literary circle and have those literati enjoy our liquor and promote it for us, it would be far more effective than spinning on advertisements. Zhou Andong flicked the ash from his cigarette. This is just one aspect. The key is to maintain the visibility of Jiangzhou Yuganju, ensuring that the brand value does not decline. However, Gu Bing hesitated. Organizing the short story competition on our own may not suffice. Without recognition, there will be no enthusiasm. And it won't serve the promotional purpose. Particularly, lacking authority may not attract those somewhat reputable writers. Zhou Andong smiled and remarked, those who are renowned, whether they participate or not, are inconsequential. However, you are correct in stating that without visibility, there can be no fervor, and thus, it fails to serve its promotional purpose. Therefore, we can collaborate with various journals and magazines, such as Reader, Voice of the Heart, Budding Sprouts, Harvest, and Youth Literature, among others. Gu Bing furrowed his brow and replied, these are all prestigious publications. It is uncertain whether they would be willing to collaborate with us. Zhou Andong chuckled, I may not be able to facilitate this. And you cannot rely solely on connections within your family, but there is certainly one person who can. Gu Bing pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and exclaimed with a smile, Guanshinjie. Snap. Zhou Andong snapped his fingers. He is undoubtedly the one. Chapter 86. Carry me, Gu Bing exclaimed with excitement. I shall call him right away to facilitate this matter. Zhou Andong nodded in agreement. Convey the essence of our conversation to him. He will know how to proceed. Remember, it must solely be our Jiangzhou Yugong wine as the exclusive title sponsor. And the prize money is to be provided exclusively by us. Gu Bing seized the phone and dialed Guanshinjie, while Zhou Andong rose to pour a cup of tea. Just as he settled back onto the sofa, the office door swung open. Jian Qiu and Jing entered, their faces weary and travel-worn, dragging their suitcases behind them. I am utterly exhausted, Jian Qiu complained, collapsing beside Zhou Andong. She patted his thigh, urging, hurry, give my shoulders a rub. Ah? Zhou Andong responded, bewildered. What do you mean, ah? Jian Qiu replied, her voice laced with fatigue. For the sake of our store, and Jing and I have not celebrated the new year properly. Running around everywhere. Reluctantly, Zhou Andong rose and moved behind the sofa to begin massaging Jian Qiu's shoulders. After only a couple of presses, Jian Qiu interrupted. Wait. Let me take off my down jacket. There is still much to be done. What did you say? Jian Qiu asked, not quite catching his words as she removed her jacket. Nothing. Zhou Andong vehemently shook his head, hastily denying it, only to widen his eyes in surprise. Beneath her jacket, Jian Qiu wore a V-neck white shirt, her graceful neck exposed, revealing a fair expanse of skin. The delicate curves of her figure were partially concealed, rendering Zhou Andong speechless. His throat involuntarily swallowing hard. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Jian Qiu's lips. What's wrong? Hurry up and continue. Zhou Andong took a deep breath, internally reciting, do not gaze upon what is improper, yet his eyes betrayed him, unable to resist the allure. To his astonishment, Jian Qiu, though slender, possessed a surprisingly curvaceous form. Her flesh felt pleasantly soft beneath his touch. Exactly. Jian Qiu relaxed against the sofa, that's the perfect pressure. Zhou Andong had learned a few techniques in massage from the elder, aimed at treating injuries, yet he found that the principles applied universally, providing Jian Qiu with unparalleled comfort. Just as Jian Qiu felt on the verge of drifting off, and Jing interjected, Dongzi, give my sister a shoulder rub too. Jian Qiu abruptly opened her eyes, swiftly kicking off her shoes and shoving Jing aside in one fluid motion. Go away. And Jing's eyes crinkled into crescents, but her voice was laced with discontent. What do you mean, Jianxiu? He can rub your shoulders, but not mine? Jianxiu shot her a warning glance. No means no. And Jing threw Zhou Andong a flirtatious look. Come on, give my sister a rub. I promise you will benefit. Zhou Andong shivered, sensing a trap, and cleverly replied, I'm a bit tired. I won't be massaging anyone. At that moment, Gu Bing hung up the phone and looked at Jianxiu and Jing. How was your time in Xiangjiang? And Jing leaned back on the sofa, lazily waving her hand. What fun. We went to Xiangjiang to purchase equipment. Gu Bing inquired. What equipment did you buy? And Jing remarked, the hamburger machine, steam oven, and soda machine are all unavailable in the capital and the suburbs. We can only purchase them in Hong Kong. Jianxiu spoke to Zhou Andong. Both in Jing and I hold great optimism for the future development of Daikos. Therefore, before returning to Beijing, I registered the Daikos brand trademark, and additionally, we need to establish a company to facilitate future growth and management. Zhou Andong nodded. Proceed as you see fit. There is also good news. And Jing continued, in April, the first McDonald's in the country will open in Beijing. We have secured a supplier for McDonald's, and when the time comes, we shall place a call to them for delivery. However, we need to revise our renovation plan. As the supplier is located in Hunan province, over 600 kilometers away, necessitating the construction of a cold storage facility. Zhou Andong responded. Our store covers over 700 square meters. Building a small cold storage of about 180 square meters should not pose a problem. Jianxiu inquired of Gu Bing. Were you just on the phone with Guanxingjia? Gu Bing nodded and briefly explained the situation. Jianxiu stated, that is an excellent idea. And Jing, filled with enthusiasm, asked, can I participate? Of course. There are no restrictions on profession or age. Anyone can join. Zhou Andong replied with a smile. If you win the first prize, your investment in Daikos will be recouped. And Jing clapped her hands. Great. I will participate. A 20,000-word short story is not difficult. In Gao Qinghui's office, the plaster cast on Zhang Dio's arm had been removed, yet a string still hung from it. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a bone. At his age, recovery to normalcy would take at least half a year. How much wine did we produce around the new year? Gao Qinghui sipped tea from his cup, appearing in good spirits. Zhang Dio replied, over 40 tons. With still more than 30 tons remaining in storage. It is said that we won't sell out until the Lantern Festival. Gao Qinghui inquired, is everything arranged? Zhang Dio chuckled, his smile somewhat sinister. Rest assured, there will be no mistakes. Gao Qinghui tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. I will resign at the end of this month. Therefore, we shall convene a staff meeting on the 28th, the day before my resignation, to distribute bonuses. If any disturbances arise, I will be the one to dismiss him. Even if Zhuo Peiming is displeased with me, he will have no choice but to endure. Zhang Dio gritted his teeth and cursed. Just as the policies are becoming clear and it's time for our harvest, that little brat Zhou Andong has sabotaged everything. Even if we manage to expel him and suppress Gu Bing, we will have to wait another year or two. Good things take time. Gao Qinghui maintained a relaxed demeanor. What is ours, no one can take away. Zhang Dio replied venomously, indeed, it is ours, and no one can snatch it away, neither Gu Bing nor Zhou Andong. Blocking one's path to wealth is akin to taking away one's parents, and these two old fellows truly harbored deep-seated hatred for Zhou Andong, with Gu Bing coming a close second. That evening, Zhou Andong, Jianxiu, Gu Bing, and Jing gathered for a meal. After dining, Jing suddenly pulled Gu Bing aside, claiming she needed his assistance for something, leaving Zhou Andong and Jianxiu at the restaurant entrance. Where will you stay? Jianxiu asked Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong remarked, I am heading back to the residential area. Jianxiu nodded in response, let us go. Zhou Andong paused in surprise. Aren't you taking a taxi? Jianxiu replied, I have eaten rather a lot. I wish to stroll a bit to ease my mind. Zhou Andong offered. Where do you live? Allow me to escort you. A charming smile graced Jianxiu's lips as she said, very well. As they engaged in light conversation, suddenly, Jianxiu gasped, her body swaying as if to fall. Zhou Andong, swift and alert, caught her. What happened? Jianxiu grimaced in pain. I twisted my ankle. Zhou Andong crouched down, asking, which foot? This one. Jianxiu slowly lifted her left foot. Zhou Andong grasped her ankle gently, prompting Jianxiu to inhale sharply. It hurts. After a brief examination, Zhou Andong assured her, it seems there is no serious issue, but for safety's sake, we should take a taxi. Jianxiu countered. We are almost there. A taxi would not be cost-effective. Please assist me as we walk. Zhou Andong nodded, and Jianxiu leaned her entire weight against him. After only a couple of steps, she cried out in pain, no, No, this is too painful. Carry me, please, it is not far anyway. Chapter 87. Stay here. Zhou Andong, feeling somewhat helpless, crouched down. Jian Xiu stifled a giggle, wrapping her arms around Zhou Andong's neck and resting against his back. With both hands supporting Jian Xiu's petite form, Zhou Andong stood up. Despite the thick down jacket, he could still sense her softness. Jian Xiu felt a pair of strong hands cradle her hips, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. In all her years, no man had ever touched her in that intimate manner. Oh, Jian Xiu extended her hand, catching a cool snowflake that gently landed on her palm. It was snowing. Zhou Andong glanced up at the sky. This winter indeed has seen an abundance of snow. How many times has it fallen? Good fortune comes with the snow. Jian Xiu, embracing Zhou Andong's neck, proclaimed cheerfully, tomorrow is sure to be a wonderful year. Heaving a sigh, Zhou Andong thought to himself how heavy she felt. She must weigh around 120 pounds, yet she appeared so slender. As he carried Jian Xiu, he trudged forward, and after more than 10 minutes, she asked, "When will we arrive?" With her face resting against Zhou Andong's shoulder, a smile graced her features as she reassured, "Soon, just hang in there." Zhou Andong, feeling a bit exasperated, walked for another 10 minutes before Jian Xiu finally declared, "The community up ahead is it?" Zhou Andong looked up in surprise. "Isn't that the prosecutor's family building?" "Indeed," Jian Xiu replied, "I reside in that very building." Nodding, Zhou Andong realized that she must have someone in her family working within the public prosecution system, and likely in a significant position. As they entered the building, he asked, "Which floor?" "Fifth floor," Jian Xiu answered. "How many stairs?" Zhou Andong thought to himself that without his training, he might have collapsed. Jian Xiu chuckled, "Just teasing you. It's the second floor." Taking a deep breath, Zhou Andong began his ascent, carrying Jian Xiu up to the second floor. "Keys," she exclaimed. One arm still slung around his neck, while her other hand rummaged through her pocket. Zhou Andong took the keys from her, opened the door, and gently set Jian Xiu down on the living room sofa before closing the door. Exhausting, Zhou Andong exhaled deeply, crouching down to tend to Jian Xiu's injured foot, preparing to remove her shoes. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jian Xiu instinctively pulled her foot back. Zhou Andong's firm voice commanded, "Stay still." Instantly, she complied. Her foot was indeed sprained, but the pain was not severe and would soon subside. Zhou Andong removed her high-heeled shoes and peeled off her nude-colored stockings. A flawless, delicate foot appeared in his hands, the toes gleaming, the soft skin shimmering with a radiant glow. "Does it hurt?" Zhou Andong inquired, gently squeezing her ankle. Jian Xiu grimaced slightly. "It hurts a bit, but it's not as bad as before." "Is there any alcohol at home?" Zhou Andong asked. "I can massage it to prevent swelling by morning." Jian Xiu pointed towards the kitchen. "There's some in the upper left cupboard." Zhou Andong rose and entered the kitchen, while Jian Xiu giggled joyfully, akin to a little girl who had just received her beloved doll. Those who knew her well would surely doubt their own eyes upon witnessing such a transformation. Is this still the same serene and aloof Jian Xiu, who offers no warmth to any man? Zhou Andong emerged holding half a bottle of strong liquor. "Are you still drinking?" Jian Xiu shot him a glance. "This is for when my mother visits for cooking." Zhou Andong knelt down, pouring the liquor into his palm and rubbing it, then lifted Jian Xiu's foot to rest on his thigh, gently massaging her ankle. Jian Xiu felt a pleasant warmth spreading through her ankle. After a while, Zhou Andong placed her foot down. "All done. Get some rest. Don't move around too much. You'll be fine by morning." "Where are you going?" Jian Xiu inquired. Zhou Andong was momentarily taken aback. "Home, of course. It's past 9, and it's snowing outside. It'll be hard to catch a cab." "How will you get back so far?" Jian Xiu stood up. "Just stay here tonight. You can sleep in my room, and I'll take my mother's." "Huh?" Zhou Andong was bewildered. Did this woman lose her mind? How could she leave a man in her home overnight, unafraid of his primal instincts? "What do you mean, huh?" "I'm not afraid. Why should you be?" Jian Xiu entered the bathroom. "I'll take a shower first. You can go after me." Zhou Andong found himself caught in indecision. It was indeed quite a distance to return home, and if he couldn't hail a cab, he would have to walk back for over half an hour. Thinking this over, he settled onto the sofa, reasoning that if she, a woman, was unafraid, then he, as a man, had nothing to fear. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom, igniting a restlessness within Zhou Andong. He hurried to the window and opened it, letting in a cold breeze that calmed his agitated spirit. He then took out a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply. Before long, Jian Xiu emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her skin a pristine white, with slender shoulders and long, supple legs that glimmered subtly. The contours of her form were undeniably captivating. "You can go now," Jin Xiu said, towel in hand, as she dried her hair, still wrapped in her towel. "I'll find you some clothes shortly." Zhou Andong didn't dwell on it, closing the window and extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray before entering the bathroom. He was out in just a few minutes. Jin Xiu, still drying her hair, stared at him in astonishment. "You're done already?" Zhou Andong chuckled. "Men are quick in the shower. If it were a bathhouse, I'd linger longer." Jin Xiu let out a resigned laugh and stepped into her mother's room, returning with pajamas and shorts. "These were bought for my father. He mentioned staying a couple of days before an urgent meeting pulled him back to Beijing. They're used and just right for you." Zhou Andong hesitated at the door of Jin Xiu's room, but eventually pushed it open, reaching for the light switch. The room's decor surprised him, differing from his expectations. Apart from a few potted plants on the windowsill and the color of the solid wood bed, there were no excessive hues. The walls and bedding were white, and the only additional item was a large teddy bear on the bed, affirming that this was indeed a woman's domain. "Are you done changing?" Jian Xiu knocked on the door from outside. "Just a moment." Zhou Andong swiftly donned his shorts and pajamas, exclaiming, "All set." As Jian Xiu entered the room, she noticed the collar of Zhou Andong's pajamas askew and instinctively reached out to straighten it. Zhou Andong reflexively flinched away. "What are you avoiding? Afraid I might bite?" Jian Xiu teasingly grasped Zhou Andong's shoulder, adjusting his collar while appraising him with a playful smile. "It looks fine, though a bit oversized." Just then, a voice echoed from outside. "Xiu, I'm back. Did you wash your hands?" Jian Xiu gasped in alarm and hurriedly turned to flee, exclaiming, "Shut up." Chapter 88. The Peculiar Antics of Zhou Andong. What does it mean? If someone comes, then let them come. We haven't done anything shameful. So why the fuss? Zhou Andong stepped outside, dragging 2 suitcases. Upon seeing Jian Xiu and Zhou Andong emerge one after the other from the room, and Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. She pointed at the towel wrapped around Jian Xiu and then at Zhou Andong's pajamas, exclaiming, You too. What of us?" Jian Xiu retorted, extending her hands to pinch Jing's face, pulling it sideways. "Close your mouth. Speak only what is necessary and mind your words, or I shall make you regret it." "Ah, you vile woman, stop blaming me." And Jing mumbled incomprehensibly. Jian Xiu, with a smile, released Jing, warning, "Let us see if you dare to spout nonsense again." And Jing rubbed her face. Yet the fire of gossip within her continued to blaze. "What is going on between you two?" Zhou Andong, at a loss for words, responded, "Do you think a shower can cleanse the misunderstanding between us?" With a chuckle, and Jing replied, "Go ahead, and when you're done, let me see if you're as pure as you claim." She shot Zhou Andong a teasing glance, pushing him back into the room. "Now go to sleep." With a thud, Jian Xiu shut the door, declaring, "Tonight, it's just the 2 of us in the north room." "Oh," and Jing replied with an exaggerated tone, "I thought I would be the only one in the north room." Jian Xiu huffed, "He brought me back, and it's late, plus it's snowing outside, making it difficult to hail a cab, so he will stay the night." An explanation is merely a disguise, and Jing quipped, leaping onto the sofa, burdened by her 2 heavy suitcases. "I'm utterly exhausted. Hurry and wash up. I'm going to sleep." Jian Xiu nudged Jing before returning to her room. But thoughts of a man lying in her bed, covered by her blanket, quickened her heartbeat, leaving her restless. Zhou Andong, however, remained unperturbed, enveloped in the unique fragrance left by the woman beside him, quickly drifting into slumber. He was awakened the next morning by the clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen. Opening his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, he momentarily felt disoriented before the events of the previous night came rushing back. This was Jian Xiu's home, and he was in her bed. Exhaling deeply, Zhou Andong rose to neatly arrange the bedding. As he adjusted the pillow, he noticed a pair of black stockings and a lace-trimmed panty tucked beneath it. Taken aback, he swiftly replaced the pillow, placed the neatly folded blanket atop it, and exited the room nonchalantly. On the table were 2 plates of pickles, radish strips, peanuts, 2 pieces of fermented tofu, and 5 boiled eggs. "You're awake," Jian Xiu called from the kitchen, bringing out 3 bowls of porridge. "Hurry and freshen up. It's time to eat." Zhou Andong entered the restroom, where a brand new set of dental tools awaited on the vanity, the toothpaste already squeezed. Grabbing the toothbrush, he mumbled, "This is quite the hospitality. Hey, what are you doing?" Jian Xiu's voice came from outside, followed by Jing's insistence, "I can't hold it anymore. I need to use the restroom. Don't stop me." Jian Xiu remarked, "Zhou Andong is inside." "Oh my." And Jing said impatiently, "Zhou Andong, hurry up." Zhou Andong emerged from the bathroom, his mouth frothy, and said, "You go ahead." Jian Qiu seized Jing with a mischievous grin and teased, "Are you sure? Once she goes in, it will be at least half an hour." "Huh?" Zhou Andong turned back into the bathroom, asserting, "Then I'll wait until I finish brushing my teeth." "Jian Qiu, I could kill you," and Jing exclaimed, tightly crossing her legs, one hand clutching her abdomen, and the other pointing accusingly at Jian Qiu. Her teeth clenched as if she were about to devour her. Jian Qiu chuckled softly. "Who told you not to wake up earlier? Blame no one but yourself." And Jing, truly unable to wait any longer, dashed into the bathroom, pushing Zhou Andong out, and then slammed the door shut. Zhou Andong and Jian Qiu exchanged a glance and burst into laughter in unison. "No need to wait for her. Let us eat first." Zhou Andong finished a bowl of porridge and 2 boiled eggs, yet Jing still had not emerged. "I won't wait for you all. I'm off," Jian Qiu said, hurriedly swallowing the food in her mouth. "Just a moment," she added, rising to rummage through her suitcase. After a flurry of searching, she produced a delicate box. "This is for you." "A lighter?" Zhou Andong took it, opened it, and found a Zippo lighter, crafted from pure silver and adorned with exquisite engravings, looking truly splendid. "This must be quite expensive," he remarked. "Not at all," Jian Qiu replied. "Having visited Hong Kong, I had to bring back a gift for you, my boss." Zhou Andong rubbed his nose. "Can I refuse it?" Jian Qiu paused. "Why not? No reward without merit." Zhou Andong began to say more, but Jian Qiu rolled her eyes at him. "Stop the nonsense. If I bought it for you, take it. If you don't like it, toss it outside." "So," Zhou Andong hesitated, "I should accept it? Why do you have so much to say?" Jian Qiu grasped Zhou Andong's hand, leading him to the door, and then pushed him out, slamming the door behind him. She leaned against the door, lost in thought for a moment, a foolish grin spreading across her face. "Oh my." And Jing emerged from the bathroom as if she had discovered a new continent. "Goodness, what do I see? Is this silly girl with a goofy grin really the aloof and proud Jian Qiu? Get lost." Jian Qiu snapped back to reality and returned to the dining table to continue eating. As she ate, she began to laugh, but then suddenly froze, her expression shifting dramatically. "What's wrong?" And Jing noticed Jian Qiu's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. Jian Qiu bolted into the room, tossing aside the blanket, snatching up a pillow, her face flushing instantly. And Jing followed her in, and upon seeing what lay beneath the pillow, gasped in shock. "Why you? He. Zhou Andong is a big pervert." Jian Qiu quickly placed the pillow down, her face aflame as she stammered. "This was changed before the new year. And since I had no time to wash it, I just stuffed it under the pillow." And Jing blinked, then erupted into an uncharacteristic fit of laughter. Pointing at Jian Qiu, breathless with mirth, Qiu, "I never knew you could blush too. Oh dear, what is happening today? Time and again, my perception of you is being reshaped, leading me to wonder if another soul, named Jian Qiu, resides within you at this very moment." Jian Qiu, in a huff, swatted away in Jing's hand. "Surely he hasn't noticed, has he?" And Jing gasped for breath, finally ceasing her laughter, and remarked, "One day, he will see through your very essence, so what is there to be shy about?" "Temptress." Jian Qiu pinched in Jing's chubby cheek, urging her to hasten to the dining table. Chapter 89. A major incident at the Jiangzhou distillery. Today marked the first day of resumption. Employees entered the gates amidst laughter and chatter, their faces illuminated with smiles and an evident vigor. Upon spotting Zhou Andong, they greeted him enthusiastically. Zhou Andong made his way into Gu Bing's office, where he found Gu Bing's enthusiasm alarmingly high. He arrived at work earlier than the roosters and returned home later than the dogs. Gu Bing was preoccupied with thoughts of what Jing had said to him the previous night, feeling as if he were in a surreal dream. The proud and aloof Jian Qiu had inexplicably developed an affection for Zhou Andong, whom he deemed a worthless scoundrel. Lost in these reflections, Zhou Andong entered, prompting Gu Bing to circle around him as if he were an oddity, muttering something under his breath. Zhou Andong firmly pressed Gu Bing's head down. "What are you up to?" Gu Bing sighed, shaking his head, lamenting the absurdity of a beautiful flower being thrust into cow dung. Unable to decipher Gu Bing's mumbling, Zhou Andong insisted, "Speak clearly. Do not whisper behind my back." Gu Bing huffed in response. "It's the first day back. Let us inspect the workshop. We cannot afford to be lax on safety. Let us go. And we can also check on the technical department to see the progress on the new product development," Zhou Andong replied. After 2 years of stagnation, the Jiangzhou distillery was finally back in operation. In the ensuing days, Gu Bing became increasingly busy, and Zhou Andong was not idle either. He monitored the progress of the new product while simultaneously liaising with Guan Shenjie regarding the literary competition, all the while overseeing the shop renovations. To Zhou Andong's surprise, Gao Qingkue and Zhang Diao had not caused any further disturbances, and the staff below them were rather compliant, completing the tasks assigned by Gu Bing without hesitation. However, Zhou Andong was keenly aware that this was merely a fade. Those two old schemers were unlikely to concede defeat so easily and were surely plotting something, though he was unsure when they would strike. At 1:25 a.m. on February 21st, an express train arrived at Jiangzhou railway station. A middle-aged man disembarked. His hair meticulously styled, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with two fountain pens tucked into his pocket, embodying the appearance of an old-school intellectual. He was gaunt, his complexion somewhat sickly pale, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. A young man followed closely behind, unwrapping a package he held, producing a gray woolen overcoat. Secretary. It's quite cold in Jiangzhou. You should put on the coat, he advised. The middle-aged man nodded, accepting the coat and draping it over himself. Secretary, we arrived early. Where are we staying? The young man inquired. At that moment, a train horn sounded, and the train began to depart, quickly vanishing into the darkness of the night. Only the two of them had disembarked, leaving the platform desolate. The middle-aged man strode towards the exit. Let us find a hotel to stay at. Tomorrow, we'll visit the Jiangzhou distillery and meet Zhou Andong. In the morning, Zhou Andong awoke to a persistent twitch in his right eye. He patted it, but to no avail, muttering to himself, damn it, I can't tell if this is a sign of fortune or misfortune. After dawdling through his morning routine, he enjoyed breakfast by the roadside before meandering towards the distillery. At that moment, Gu Bing was on the phone, his expression rather peculiar. All right, I understand, he said before abruptly hanging up. Little did he dream that Cheng Darren had been appointed as the secretary in Jiangzhou. Even more astonishing was the fact that before officially assuming his position, he had requested Gu Bing to come to the distillery for a visit, specifically asking to meet Zhou Andong. It was utterly bewildering. Gu Bing glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 9. Qing Zhangjuan was due to arrive shortly, while that scoundrel Zhou Andong, who usually came early, was uncharacteristically late today. Unable to remain seated, Gu Bing began pacing restlessly in the office, frequently checking the time. He felt that Qing Zhangjuan's visit to the distillery was secondary. The primary purpose was to see Zhou Andong. At that moment, the office door swung open. Gu Bing, eager, exclaimed, "You finally made it." But upon looking up, he realized it was not Zhou Andong, but Jian Xiao. Jian Xiao, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" With exaggerated concern, Gu Bing replied, "Something has happened, something serious." Jian Xiao pressed further, "What kind of trouble?" "A monumental issue, a matter of great consequence," Gu Bing declared solemnly. "It pertains to Zhou Andong." Ah? Upon hearing Zhou Andong's name, Jian Xiao grew anxious and grasped Gu Bing's arm. "What has happened to him?" Seeing Jian Xiao's eyes redden with worry, Gu Bing retorted, "Why are you so flustered? Is he really that remarkable?" Jian Xiao shot back, "Just tell me quickly, what is wrong with him?" "Oh, be gentle, you're bruising my arm." Gu Bing winced at Jian Xiao's grip. "I'm just teasing you. Cheng Darren is coming to Jiangzhou to take up the role of secretary, and before officially starting, he wants to inspect the distillery and specifically requested to meet Zhou Andong." Jian Xiao pinched him again before releasing her grip, causing Gu Bing to yelp in pain. "Did Cheng Darren personally call you?" Jian Xiao inquired. Gu Bing nodded. "I'm baffled. Does he really care about me? He even knows I'm here." Jian Xiao scoffed. "You really overestimate yourself. He is not interested in you, but rather in the distillery, which is why he noticed you." Gu Bing, slightly miffed, replied, "As your brother. Can't you say something nice?" Jian Xiao ignored him, her face lighting up as she said, "Cheng Darren specifically wants to see Zhou Andong. This is undoubtedly good news for him. With Cheng Darren's support, Zhou Andong can strive for greater heights, and our matters will face less resistance." Gu Bing grimaced. "From my observations lately, it seems you may be overly optimistic." Jian Xiao's smile vanished instantly as she glared at Gu Bing. "If you can speak wisely, do so. If not, keep silent." The office door swung open once more, and this time it was indeed Zhou Andong. Before he could utter a word, Gu Bing seized him and pulled him out. "Come on, let us go." Jian Xiao followed suit. "I'm coming too." Zhou Andong, bewildered, was dragged out of the office by Gu Bing. "Where are we going?" Gu Bing replied curtly, "No need for questions, just follow me." Gu Bing brought Zhou Andong to the entrance. "Just wait here." Zhou Andong, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Comrade Gu, in this freezing weather, you expect me to stand at the entrance? What are you waiting for?" "You must tell me," said Jian Xiao. Gu Bing chuckled softly, "You'll find out in a moment." "Aren't you bored?" Jian Xiao retorted to Gu Bing. then turned to Zhou Andong and said, "The newly appointed Secretary Chung from the city wants to see you. She will be here shortly." Gu Bing sighed and muttered, "Indeed, a woman of great stature is not to be kept." Jian Xiu didn't catch his words and chose to ignore him. Zhou Andong frowned. "What does she want to see me for?" Chapter 90. The exploited Zhou Andong. Jian Xiu shook her head, expressing uncertainty. To be precise, he has yet to officially assume his position. He just called, expressing a desire to visit the distillery and specifically requested to meet you. However, this is undoubtedly a positive development, so there is no need for concern. I am not worried, merely puzzled. How could he know about me before even starting? And why would he specifically want to see me? Zhou Andong retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Jian Xiu seemed to feel a chill. Leaning closer to him, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Zhou Andong's nostrils, prompting him to take a deep breath. He slightly turned his neck to glance at Jian Xiu, whose slightly disheveled hair was blown onto his face by the wind, causing an itch. Recently, Jian Xiu had been frequently making ambiguous gestures towards him. But those instances occurred when they were alone. Now, however, they were not alone. Gu Bing was nearby, and an elderly man was stationed at the guardhouse. Gu Bing cast a glance at the two, his lips twitching as he contemplated advising Jian Xiu to maintain some decorum, given her qualities. Surely she needn't pursue men so eagerly. Did she not understand that such advances could be seen as desperate? Suddenly, Jian Xiu shivered, exclaiming, "It's too cold." After saying this, she nestled closer to Zhou Andong and discreetly clasped his hand. Zhou Andong felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Although he had endured her teasing in private, now, in broad daylight, she had crossed a line. He attempted to pull away, but Jian Xiu held on tightly, and he found himself unable to break free. With a resigned sigh, he ceased his struggle. After all, she was his superior, and he wished to avoid any repercussions that might arise from defiance. If she wished to take advantage of him, so be it. Due to their close proximity, Zhou Andong, clad in a cotton coat, and Jian Xiu, donned in a down jacket, managed to hold hands without Gu Bing noticing. After a while, Gu Bing announced, "The VE arrived." Zhou Andong and Jian Xiu simultaneously looked up to see two individuals disembarking from a bus. They assessed their surroundings before approaching. These two were none other than the middle-aged man who had arrived on the train early the previous morning, Cheng Zhangyuan, the newly appointed secretary of Jiangzhou who had yet to officially take office, and his secretary, Zhang Yang. "Cheng Xiu." Gu Bing greeted from a distance. "It's been a while." Cheng Zhangyuan scrutinized Gu Bing and, maintaining a stern expression, remarked, "You're doing quite well at the distillery. Keep up the good work." "Ah?" Gu Bing opened his mouth, wondering if this was a compliment. Yet, he felt no joy in it. When Cheng Zhangyuan turned to face Jian Xiu, a smile broke through. "Little girl, it's been almost 2 years since you arrived in Jiangzhou. Your Aunt Hui often mentions you, saying you've forgotten her. Just the other day at a gathering with your mother, she was speaking of you." Jian Xiu replied with a smile, "I truly intended to visit Aunt Hui, but I've been too busy around the new year to find the time. Once my schedule permits, I will certainly go see her." Cheng Zhangyuan nodded. "Tong Tong is graduating this year and is currently busy with her thesis. She will definitely come to find you after her graduation." Jian Xiu then pulled Zhou Andong closer, introducing him. "This is Zhou Andong." Cheng Zhangyuan extended his hand first, saying, "Comrade Zhou Andong, greetings." Zhou Andong extended his hand to Cheng Zhangyuan, greeting him. "Hello, Secretary Chung." Zhou Andong's composed demeanor left a favorable impression on Cheng Zhangyuan. "Do you have some time? Accompany me for a tour of the distillery workshops, and then we can find a quiet place to converse." Zhou Andong yearned to decline, yet his head betrayed him as he nodded, "Of course." What ensued was an unusual scene. Zhou Andong and Jian Xiu accompanied Cheng Zhangyuan, providing explanations as they wandered through the various workshops, while Gu Bing, the party secretary of the distillery, trailed behind with a forlorn expression, following alongside Zhang Yang. In Zhang Dio's office, Chu Hongqi knocked and entered. "Director." Two individuals just arrived, Gu Bing and Zhou Andong, along with Jian Xiu, are currently touring the workshops. Zhang Dio frowned. "Do you recognize those two?" Chu Hongqi shook his head. "I do not." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Dio instructed, "Send someone to investigate their identities." "Understood." Chu Hongqi promptly exited. Subsequently, Zhang Dio proceeded to Gao Qingkui's office. At this juncture, regardless of the matter or individuals involved, any association with Zhou Andong or Gu Bing necessitated clarity for peace of mind. After a thorough tour of the distillery's workshops, Gu Bing finally seized an opportunity. "Uncle Ching, it's already noon. Let us find a place to dine." "My treat." Cheng Zhangyuan inquired. "Does your factory not have a canteen?" Gu Bing replied, "No, the employees bring their meals from home." Qing Zhangyuan refrained from further comments and, taking bus 212, arrived at the municipal reception center, where he reserved a private room, ordered dishes, and abstained from alcohol, finishing the meal in less than half an hour. Gu Bing produced a pack of cigarettes and offered them around, while Zhou Andong ignited one with his lighter, sensing that the serious discussion was imminent. Qing Zhangyuan presented a document to Zhou Andong. "Take a look at this." Zhou Andong opened it and was taken aback. It was a detailed investigative report on the reform of the Jiazhou distillery, even documenting the literary competition still in its preparatory stages, capturing details he had forgotten. Yet the report was meticulously thorough. "From the moment I confirmed my reassignment to Jiazhou, I have closely monitored the reforms at your distillery," Qing Zhangyuan remarked, producing a newspaper and carefully laying it on the table, pointing to an article, "Per Socialist Values." Upon reading this article, I was deeply impressed by this young man named Zhou Andong. The theoretical framework and foresight of the socialist core values are unparalleled among the current youth. This sentiment, resonating in Jian Xiu's ears, delighted her even more than a compliment directed at her. She cast a sideways glance at Zhou Andong, her eyes brimming with affection. Unbeknownst to her, at some point, her heart had become wholly occupied by Zhou Andong. Zhou Andong chuckled wryly, "Secretary, your praise is too lofty. I cannot bear it." "Ah." Qing Zhangyuan waved his hand dismissively. "If a young person possesses talent, there is no need for excessive modesty. When humility becomes excessive, it veers into hypocrisy." Zhou Andong rubbed his nose, and Qing Zhangyuan continued, "Regarding the core values, could you elaborate on them for me?" Again, Zhou Andong felt a reluctance within his heart, yet found himself unable to voice any opposition. He delved deep into his memories, desperately recalling the news reports he had encountered in his previous life. This discussion extended for over an hour. At this juncture, Qing Zhangyuan's regard for Zhou Andong transcended mere admiration. A notion began to take root in his mind. The reform of the Jiangzhou distillery had proven to be remarkably successful, yet it bore significant limitations, rendering it unsuitable for all enterprises. Qing Zhangyuan produced a cigarette and lit it. "Many state-owned enterprises are currently ailing, and the situation is dire, reaching a point where reform is imperative. However, the path to reform remains shrouded in uncertainty, and missteps could lead to even graver consequences. Do you have any sage advice to share with me?"